I find myself, by an unfortunate twist of fate, marooned upon a desolate island. I am not Bear Grylls, lacking the skills essential for survival. I am unversed in the art of hunting, ignorant of the methods to construct traps. I possess no knowledge of flora, nor do I discern which may be toxic. My experiences in the wilderness are non-existent. Yet, I harbor an unwavering thirst for life. Indeed, this fervor compels me to persevere. Chapter 1. The first day, the terror of the unknown. I am exceedingly cold. I am in excruciating pain. I am ravenously hungry. These sensations, paradoxically, fill me with a deep sense of gratitude. At least I'm still alive. When the crew's ship capsized, I was forced to plunge into the frigid sea. The bone-chilling cold lingers vividly in my memory. Eventually, I grasped a piece of driftwood, which bore me along for some time, until my body, growing increasingly numb, yielded to forgetfulness. Now, I yearn for slumber. My eyelids feel heavy beyond measure. My churning stomach, however, refuses to acquiesce even to this modest request. The rhythmic sound of the waves serves as a lullaby, tempting me to surrender to the embrace of sleep. At last, I summon the strength to open my eyes. As I suspected, I find myself entirely submerged in seawater, akin to a piece of driftwood, buffeted and swayed by the currents. I cannot ascertain how long I have struggled, but it has undoubtedly drained every ounce of my energy. I have finally escaped the icy grasp of the ocean. Though my displacement cannot exceed 10 meters, I now lie upon the warm, dry sand. The sun has warmed the grains beneath me, and overwhelming fatigue lulls me back into slumber. Upon awakening once more, it appears to be afternoon. The heat is stifling. I have an ominous premonition that if I do not leave this place, I shall be roasted alive. The instinct for survival compelled me to rise to my feet. Yet, my body resisted my commands with relentless defiance. I am parched. It feels as though my throat is ablaze, and my lips are cracked and bleeding. I am ravenous, yearning for a bowl of ricino. Even 10 bowls would suffice. Every inch of my skin, muscle, and bones is in excruciating agony. In the distance, I perceive several tall coconut trees. At long last, I reach the base of one and fortuitously gathered a few coconuts that had fallen to the ground. A shard of stone aided me in overcoming the challenge of opening the coconuts. It took what felt like several hours. Though it seemed to stretch into centuries, however, I finally savored the delectable coconut water. This flavor is undoubtedly the most exquisite I have ever experienced in my life. The sweet nectar moistened my lips, coursed over my tongue, and flowed down my throat. This is what happiness must feel like. Having consumed the 5th coconut, I finally felt satiated. With my hunger abated, I sat beside the tree roots, leaning against them, and began to ponder. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the surface of the sea, revealing an exquisite beauty. Yet, I found myself devoid of the inclination to admire it. I began to worry. What if no one comes to find me? What if someone arrives and cannot locate me? What if I am trapped here indefinitely? These thoughts gnawed at me, and though I was anxious, I could not help but contemplate. The sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall descended more swiftly than I had anticipated. I had merely pondered a few questions. Now, I'm gripped by fear, uncertain if there are any wild beasts lurking in this place. I am uncertain whether there are spirits lurking here. I am unsure if there exists anything unknown to me in this place. Fear envelopes me, and though I yearn to scream, I dare not raise my voice. I dread the darkness. I fear the obscurity of this unfamiliar locale. It feels as though a gaze is fixed upon me from the shadows. My back chills, despite the beads of sweat trickling down. The thought of someone suddenly tapping me from behind terrifies me. My nerves stretch taut, akin to an elastic band, nearing their breaking point. Perhaps in the next moment, in the very next second, they will snap. Unnerving sounds invade my ears like a haunting melody, incessantly devouring my courage. With all my might, I fixate on the distant sea. I fervently wish for a glimmer of light to emerge, even if it be merely a passing vessel or just a ray of illumination. Yet, I am equally frightened by the prospect of something terrifying materializing within my sight. I remain immobile. Fatigue weighs heavily upon me. Every organ in my body protests against my movements. They all convey their need for respite. Yet, I pay them no heed currently. My mind is the most active. I cannot quell its relentless thoughts. Every horrifying scene I can recall plays on an endless loop within my mind. The more it persists, the greater my fear grows. In the deep of night, the sea breeze chills me to the bone, and I feel as though I might freeze solid. However, I dare not move. I fear that the sound of my movement may attract predatory creatures. Amidst the rustling sound surrounding me, I tremble uncontrollably. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket and was surprised to find the cigarette still there, albeit completely formed for being crushed. The lighter also remained intact. I attempted to light the cigarette, taking a deep drag. The tension in my nerves eased slightly. The cigarette was not overly dry, rather, it retained a certain dampness. Thus, this inhalation yielded little satisfaction, yet it served as a reminder to ignite warmth against the chill. Ultimately, my physical discomfort triumphed over my fear, and I rose to gather the leaves scattered on the ground. At last, I accumulated a sufficient amount of twigs and leaves, though my clothes had become soaked with cold sweat. After consolidating the dry kindling, I finally succeeded in igniting a fire. Leaning against the trunk of a coconut tree, my heart found a measure of solace in the flickering glow of the flames. However, I still dared not gaze into the surrounding darkness of the forest, fearful of encountering something terrifying. As I fixated on the dancing flames, a wave of drowsiness enveloped me. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, a sudden clap startled me awake. I gasped, feeling as though my heart could scarcely bear the shock. My breath quickened, adrenaline surging to unprecedented heights. Gritting my teeth, I turned to look behind me, my hands clenching into fists. Fear could not extinguish my desire for survival. Silence enveloped me, shrouded in darkness. Nothing revealed itself. I glanced down at the spot where I had been leaning against the coconut tree, and a self-deprecating smile escaped at my lips, alleviating much of my earlier anxiety. Originally, the place I leaned against was graced by a branch that lay quietly nearby. A tea must have fallen from the grand tree beside the coconut palm. Following the fright I had just experienced, my drowsiness vanished entirely. Although my heart continued to race with fervor, the grip of fear dissipated somewhat. Before long, a sharp pain gripped my abdomen, akin to the jarring sensation of a power drill. My intestines were filled with the sounds of air churning, a cacophony of gurgles echoing within me. I sought refuge in a slight depression near the campfire, where I endeavored to relieve myself. Little did I know, this was merely the onset of my torment. In a mere span of minutes, I found myself succumbing to the urge 5 times. The relentless cycle overwhelmed my already weary form, causing me to collapse onto the ground. A wave of weakness washed over me, rendering me utterly incapacitated. I could scarcely move a finger. I silently pleaded for the ordeal to cease. If it were to continue, I feared I might soon meet my maker. Perhaps I had indulged in too many coconuts, I mused. It appeared that my first task upon dawn would be to seek fresh water otherwise. How could I endure until rescuers arrived? This day stretched interminably before me, and as the horizon began to brighten, I finally succumbed to sleep. Chapter 2. The next day, a choice between life and death once again awakened by hunger. I found myself in a state of unrest after a night of insufficient sleep, my head throbbing painfully. Yet, I could not afford the luxury of inaction. The battle between my mind and body waged on for what felt like an eternity until I finally mustered the strength to rise. The campfire had long extinguished, and I began to survey my surroundings in search of fresh water. The thought of consuming coconuts again filled me with trepidation, reserved only for dire circumstances. My intentions were straightforward: to find an elevated vantage point to comprehend the environment around me. Climbing trees was not an option, so my only choice was the distant rocky hill, which appeared to tower several meters high. Navigating through the forest proved to be exceedingly arduous, far exceeding my expectations. The dense undergrowth of vines hindered my progress, leaving my hands marred with several cuts as I struggled to clear a path. The frustration was palpable. Yet an unexpected discovery momentarily lifted my spirits. Within a small depression lay an abundance of plants with enormous leaves, upon which the mist had condensed into glistening droplets of dew. This serendipitous find was as enticing to me as any past delicacy. Carefully, I cupped the leaves in my hands and gently lowered my head to sip one of the crystalline drops. A sound of satisfaction escaped my lips as I savored the sweetness of the dew. Before long, the dew transformed into the energy propelling me forward. As I pushed through the thick foliage, I noticed that the sun was no longer directly overhead. It was at that moment that a realization struck me, compelling me to halt my progress and contemplate the implications. After such an arduous journey, I have yet to even reach the foot of the mountain. At this pace, it seems that before I can arrive at my destination, darkness will envelop the land. Should I retreat or press on? These two thoughts swirl and tangle in my mind. To be frank, I am quite reluctant to traverse this accursed forest by night. Yet, should I choose not to venture forward, I would only face the grim fates of dehydration or succumbing to thirst, or perhaps even perish from excessive coconut water consumption. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fear, and I resolved to continue onward. As the dim light of dusk descended, I finally emerged from the forest. Before me lay the expansive foothills of the mountain, and I decided that I would not proceed any further. I intended to spend the night here. Amidst the forest, I gathered an abundance of dry twigs and leaves, easily igniting a campfire beside the precipice of the foothill. Lying down, I felt a profound numbness enveloping me, even as insects crawled upon my nose. I lacked the strength to shoo them away. The corporeal reality of my being was unmistakable. No sooner had I settled down than I became acutely aware of my thirst, hunger, and pain. They conspired to compel me to rise, urging me to forge ahead. Yet, I chose to shut my eyes. Suddenly, a splash. I jolted upright. It seemed I had heard something fall into the water, a sound so clear. To validate my suspicion, I stilled my breath, striving to remain utterly silent. Save for the crackling of the fire, the wait felt interminable. I heard no further echoes of the sound I had anticipated. Disappointment washed over me. Surely, it was mere auditory hallucination. I murmured to myself, no wonder they say that when hope shatters, one's spirits plummet into the abyss. I believe my current mood can be encapsulated in this sentiment. I even began to ponder whether it might be more bearable to succumb to the depths without that wooden plank. Once negative thoughts take root, they become inescapable. These musings have shaken my will to survive. I cannot allow this. I shook my head, yet it proved futile. The splash this time resonated even more clearly than before. I heard it distinctly, enough to discern that it originated from my right side. In a surge of excitement, I grasped a burning branch and sprinted towards the sound. Indeed, I was running, fueled by exhilaration. I could feel my heart racing, and, almost instinctively, my salivation increased. As I rounded the rocks on my right, I was momentarily frozen in disbelief. I truly beheld water. Trembling, I extended the almost extinguished branch towards it, fearful that it might be a stagnant pool. Stagnant water is undrinkable. Its bacteria would surely spell my doom. However, what unfolded next made me leap with joy. I witnessed a spring bubbling forth from the mountainside. This small pool was scarcely a foot deep. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed forward and began to gulp down the precious liquid. I drank until I could no longer muster the energy to move. In an instant, I was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was the water I had yearned for, and at last, I had tasted it. At that moment, my branch was completely extinguished. Another splash echoed, and aside from a brief jolt of surprise and a fleeting tremor of my heart, I felt no fear. Instead, I was compelled to discern what had fallen, granting me this newfound life. Beneath the dim moonlight, I retrieved a red object that floated upon the surface of the water. In the dim light, I discerned its form. It appeared to be a fruit, though unfamiliar to me. Gazing upward, I observed a tree laden with these fruits suspended above the pool. The saliva welling in my mouth urged me to savor it. It felt as though my teeth had long been idle. Thus, I opened my mouth. The craving was simply irresistible. I bit into it, the juices flowing down my chin. Sweet, crisp, and succulent. Utterly delectable. Even if it were poisonous, I would indulge to my heart's content, I mused. Discarding the rotten ones, I managed to gather 13 of these fruits. This pleased me greatly. Returning to the campfire, I consumed the fruits while replenishing the fire. A sense of profound contentment washed over me. Even the feeling of dread had vanished. Perhaps it was time to formulate a plan. Of course, this would necessitate a reconnaissance of the summit. My current concern was that the rescue team might not locate me. While I was lost in thought, the dozen or so fruits had been unconsciously devoured, and fatigue began to creep in once more. Overhead, birds or bats occasionally flitted by. Nighttime was the domain of hunters, but I had already drifted into slumber. I dreamt that I had transformed into a successful individual, arm in arm with my dream woman. I was attending a soiree. The dazzling array of delicacies and the diverse selection of wines captivated me. For some inexplicable reason, I released my companion's hand and lunged toward the food and drink, devouring them voraciously. What's wrong? She asked with concern. Nothing. I'm just eating. I'm so hungry. But you're eating insects. Ah. I discovered that the food in my hands had transformed into wriggling insects, which startled me into casting it aside. Of course, this was merely a dream. Awakened by fear, I took several deep breaths, gazing into the surrounding darkness, illuminated only by the flickering campfire, before drifting back into slumber. Chapter 3. The delectable grilled fish in the storm today. I rose early, eager to ascend the mountain's peak. However, just moments ago, while quenching my thirst at the water's edge, I stumbled upon a cave. Though its entrance was cloaked in moss and marked by what appeared to be water stains, I felt a sense of security in the thought of spending the night within its confines. Miraculously, my headache had dissipated, my hunger had vanished, and my thirst had been quenched, all thanks to the 18 delectable fruits I had consumed in one sitting this morning. Yes. I had knocked them down using a stick. I bound the excess with vines, and with these hard-won fruits hanging from me, I began my search for a gentle slope on the rocky mountain. As I finally located a slope that was not overly steep, I was met with yet another dilemma. A thick blanket of dark clouds rolled in, plunging the sky into shadow. Ultimately, I had no choice but to abandon my plans to reach the summit. Fortunately, I had discovered that cave. Before the rain began to pour, I gathered an abundance of dry leaves and branches and brought them inside. Passing by the pool, I was astonished to find numerous fish swimming in schools, each about the length of a finger. This sight undeniably rekindled my appetite, as my mouth felt parched as if it were a bird's beak. After catching 5 or 6 of them, the torrential rain descended, accompanied by a fierce wind. Despite my swift retreat into the cavern, I was thoroughly drenched. I retrieved the small fish and gently compressed their bellies. They writhed and struggled, their tails slapping against my hand in a desperate attempt to escape. Alas, I murmured, such is the way of nature. I have no choice. Thereupon, I gutted each of the small fish, impaling them one by one upon a skewer of wood, and set them to roast by the fire. Verily, my previous indulgences in barbecues were not in vain. Within mere moments, the pair of fish I held in my hand transformed from emitting a raw, fishy odor to exuding a tantalizing aroma. Outside, the rain was torrential, filling my ears with the sound of its assault upon the leaves, punctuated by the snapping of branches. Fortunately, my cavern appeared to be sheltered from the wind. Inside, the air was remarkably warm, with nary a draught to be felt. The moisture within the fish, subjected to the searing heat of the flames, dripped onto the burning twigs, hissing and vaporizing in an instant. The fragrant scent, carried upon the rising heat, wafted into my nostrils. Hiss, whoosh, I inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. My stomach was already clamoring for sustenance. The subtle scent of char mingled with the increasingly potent aroma of the fish. It should be ready, I reminded myself. I blew rapidly upon the still steaming fish. Saliva pooled in my mouth, forcing me to swallow repeatedly. At last, the temperature of the fish subsided. I took a bite. Fragrant. How can I articulate it? It should possess a crisp exterior and a tender interior, the unique aroma of the fish enveloping my senses, melting and dispersing upon my palate. How exquisite it was. With my eyes shut in bliss, I savored every morsel. In my excitement, I devoured an entire fish in one gulp, surprisingly reminiscent of mackerel. The texture was delightfully springy, leaving a lingering fragrance between my teeth. I was utterly defeated by the delectable grilled fish, my mouth working rapidly to chew, even grinding down all the bones before swallowing them whole. Meanwhile, my hands were unceasing, preparing another fish for grilling. I flipped and adjusted it, ensuring that every inch was embraced by the fiery heat. Thankfully, my previous experiences with barbecuing gave me confidence. Before long, I had grilled several small fish, all of which disappeared into my stomach. After those little fish, fruits became my only choice for satiation. I must admit, now that I was full, my assessment of the grilled fish was more objective. The flavor was somewhat too mild. A hint of pepper or cumin, or even just a sprinkle of salt, would have sufficed. Such insatiable cravings I possess. Outside the cave, the rain intensified, the thunderous sounds inducing a sense of anxiety within me. I approached the entrance and peered outside. The wild winds were ruthlessly battering the trees, various leaves and branches soaring rapidly through the air. I thought I glimpsed a few small dark figures darting among the woods. In the distance, the coconut trees bent at an alarming 60 degrees. In such weather, it seemed unlikely anyone would come searching for me. I sighed in disappointment, continuing to idly warm myself by the fire. My name is Wang Jun. A single man of modest means, a salesperson for a publicly listed company. Due to my outstanding performance, the company arranged for me a luxurious cruise journey. Initially, I had no intention of going, but just before that, my girlfriend expressed her disdain for my financial struggles and inability to purchase a home, ultimately leaving me quietly. Thus, 3 years of our relationship came to an abrupt end. In search of solace, I could only allow my colleagues to temporarily take over my clients and embarked on a cruise journey. I vividly remember the day I boarded the ship, the joyful smiles of my colleagues, until that fateful day when I witnessed them one by one plunge into the sea, struggling and sinking. A wave of melancholy washed over me. Sighing, I shook my head, attempting to dismiss the thoughts. The relentless storm outside showed no signs of abating. A wave of fatigue enveloped me, and I gradually succumbed to sleep. Time slipped away, and in my dream, I felt as though someone had seized me by the throat, rendering me breathless. A pungent odor of earth invaded my nostrils. Coughing, I awoke. As I opened my eyes, a chill of terror gripped me. I found myself submerged in murky water, with a continuous influx of water rushing in through an opening. The sound of cascading water from outside echoed like a death knell, leaving my limbs cold and paralyzed with fear. This was my first thought. I am going to drown. Reality proved to be unforgiving. No sooner had that thought crossed my mind than the influx of water accelerated dramatically. Before I could react, a torrent surged in, filling the entire cavern. The force of the water hurled me against the inner wall of the cave. My back slammed against the surface, nearly suffocating me. Of course, I was already struggling to breathe. Yet, I fought desperately for survival. I had no time for complaints. A singular thought consumed me. Fortunately, just as I felt my lungs nearing explosion, I emerged from the depths. Before I had the chance to break the surface and inhale a breath of air, a more powerful current swept me away. As I struggled against the flow, I finally managed to raise my head above the water, gasping for air, and the explosive sensation in my chest subsided. However, the current offered me little respite, and before long, I was thrust back into the depths. My instinct for survival compelled me to continue my fight. Suddenly, with a jolt, I collided with a solid object. Still reeling from the pain, I instinctively clung to it. It appeared to be a log, and with the buoyancy of the water, I finally hoisted my body above the surface. Yet, the scene before my eyes left me utterly astonished. Chapter 4. The fourth day. A grueling ascent the previous night was the most agonizing experience of my life. No one could have anticipated that I spent the night clinging to a tree. Rather, I had succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. Beneath me, the ground had transformed into a swirling river, and my cave had been submerged beneath its relentless flow. Furthermore, the water hole from which I had quenched my thirst was no longer visible, obscured by the raging waters. All that remained were the fruit trees above, with only a branch remaining in sight. However, in the midst of misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. This tree was not particularly thick, and the vine I had used to hang my fruits ultimately saved my life. It was with this vine that I secured myself to the log. Beyond that moment, I lost all awareness, unable to discern whether I had fallen asleep or merely fainted. I do not know the name of this vine, but I am profoundly grateful to it, for the immense current did not wash it away. It held steadfast, preserving our lives. I now find myself only about 3 meters above the ground, a height that is, in truth, not very lofty. For me, yesterday was undoubtedly akin to an abyss of torment. Now, the rain has ceased, and the fierce winds have long departed. The sun bathes my back in infinite warmth. The area beneath the trees has transformed into a babbling brook, extending endlessly before my gaze. It is no wonder that the cave entrance from yesterday was enshrouded in moss. It seems this place was destined to be a stream. My negligence proved to be a fatal oversight, leaving me with lingering trepidation. This incident has laid bare my lack of experience, revealing the necessity for greater vigilance in the future. As I untangled the vines, I cautiously embraced the tree trunk and slid down. Yet, the moment I stepped into the stream, I was suddenly plunged in. I had not realized that after such a prolonged period, blood circulation in my lower limbs had faltered, rendering them numb. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, I struggled to extricate myself from the current. Once again, I found myself perilously close to death. Lying on the ground, I gasped for breath, my heart racing with fear. The water that had invaded my nostrils left me in utter discomfort, my throat filled with the taste of mud, and the sensation of foreign intrusion deep within my nose was excruciatingly painful. I now found myself once more surrounded by helplessness, soreness, and hunger, All the fruits I had gathered yesterday had been swept away, leaving not a single one behind. With a prayer, I extended my trembling hand toward my pocket. Ah! My hand quivered with anxiety. I feared the lighter had also been carried away. Fortunately, it remained, and this discovery lifted my spirits immensely. The cigarettes had been washed away. But had the lighter been lost as well, I feared I would not have been able to endure such a blow. Thankfully, it was still with me. This invigorated me instantly. Although I yearned to lie down and rest, I resolutely forbade myself that indulgence. I was determined to ascend the mountain swiftly to comprehend the situation. The seemingly level path was fraught with challenges that rendered my journey excruciating. Loose stones caused me to stumble numerous times. After last night's torrential rains, the summit was besieged by falling rocks, narrowly escaping peril on several occasions. However, this time, misfortune did not shadow me. As the sun began its descent, I exhausted my last reserves of strength to reach the pinnacle. Indeed, I had to crawl. In those final few hundred meters, I was unable to stand. The muscles in my legs pulsated like engines. I gasped for air, feeling as if I were standing on a high plateau where the atmosphere was thin. Moreover, I must say, the sun was scorching. It felt as though every drop of moisture in my body had evaporated. My exposed skin was seared by the relentless rays, causing a sharp sting. Ultimately, I had no choice but to inch my way upward. Regardless, I had finally made it, and my heart surged with exhilaration. The summit was remarkably barren, devoid of trees, save for a few resilient shrubs. I lay there for what felt like several minutes, perhaps even hours. At last, I gathered the strength to rise. A flock of unknown birds, startled by my sudden presence, took flight. The mountaintop was roughly the size of a football field, its uneven terrain making movement exceedingly difficult. Finally, I arrived at the apex of a massive boulder. Indeed, this was an island. Though I had mentally prepared myself, the realization struck me profoundly. How I longed for this place to be a part of the mainland, granting me the opportunity to venture forth. Yet, reality strikes like a hammer, shattering the mirror of my hopes with ease. I turned several times, gaining a fundamental understanding of my surroundings. I beheld the spot where I had landed. A narrow stretch of beach lay before me. Behind the beach, a forest stood, the very one I had traversed earlier, filled with coconut palms and other unfamiliar trees. On the opposite side, a similar scene unfolded, but I noticed a river meandering through the woods, ultimately merging with the sea. The trees around me were so dense that I could hardly discern anything, save for the distant azure ocean. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky crimson, I was jolted into awareness. It was time for me to seek a place to spend the night. I imagined that I would never again sleep in a cave. At least now, I was free from the dilemma of ascending or descending the mountain. I lacked the strength to descend further, compelled instead to stay the night here. As fate would have it, just after I descended the boulder, I discovered a concave space beneath it, approximately 2 people wide. Upon inspection, I found the area to be quite dry. It seemed I had resolved my sleeping arrangements for the night, and I was rather content with my find. Fortune smiled upon me once more as I stumbled upon some dried vines. Although they had been washed by last night's torrential rain, the sun had since dried them considerably. At least, that was the impression I gathered by touch. With no food available, I had no choice but to quench my thirst from a puddle. At this moment, I found myself devoid of options. All I sought was to sustain my life until the moment someone might come to search for me. In this instant, a wave of anger surged within me. The seemingly desiccated vines appeared thoroughly moist within, rendering them utterly incapable of ignition. The sky had succumbed to darkness, leaving me no opportunity to search for alternative kindling. In a desperate act, I tore a piece from my worn trousers, as my fear of the dark was overwhelming. I doubted my ability to slumber in such obscurity. Fortunately, the flames ultimately heeded my silent pleas and ignited. I arranged the damp twigs around the fire, hoping they would catch before the vines consumed themselves. In the end, fortune smiled upon me, and the pyre blazed to life. As the flames danced, my heart began to find solace. Lying beneath the stone, I could still behold the twinkling stars above. Gazing at them, I, wearied beyond measure, succumbed to slumber. Chapter 5. A surprising delight. Ha ha ha. I was filled with joy. To my astonishment, a casual stroll through the thicket yielded a bountiful discovery of bird eggs, 12 in total. Finally, sustenance was within reach, and I was elated. The embers of the fire still glowed warmly. With utmost care, I nestled the bird eggs into the ashes and covered them with the crackling twigs. Then, I began to wait with fervent anticipation my throat's rhythmic movements betraying the tedium of the wait. At last, I heard the delightful sound of eggshells cracking. I excitedly grasped a twig and cleared away the ashes. Before me lay a mottled bird egg. After blowing on it for some time, it was finally cool enough to handle. My imagination ran wild with visions of the tender whites and soft yolk within. Swiftly, I peeled away the remaining shell, eagerly shoving the smooth egg into my mouth. At that moment, a peculiar expression crossed my face. As I approached my mouth, a foul odor suddenly assailed my senses, causing me to nearly retch. The stench surged into my nostrils, directly ascending to the crown of my head. Ugh! Finally, unable to contain myself, I let out a dry heave. I gently placed the bird egg down, and the repugnant smell began to dissipate. This must be a rotten egg, I thought. Reluctantly, I brought my hand, still clutching the egg, to my nose and inhaled softly. The same horrid scent lingered. This was undoubtedly a foul egg. Infuriated, I picked up the offensive object and hurled it away with force. Watching its trajectory fade into the distance, my irritation gradually subsided. I rummaged for a second egg. This time, I paused to sniff it first. Ah, delightful. The aroma was reminiscent of freshly baked bread. Swiftly, I peeled away the flawless shell of the egg, revealing the smooth, pristine white within. A culinary delight. I couldn't help but exclaim. The springy texture and delicate flavor created a harmonious fusion in my mouth, ultimately merging into my stomach. Blissful satisfaction enveloped me, nearly bringing me to tears. What pleased me even more was the realization that all the remaining eggs were good. Before long, I had devoured them all. I wasn't overly full, but my stomach felt significantly more at ease. I lay back to rest. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet in excitement, leaping out from behind the stone. There it was. I saw it. A plane in the sky, albeit just a faint silhouette. I jumped and waved my arms, shouting loudly, "Hey! Hey! Is anyone searching for me? Can you see me?" A series of questions emerged in my mind. I leaped and bounded atop the mountain, praying that someone would discover me. As I watched them transform into mere black dots, gradually fading into the horizon, my heart sank once more into despair. I felt anguish, discomfort, and profound solitude. Despite my previous yearning to escape the confines of urban life, envious of the idyllic existence of gathering chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence and leisurely gazing upon the southern mountains, I now realized that such a life was beyond my reach. If only I could depart immediately. Yet perhaps, the opportunity has slipped away. From the mountaintop, I gazed out over the expansive sea, its surface tranquil and devoid of any blemish. Certainly, there were no ships in sight, as I had hoped. The sudden crack of a brittle twig beneath my foot drew my attention. Contemplating it, an idea abruptly sparked in my mind, and I felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through me. I began to gather the dark brown twigs, including the deep-hued vines and thorns. Time slipped away as I diligently collected these materials. Not enough. I shook my head at the pile before me and resumed my search. From midday until sunset, I toiled tirelessly in my endeavor, pausing only to drink from a puddle. I did not rest. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I surveyed the substantial mound of dead branches and vines I had amassed, nodding in satisfaction. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, I realized I needed to act swiftly. Finally, just before darkness enveloped the sky, I completed my project. Gazing at my creation, I felt immense pride swell within me, and I smiled like a child. I pondered that if an aircraft should pass overhead tomorrow, I might be able to witness it. I envisioned my colossal SOS, crafted from branches, awaiting recognition. The absence of hope threatens to transform me into a mere shell of a man. In the depths of darkness, I kindle a fire, collapsing beneath a massive boulder. Today feels peculiar. Unlike the prior days when exhaustion claimed me to slumber, I find myself restless. Despite shifting through countless positions, sleep eludes me. A torrent of thoughts surges through my mind, pressing upon me with a force that feels nearly explosive. Should I construct a small vessel? What if I could escape? Perhaps I ought to traverse the island first. There might be unexpected discoveries awaiting me. If all else fails, swimming away could be an option. An array of ideas floods my consciousness, rendering my thoughts paralyzed. It is, in a way, quite absurd. I am acutely aware of my innermost thoughts. Yet my mind refuses to settle, instead bustling with incessant suggestions. This is the very reason I cannot find rest. Even with my eyes shut, thoughts materialize before me. So vividly tangible, they seem within reach. Only my reason persistently refutes each notion, striving to suppress the chaos of ideas. The inability to sleep, coupled with gnawing hunger, compels me to rise. It seems futile to remain in bed. I entwine a vine around a thicker branch and ignite it in the fire. I venture outside, hoping to stumble upon sustenance, with a particular yearning for bird eggs. The mountaintop at night is enveloped in silence, the sea breeze brushing against me. A gentle chill in the air. I inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. The cool air circulated within me, and I felt myself gradually regaining composure. I must admit, fortune was indeed on my side. I had discovered a tree laden with a dense profusion of fruit, illuminated by the torchlight in my hand. These fruits emanated an alluring sheen, golden, spherical, and seemingly bursting with succulent juice. Reason cautioned against consumption, yet I found myself unable to resist. One was already in my mouth, crushed by my teeth, masticated and swallowed. Bitter, acidic, and thoroughly unpalatable, yet abundant in its juiciness. Upon finishing, a unique, refreshing aroma lingered in my mouth. Acceptable, I mused. Superior to imbibing rainwater from a puddle. Lost in a mechanical rhythm, I continued to pluck the fruit and deliver it to my mouth, consuming an indeterminate quantity. At last, I emitted a contented belch, sated and gratified. My eyelids grew heavy. Perhaps, on the morrow, I should venture down the mountain to explore. This locale was hardly an ideal habitat. This was my final thought before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 6. Day 6. Shelter construction. The morning temperature was exquisitely agreeable. Throughout my journey, I experienced no sensation of weariness. Today, I would proceed to the other side of the mountain, for from the summit, I had observed a small river traversing the entirety of the forest. Navigating the forest's depths proved exceedingly challenging, a fact I had anticipated upon my arrival. Consequently, I endeavored to advance along the forest's perimeter. Abruptly, a dark silhouette darted across my path not far ahead, startling me profoundly. Alas, I failed to discern its nature. This incident served as a stark reminder. To encounter a ferocious beast unarmed would be a dire predicament. My heart found a modicum of reassurance. I proceeded along the path, enveloped in a sense of trepidation. The dense canopy obscured the light, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps in the leaves. A profound silence enveloped me, broken only by the gentle rustle of damp leaves beneath my feet. A chill crept into my heart, when suddenly, a sharp cry startled me. It was merely a bird in flight. As the sun reached its zenith, I found myself at the summit, gazing down at the riverbank. The water flowed steadily, meandering towards the distant sea. Schools of fish, densely packed, struggled valiantly against the current. My excitement surged. These fish were enormous, larger than both my hands combined. Yet, hunger did not compel me, and I continued my journey along the river. My choice proved wise, for as I neared the coastline, I stumbled upon a clearing. This space was not particularly vast, measuring perhaps 200 or 300 square meters. What thrilled me was its gentle elevation, devoid of towering trees, resembling an inverted pot resting upon the earth. To the right of the clearing stood several fruit trees, identical to those I had encountered by the small pond earlier. Food, water, and open space. There was no reason for me to decline this opportunity. I resolved to construct my shelter here with my own hands. The first task at hand was to gather materials, as I wished to avoid collecting dry leaves, which would attract insects. I was weary of lying upon the filthy ground, having awoken several times to brush off small bugs that had settled upon me. Within the forest, I selected several branches as thick as my arm, each over a meter long. After stacking them in the center of the clearing, I ventured further afield in search of vines. I also dragged over a few fallen trees that had met their demise. Subsequently, I commenced my construction. I inserted several branches, roughly the thickness of an arm, into the small pits I had dug, each approximately 20 centimeters deep. Then, I covered them with soil and compacted it firmly. The final arrangement of the branches took on this form. Every two intertwined, securely anchored in the ground, creating a total of 4 interwoven combinations that formed a rectangular shape. I then placed 2 small trees atop the interlaced branches. I attempted to sit down, and the branches held firm. Perfect. Although it was merely a prototype, I felt a sense of satisfaction. I could envision myself reclining upon it once completed. However, I still required more branches to lay horizontally across the small trees. While branches were plentiful, those of a similar thickness were scarce. After searching for a considerable time without much success, I resolved to be less particular. I arranged the collected branches, binding them with vines for reinforcement. A rudimentary bed began to take shape. With 4 legs firmly embedded in the ground and the 2 small trees supporting the structure above, with the branches I had laid in between. Gently, I lifted my legs and reclined upon it. There was a creak. Thankfully, it did not collapse, and I felt pleased, especially since it was my first attempt. Admittedly, it was somewhat rigid and uneven, which might become uncomfortable after a prolonged period. Nevertheless, at least I was elevated above the ground. I contemplated finding something softer to lay upon it. Ideally, I envisioned dry hay, but none could be found here. There were also the enormous leaves of coconut trees. Yet I was disinclined to climb for them. It seemed a waste of time. Ultimately, I had no choice but to opt for the leaves of the thorny saplings, as they were relatively easy to obtain. In no time at all, I had gathered a substantial bundle of leaves. Once again, I reclined, surrounded by a multitude of leaves that edged away, rustling softly as they fell. I felt much better. In the midst of my busyness, time seemed to slip away swiftly. Before I knew it, the sun was on the verge of setting, which stirred a sense of urgency within me. I dashed to the riverbank and leapt into the shallow waters, immersing myself up to my calves, and lowered my head to gulp down the refreshing liquid. The water was shallow, yet teeming with fish. They were undeterred by my presence, gliding past my legs as they swam upstream. I fancied that I could easily catch a few, but reality proved my assumption gravely mistaken. The force of their movements was formidable, and several times they collided with my face, causing me considerable pain. Ultimately, however, I managed to capture an unfortunate fish. At first, I believed it to be a salmon, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was an unfamiliar species. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as it was edible, there was no need for further contemplation. With determined hands, I deftly opened the fish's belly, removing all its entrails and rinsing it clean in the river. I then speared it with a stick. The fish was sizable, requiring an extended roasting time. Droplets of oil were coaxed out by the intense heat, accompanied by a sizzling sound that wafted delightful aromas toward me. At last, the fish was ready. Its flavor was mediocre, yet the flesh was plentiful, albeit rather bland. Lately, the absence of salty flavors had left me feeling rather unwell, to the extent that I contemplated sipping a few mouthfuls of seawater. It seemed that salt could indeed be addictive. I resolved to find something savory to enjoy tomorrow as I savored the fish. After finishing the meal, I supplemented it with a few fruits, feeling completely satiated. Lying on this newly constructed bed, I experienced a sense of discomfort. I began to loathe the night. Today, I experienced an overwhelming sense of solitude. I longed for someone to converse with. This loneliness enveloped me, rendering me as if I were adrift in a vacuum, struggling to breathe. Perhaps I should consider adding a roof above this bed, I suddenly thought. Yes, a fence should be erected around this vicinity, even if it consists merely of wooden stakes. Additionally, shadows flitting through the woods perplexed me. I could discern only a silhouette, yet I was certain it was no small creature, roughly the size of a fawn. I surmised. Aside from a few exceedingly exhausting days, my mind becomes exceptionally active at night. The more my thoughts wander, the deeper my sense of isolation and helplessness grows. My musings are fantastical and offer no solace for my current predicament. I fear I may be on the brink of insomnia. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. They must still be searching for me. Yet, deep down, I know they will not find me. Amidst these thoughts, I eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon drifting off, I awoke once, sensing a shadow nearby. However, when I startled awake and sat up, I discovered nothing amiss. Chapter 7. The Seventh Day. Resolving urgent needs, the excursion to the seaside proved fruitful. I unearthed numerous items: plastic bottles, tattered shoes, discarded fishing nets, and even aluminum cans. Regardless of their current utility, anything crafted by human hands has been transported to my shelter. At present, my primary need is salt. However, I am at a loss as to how to procure it. I am aware of the process of sun-drying salt, yet the particulars elude me, which causes me considerable distress. Furthermore, over the past few days, I have frequently felt dizzy and nauseous, uncertain if it is a consequence of lacking salt. After all, the sweat I have exuded has left a substantial white stain upon my back. Ah yes, a sudden recollection struck me, prompting a vigorous pat on my forehead. How could I have forgotten such a thing? In my excitement, I divested myself of my tattered trousers and garments, scrubbing them clean in the seawater. After allowing them to become saturated, I draped them over sun-drenched branches. I surmised that this endeavor should yield some salt. However, not being one to place all my hopes in a single venture, I resolved to explore every conceivable method. Thus, I embarked on my second scheme, to ascertain the feasibility of solar evaporation. On the beach, far from the reach of the tide, I excavated a sizable pit, roughly the dimensions of a table, painstakingly carving it out bit by bit. Subsequently, I fashioned a small channel along the pit's edge, intending to divert seawater for exposure to the sun, with the hope of extracting salt. However, my efforts were soon thwarted. Attempting to channel water across the sandy expanse proved futile, as the water rapidly percolated into the ground. Frustrated by the expenditure of so much effort and time, I vented my displeasure by kicking the excavated sand with considerable force, scattering it far and wide. Fortunately, I had a third stratagem, to attempt to boil seawater and see if I could distill some salt. However, I lacked a suitable vessel. Using a soda can seem inadequate due to its limited capacity. As I pondered, time slipped by swiftly, observing the sun approaching its zenith through the coconut trees. A brilliant solution for a container suddenly dawned on me. Coconuts. However, opening them proved to be arduous, necessitating the acquisition of a larger, sharper stone than the one I had used on the first day. However, as is often the case, in times of dire need, one finds oneself unable to locate such an item. I currently resonate deeply with this sentiment. Indeed, I have searched for quite some time, yet I have not discovered a suitable stone. With no alternative, I must attend to other matters this afternoon. Thus, I can only choose to gather the sun-baked garments and the enormous coconut. Upon returning to the open space of the shelter, I consumed several fruits. The leaves on the bed have changed color and appear rather dry. Lying upon them now should afford a greater comfort than before. Yet, I find myself burdened with more pressing matters, leaving me no time to pry open that coconut. The shadow I encountered in the woods, the very one that startled me awake in the dead of night, has occupied my thoughts throughout the day. Therefore, I must devise a solution today, at the very least to secure some peace of mind. I continued to gather dry branches, especially those of considerable length, for I intended to construct a fence around my sleeping area. Once I commenced this task, I realized the magnitude of the undertaking. I had removed every branch within approximately a meter's radius. The absurdity of it all is that I had only completed half of the fence. To fulfill this task, I would need to find an equal number of branches, a feat I deemed utterly unattainable. Consequently, I resorted to encircling the areas devoid of branches with vines. Yet, I remained unsatisfied. The sense of security I desired was still elusive. Thus, I excavated several holes in the gaps of the vines, burying sharp branches deep within the ground. Additionally, I hung the collected aluminum cans in the center of the vines. Any creature that brushes against the vines will trigger an audible alert. For safety, I've propped the vines up to a height of approximately 20 centimeters with branches. I reasoned that if a creature is less than 20 centimeters in stature, it poses no credible threat to me. It's the unknown entities that I dread. This uncertainty is undoubtedly the source of my apprehension. Having completed this task, twilight began to descend gradually. Before complete darkness enveloped the area, I ventured once more to the riverbank. It had been an age since I last partook of boiled water. I stood an aluminum can upright amidst the bonfire, where it was soon engulfed in flames. Wisps of steam emanated from the can's opening. At long last, I could drink without trepidation. After cooling, the water, which had been boiling for the better part of an hour, was consumed in a few hasty gulps. Just then, I detected the resonant drone of an aircraft. They've arrived. They're here to rescue me. It must be them. In my exhilaration, I impulsively tossed the can aside. There was indeed an aircraft in the sky, its tail lights blinking rhythmically. I pursued the aircraft's trajectory with abandon, waving and gesticulating wildly. "I'm here. Please, rescue me," I bellowed. Despite its increasing distance and altitude, I persisted in my pursuit. Reason dictates that it was likely a commercial airliner in transit, and that any rescue attempt would likely involve a helicopter or vessel. Yet, I refused to concede this, clinging to the hope of discovery and rescue, unwilling to dismiss any possibility. Now, the aircraft has once again vanished into the distance, plunging my spirits to new depths. I am at a loss to explain why. Just as I begin to forget, I am reminded to await deliverance, only to have that hope extinguished in the end. Today, I spent a considerable amount of time calming my emotions. My garments, having endured a day under the relentless sun and the scorching heat of the fire, are now entirely dry. As I retrieved my clothes, a series of white traces appeared before me. With a gentle shake, a few white granules fell away. A sign of success. Remarkably, I had achieved it. I licked my fingertip and picked up several of these white granules from the ground, placing them upon my tongue. As they melted and dissolved, an exhilarating wave coursed through me. Salt, I mused, can indeed be so delightful. I longed for more salt. envisioning the prospect of preserving some fish or meat, a contingency for potential food shortages. Yet, I admit my thoughts are racing ahead. I have only succeeded in one method thus far, and the yield from this sun-drying technique is disappointingly low. I doubt this scant harvest will suffice for my daily needs. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to try another method. Chapter 9. The ninth day, a bountiful treasure hunt by the sea yesterday. Fortune was not on my side. I merely wished to gather a few fronds from the coconut palm. Climbing trees is not my forte, yet in an effort to add a roof to my shelter, I ascended. However, while attempting to dislodge a frond with a stone, I inadvertently fell from the tree. Indeed, from several meters above, I tumbled, injuring my leg, which swelled considerably. I remain uncertain if it is fractured. Upon waking today, I found that although my left ankle is still swollen, I managed to rise. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to waste it. This situation was never part of my plan. Today, I must venture to the seaside in search of anything useful. The impact of my foot upon the earth still reverberates with pain. I had presumed the injury to be improved, yet the preceding moment revealed the fallacy of that assumption. The pain is profound, penetrating to the very marrow of my bones. Despite my conscious endeavor to ground my foot firmly, an instinctive recoil compels me to elevate my heel. Deeming it unavoidable, I invested considerable time in locating a branch capable of providing support. Eventually, I once more found myself at the ocean's edge, gazing upon the ceaseless undulation of the tides. I interrogated myself as to the object of my persistence and the motivation behind it. The ultimate resolution was thus a fear of mortality and a desire for survival. I conceded to myself that the exigency of existence is indeed formidable. On numerous occasions, an internal voice has beckoned me to enter the sea, to become integrated within its waters. Nevertheless, I invariably shook my head in negation and departed. My visit to the seaside today was not without its rewards. I discovered a number of valuable items: a travel suitcase, several fragments of dilapidated fishing nets, and a few pieces of splintered wood. There was even a worn-out slipper among the finds. Though meager in quantity, these objects possessed the potential to furnish me with practical utility. Numerous seabirds descended, a reminder that I would have the opportunity to gather seafood. The first specimen to present itself was a starfish, an item I had observed being grilled at barbecue stalls and deemed edible. Approaching a nearby reef, I was astonished to discover oysters, a delicacy of which I am particularly fond. With a frenzy, I seized fragments of rock adjacent to the reef and commenced striking them with vehement force. After a prolonged interval, I managed to secure only 2 specimens, a meager yield indeed. Nevertheless, I considered it a minor triumph. Subsequently, I resumed my exploration around the reef, unearthing several diminutive crabs and a number of small fish. Unexpectedly, I also captured a conger eel, estimated to weigh approximately 1 pound. Reluctantly, I departed from the oyster-laden rocks. Time was of the essence, precluding any further indulgence. Though the delectable treat beckoned, my present circumstances dictated a more prudent course of action, to maximize energy acquisition with minimal expenditure. Moreover, my ignorance of the tidal patterns posed a significant risk. Succumbing to gastronomic temptation could result in being swept away by the encroaching waves. Acknowledging my mortal vulnerability, I resolved to defer the oyster feast to a more opportune moment. Securing my hard-won spoils within the dilapidated suitcase, I trudged towards the sanctuary. As I traversed the coconut grove, a rustling sound emanating from beneath a tree piqued my curiosity. Gently depositing the suitcase, I clutched the makeshift staff, cautiously approaching the source of the disturbance. Sweat beaded on my palms, and my heart raced in anticipation. I dreaded the prospect of encountering some grotesque creature lurking in the shadows. Yet, curiosity, the indomitable vanquisher of fear, propelled me forward. At last, I stood a mere 3 paces from the coconut tree. The rustling ceased, as if acknowledging my presence, heightening my apprehension. Perspiration trickled down my brow. With bated breath, I closed the distance, unveiling the origin of the sound. An enormous spider. Upon closer inspection, its exoskeleton became apparent. This must be a coconut crab, as I had seen on television. Never before had I encountered one of such magnitude. Its body dwarfed even my head, brandishing its massive pincers in a display of dominance. It dared me to approach. I contemplated crushing it with my makeshift staff. However, it was not long before my own naive thoughts were cast aside. My branch was severed by its powerful pincers, yet it continued to hold its head high, brandishing its formidable claws in an attempt to frighten me away. Clearly, it had underestimated my intellect. Ultimately, Amidst the sound of cracking, I emerged victorious. It was heavy, weighing around 10 pounds. Today was destined to be a day of celebration. With such an abundance of food, I would surely indulge until satiated. I propped 2 oysters beside the fire, yearning to savor them raw, but due to my upset stomach, I opted for a brief roasting to ensure they were safe to consume. The starfish was carelessly tossed near the flames. Small crabs and fish were cautiously placed into the aluminum can I had collected 2 days prior, along with the salt I had previously dried. The can warmed rapidly against the fire. The coconut crab was divided into several pieces. Its body rested by the flames while its legs were skewered on branches, angled towards the fire. In addition to these, I had a sea eel, which I had yet to begin roasting as I found myself overwhelmed with tasks. The oysters cooked the fastest. Before long, their shells opened, and the juices within began to bubble. With a gentle swipe of a branch, I revealed the succulent white flesh inside. Swiftly, I extracted the oyster, not waiting for it to cool completely before bringing it to my lips. It was hot, and I exhaled deeply. Yet, soon after, a wave of bliss enveloped my palate. Soft, delicate, mildly sweet, tender, smooth, infused with a hint of the ocean and a subtle saltiness. I relished this sensation. It was simply exquisite. Without hesitation, I devoured the second oyster in a single bite. Having savored the oysters, I was then informed that the starfish, still steaming, was also ready to be consumed. I had never partaken of this creature before, only observed others doing so. Truthfully, its innards appeared somewhat repulsive, an image that would likely be unbearable for those with a sensitivity to clustered patterns. Upon inhaling its aroma, I detected a scent reminiscent of the loamy depths of a forest floor, mingled with decaying foliage. However, its taste upon consumption bore a resemblance to crab roe, albeit with a more pronounced intensity. Subsequently, I indulged in the pièce de resistance of the day, the coconut crab. I was unprepared for the sheer perfection of its flavor. Its flesh was remarkably resilient, with the meat within the legs being particularly delectable. In essence, I found its texture akin to that of crayfish, especially in its satisfying chewiness. It is also worth noting that the broth I had today was impeccable. I could discern a delicate salinity, further enhanced by the addition of small fish and crabs to elevate its savor. This entire pot of broth was swiftly emptied by my hand. Overwhelmed by satiety, I was unable to even sample the conger eel before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 10, Day 10, Tigers in this place? Good heavens, I espied a vibrantly hued creature in the woodlands. Its elongated tail bearing an uncanny resemblance to that of a tiger. How could there be tigers here? I had been observant, and in recent days, I had not encountered any scat from large animals. Indeed, none. I was overcome with trepidation. I located a tree and, using its boughs as footholds, commenced my ascent. Roar. A tiger's roar. I am certain of it. The deep resonance of that vocalization struck my heart with considerable force, causing it to clench sharply. My legs weakened, and I narrowly avoided a precipitous fall. Roar. Another bellow. Closer now, I felt a tightening in my bladder. It must be directly behind me. In my terror, I desperately continued my upward climb. Roar. Another deafening roar reverberated in my ears, causing a distinct throbbing in my eardrums. I distinctly felt an immense claw seize my calf. The sharp sting galvanized me into a more vigorous struggle, my legs flailing wildly as my hands clung tenaciously to the branch, summoning every ounce of strength. I hauled my body upward. I have an aversion to death, but the prospect of being devoured alive is even more horrifying. I doubt anyone could calmly resign themselves to such a gruesome demise. At long last, my chest found purchase on another branch. Just as I sought to regain my composure, the ensuing spectacle nearly shattered my sanity. It was ascending the tree. Its proximity was ever increasing, each advance bringing me a step closer to my doom. I recoiled at the thought of being dragged down. The sensation of its 4-inch teeth piercing flesh, rending muscle, and pulverizing bone sending shivers down my spine. My gaze darted about, seeking an object with which to repel the creature. The branches were all too thick to wield. My only recourse was to kick it with all my might. With a sickening tear, my skin yielded beneath its razor-sharp claws, as easily as a sheet of bean curd being rent asunder. My blood welled up, coalesced, and trickled down, pattering onto its muzzle. I watched aghast. As its jaws snapped shut a few times, a glint of ravenous hunger in its eyes. It quickened its pace. In less than 10 seconds, it would have me. Nay, 5. Was I to simply surrender? Never. Seizing my opportunity, I directed a ferocious kick at its ear as it lowered its head to climb. A direct hit. The force of the blow caused it to shake its head violently. I followed up with another kick. This time, it plummeted from the tree. I beseeched the Almighty, the Divine, the Buddha, imploring for a savior in this dire moment, even if it means persuading this ferocious tiger to abandon its predatory intent. Despite my previous skepticism towards any nebulous belief, as an atheist, I now harbor an intense hope for a glimmer of salvation. I ponder if my prayers have borne fruit. The creature let out a resounding roar, then began to retreat. Gratitude swelled within me. Yet, with another thunderous roar, it charged forth once more. At that moment, a realization struck me, how absurd my earlier thoughts had been. It was not retreating. Rather, it had gained momentum to leap directly at me, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. In mere moments, it was upon me. I yearned to ascend, but found no branches to support me, leaving me with no choice but to venture outward. The tiger swiftly positioned itself on the very branch I occupied. The grim understanding dawned upon me. I was on the verge of becoming its lunch. By tomorrow, my flesh would traverse its digestive system, reduced to mere excrement. Its legs bent gradually, then propelled itself with ferocious strength, soaring towards me. I sensed a heavy impact upon my ear, warmth cascading down my face. My balance faltered, and the world spun disorientingly. With a resounding thud, I plummeted, my back meeting the ground first, struggling to breathe as the air escaped me in ragged gasps. I felt like a heretic awaiting judgment, akin to a delicacy poised for tasting. The tiger's roar reverberated from behind, signaling its readiness to feast. I surmised my neck would be the initial target. Then, a paw descended upon my head, pressing down with considerable force. I attempted to resist. Yet even with the utmost exertion of my arms, I could not displace it by an iota. Despair, frigidity, enveloped me entirely. Damn you, I mentally exclaimed. Make haste. Here. Observe, it is here. My psychological defenses crumbled, and the flame of survival within me was extinguished. I directed my finger towards my throat, vociferously bellowing at the creature. Huffed. Its head drew near, its warm, moist breath assailing my face. I tightly sealed my eyes, my fists clenched with such intensity that my nails pierced my palms. Yet I remained insensible to the pain. It opened its maw, and I detected its fetid breath. Ah! I cried out in agony. It had seized my arm. One foot planted on my forehead, the other on my chest. It vigorously thrashed its head, presumably endeavoring to tear my flesh and bone asunder. My entire musculature trembled, and I realized that I was not as composed as I had believed. I was, in fact, consumed by dread. A snap resounded, and I groaned in anguish. I dared not open my eyes to witness the carnage, the mangled remains of my own body, the bones and flesh being devoured. Yet, I could sense that my arm had been severed from my body. I could feel the blood coursing through my veins, as if discovering an outlet, surging towards the point of dismemberment. Warmth, excruciating pain, numbness. So, this is the sensation of being torn apart. Finally, it lunged for my throat. I was unable to breathe. My trachea must have been ruptured. I perceived that my senses were gradually diminishing, and the pain was receding into the distance. I presume I had perished. Alas! A sound emanated from my throat, and I awoke. The firmament was utterly devoid of light, and I was bereft of any notion as to my whereabouts. I hastily groped about my person, only to discover that I was unscathed. Had I not been devoured by a tiger? Had I not succumbed to death's embrace? Gazing upon the constellations in the nocturnal expanse, I was immersed in profound contemplation. At long last, recollection dawned upon me, and I surmised that a certain entity was the catalyst. From my pocket, I extracted a handful of crimson berries, their hue indiscernible in the gloom. These I had discovered amidst the thickets in the forest this morn. They possessed a delectable sweetness and a glutinous texture. I recall consuming a surfeit of them in rapid succession. Shortly thereafter, my memory became fragmented. It must have been these berries that induced a state of intoxication, conjuring phantasms within my mind. A sense of elation burgeoned within my breast, for I was yet among the living. Exhausted and drenched in perspiration, I succumbed to an overwhelming weariness in the nocturnal abyss, my eyes involuntarily closing as I drifted into a profound slumber. In a hazy reverie, I seemed to perceive something in close proximity, for I fancied I heard the snapping of desiccated twigs beneath its weight, and sensed its breath upon my countenance. Chapter 11. The 11th day, an anomalous rabbit cadaver. I am at a loss as to how to articulate my present emotional state. Despite basking in the sun's radiant glow, I am seized by an icy dread. My thoughts are in disarray, and I am even beginning to question whether I remain ensnared within the throes of a phantasm. The spectacle that confronts me fills me with trepidation. A rabbit's head, solitary and forlorn, lies at my side, its sanguinary odor inciting a violent churning within my stomach. The verdant grass below was suffused with sanguine hues, as myriad insects voraciously devoured the remains. The cadaver was largely consumed, its ribcage entirely absent, and deep tooth marks were etched upon the lacerated flesh. This solitary rabbit's head was merely a few dozen meters from my position. I cannot fathom the mindset of others in such a circumstance, but I confess that I was petrified to the point of imbecility. Perhaps a full 10 minutes, or even longer, elapsed as I stood transfixed. A sudden gust of wind stirred me from my stupor, prompting the realization that I ought to seek some means of defense. However futile, the phantasm of the previous day exerted a profound influence, causing me to envision a tiger upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, the wind served to rouse my senses, and reason began to prevail. It was improbable that a tiger would leave such remnants, as their appetites would not permit such waste. However, the presence of a carnivorous predator was undeniable, conjuring a plethora of thoughts in my mind. A wolf? A leopard? A bear? Or some other unfamiliar beast of prey? Or perhaps there were inhabitants on the island who were demonstrating their power to me. My thoughts raced in various directions. I seized a branch of considerable girth, as I perceived it, and commenced my return to the shelter. I surmised that without adequate preparation, slumber would elude me that night. Mercifully, the sun shone brightly, yet I felt a chilling sensation. The realism of the previous day's vision was such that I constantly anticipated the emergence of a tiger within the forest. A mere twig, dislodged by the wind, snapped, causing me to startle violently. My back was drenched in a cold sweat. I broke into a frenzied run, heedless of the fact that my foot had not fully healed. The wind whispered past my ears. At long last, I arrived at the sanctuary. Exhausted, I lay on the bed for a long while until my breathing began to slow. I must proceed according to plan. The sun has already begun to descend slowly in the west, and the time left to me is dwindling. I began to rise and venture into the woods, gathering any branches I could find. Gathering, piling, repeating incessantly. Subsequently, I commenced my task, one by one. Slightly longer branches were evenly inserted around the perimeter of the bed. I left a gap of only 3 fingers' breadth between each pair. It was not that I did not wish to insert them more densely, for I had tried, but if I inserted them too closely, the branches would be far from sufficient. Next came the vines, of which there were many. Fortunately, these vines, though relatively thick, possessed excellent resilience. I secured one vine at the base of the branches and another above. Any surplus, short branches were inserted into the gaps where the branches were secured. Looking at the completed small fence, I was satisfied. Now my sanctuary had become a small cabin, save for the absence of a roof. However, I immediately conceived an idea. I sought out many more vines, this time nearly emptying the vicinity of them. Previously, there were certainly none within 100 meters. One end of the vines was tied to a small tree that had been dragged over, and the other end was tossed onto the roof of the cabin. I threaded it through the roof and tied it to another small tree on the other side. Both small trees were propped against the fence. Subsequently, I meticulously entwined numerous vines, and at last, I draped the fronds of the coconut palm I had gathered before my fall from the tree over the structure. It was exquisite. Although this humble abode was not truly perfect, I found immense satisfaction in it. At the very least, it resembled a home. Reluctant to discard the surplus vines, I utilized them to encircle the cabin repeatedly. I gently pushed against the walls, which felt quite sturdy. I also put the extra branches to good use, angling them against the exterior of the hut in an attempt to deter any lurking beasts, or so I believed. As the sun began to set and twilight approached, a sudden realization struck me, a critical oversight. I had forgotten to construct a door. I could not enter. I felt an overwhelming urge to chastise myself for such an egregious lapse in judgment. How could I overlook something so vital? Alas, with darkness imminent, it was far too late to create a door. I could only extract the branches I had embedded in the ground, one by one. There were many vines, and it took considerable effort to dislodge 3 branches. Finally, as night enveloped the surroundings, I managed to gain entry. The structure swayed and trembled. I resigned myself to the situation. Lighting the fire, I began my dinner. I was gradually growing weary of the red fruits, despite my yearning for something different. However, venturing out at night was out of the question. I would seek alternatives tomorrow, I reassured myself. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside my dwelling. The unsettling, clattering sent shivers down my spine, and the weighty breaths I could hear intensified my anxiety. The incessant sound, accompanied by the dragging of a heavy object, incited a transformation within me. Fear gave way to indignation. Indeed, rage supplanted my terror. Whatever lurked in the shadows, I resolved, should reveal itself. Why persist in this torment of suspense? Fueled by this newfound fury, I metamorphosed into a figure of dauntless courage. Seizing a substantial branch, I thrust aside the foliage and charged forth. I was compelled to utter an expletive upon witnessing the extraordinary spectacle before me, a colossal coconut crab laboriously hauling my salvaged suitcase. The creature was engaged in larceny, purloining my possessions. I snatched the suitcase, disregarding its menacing, elevated pincers, and slammed the lid shut upon it, leaping atop with considerable force. With a sickening crunch, the crab became my quarry. The flavor of coconut crab is inherently delectable, but on this occasion, I combined the meat with the contents of a large coconut I had previously gathered, creating a coconut milk-braised crab dish. Inconceivably, the concoction proved to be an exquisite delicacy. Tender, sweet, smooth, and yielding. I avow that it was the most delectable repast I have ever savored. Chapter 12, Day 12, The Culprit Revealed, Part 1. The atmospheric conditions today are less than ideal. A robust wind is stirring, and dark clouds are scudding rapidly across the firmament. The prospect of precipitation causes me considerable apprehension, as my makeshift shelter offers scant protection from the elements. I am loath to endure a damp night devoid of a comforting fire. Consequently, I commence the task of reinforcing my refuge at the earliest opportunity. I require fronds from the coconut palm, a resource that is not easily procured. My previous fall from the tree resulted in a day of incapacitation, a memory that still elicits trepidation. Nevertheless, I am left with no alternative, as those expansive leaves represent my sole recourse at present. Ascending a coconut palm is arduous, yet today, I trust one shall remain aloft. A stroke of brilliance has illuminated my path, inspired by the techniques I once observed employed by linemen repairing electrical cables. They typically utilize a safety rope, securing their waist to the utility pole, thus preventing a fall should they lose their grip. Consequently, I have procured a lengthy vine, first fastening it securely around my waist, then encircling the coconut tree, before binding it once more to my person, effectively uniting myself and the tree. During respites, I need merely clasp the trunk gently with my legs, lean back against the vine, and tauten the connection between myself and the tree, thereby averting a descent. This method proves efficacious, albeit somewhat slow, yet it allows me to ascend, unscathed, to the base of the immense fronds. It must be acknowledged that these fronds are exceedingly obstinate. I estimate I toiled for at least an hour, yet failed to dislodge even a single one. My hands throb with ache, and the protracted craning of my neck has rendered my cervical vertebrae near insupportable. Nearing midday, as my stomach began to audibly rumble, I finally succeeded in detaching 4 fronds. Sufficient, I trust. I consoled myself. The weather is capricious. Mere moments ago, there were but a few wisps of cloud, yet now, raindrops have begun to descend. Having evenly distributed the 4 coconut fronds across the summit of the dwelling, I then secured them with vines. Upon circumnavigating the structure, I discerned a novel predicament. While the clearing resembles an inverted lid, thus impeding water accumulation, the area surrounding my abode is, conversely, quite level. Thus, I find myself needing to dig several drainage ditches to prevent rainwater from flooding my humble abode. Fortunately, the rain has yet to commence in earnest. The task of uprooting branches proves arduous, and I have lost count of how many I have broken. The ditches I have excavated measure less than 5 centimeters in depth, a mere trifle that is woefully insufficient. Should the rain persist, it will be a formidable challenge to redirect the deluge. Alas, I am bereft of any metal tools. At last, I have successfully crafted 4 drainage ditches around my shelter. It appears I shall not have time to construct a door. I must prepare for the impending storm without delay. I have dragged my suitcase into the cabin, and the wooden planks I previously gathered now serve as my bedding. Now, I must gather provisions and firewood. It is only now that I recognize my shortcomings. I am not a meticulous planner. I could have prepared for this long ago. Yet it is only as the rain draws near that I begin my preparations. Thankfully, it is not yet too late. I plunge into the forest, collecting dry twigs and fallen leaves, as long as they are not excessively damp, and bring them back to my shelter. The raindrops have intensified slightly. Though they have not yet transformed into a downpour, they continue to fall at a leisurely pace, granting me some respite. Recently, I have developed a fondness for coconut crabs. Their indescribable aroma frequently dances through my thoughts, and the mere notion of their taste prompts an increase in my salivation. In my quest for sustenance, I stumbled upon a sizable stone while gathering firewood. I mused that should this stone, roughly the size of a half-head, strike one, it could become my meal. Fortunately, I soon encountered several coconut crabs in the grove, though I refrained from capturing too many, as food is difficult to preserve, and I desire to savor it fresh. At this moment, the rain suddenly intensifies. Still reeling from the shock, I found myself enveloped by a curtain of white rain. I was running desperately, compelled to gather some fruits from the trees. The raindrops fell heavily, stinging my skin. Ever since that harrowing experience in the cave, I have harbored an instinctual fear of rain. Fortunately, the riverbank was not particularly far from my shelter. Although I was drenched to the bone, the little cabin remained dry, which provided me with some solace. After placing the fish down, I hurried to the fruit trees, eager to pluck the red, juicy fruits that I savored most. At that moment, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a shadow. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across my body, despite being soaked. I had felt no chill until now, when an icy dread seized me. I saw it, black and nearly a meter tall. It darted past in a flash. What was it? The sudden terror rendered me oblivious to the fruit slipping from my grasp and falling to the ground. A wave of fear washed over me. For in that fleeting moment when I turned my head, I seemed to glimpse an eye. It was fixed upon me, and I could not ascertain whether it regarded me as prey. I was baffled as to why it lurked in the shadows, observing me. The grip of fear stifled my thoughts. Under such extreme terror, anyone would flee rather than remain rooted in place. Soon enough, I took refuge in the cabin, meticulously arranging branches to barricade the entrance. To prevent any unknown creature from breaching my sanctuary, I secured several more branches from within. A stout branch for defense lay close at hand. I ignited the fire, and as the book had suggested, the warmth of the flames gradually soothed my racing heart. In the glow of the firelight, I found a semblance of safety. As my thoughts began to swirl once more, I recalled that fleeting glimpse, obscured by the rain. Yet, I sensed that the creature might be akin to a black panther or perhaps a wolf. Regrettably, neither of these formidable beasts is one I could easily confront. Henceforth, I must exercise greater caution. The rain outside intensified, drumming against the fronds of the coconut trees above. The pile of firewood nearby had already succumbed to the downpour, likely due to the drainage system's inability to cope. However, I dared not venture to investigate. Suddenly, a surge of adrenaline coursed through me. A shadow. Oh heavens! Through the gaps in the branches, I discerned a silhouette lurking near my humble abode. It had arrived. What were its intentions? My heart raced as if it might leap from my throat. In such a moment, I found myself paralyzed, unable to utter a sound. Scrape. It was clawing at the branches. I even caught sight of a glinting, razor-sharp claw. I felt as though I were suffocating. The creature exhaled with a heavy snort. Chapter 13. The 12th day, it was you. I beheld its fangs. Bathed in the flickering firelight, those ghastly white teeth gleamed with an unsettling brilliance. What should I do? Should I take the initiative? I clutched the branch in my hand tightly, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. Good heavens! What on earth was it? In my confusion, my mind conjured vivid images. The fabled water monkey? A blood-sucking beast? Or something else entirely? It ceased its scratching. The rain fell heavily outside, and I was left in the dark about its intentions. Was it searching for the weakest point, ready to burst in, tear me apart, and devour me? The cacophony of rain echoed around me, and I anxiously surveyed my surroundings, fearing that a moment's inattention might allow it to surge forth and overpower me. I realized it had been a long time since I last encountered it. I surmised that it must have departed. Perhaps tomorrow I shall excavate a trap outdoors. Just as I was calming my frayed nerves, I felt the branches behind me begin to sway and snap. A paw intruded into my space. A surge of panic coursed through me, leaving my scalp tingling. I understood that these fragile, slender branches could not deter it. Should I succumb to inaction? No, here. I felt utterly confined. Engaging it in combat was beyond my capabilities in this place. The thought of it breaching my sanctuary was unbearable. Amidst my turmoil, I caught sight of a gray-black head persistently squeezing between the broken branches. Its head was nearly through. Time was of the essence. I had to make a decision. With resolve, I forcefully pushed aside the branches before me and emerged with all my strength. I resolved to circle behind it while it was still advancing toward my humble abode. The rain poured heavily, and as I stepped outside, I was instantly blinded by the downpour. Once I wiped my eyes, it appeared before me with startling abruptness. There it stood, and we locked eyes, one human, one beast. A wolf, a magnificent yet formidable creature, nearly a meter tall. Its gray-black fur filled me with trepidation. I lacked the confidence to defeat it. I knew wolves were astute hunters, adept at wearing down their prey's patience, delivering a fatal blow when one least expected it. Most perilous of all, wolves hunted in packs. I cannot fathom whether, beneath the impenetrable curtain of rain, its accomplices lie concealed. Despite my overwhelming desire to catch a glimpse, fear restrains me. I dread that it may sever my throat in the fleeting moment I turn away. Suddenly, I observe its movement. I remain poised, ready to unleash the full force of the branch in my grasp the instant it ventures within reach of my outstretched arm. I am uncertain whether it is a cunning ploy or if my gaze has unnerved it, for it halts in its tracks. It scrutinizes me, a hint of hesitation evident in its demeanor. Yet, I dare not relax. My muscles tremble with exertion, signaling their imminent surrender. My heart races with an alarming intensity, demanding greater oxygen, rendering my breaths labored. Perhaps it is time for decisive action. I cannot ascertain how much longer my body can endure. I fear that if I linger, I may succumb to unconsciousness from deprivation. With a cry, I charge forward, resolved to give my all. Yet, it is its sudden retreat that evokes an unsettling sensation within me. The branch slips from my grasp, clattering to the ground as my hand relinquishes its hold. I find myself at a loss for words to convey my current state of mind. How foolish I have been. My mouth agape, I begin to berate myself. As it turns to flee, I catch sight of its tail, long and slender, unlike the thick, elongated appendage of a wolf. Good heavens, it is a dog, not a wolf. Gazing at what appears to be a creature genuinely startled by my presence, my emotions swirl in disarray. For so many days, I longed for a companion, and now that it has finally appeared, I nearly caused it harm. I am left to ponder whether it will ever trust me again. I attempted to summon it. Fortune smiled upon me once more. It was indeed a dog. Upon hearing my call, it began to wag its tail. My goodness, it hesitated for a moment. I crouched down, extending my hands to beckon it closer. Yet, upon seeing my lowered position, it retreated a few steps. Just as despair began to wash over me, believing it was about to depart, it moved. To my astonishment, it trotted towards me with purpose, crashing into my embrace. In an instant, my spirits soared. It had finally acknowledged my presence. The force of its impact nearly toppled me backwards. I gazed at it, gently stroking the top of its head. It met my gaze, nuzzling against my leg and licking my hand with its tongue. In that moment, my emotions overwhelmed me. The lump in my throat became unbearable, and tears streamed down my face, mingling with the rain. Perhaps it was joy, perhaps exhilaration, or perhaps the release of long-held solitude. Maybe a combination of all these feelings. It seemed taken aback by my display, staring at me in astonishment. I found myself calling it Little Black, inspired by its dark, mottled fur. Its tail wagged exuberantly, as if it delighted in the name. "Let us go inside," I suggested, finally aware of the discomfort of being drenched in the downpour. Rising to my feet, I made my way towards my humble abode, and predictably, Little Black followed suit, perhaps as weary of the rain as I was. Perhaps this was trust, I mused. Upon entering the small dwelling, Little Black shook vigorously, sending droplets of water flying in all directions. Just as I intended to summon it to the fire for warmth, it had already nestled beside the flames, gazing at me. In that moment, my heart was enveloped in immense solace. It was indeed the finest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. I was no longer ensnared by solitude, nor engulfed by loneliness. I shed my drenched garments, propping them by the fire to dry, while I reclined on my makeshift bed, observing the small black creature by the hearth. Its eyes had gently closed, and its breathing was tranquil. I wondered if, like me, it found comfort in my presence, feeling a sense of security in my company. The night deepened, and the rain continued to fall, pattering relentlessly upon the coconut leaves overhead. I harbored a twinge of concern about the possibility of being inundated once more. Water had already seeped into the ground, yet fortunately, my fire pit was situated at the highest point within the shelter, a detail I had thoughtfully considered. I hoped the rain would cease soon. Once it did, I planned to restore my surroundings, taking advantage of the softened earth to excavate the drainage ditch deeper and wider. Oh, how I wished for some tools at this moment. Perhaps I could discover something useful by the shore. It would be worth investigating when the opportunity arose. Additionally, I needed to reinforce the roof. This day felt interminable, and weariness had long since taken hold of me. As various thoughts danced through my mind, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 14. The 15th day, the heart's knot of the little black creature. Little Black, please allow me to approach. I bear no ill intent. Little Black remained immobile, its vigilant gaze fixed upon me. A low warning rumbled from its throat, an unmistakable threat. It forbade my approach. I had assumed that after these days of shared experience, we had cultivated a bond of complete trust. Yet I found myself relying on the past. I endeavored to employ gentle and slow movements, hoping to assuage the hostility of the little black creature. Alas, my efforts were in vain. Its voice from within grew increasingly urgent, signaling that it teetered on the brink of eruption. To avert conflict, I could only retreat once more. Upon witnessing my withdrawal, the little black animal turned its head away, lying down and silently gazing at a pile of objects ahead. What should I do? How could I possibly calm this creature? My thoughts were in disarray. Initially, I presumed it had ventured out in search of food, yet even after I prepared sustenance for it, it remained unmoved, continuing its daily excursions each morning. This ignited my curiosity, and early this very morning, I followed it along its path. The little black creature was aware of my presence, but chose to ignore me, continuing its solitary journey until it settled beside that pile, fixating its gaze upon it. Even as I stood close by, it showed no sign of reaction. It was only when I approached the pile that it suddenly sprang to its feet, leaping in front of me, growling lowly in warning. The heap consisted of white bones, adorned with scraps of tattered cloth, accompanied by a filthy, torn bag. I surmised that these skeletal remains might belong to the little black creature's former owner. I was oblivious to the circumstances of their demise. But observing the state of the little black animal, I surmised that it must have been treated well in life. At this realization, I felt a profound emotional stir within me, and tears unexpectedly welled in my eyes. Was it admiration for the little black creature's loyalty, or sorrow for the loss of its companion? I could not discern. I am uncertain whether I, stranded on this desolate island, will also meet the fate of being left to decay in the wild, exposed to the relentless sun and rain, ultimately transforming into mere dust. Indeed, I do not know. The remains before me have long since turned to bone. They must have perished ages ago. I truly wonder how Xiaohe has endured thus far. The Chinese philosophy of resting in peace beneath the soil resonates deeply with me, and so, I dedicated a considerable amount of time, at least 1 or 2 hours, to excavating a grave. I also procured a long stone, approximately 40 centimeters in length. Yes, I intend to construct a tomb for Xiaohe's former master. Though I cannot inscribe his name upon the gravestone, this gesture carries a symbolic significance, does it not? The grave I fashioned is neither large nor deep, as I employed a small fragment of stone and my bare hands for the task. The digging left my nails aching. Yet I stood and approached Xiaohe. Xiaohe, I softly called. It lifted its gaze toward me, seemingly imbued with confusion. This must be your previous master. Shall we lay him to rest? I found myself addressing Xiaohe as if it were human, gesturing toward the pit I had dug. It continued to observe me in silence, offering no response. Once we bury him, you may visit him whenever you wish, I reassured. After speaking, I cautiously moved closer to the remains. To my surprise, Xiaohe remained still, refraining from issuing any warnings, merely watching as I approached. I believed it might have grasped my intent. Grasping a tattered piece of cloth, I gently wrapped the remains. At that moment, Xiaohe suddenly sprang to its feet and charged toward me. Just a few centimeters away from me, it came to a halt, planting its feet firmly. It opened its mouth and emitted a piercing cry, a sound so utterly woeful that it instantly dampened my spirits. Soon, I wrapped up the bones, leaving no remnants behind. Curiously, I had once harbored a profound fear of these things, let alone the thought of handling them myself. Carefully, I placed the wrapped bones into the pit I had dug, with Xiaohe closely trailing my every move, watching intently. Dust fell gradually into the pit as I sifted through it, slowly burying the remains. I also set the stone blocks upright. Satisfied with the outcome before me, I noted that Xiaohe paid me no mind. It simply lay beside the mound, unchanged in its posture. I did not linger any longer, for something was beckoning me closer, and now I could finally approach it. A backpack, adorned with a Red Cross emblem. Though dirty and worn, it remained intact. Filled with excitement, I crouched down and opened it. The first item to greet my eyes was a Swiss Army knife. Still as good as new, a divine gift in my current circumstances, brimming with endless utility. Regrettably, apart from the knife, there was nothing else inside. I had envisioned a treasure trove of useful items, only to be met with disappointment. Sighing, I lamented the day as swift passage. The sun had already begun its descent, and I noticed Xiao He had also risen, gazing at me. Throughout our journey, it led the way while I followed, both lost in our own thoughts, neither engaging in conversation. To be frank, so many days have elapsed without a hint of rescue. The ocean stretches endlessly, barren and desolate. Despite the passage of time, I have yet to catch sight of even a single vessel. Indeed, not a solitary ship has graced my view. I have entirely relinquished the hope of being rescued. Perhaps the SOS I arranged atop the mountain has long since been washed away by torrential rains, and I harbor no desire to attempt that futile endeavor once more. It is as it is. There is no need to engage in such fruitless actions. Little Black has a penchant for coconut crab meat, and so our dinners over these past few days have consisted solely of this delicacy. Today's coconut crab measured a full meter in length, the largest I have ever encountered. Remarkably, this crab ventured onto my rooftop last night, seemingly offering itself up. Its flesh is exquisitely fragrant, a delectable delight. And Little Black managed to consume an entire crab. Watching it devour so voraciously fills me with a sense of satisfaction, as though I myself have a fondness for roasted crab. Tomorrow, I should be able to accomplish something worthwhile. As I lie in bed, I toy with the sole possession left by Little Black's former owner, a Swiss Army knife. I wonder if Little Black will venture to that spot again tomorrow. I truly hope it finds the strength to rally soon. Chapter 15, the 16th day, Rabbit Valley. This morning, I was roused from slumber by Little Black's persistent nudging. It kept licking my hand. "What is it, Little Black?" I inquired. Upon noticing my awakening, it wagged its tail and trotted towards the gap I had created. I rubbed my eyes and sat up, following it. "Wow!" I exclaimed in astonishment. A hare, procured by the rabbit, was presented to me, a creature hitherto unseen. Where the rabbit managed to acquire it remains a mystery. Overjoyed at the prospect of consuming meat, I eagerly seized the rabbit and proceeded to the riverbank to prepare it. The Swiss Army knife rendered the task of disembowelment remarkably facile. Having been captured by the rabbit, the hare was already deceased, yet a copious amount of blood still issued forth upon incising its throat. I had never before slaughtered a hare, and thus employed the methods of poultry preparation. The viscera, save for the heart and liver, were discarded. The rabbit observed intently throughout, even pursuing the discarded entrails along the riverbank, perhaps lamenting the waste of such hard-earned sustenance. Ablutions, skinning, and butchering were swiftly accomplished. The embers of the previous night's fire still glowed, requiring only the addition of twigs and vines to rekindle the flames. Impatiently, I skewered the prepared hare meat onto branches and began roasting it over the fire. With the passage of time, an ambrosial fragrance permeated the entire abode. The rabbit, tongue lolling, lay prostrate, its gaze fixed upon me. I distinctly heard the sound of it swallowing, undoubtedly driven by intense hunger. Under the searing heat, the meat gradually transformed into a tawny hue, as the fat melted and dripped slowly, accompanied by a gentle sizzle. Each droplet of rendered fat caused the flames to leap momentarily. It was not out of choice that I observed so meticulously, but rather due to being irresistibly enticed by the aroma. At such moments, time seemed to stretch interminably. A few days ago, I simmered numerous pots of seawater using coconut shells, which yielded some salt crystal grains. These are among the most precious possessions I currently possess. I have been reluctant to use them, but today I can finally put them to use. Sitting by the bedside, I picked up a bundle wrapped in leaves and gently unfurled it. A small cluster of yellowish-white salt crystals came into view. I pinched a tiny bit with my fingers and evenly sprinkled it onto a rabbit leg, watching it dissolve and permeate. Little Black's rabbit leg has already healed. To ensure the rabbit leg cooks quickly, I sliced it open. Little Black is probably eating roasted rabbit meat for the first time. It devoured half of it in one bite, chewing a few times before swallowing. Previously, it wasn't like this. When it ate fruit, it would take small, delicate bites. Before I could even start eating, it had already finished its portion and was looking at me with pleading eyes. I wasn't stingy, especially since it was the one who caught the rabbit. After sharing a large portion of the rabbit meat with Little Black, I also began to savor my rabbit meat. I must say, the meat is quite chewy, and the aroma constantly stimulates my sense of smell. Although I didn't add any seasonings except for salt, this rabbit meat surprisingly has no gamey taste. Perhaps it's because it's wild, but the meat is exceptionally fresh and firm. If it weren't for Little Black, I think I would have almost forgotten the taste of meat. Amidst this delightful flavor, a plump rabbit was devoured by us. Little Black follows a clear sequence when eating. It finished all the rabbit meat first and is now crunching on the bones. Once full, it instinctively wants to rest and lie down. I was just about to lie down for a while, but suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Little Black, where did you catch this rabbit? Could you take me to see it? I inquired, uncertain whether it could comprehend my words. I pointed to the bone it was gnawing on and posed the question again. It glanced at me momentarily, then continued its relentless chewing. If you take me there, we could catch another rabbit and roast it. Doubting its understanding, I mimicked the action of roasting meat over a fire with a stick while gesturing toward the rabbit bone on the ground. This time, I sensed comprehension in its eyes, for it stood up, wagging its tail, and made its way outward. Naturally, I followed suit, eager to discover the rabbit's habitat, a sight I had never encountered before. At last, after traversing a vast expanse of woodland, Little Black and I arrived at a secluded valley. This valley was unfamiliar to me, as I had not observed it from the mountaintop. Towering trees encircled it, sheltering a broad clearing at its base. The valley boasted a solitary, gentle slope leading down, while the rest of its perimeter was composed of nearly vertical rock walls. It was remarkably expansive, with dimensions I estimated to be 2 to 3 kilometers in length and width. Little Black, brimming with excitement, dashed down the slope and lay down in a certain spot. I hastened to join it, intrigued by the potential presence of rabbits. Before me lay an extensive expanse of lush green grass, vibrant and thriving, a veritable paradise for rabbits. Suddenly, Little Black sprang into action, sprinting with fervor. Ahead of it, a robust rabbit was frantically escaping, its plump, grayish-black fur standing out vividly against the verdant backdrop. The rabbit is quite clever, continuously circling around. However, Little Black's speed far surpasses its own, for the rabbit is excessively plump. Eventually, it finds itself pinned down by Little Black's claws, desperately struggling. Yet Little Black offers no respite. With a swift motion, it lowers its head and bites down. Securing its grip on the fat rabbit's neck, Little Black hesitates not for a moment, lifting the rabbit and violently shaking its head. Blood spills forth, staining the rabbit's gray fur with crimson. After a brief pause, Little Black, still clutching the rabbit, rushes towards me. Upon reaching my side, it drops the rabbit at my feet and wags its tail in a gesture of triumph. Well done. I shall roast it for you this evening, I say, stroking its head with a smile. Upon hearing my words, it turns away, sniffs the ground a few times, and darts off in another direction. Intrigued by its behavior, I approach and quickly discern the reason for its crouch. A 5-finger-wide hole lies beside it, revealing that it had been lurking there, awaiting the rabbit's emergence to deliver a lethal strike. As I continue my journey, I notice numerous rabbit holes and begin to ponder whether I should consider raising young rabbits for breeding. The utility of rabbits to me is substantial. Their pelts could be fashioned into garments, roofing, and bedding, while their meat is delectable and savory. Moreover, should I successfully cultivate them, the grass they consume is readily available. Chapter 16, Day 17. The drift bottle by the seaside. After indulging in a hearty meal yesterday, Little Black rises late today. At dawn, I constructed a door for the little house, for the absence of one last night rendered it rather chilly. The door, meticulously crafted from gathered branches and securely bound with intertwined vines, stands firm. Finally, I anchored it to the hut with more vines, ensuring that the chill of the night air would not intrude. The surrounding drainage ditch, excavated with my Swiss Army knife, is impressively wide and over 20 centimeters deep, alleviating any concerns I might have about rain. Having completed these tasks, I prepared to take Little Black to the beach, hoping to uncover some useful treasures. Little Black frolicked joyfully along the shore, occasionally pawing at the sand or playfully splashing through the waves. Observing its lively demeanor, it was difficult to reconcile this image with the despondency it had once exhibited. Perhaps I, too, had experienced a transformation. I have recently accepted my fate. Little Black's arrival has gradually helped me forget my sense of loss and solitude, and my spirits have significantly brightened. Today's findings proved quite fruitful. After strolling a mere few hundred meters along the beach, I discovered several valuable items. A few plastic bottles, some worn shoes, though none matched. They were still wearable, and a tattered fishing net alongside several broken wooden planks. However, the piece or assistance was an oversized waterproof tarp, larger than my entire roof. With this, my shelter would remain impervious to leaks. The beach teemed with small crabs, which Little Black eagerly chased. While I bent down to search for more valuables, I suddenly heard barking. Fearing that Little Black was in danger, I turned swiftly, only to find it bounding toward me, proudly clutching a bottle in its mouth. I scrutinized the bottle it retrieved, a glass vessel that resembled a message in a bottle. 2 folded sheets of paper were nestled inside. With considerable effort, I unscrewed the cap and unfurled one of the sheets, revealing a dense array of minuscule characters. The familiar script ignited a profound interest within me, alleviating my despondency. I settled onto the beach, placing the bottle beside me, and gingerly unfolded the paper. Fortunately, it was written in Chinese. The missive was extensive, requiring approximately an hour to peruse. The content was straightforward. The author, named Meng Meng, was merely 10 years old when she cast the bottle adrift. Tragically, she was afflicted with leukemia and aware that her time was limited, having surreptitiously overheard her parents' conversation. Despite her circumstances, she remained optimistic. Feigning ignorance to spare her parents' anguish and secretly penning this letter, she articulated 2 intentions in her writing. Firstly, to express unspoken sentiments, and secondly, to implore divine intervention for the prolongation of her life. Furthermore, she mentioned a packet of seeds contained within the remaining paper, requesting that the recipient cultivate them and, if feasible, forward the resulting plants to her, appending her address at the bottom. Upon completion of the letter, a confluence of emotions surged through me, admiration for the child's innocence and fortitude. I resolved to cultivate the seeds and, should the opportunity arise, personally deliver the plants to her. This serendipitous discovery of the letter intensified my resolve to survive. Perhaps I, too, should emulate her unwavering optimism and embrace each day with vigor. Little Black was still frolicking by the seaside, while I found myself devoid of any further interest in treasure hunting. It is often said that the weather at sea is capricious, and the same holds true for the island. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Now, however, a vast, ominous cloud loomed overhead, dark and foreboding. I hastened my pace, anticipating that the impending rain would be considerable, and I needed to fashion this waterproof cloth into a makeshift roof before the downpour commenced. Alas, my plans were thwarted. Before I could reach the cottage, the rain began to fall. Fortunately, it was not too severe. Little Black, disliking the rain, abandoned me and darted towards the shelter with remarkable speed. He had already nestled into his cozy bed, which I had crafted from some dry grass and vines placed within a travel case. He relished it, spending his days in peaceful slumber there. I had intended to place the waterproof cloth beneath the fronds of a coconut tree, but as the rain intensified, time slipped away. With no other options, I could only drape the cloth directly over the roof. It was quite large, and once I had completed the covering, I had hoped to rest. However, a minor mishap compelled me to venture outside. The waterproof cloth was too expansive, its edges pressed against the cottage, causing the rainwater to cascade down the cloth and flow directly into the cottage along the branches I had stuck into the ground. I had no choice but to gather several sturdier branches to prop up the cloth and create an eave. Each branch had been meticulously selected, inserted into the holes I had carved with my Swiss Army knife along the cottage. I punctured several holes in the corners of the waterproof cloth to allow the vines to pass through. Once they were threaded, I secured the cloth tightly to the branches. At long last, the rain no longer infiltrates our humble abode. Instead, it patters audibly upon the waterproof canvas, cascading down the drooping edges, supported by artfully arranged branches, in a torrential stream, much like a miniature waterfall. This deluge then courses down the slope, finding its way into the drainage ditch and onward along the channel. Alas, more rain. My aversion to rainfall has only intensified, for it renders all endeavors impossible. Much to my vexation, which I murmur aloud. Fortunately, I have made it a habit to stockpile provisions within the confines of our shelter, primarily the succulent, fragrant, and saccharine fruits from the nearby arboreal specimen. Also, the coconut crab captured on the preceding evening. As the rain intensifies, our diminutive dwelling is illuminated by the flickering flames of a hearth. The chinks in the arboreal structure have been meticulously sealed with pliant vines, thus ensuring that neither I nor my sable companion are subjected to the frigid external elements. The aroma of the coconut crab has proven irresistible to my ebony-furred friend, who has summarily devoured the entirety of the crustacean. Consequently, I am left to subsist on the aforementioned fruits, as my canine companion disdains such fare. Replete. I succumbed to slumber amidst the sonorous symphony of rainfall. Moments ago, I was roused from my repose by an abrupt, deafening clamor, the torrential rain, akin to the staccato barrage of automatic weaponry. The wind howls with considerable vehemence, causing the waterproof fabric to snap and crackle. Verily, a sense of unease pervades my very being. I venture to open the portal and gaze toward the distant horizon, where the cerulean expanse meets the turbulent sea. Through the verdant fronds of the coconut palms, I perceive a glimmer of luminescence. A vessel, a seafaring vessel. To ascertain the veracity of my perception, I once more fix my gaze upon the distant scene. Not, alas, there is nothing to be seen. Was the apparition merely a figment of my imagination? Chapter 17. The 18th day. Wreckage of a vessel. The tempestuous downpour has finally abated. The precautions taken on the previous day have proven efficacious, for my humble shelter remains impervious to the elements. On the preceding night, I was immersed in a prolonged and vivid dream. I find myself entangled in a recurring dream. Resolutely, I decide to venture to the seaside, as I seem to have glimpsed a glimmer of light last night. Little Black is absent. I suspect it has sought solace with its former owner. Ever since I interred the remains of its previous master, it has not returned. Perhaps the torrential rain of last night stirred its concern, prompting an early visit to the shore. Without further contemplation, I set forth towards the ocean. The remnants of the night's deluge rendered the earth exceedingly muddy and treacherous, and after what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the beach. The seaside exuded a serene tranquility. Apart from the gentle crash of the waves, there was naught but silence. As I strolled along the sandy shore, there was no evidence of the previous storm, save for the slightly murky water lapping at the edges. As I approached the end of the beach, I was taken aback by a colossal object at the rocky terminus. My breath quickened, and a shiver coursed through me as I beheld a ship, a dilapidated vessel. One side of its hull bore a gaping hole. It had been stranded upon the shore, likely thrust there by the monstrous waves of the previous night. I mused that, even without such a force, a breach of this magnitude would have inevitably sent it to the ocean's depths. The ship measured nearly 20 meters in length, with the breach nearing 5 meters wide. It appeared to be a fishing boat, I surmised. I called out, hoping to find someone aboard, but my voice echoed unanswered. Clambering over the rocks, I cautiously ascended the tilted hull. The deck was a chaotic disarray, utterly shattered, and as I navigated the jagged edges toward the cabin, I discerned a multitude of items amidst the tumult. Despite the disorder, my eyes quickly fell upon several objects of considerable utility. Spoons, cups, garments galore. Yet I tarried not to seize them, but pressed on in my search. My heart yearned to discover survivors. Alas, my efforts were in vain. Upon the precipice of the deck, I espied a valise, secured by a cipher, defying my attempts to unlock it. Perchance, another venture would prove fruitful. The coffer possessed considerable heft, and with arduous effort, I hoisted it aloft and leapt onto the crags. The slickness of the stones eluded my notice, and encumbered as I was, I plummeted into a crevice, whereupon consciousness forsook me. I was roused from my slumber by a vehement roar. Verily, upon hearing that sound, elation surged within me, eclipsing even the throbbing of my wounds. I scrambled forth with reckless abandon, for at long last, I had discerned the voice of mine own kind. I feared I had nigh forgotten the art of discourse. Yet, in the instant I dared to peer out, I beheld him. I beheld him. A figure of formidable strength, and the fervor in my breast plummeted into the abyss. For lo, he brandished a pistol, a weapon of silver sheen. Fear gripped me, and I dared not emerge, for I had not anticipated such a plight. They were in close proximity, and I dreaded discovery, or the prospect of startling them and incurring their wrath. Where is it? Where have you hidden it? Speak now, or face your demise. The robust man menaced another with his firearm. I know nothing of it. I merely sought a coconut to quench my thirst. I did not conceal it. The speaker was a man of meager frame, his voice tinged with shrillness. Spare me your fabrications. I forewarn you, produce the object forthwith, or I shall cleave your skull asunder. These exchanges have ignited my conjecture regarding their identities. Surely, they are not mere fishermen. Could they be pirates? Criminals, perhaps? I had anticipated encountering a few fishermen who might assist me in repairing the vessel, offering a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, to my utter dismay, these two individuals are who I find. Heavens, would they truly turn on each other in a murderous feud? What is it they seek with such fervor? Could it be? It truly wasn't me. I never laid a hand on it, the gaunt man shrieked. If you doubt me, search me. I genuinely didn't take it. He continued to plead his innocence. You've been with me for so long. Do you think I don't know you? You must have thought that once we arrived in this forsaken place, I wouldn't care about this thing, and you could quietly stash it away, waiting for the day we leave so you could abscond with it alone. Isn't that right? Since you've been with me, do you think I'm oblivious to all your misdeeds? Do you take me for a fool? I've merely been reluctant to harm you. You still serve a purpose. And now, you dare to do this? I'll give you one last chance, confess or not. The burly man was consumed by rage, his agitation escalating with each word, the gun in his hand rising once more. The frail man was in dire straits, and I feared the impending horror of bloodshed, a thought I couldn't bear to entertain. The emaciated man had his back to me. I noticed his hand slowly creeping towards the back of his belt, with utmost stealth. The hulking man remained oblivious, still consumed by his tirade, for in his eyes, the life of this scrawny man was already his to command. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the frail man had drawn a gun from his belt behind him. He too possessed one. I cannot adequately articulate the tumult of emotions coursing through me. Fear, anxiety, trepidation, and inner conflict all intertwining. I yearned to warn the burly figure. Yet I was acutely aware that such an action would be folly. With a sharp crack, as I continued to struggle in agony, the robust man began to sway, ultimately collapsing to the ground. I distinctly observed the gaping hole in his face. You forced my hand. Damn you. You deserve this. Ha. The frail man, consumed by a sense of victory, unleashed his hatred upon the fallen figure. Damn it. You brought this upon yourself, thinking you could kill me and claim everything for yourself? Ha. Who would have imagined? After all your bluster, you ended up dead at my hands. Oh, ha, ha, ha. The emaciated man erupted into maniacal laughter, while I stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. What should I do? He possesses a gun. It is only a matter of time before he finds me. Panic surged through me, rendering me utterly disoriented. I began to descend into an abyss of relentless terror. His laughter gradually faded amidst the sound of receding footsteps, and I found myself too fearful to even peek out. After what felt like an eternity, I finally crawled out from the crevice of the rocks and sprinted towards the shelter. I resolved that tonight I would dare not ignite a fire, fearing it would attract him. I discreetly buried my lighter beneath a conspicuous coconut tree. It was one of my most treasured possessions, and I wished to keep it from his grasp. Chapter 18. The 22nd day. Humiliation indeed. He eventually tracked me down, with a gun aimed at my head. He coerced me into becoming his slave. Though fear enveloped me, I refused to capitulate. Little Black seemed to perceive my reluctance, and with a fierce roar, lunged towards him. No, Little Black. I wished to intervene, but it was too late. The gunshot rang out, and Little Black fell. That sensation was truly heart-wrenching. It was as if I had lost a brother. Yet, I was powerless to prevent it. The gun remained pressed against my head. Don't move, or I will shoot you dead. He continued to threaten me. I confessed that I was terrified, but what of it? Little Black faced death for me, and how could I find solace in that? Thus, despite his repeated threats, I resolutely approached Little Black. I gently embraced him. Blood flowed onto my hand as he convulsed. Yet his eyes remained fixed on me, as if offering comfort. The events of the past few days replayed incessantly in my mind, and my hatred for him grew ever stronger. He had not only usurped my small dwelling, but also coerced me into delivering him 3 meals a day. Fortunately, that night, I buried the ashes of the previous fire, or he would surely have inquired about them. My lighter was nearly out of gas. I surmised it would not last much longer. I absolutely did not wish for these items to fall into his hands. Now, I found myself homeless, and the night stretched longer than before. Little Black had not died. The bullet had struck his thigh and rear leg, which could be considered fortunate. However, his condition was dire. His wound had become infected. In this place, where supplies were scarce, such an injury could prove fatal. There were no antibiotics, no bandages, no means to tend to his wounds. Little Black was clearly infected, and today he could barely open his eyes. I expressed the purulent matter from its wound and cleansed its tattered garments, rending them into strips to swathe the diminutive canine. You must persevere, little one, I murmured. The prospect of losing it was unbearable, and I resolved to explore the derelict vessel, hopeful of discovering some medicinal remedy within its confines. The ship's interior was a chaotic tableau, redolent with noxious effluvia. Despite an exhaustive search, I was unable to procure any medicaments, a circumstance that engendered profound disappointment. Here it is, the accursed object. So he concealed it here, did he? It appears he harbored intentions of doing me in from the start. The imprecations of a man's voice echoed through the air. I surmised that they were embroiled in mutual suspicion over the coffer I had purloined. Surreptitiously, I peered out, observing him as he labored to haul the chest in the direction of my humble dwelling. I harbored no particular interest in its contents, presuming it to contain either currency. precious metals, or other articles of value. My sole preoccupation was to procure pharmaceuticals. The demise of the dog on my account would be a source of perpetual anguish. Regrettably, despite a meticulous and earnest reconnaissance of the entire vessel, I remained unsuccessful in my quest for medication. It appeared that he had already appropriated all items of utility from the ship in the preceding days. He was exceedingly circumspect, insisting that I partake of anything I presented to him before he would consume it himself. As twilight descended, I gathered several varieties of wild berries to offer him, some crimson and succulent, others possessing a bitter yet fragrant essence. However, on this particular day, he erupted in a fit of pique, flinging the berries with considerable force into my face. He issued a stern admonition, warning that unless I provided a novel assortment of comestibles, he would first dispatch the dog and then shatter my legs, leaving me to succumb to starvation. Certainly, apprehension gnawed at me, yet my animosity towards him burned even fiercer. Consequently, a cascade of rebellious stratagems materialized within the recesses of my mind. To dispatch him in his slumber? Nay, my courage falters. Even with eyes tightly shut, I dare not commit such a transgression. To excavate a pitfall, devoid of implements, and such an act seems excessively merciless, beyond my capacity to condone. Ultimately, a scheme crystallized within my thoughts, one that aligns with my sensibilities, and boasts a remarkably high probability of fruition. The vermilion berries, the very fruit that induced hallucinations within me on that prior occasion. These berries, it seems, engender hallucinations when consumed in abundance, for their delectable nature led me to ingest a surfeit, culminating in a vision of a tiger, nearly driving me to the brink of madness. On the morrow, I shall endeavor to execute this plan. Once he succumbs to the throes of hallucination, I shall seize his firearm, issue a stern warning, and compel him to distance himself from our presence. Bereft of his weapon, he poses no further menace, and I shall propose that he seek refuge within the cavern nestled at the foot of the precipice. The wound upon's person continues to seep, persistently resisting the healing process. And once more, purulent discharge overflows. Fortunately, the lunar luminescence is particularly vivid this eve. Guided solely by its radiance, I can only express the festering matter once more, replacing it with another tatter torn from my garments, and reapply the bandage. Appears to be experiencing hallucinations of its own accord. Its body radiates heat. Its eyes remain tightly shut, and its legs convulse involuntarily. My heart aches with profound sorrow, for this is a burden that ought not to bear, yet for my sake. It has acted without hesitation. The nocturnal hours are tranquil, and a gentle zephyr stirs this night. Had we remained within the confines of the cabin, might not have deteriorated to this state. Perchance it would have fared far better. In the distance, the cabin emits an ethereal glow, seeping through the interstices of the branches. On that day, he brought forth an array of items from the cabin, all of which he placed in my small quarters, which had now unmistakably become his domain. The illumination was not from a fire. It was evident that he must have discovered a flashlight or something akin to it. The rhythmic sound of knocking echoed in the light of the small room, persistently resonating. I lost track of how long the knocking persisted until suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Then, without warning, a burst of raucous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. It was he laughing. I could be utterly certain that he was striking that suitcase. Moreover, he must have obtained what he desired, which explained his exuberance and loss of composure. Today, I find myself devoid of any inclination to sleep. I possess but a single bottle of water, which stands as my sole acquisition from the cabin today. Following the formulation of the plan for the hallucination fruit, I yearn for dawn to break. Once daylight arrives, I shall embark on the quest for that extraordinary fruit. If he permits me to sample it, consuming one should pose no issue whatsoever. I imagine such a delectable morsel would surely delight him. If he partakes, then I shall have succeeded by a considerable margin. Ironically, I had long beseeched for companionship, for someone to converse with, to share the struggle for survival. Yet, who could have foreseen that the one who arrived was a murderer, and that I would bear witness to the scene of his crime? Chapter 19, the 23rd day. The hallucination fruit, Part 1. The pale red fruits are rather scarce. From the morning until now, I have only just discovered them. Under the veil of last night's mist, these fruits gleamed as if cleansed, shimmering with an alluring luster. One after another, they were plucked by me. I gave it little thought, merely continuing the mechanized reaping until not a single one remained. These fruits were all deposited into the backpack I carried. The backpack was not a reward from him, but rather provided so I could bring him more than just the succulent fruit, as he had grown weary of it, and instructed me to seek out more palatable fare. To ensure I could carry a substantial amount, he relinquished this backpack, which was originally mine, back to me. I began to make my way back to the cabin. I had anticipated elation, but unexpectedly, my heart was filled with trepidation. I was in fact afraid. I was in fact worried. I feared the discovery of my plans, the consequences of which would be unbearable. I worried that he might perish from consuming too many of the fruits. I have never harbored malice, merely acting in the interest of my own survival. I consoled myself in this manner, attempting to suppress such thoughts. I have no intention to harm. Yet he is excessively oppressive. I arrived, the cabin stood before me. The familiar door was tightly shut, and he was still asleep despite the high sun. I hesitated, tempted to turn away several times. "Yo, kid, you're here?" That piercing, nightmarish voice grated on my ears. "Yes. Oh, let's see if you brought back anything worthwhile." "Humph, humph. If it's more of those damned fruits, I'll smash your head in." Why, ye, s, n, n. No. I could scarcely believe that, facing the gun in his hand, my tongue seemed to be tied in knots, making it difficult to speak fluently. The more anxious I became, the more difficult it was to articulate, which caused me great distress. "Haha, new is good. You're quite sensible, kid." He cast a fleeting glance and spoke in a nonchalant tone. I was aware he awaited me to produce something, to see if it would meet his approval. I was uncertain whether he would be pleased with the pale red fruit, and I feared he might once again unleash his wrath upon me. A voice within me cautioned, "He will not kill you. He needs you. You are his servant, and without you, he must undertake every task himself. Can such a person manage that? Certainly not. Absolutely not." Though I thought thus, my hands trembled, causing me to accidentally drop my bag to the ground as I attempted to retrieve it. "Huh. I never imagined you to be so cowardly. I haven't even aimed a gun at you, and yet you're already terrified. What a useless creature you are. I can hardly fathom how someone like you has survived." He scoffed. "Now, place the items inside the small room. If you obediently follow my instructions, I shall reward you. Perhaps I might even help you escape from this place." I could clearly discern the hypocrisy in his words, understanding that my value to him lay solely in my utility. Gently, I set the bag on the floor of the small room and unzipped it. "What on earth do you think you're doing, bringing this kind of fruit again? Are you out of your mind? Did you dare to deceive me?" His arms, which had been crossed, fell away as he pressed the gun menacingly against my temple. Cursing vehemently, the two types of fruit were indeed somewhat similar. However, this particular fruit was of a lighter hue, a delicate shade of pink. Evidently, he was unable to discern the difference. Yet I possessed the knowledge that the pale crimson berries surpassed the scarlet ones in flavor, which explained my previous consumption. He pressed the muzzle of his firearm forcefully against my temple, compelling my head to incline to one side. Helpless and consumed by both indignation and wrath, I found my thoughts dominated by trepidation, and my limbs trembled subtly. I harbored no desire for demise. "They are not the same," I articulated with utmost effort. "Dare you prevaricate?" He delivered a forceful kick to my chest, caught off guard while I was kneeling and presenting my offerings. The blow sent my face crashing into the earth, lacerating my lip against my teeth, and blood trickled down the corner of my mouth. "Arise, consume," he commanded, as he seized two berries and hurled them in my direction. One struck my face, while the other landed behind my ear. The pain and humiliation nearly overwhelmed my reason. Yet I restrained myself for the sake of Xiao He, who was dependent on my presence. I opened my mouth wide and bit down on the berries with ferocity, masticating them with vehemence. My intention was not to savor them, but rather to vent my rage, resentment, and degradation upon them. Soon, both berries were devoured, even the pits. I was indifferent to their composition, my sole desire being to crush and obliterate them. Observing my swift consumption, he appeared satisfied. Retracting his firearm, he administered a kick to my shin and bellowed in my ear, "Begone." I seethed with animosity. As I contemplated seizing his firearm, a surge of fury coursed through me, fueling the desire to banish him from my presence. Surprisingly, the thought of ending his life with the weapon never crossed my mind, an unexpected revelation that intrigued me. My subconscious, the truest reflection of my being, urged me to meet violence with violence. However, my prolonged immersion in civilized society rendered me incapable of such an act. After an indeterminate period, I assisted him in closing the door and departed from the cabin. As I left, the distinct sounds of him consuming sustenance reached my ears. Upon reaching Xiao He, I was astonished by its resilience. Despite its injuries, it managed to sit up and wag its tail upon seeing me. Its profound understanding of human emotions was evident, as if it were reassuring me that everything would be all right. Being an individual of deep sentiment, I found my eyes brimming with tears as I beheld Xiaohei's condition. I untied the cloth that bound its hind legs, revealing an unhealed wound. The flesh surrounding the injury had turned pale, and upon gentle contact, pus and blood seeped through its grayish-black fur. Although I carefully squeezed out the infected matter, I could sense the tremors in its muscles, a clear indication of the pain it endured. It must hurt terribly, I murmured to it, despite remaining silent. Its incessant head shaking and tensed limbs conveyed its suffering. After replacing the bandage with a clean strip of cloth, I noticed Xiaohei collapsing once more, its eyes shutting. I hoped that this would alleviate some of its agony. Chapter 20, Day 23, Hallucinogenic Fruit, Part 2. Ha ha ha. His raucous laughter reverberated through the air, as if he had obtained something of extraordinary value, his mirth bordering on lunacy. You shall all perish. You dare pilfer from me? Shortly thereafter, his tone shifted to one of unbridled fury. Bang! The makeshift door, fashioned from branches, was violently kicked open, splintering upon impact. You shall meet your demise. He raised the firearm in his grasp, and I was immediately seized by sheer terror. He had aimed the ominous barrel directly at me. Heavens! The distance between us was no more than 50 meters. I could discern the tremor in his hand, fueled by rage, and the predatory glint in his eyes. I remained motionless, knowing full well that I could never outpace a bullet. Nor could I abandon Xiaohei. Of course, I had no desire to die, none whatsoever. Thus, I immediately prostrated myself upon the ground. In that very instant, the sound of gunfire erupted. The bullet whizzed past, and a deluge of perspiration instantly beaded upon my brow. My limbs trembled uncontrollably, and my teeth chattered incessantly. The vigorous pounding of my heart consumed vast quantities of oxygen from my bloodstream, causing my head to spin. I even momentarily forgot my own name. Don't flee, he bellowed, sprinting in my direction. Bang, bang, bang. He discharged 3 more rounds in my direction, one of which struck the ground mere centimeters from me. The sheer dread was indescribable. This feeling of utter despair, of impending death, was far more terrifying than when I had plunged into the ocean depths. Every muscle in my body quivered. At that moment, all notions of composure, retaliation, or escape vanished from my mind, leaving it a complete void. I simply lay there, unmoving, allowing him to inflict his torment. Flee, flee, flee. Let them all perish. Ha ha ha. They're all doomed. Ha ha ha. His voice, resembling that of a madman, echoed with wild abandon, shattering even the limits of sound. Bang, 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 bang. Another 4 shots rang out, though this time they were not aimed at me. Yet, I could not afford to relax, for he had approached perilously close. Nearly a few meters away, I felt as though my very soul was detaching from my body, rendering me utterly incapable of movement, a mere statue of stone. Ha ha ha, yet another straggler. The voice, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, thundered in my ears. Despair, profound despair enveloped me. I thought to myself, there would be no more opportunities. Why were the illusions he conjured so brutal? Why? I could not comprehend why. The icy muzzle of the gun pressed against my temple. A buzzing sensation engulfed my brain, as if it were on the verge of explosion. I was on the brink of death. Gasping, I inhaled deeply. Yet the suffocating sensation continued to constrict around me. I felt akin to a fish stranded on land, unable to breathe, unable to cry out, merely awaiting the call of death. Ha ha. Did you think hiding here would render you invisible to me? Ha ha ha, foolish creature. If you dare to take what belongs to me, be prepared for death. Ha ha ha. Beg for mercy. Weep and plead before me. Ha ha ha. He crouched beside me, howling fiercely, the pressure of the gun increasing with each passing moment, leaving my temples throbbing with pain. I painfully closed my eyes. I was truly immobile, a coward. In the next moment, I might depart from this world, yet fortunately, I bore no regrets. Indeed, this is what I found myself contemplating at this very instant. Ah, the tables have turned. I have grown weary of your charade. Cease your lamentations, your supplications, your pleas for mercy, and meet your end. He was utterly consumed by his delusions, undoubtedly envisioning someone prostrate before him, begging for reprieve. Yet, his heart remained unmoved, his sole desire being to extract pleasure from their humiliation. Click. The trigger was depressed. I distinctly anticipated the finality of existence, a farewell to the world, a valediction to my canine companion. But alas, the report of the firearm never materialized. A wave of relief washed over me. His weapon must be devoid of ammunition. Providence has intervened. In that moment, the throbbing in my temples, the suffocating sensation, all faded into insignificance. I was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of renewal, a profound gratification. Ugh, your filthy blood has besmirched me. Repugnant. I must cleanse myself. He remained lost in his fantasies. With that, he arose and ambled towards the shoreline. Ah, ha ha, ha ha. Indeed, it was I. It was I who drew breath, I who exulted. Tears streamed down my face, yet I remained oblivious. I found myself unable to decipher whether it was joy or humiliation that coursed through me, perhaps a confluence of both. For the first time, I found myself at a loss to articulate the emotions that surged within me, a melange of bitterness, oppression, and the sudden release of pent-up tension, all converging upon my heart. After a brief respite, perhaps several minutes, I regained control of my corporeal form. I mustered my strength and clambered to my feet, pursuing him in the direction he had taken. He brandished the pistol, erratically pulling the trigger, stumbling towards the sea. Die, 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 you shall all perish. You. And you as well. He raved maniacally at his surroundings. The protracted howling had rendered his vocal cords hoarse, his voice reduced to a coarse rasp. I surmised he had consumed a copious amount of those berries, an exorbitant quantity, indeed. Ha ha ha, all mine, he bellowed, you filthy creatures. All who displease me shall meet their demise. Even in his fallen state, he continued to howl, the pistol having been dislodged during his tumble, now recovered by my hand. Yet, his hand persisted in mimicking the act of firing, his index finger incessantly pulling at the air. It was impossible to know how many times he had repeatedly stumbled and risen. He continued to stagger towards the ocean, a torrent of vulgarities ceaselessly spewing from his lips. His forehead, nostrils, and the corners of his mouth were encrusted with blood. On several occasions, I experienced a fleeting pang of compassion, a momentary stirring of pity. However, such sentiments were immediately suppressed. I was not naive. He posed a grave threat, one that endangered my very existence. He was the one who harmed Xiaohei. He was the one who treated me as a serf. No, this was not the life I desired. This outcome was of his own making. He was the one who forced my hand. We could have coexisted here in harmony. We could have constructed dwellings together, hunted together, lived together in peace. Indeed, had he preferred solitude, we could have remained mutually undisturbed. However, he was incapable of such a thing. He was the sort who preferred to reap without sowing. One who murders companions and enslaves others is not deserving of empathy. And so, he continued his inexorable march into the sea. Wash, why can't I wash it away? He screamed, the vile blood, the filthy residue, why can't I wash it away? He scrubbed his entire body with fervor. His steps unwavering as he pressed onward, step by step, until the sea engulfed him completely. I sat by the shore, watching, devoid of joy, only feeling a sense of release mixed with a tinge of guilt rising within me. Chapter 21. The 24th day. Sewing last night was a time of restless contemplation for me. Once again, I lay on my small bed, finding it remarkably comfortable. I had placed Little Black inside my suitcase, dragging him along. His spirit remained quite dismal. I now faced a multitude of pressing issues. Firstly, the gas in my lighter was nearly depleted, and I feared it would last only a few more days. How would I ensure a source of fire thereafter? I was utterly unfamiliar with the technique of fire by friction. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to attempt it. Secondly, the scarcity of salt was becoming increasingly problematic. My mouth felt unbearably bland, and I often experienced nausea. I wondered if this discomfort stemmed from a lack of salt intake. If this issue remained unresolved, I would find myself in peril. Thirdly, my food supply was exceedingly monotonous. I had been subsisting solely on fruits, which had lost all appeal. I lacked the luxury of time to hunt daily. Thus, I needed to devise a means of preparing food that I could access at any moment. Naturally, rabbits were already on my mind. My little dwelling had become cluttered with his belongings, and indeed, my suitcase was filled to the brim with money, overflowing from the over-meter-high container. Yet, I chuckled at my own irony. What did that wealth signify to me now but mere scraps of paper? After much effort, I finally managed to tidy up my small abode to a semblance of order. A flashlight, 2 handguns, one of which contained 6 bullets and its magazine 2 cans of food. And surprisingly, a frying pan. Beneath all these items lies a toolbox filled with wrenches and hammers, presumably intended for maintenance aboard the vessel. For me, these tools serve a purpose far beyond any other possessions. They empower me to hunt, procure oysters, and easily contend with coconut crabs. A jumble of clothes and pants is carelessly strewn across the small bed. Now, all of this belongs to me. Regrettably, I have found nothing that might aid the little girl. The seeds wrapped in the paper of the drift bottle rest in my palm. Perhaps I should attempt to plant some. Of course, my intentions are not entirely altruistic. I truly regard the girl's hopes with significance. For the question of my own escape from this place looms large. My desire to sow these seeds stems from a curiosity about what they might yield. There is no guarantee they could produce food. Perhaps they could sprout potatoes or even corn. Naturally, this is merely my fanciful speculation. I have never cultivated vegetables, nor have I succeeded in nurturing even flowers or plants. So I cannot assure the survival of these seeds. To avoid waste, I have chosen only a few, 10 seeds to be precise. As I previously mentioned, the area I selected is convex, resembling an inverted pot lid. For this planting endeavor, I have chosen a slightly sloped area not far from my humble abode. I grasped a handful of soil, crumbled it into a fine powder, and then gently parted my fingers, allowing the soil to cascade through the crevices of my hands and delicately blanket the seeds. After performing this simple act a few times, I patted the airy soil lightly to prevent it from becoming too loose. With a sigh of relief, I rose to my feet, brushed off my hands, and exhaled deeply. It was done. I hoped it would yield something beneficial. I must admit, the hammer in this toolbox is extraordinarily useful. It swiftly dealt with the coconut crab. This marks my third catch of the day. Little Black requires nourishment. It has scarcely eaten these past few days, and I have had nothing to offer, save for a few meager bites of red berries. Today, I plan to prepare a dish for it. Coconut juice stewed crab. Coconuts are not hard to find. Fallen, ripe coconuts are scattered across the ground. Armed with a Swiss Army knife, I easily pierced the coconut. I poured the juice into the pot, and with the hammer, I ensured no coconut meat went to waste, tossing it into the pot as well. The shell of the coconut crab is remarkably tough. Previously, I would have needed to smash it with stones for an extended period to crack it open, but now it only requires a single blow. I extracted a generous amount of succulent crab meat from 3 coconut crabs, the white, springy flesh removed in large chunks, and added to the pot. Once again, I kindled the fire. The crackling sounded delightful melody. Using found stones, I propped the pot above the flames, which quickly enveloped it. Before long, bubbles began to rise around the edges of the pot, signaling that the water was nearing a boil. The aroma soon filled the small hut, the fresh scent of coconut mingling with the distinctive fragrance of crab meat, creating a delightful symphony within the space. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, Xiaohei opened its eyes, mouth slightly agape, tongue extending out, and tail gently swaying. This enticing scent must have captured its attention, especially after so many days without indulging in such delights. The fire blazed brightly, and before long, the pot of coconut crab stew reached a perfect boil. Grasping the handle with both hands, I set the pot aside to cool. I positioned the coconut crab near the fire to roast, for the crab's roe was exquisitely delectable, particularly fragrant. It had once been my favorite. With just one bite, despite its slight dryness, the unique flavor captivated my very soul. Once the pot had cooled, I placed it directly in front of Xiaohei, and it was indeed to its liking. It supported itself on its forelimbs and eagerly lapped up the coconut broth. Using a twig, I prodded the succulent crab meat within, signaling to it that more treasures awaited. It relished the tender meat of the 3 coconut crabs, devouring it in mere moments. After finishing, it gazed at me, as if inquiring whether more was available. Upon seeing my negative shake of the head, it lowered its head once more to continue sipping the coconut broth. Remarkably, Xiaohei even consumed the coconut meat within, demonstrating just how ravenous it had become. That it could eat was a blessing for me. Presumably sated, its belly now round and full, Xiaohei lay down again, closing its eyes and drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, I pondered how to preserve the fire as I gazed into the flickering flames. It seemed I would need to prepare more firewood for the nights ahead, ensuring the flame did not extinguish, for the lighter's life was nearing its end. After adding some slightly thicker branches to the fire, I settled down on my bed. I must admit, it knew how to indulge. After laying down these garments, I found it exceptionally comfortable. Chapter 22, the 25th day. Unexpectedly, Part 1. I consider myself quite fortunate. Despite enduring numerous setbacks, none have succeeded in toppling me. Today, I have a multitude of tasks ahead. Little Black has improved significantly. The wound has begun to scab over. With such penetrating injuries, the greatest fears are the inability to heal and the threat of infection. Now, the pus and blood have ceased to seep, and a delicate, transparent fluid has formed over the wound. This alleviates much of my concern. I arrived at the seaside promptly today, driven by a singular purpose. I need salt. The absence of salt has diminished my appetite considerably. Acquiring salt is no simple task. Thus, I resolved to explore an alternative method, solar evaporation. I am aware that the sandy beach is unsuitable for this purpose. Even if I were to dig a hole, it would soon permeate, and it is impractical to sift through the sand for salt. I wandered along the shore for quite some time, circling several rocks. But none met my criteria. Relentlessly, I continued my search. I had ventured far from the beach when I finally discovered a rocky outcrop that seemed perfect for my needs. It presented a depression of approximately 80 square meters, not particularly deep, with its maximum depth not exceeding 80 centimeters. I meticulously examined the pit, scanning for any openings, and found none. This was splendid, albeit slightly expansive. It lies about 20 meters from the shoreline, a manageable distance. However, I am acutely aware that transporting seawater to this location will demand considerable time and energy. Fortunately, I am not lacking in either. Once a decision is made, I shall persevere, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. The 2 large plastic bottles I previously salvaged have become my primary tools for transporting water. These are the largest vessels in my possession, each holding approximately 5 liters. It is now midday, and the sun blazes fiercely. I have already consumed 1/5 of the fresh water contained in the 2 bottles bound to me with vines, and sweat cascades down my body without restraint. As I pour the first portion of water into the stone pit, a waft of steam rises, accompanied by a chorus of bubbling sounds. With the ebb and flow of the seawater, nearly half of the 10 liters I poured has evaporated swiftly. I noticed that at the edge of the remaining seawater, the liquid has already evaporated, leaving behind a white residue. Approaching, I dip my finger into it and taste it with my tongue. Ah, salty. This discovery invigorates me. At least there is hope, a sign that my efforts are not in vain. If I exert myself to transport more water quickly, it should suffice for my sustenance. Time and again, I shuttle between the shore and the stone pit. Despite the oppressive heat, I remain filled with confidence. The rate of evaporation far exceeds my capacity to transport it, and after countless trips, only a faint watermark remains in the rock basin. The pit has long been scorched by the relentless sun, and I now realize how vast it is. At this pace, it will take me many days to fill it. I require a larger container, yet I possess none. A twinge of frustration now surfaces within me. However, I have overlooked a particularly grave matter. I begin to feel dizzy, nauseous, and on the verge of vomiting. Yes, I have neglected to rest, forgotten the searing intensity of the sun, and disregarded the signals my body is sending. In truth, my skin had already been scorched to an unbearable heat, and my hair felt as if it were about to ignite. I had succumbed to heat stroke. Before I could comprehend the situation, the food still digesting in my stomach surged up my throat. I retched violently, and just as I bent over, a wave of dizziness overcame me, plunging me into darkness as I collapsed. However, fortune smiled upon me once more. My head struck against a rock, and yes, I regained consciousness. I felt the sharp pain in my forehead, blood trickling down to the corner of my eye, yet I paid little heed to these injuries, for the remnants of my vomit were lodged in my windpipe, nearly choking me. Summoning all my strength, I managed to roll onto my side. After a series of coughs, I expelled the culprit, and in that instant, the welcome flow of oxygen resumed its circulation within me, allowing me to narrowly escape the clutches of death once again. Nevertheless, I had not entirely evaded peril, as a profound discomfort began to engulf me. My stomach churned tumultuously, my skin grew ever hotter, and my senses began to blur. I must confess, my desire for survival was exceptionally fierce, and it was this very instinct that had sustained me thus far. The distance to the grove of coconut trees was considerable, and I harbored little hope of enduring the journey there. Thus, I made a swift decision. I would head to the sea. Indeed, I sought the cooling embrace of the ocean. Having experienced heat stroke on numerous occasions, I was well aware of the appropriate measures to take post-incident: reduce body temperature, hydrate. If only I could replenish with saline water. At that moment, I saw only one recourse: to plunge into the sea, to seek refuge beside the rocks along the shore, escaping the direct rays of the sun and allowing my body temperature to diminish swiftly. After a prolonged struggle, I finally managed to lift my body and set forth towards the shore. Each step was heavy and laborious, accompanied by my labored breaths akin to a weary beast of burden. The oxygen I inhaled was woefully insufficient to meet my needs, and each advance required a series of exhalations and inhalations. On numerous occasions, I felt as though I might collapse, teetering on the brink of surrender, yet somehow my body remained upright, swaying but resolute. I knew that had I fallen, I would likely lack the strength to rise again. I'm almost there, just a little longer, and I shall reach the sea. This mantra echoed in my mind as I fervently urged myself onward. My entire being was drained of energy, my head throbbed mercilessly. My mouth parched, and my throat burned as if engulfed in flames. The sole force propelling me was sheer willpower. I could not falter, could not relent, could not abandon hope. Only 5 steps remained, and I felt my blood boiling with anticipation. 4 steps left, and my vision began to blur. 3 steps, and I was on the verge of asphyxiation, struggling to breathe. Despite my mouth gaping wide, fresh air seemed elusive. 2 steps away, I could do this. I was certain of it. I had become numb to sensation, my faculties seemingly rendered inoperative. With the final step, I triumphed. As I plunged into the water, my body surrendered completely. I was liberated, saved, enveloped in comfort, able to breathe freely, and embraced by the refreshing coolness. A cascade of positive sensations washed over me as I reclined upon the rocks beside the sea, allowing the waves to caress me. Bereft of all vigor, I felt akin to a white-hot iron rod plunged into frigid water. Though the characteristic hiss was absent, every pore on my body constricted, desperately retaining the dwindling moisture within. An overwhelming weariness washed over me, a sensation reminiscent of my initial day. Yet, I cautioned myself against succumbing to slumber, for sleep could very well herald my demise, perhaps by drowning, succumbing to the cold, or succumbing to dehydration. The replenishment of fluids, specifically saline solution, was of paramount importance. Complacency was the gravest peril. Chapter 23, Day 25, An Unexpected Turn, Part 2, A relentless cycle of drowsiness and abrupt awakenings plagued me. My head throbbed with an excruciating intensity, threatening to rupture. The sun had begun its descent, yet I could muster no strength. Debilitation, vertigo, nausea, and lassitude relentlessly tormented me. However, I comprehended that unless I replenished my fluids promptly, death was a distinct possibility. Ultimately, sheer willpower compelled me to rise to my feet, though my muscles offered scant assistance. The simple act of standing demanded an exorbitant amount of time, and I still swayed precariously, relying on the support of the rocks to maintain my balance. A splitting headache blurred my vision, causing everything to appear doubled. After a brief respite, I stirred. Before departing, I meticulously detached the bottles from my person, knelt at the water's edge, and filled them to capacity. I then reattached them to my belt. This seemingly simple task consumed an inordinate amount of time. Twilight had already descended, and the sun had vanished below the horizon. I am exceedingly feeble, were it permissible. I could succumb to slumber immediately upon reclining, yet I am unwilling to spend the night here. I proceed step by step, with the gait of a geriatric, a condition I am powerless to alter. My respiration falters with every third stride, and the continuous locomotion induces a sensation of asphyxiation. My head feels ponderous, and my feet as if laden with lead. My voice has now deserted me, and the aridity and soreness of my throat provoke a cough, leaving a bitter residue in my mouth. Alas, I cannot cease. Moments ago, I perceived only phantasmal afterimages, but now these specters swirl around me. I am seized by nausea. Yet my stomach is devoid of content, resulting only in unproductive retching. Had I foreseen the torment of heat stroke, I would never have tempted fate. Little did I know that such a minor indiscretion could have proven fatal. Prior to my departure, I had thoroughly saturated the newly gathered branches with water and arranged them in a stack at the periphery of the pyre, thus prolonging their combustion. It must now be the witching hour, yet I am cognizant that I must resist sleep. I shall first procure a flask of potable water from the cot and drain it in a single draught. 2 more remain upon the cot, provisions I had prudently prepared in advance. These vessels, salvaged and repurposed, serve as my reservoirs, granting me immediate access to hydration during the nocturnal hours, obviating the need for a pilgrimage to the riverbank. I unfasten the water bottle filled with seawater from my waist and decant its contents into a paella pan. Augment the fire with additional kindling and place the paella pan upon the burgeoning flames. I am cognizant that reclining is not an option. Despite my profound exhaustion and the pronounced trembling in my legs, succumbing to a prone position would render me incapable of rising, irrespective of my willpower. My corporeal form is utterly depleted, and a frigid perspiration envelopes my entire being. My visage must be ashen, perhaps even ghastly. The seawater within the cauldron, subjected to the ardent caress of the bonfire, commences to seethe and churn. Bubbles burgeon from the depths, ascending towards the surface with undulating columns of water, only to dissipate upon reaching the air. I remain stationary, a mere observer, for the mere thought of repose, whether supine or seated, is untenable. I am fortunate, for my sojourn here has been brief, Yet I have weathered a multitude of perilous situations, each capable of extinguishing my most precious possession, life. Nevertheless, on each occasion, I have emerged unscathed. These trials have fostered my growth. I now possess the sagacity to discern that caverns are not to be entered with impunity and that certain fruits are forbidden. Yet, I am also afflicted with misfortune. I dare say none have been as ill-fated as I. I embarked on a maritime sojourn for respite, only to be capsized. I consumed coconuts, resulting in dysentery. I ventured into a grotto and was submerged. I espied an aircraft, which subsequently vanished. I discovered a fellow being, only to witness their demise. The crux of the matter lies not in these incidents themselves, but rather in the fact that I have scarcely resided here for a month. A relentless succession of unforeseen events has overwhelmed me. I can only aspire to endure this day. I offered a sardonic smile. The seawater simmering in the skillet has nearly evaporated. Soon, it will hiss and vanish entirely, leaving behind only a residue of whitish efflorescence clinging to the bottom. This is the salt for which I have yearned, yet the meager quantity is woefully insufficient. Alas, I lack the vigor to boil additional batches. I took the water bottle from the small bed and poured its contents entirely into the flat pan I had placed on the ground. A hissing sound erupted as steam billowed forth, nearly evaporating a third of the fresh water. I then retrieved a second bottle and similarly emptied it into the pan. Lifting the pan to my lips, I stirred the mixture with my fingers, endeavoring to amalgamate all the ingredients. I drank deeply, relishing the refreshing sensation. Little Black observed me silently. I had tossed a few fruits to him earlier, and he had been hungry all day, swiftly devouring what I had given him. Yet, there was still a pressing task at hand. Looking at Little Black, I suppressed the urge to recline on the small bed and, gritting my teeth, approached him instead. The bandage on his wound needed changing. I could not allow negligence to lead to a severe infection, especially after he had risked his life to save me. Dragging my weary body, I reached Little Black's side and unfastened the ragged strips from his body. The wound had healed remarkably well, beginning to scab over. With only slight redness and swelling remaining, I surmised that he would soon be able to stand again. However, Little Black appeared quite itchy. As soon as I loosened the strips, his head nudged forward, and he attempted to lick the area, but I gently restrained him, placing my hand against his head and shaking it disapprovingly. While the wound seemed to be healing adequately, I was reluctant to risk any unforeseen complications, uncertain whether his licking might induce an infection or disrupt the scab. He squirmed slightly, perhaps uncomfortable, but I was confident that once I re-bandaged his wound, he would be all right. Indeed, I overestimated my capabilities. Such a simple binding task consumed nearly an hour, my hands rendered almost uncontrollable, trembling to an unimaginable extent. Finally, the binding was complete, and I could seek respite. After exhaling a weighty breath, I gazed upon the once more tranquil Little Black. I proceeded towards the cot, collapsing upon it in a straightforward manner. This sudden impact seemed to fracture several branches, but I was indifferent. If they broke, they broke. Chapter 24, Day 26. Snaring rabbits. When sunlight filtered through the crevices of the branches surrounding the cabin, I awoke. I felt utterly drained, completely devoid of energy. The headache had considerably subsided, and my vision was clearer, but all my strength had vanished without a trace. I struggled to prop myself up. Curious, Little Black was nowhere to be seen. Little Black! I exclaimed as I made my way toward the entrance. Before I could venture outside, Little Black cautiously emerged from the doorway. It could move, which took me by surprise. As Little Black ambled, its injured hind leg lifted, yet it maintained a steady gait. It must have grown weary of lying down, and perhaps due to the wound beginning to heal, it had started to roam about today. However, I sensed that Little Black remained weak, noticeably thinner. I ought to procure something nourishing for it. Subsisting solely on these fruits would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Therefore, I must venture out today to secure some meat for Little Black. My initial thought was solely of rabbits, though I lacked confidence and could only attempt to try. I walked slowly, not merely due to fatigue, but also pondering methods to catch the rabbits. To be frank, I was uncertain of my approach. First, I quenched my thirst by the river. Then I gathered some supple vines and resilient twigs in the woods. Subsequently, I made my way towards the Valley of Rabbits, which lay a fair distance ahead. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, I found myself breathless, having paused several times along the way. The vigilant rabbits within the valley had already detected my presence. In a flurry of commotion, they scurried into their burrows. Although I stood at a distance, the scene was vividly clear to me. I endeavored to replicate a slipknot I had seen on television, twisting the vine into a circle, fashioning a knot at one end. and securing the other into a twig. I inserted the twig outside a rabbit's burrow, placing the slip knot at the entrance. I surmised that should a rabbit's leg entangle in the knot, it would struggle, tightening the bind. Thus, I would accomplish my task, and I felt quite impressed with my practical skills. To enhance the trap's realism and to avoid detection by the rabbits, I covered it with a layer of grass. All that remained was to wait. I secluded myself in a hollow near the valley's mouth, quietly biding my time. The wait felt interminable, and after a long while, no rabbits appeared. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, the sun had shifted to a position slightly westward overhead. Mercifully, not much time had passed. In an instant, my drowsiness vanished. I cast my gaze towards the trap, and what I beheld filled me with immense irritation. Several rabbits were grazing beside the very trap I had set, and to my dismay, some were even frolicking atop it. How infuriating! I exclaimed in frustration. After several attempts, I was left profoundly disappointed. This contraption was utterly ineffectual, requiring an excessive amount of force to tighten. Would rabbits pull it? Certainly not. Thus, my time had been squandered in vain. Little Black was still awaiting my assistance to roast rabbit meat and simmer rabbit soup. Yet here I stood, empty-handed. In a fit of anger, I yanked the completely useless trap from the ground and hurled it aside with great force. I felt utterly inept. However, the fury that had surged within me dissipated just as swiftly as it had arisen, and with its departure, my mind returned to a state of clarity. I began to contemplate new strategies. Before long, an idea took shape. Although I had never crafted a snare, I had once trapped birds using a similar method in my youth. I procured a somewhat flat stone from the valley entrance, along with a smaller rock, roughly the size of my palm. Then, I crossed the ends of two sturdy branches and placed them atop the smaller rock. Using a slightly longer branch, I positioned it between the two crossed branches, propping up the larger stone with this elongated piece. This trap was a simplified version of a bird-catching device. As soon as a rabbit disturbed the branches resting on the small stone, the longer branch would shift, causing the heavy stone to fall. If the prey was unable to flee in time, it would be trapped beneath it. I felt a great confidence in this trap. I had successfully captured numerous sparrows with such a mechanism before. I believed that catching a rabbit should not prove too difficult either. The ensuing period was yet another protracted interlude of anticipation as I resumed my vigil in the same spot. The rabbit's wariness was trying my patience. And just as I was on the verge of dozing off once more, they began to emerge from their burrows, a multitude of them, frolicking with abandon as they grazed and frolicked. However, to my chagrin, not a single one ventured near my snare. I was understandably frustrated. But then, at long last, a rabbit, nibbling contentedly on the verdant grass, ambled in the direction of my trap. A little closer, just a bit more. I implored silently, my patience wearing thin. My expectations were modest. A single plump rabbit would suffice for a satisfying supper for myself and Onyx. Should this trap prove futile, I would be bereft of further plans. And time was of the essence. Alas, when the rabbit was a mere meter from my snare, it darted away with startling alacrity. I couldn't help but sigh, resigning myself to the possibility of returning empty-handed. I'll wait a while longer, I told myself, seeking to bolster my resolve. Approximately 30 minutes later, two more rabbits bounded toward my trap. One of them, evidently a glutton, grazed its way directly beneath the rock, its head nestled beneath the stone, devouring the succulent grass with gusto. Fortunately for it, it managed to avoid triggering the branch. The other, however, was less fortunate, at least from its perspective, as I observed it wriggling entirely beneath the rock. Although the stone had yet to fall, I knew it was only a matter of time. If only both of them could be caught simultaneously. I mused. As I was still contemplating, a muffled thud reached my ears. The trap had been triggered. The other rabbits, unaccustomed to such a sight, scattered in panic. I rushed towards the trap, my heart pounding with anticipation. It had worked. I was certain it had. Even from a distance, I could see the rabbit pinned by its head, its hind legs twitching intermittently. I exhaled in relief, assured that I wouldn't be returning empty-handed. After a moment, I lifted the heavy stone, revealing another rabbit beneath it, a double success, much to my delight. Methods are devised by people, after all. Carrying the two rabbits, I exclaimed excitedly to myself. Chapter 25, Day 27. Rabbit skin blanket. Perhaps it had been too long since we last tasted meat. As Little Black and I devoured the two plump rabbits completely, savoring roasted rabbit legs and a pot of rabbit soup, leaving not a single drop. Early in the morning, I headed to the salt drying pit to add seawater. The cool morning air was ideal for activity. Little Black accompanied me to the beach. Despite its injured leg, It was surprisingly adept at chasing crabs scuttling across the sand. I had already witnessed it capture several prizes. In my memory, dogs do not eat crabs, supposedly fearing getting their noses pinched, but Little Black had begun to adapt for survival. By the time the sun was directly overhead, the seawater I had carried had barely covered the bottom of the stone pit. The sun was blazing, and the temperature was rising rapidly, causing sweat to trickle down my forehead. Having not rested properly in days, my body had not fully recovered. With nothing pressing to do in the afternoon, I decided to rest for a while. The midday repast consisted of fish, freshly caught, for which my canine companion evinced a particular fondness, especially for the broth. Though it yearned for the flesh as well, I hesitated to offer it, apprehensive that the delicate bones might cause injury. Within the skillet, the fish simmered and undulated, unrestrained by a lid, its piquant aroma permeating the surroundings. The dog's tail, akin to a street sweeper in its vigor, swished rapidly near the hearth, dispersing dust and ash in its wake. "Cease your wagging, lest you choke me with dust," I implored, though my words were of little consequence. The fragrance was undoubtedly an enticement to its keen olfactory senses, for it fixed its gaze upon the simmering pot, as if fearing its imminent departure. It parted its jaws, extending its tongue in a circular motion from its snout, betraying its unfeigned desire, a primal instinct, with droplets of saliva escaping its maw. The fish broth gradually transformed into a milky hue. As I removed the pot, the dog eagerly surged forward, circling my legs, its thirst undeniable. I gently caressed its head, signaling a moment's respite. The fish, impaled upon makeshift wooden chopsticks, was portioned into a coconut shell. This was my sustenance. The flesh from the fish's underbelly, largely devoid of troublesome bones, was reserved for the dog after careful preparation. Soon, it had devoured its share and turned its attention to my meal, remaining vigilant until I was sated, whereupon it commenced to gnaw upon the available fruits. Indeed, the succulence of these fruits is not to be dismissed, though their richness can become cloying with overindulgence. Sated, the diminutive canine, ensconced within its mobile abode, surrendered to slumber. As I prepared to retire for the night, my gaze fell upon the quartz head of rabbit pelts. Having consumed 4 rabbits in total, 2 of the hides had undergone sun curing, resulting in a somewhat rigid texture. A sudden inspiration seized me, prompting me to embark on a project. The aforementioned pair of pelts could be fashioned into a small blanket. Yet, the method by which to accomplish this eluded me, presenting a considerable challenge. Bereft of both needle and thread, my contemplation was interrupted by the sight of the remnants of the previous evening's repast, rabbit leg bones. Needles. Precisely, I resolved to craft bone needles. The rabbit leg bones were pulverized with stones, achieved by laying the bones upon one stone and striking them with another. Initially, fissures appeared, which, under sustained percussive force, expanded until the bones fragmented into several pieces. After careful examination, I selected a slender shard of bone, which I deemed satisfactory. The subsequent task was that of refinement. Such meticulous work demanded patience, and I estimate that I dedicated approximately 2 hours to the process. The shard of bone had been utterly transformed, now bearing the semblance of a needle, with a conical form emerging, albeit significantly larger than conventional needles. The next phase necessitated the deployment of a Swiss Army knife, for which I must once again express gratitude to the previous owner of the diminutive canine, as without this tool, my endeavors would be greatly hampered. The knife's file would facilitate further refinement. Rather than perforating the eye of the bone needle, I instead fashioned a circumferential groove near the proximal end, intended for securing thread. The reason I refrained from perforating it was my apprehension of fracturing this flawless piece of bone. As twilight neared, the impeccable bone needle was complete, approximately 5 centimeters in length and 1/4 of my little finger in thickness. The subsequent requirement was thread, for which I already possessed a substitute: rattan bark, resilient, pliable, and readily available. Abundant rattan vines adorned the cabin, from which I casually selected one. Upon compressing the desiccated vine, its outer layer readily detached, yielding a lengthy strip with minimal effort. I then bifurcated the robust rattan peel into several slender strands, which would serve as my thread. I couldn't help but commend myself on my ingenuity. The conjoined bone needle and rattan thread appeared remarkably well suited. I procured 2 rabbit pelts and commenced stitching. It must be noted that these rabbit pelts differed significantly from any I had previously encountered. Those in my possession were rigid, malodorous, and reeked of an unpleasant odor, presumably due to the absence of processing. Prior to this, I had only encountered pelts that were supple, smooth, and fragrant. Nevertheless, my bone needle performed admirably, effortlessly piercing the unyielding rabbit hide. With deft craftsmanship, the two rabbit pelts were swiftly conjoined. Holding the finished product, I was immensely gratified, admiring it with increasing satisfaction. Henceforth, I would possess an item for nocturnal covering, albeit somewhat diminutive. However, it should suffice for covering my abdomen. The remaining two rabbit pelts were laid outside to dry. Intended for the creation of a mat for Little Black, I discovered that the lighter fluid had been entirely depleted. I cannot deny my trepidation. I attempted to ignite it several times, but it proved futile. Fire is my lifeline. Without it, my very survival is imperiled. I was fraught with anxiety, knowing that I had to safeguard the flame from being extinguished, causing my psychological burden to escalate precipitously. Alas, what's done is done. I was not confident in my ability to maintain the fire's vitality at all times. Throughout the night, I awoke numerous times, likely exceeding 10. Each time instinctively checking the state of the fire, ensuring it had not died out. Chapter 26, Day 28. The Enigmatic Stone, Part 1. The rabbit pelt blanket proved to be quite comfortable. Last night, I draped it over myself, finding it to be warm and pleasant. However, it still possessed several drawbacks, as I mentioned previously, with a somewhat rigid surface and a faint, malodorous scent. Nevertheless, for me, it was an exceptionally satisfactory blanket. Today, I made an unexpected discovery at the stone pit. The seawater I had transported there yesterday had completely evaporated, leaving a thin layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pit. Salt. The seawater, after being exposed to the scorching sun, had transformed into the salt I so desperately desired. However, the quantity was still meager, and it was not yet time for harvesting. Thus, I continued to diligently transport seawater, seizing the opportunity presented by the favorable weather conditions. With a few more days of perseverance, I should be able to reap the rewards. Based on the current layer of salt crystals, I anticipate being able to obtain a small vial of salt when the time comes. Although the amount is modest, it is an invaluable treasure for someone like myself, who lacks any form of seasoning. It is truly gratifying to have a goal, as the busyness helps me forget my sense of loss. Little Black helps me forget my solitude. The tide has receded once more. This presents an invaluable opportunity. Low tide signifies delectable treats. Until today, I remain haunted by the oysters I was rendered helpless against last time, and I still hold a grudge over the squandered eel. My toolbox houses an array of wrenches and screwdrivers, nearly a dozen in total. Without hesitation, I selected the largest wrench and a Phillips screwdriver, then dashed towards the shoreline. I am unaware of when the tide will rise again. Thus, every fleeting moment is precious and must not be squandered. Once I acquire what I seek, I must depart. I have no desire to be swept away by the ocean due to avarice. Xiao Hei is even more exhilarated than I, boldly pursuing the receding waters, venturing far into the distance. Something must have caught its attention, for I observe it from afar, lifting its injured hind leg and lowering its head, seemingly toying with something. Fortune seems to have once again favored me, for lo and behold, a multitude of oysters upon the rocks, causing my mouth to water uncontrollably. I speak not in jest. My saliva truly dripped onto my own instep. The wrench effortlessly pried open the oyster, and in that moment, nothing else seemed to matter. All I could see was the pale, grayish oyster flesh, slightly sweet, yielding yet not tough, brimming with the essence of the sea. It had been far too long since I had tasted anything flavorful. Though roasted rabbit is fragrant, it lacks taste. Rabbit soup, while fresh, is devoid of flavor. Fish soup may be delightful, yet still lacks essence. However, these oysters are different. They are inherently imbued with the flavor of the ocean. Previously, I refrained from indulging due to concerns for my stomach. This time, I am untroubled. I simply cannot refuse. Saliva, like a torrential flood, parted my lips and teeth. Its potent allure compelled me to seize the oyster flesh exposed before me, eagerly stuffing it into my mouth. A culinary explosion. My gustatory senses were once again awakened. A briny fragrance diffused across my palate, an amalgamation of diverse flavors intertwining and cascading along my tongue. A symphony of taste. I closed my eyes, reveling in the experience. The very essence of the sea. Incredulously, the mere rediscovery of saline sustenance brought forth tears of elation. Verily, I myself am astonished. I am not one given to sentimentality. Quite the contrary, from my earliest recollections until my misfortune upon this forsaken isle, I had never shed a tear. Indeed, never. I have always considered myself resolute. Previously, I strived for professional success, for a promising future, and to earn the favor of my beloved, surmounting every obstacle with unwavering pride. Now, I persevere for survival. Yet, I was momentarily overcome with emotion. Though but a few droplets, I could scarcely fathom such vulnerability within myself. The exquisite savor of the oysters proved irresistible. Venture a guess as to my consumption. I devoured 18 in total. Upon reaching the 10th, I cautioned myself against further indulgence, mindful of potential gastric distress and impaired digestion. However, the oyster flesh, akin to a captivating opiate, held me in thrall until, after an additional 8, satiety restored my self-control. My self-discipline remains woefully inadequate. I lamented this enduring flaw. The ebbing tide is truly a divine gift, with delectable bounty strewn about. I must commence documenting the ebb and flow of the tides. As I recall, their rhythm is predictable. I deeply regret my youthful academic negligence. Scattered seaweed, tiny fish stranded in tide pools, scurrying crabs, and seashells trailing the receding waters, all are potential delicacies. The seaweed, in particular, fills me with longing, deprived as I am of fresh greens. I gathered an armful and deposited it upon the beach. Yet more savory treasures await my discovery, and I eagerly ventured into the shallows. Here, one can readily observe fish darting about, their agility rendering them difficult to capture. A makeshift spear gun would undoubtedly ease the task, fashioned by simply sharpening the end of a branch. However, this is merely a passing thought, as my skills are not so refined. Moreover, my true quarry lies elsewhere. There it is. I plunged my hand into the calf-deep water, gently overturning small stones along the seabed. There it was. I spotted its leg, oblivious to my presence. It remained confident in its concealment. Alas, its fate was sealed upon encountering me. I had previously discovered this particular delicacy, but on that occasion, my provisions were ample, and I had refrained from capturing it. My hand descended softly from above, enveloping it in a firm grasp. It writhed and struggled, but to no avail. I had become the arbiter of its destiny. Having successfully seized it, I swiftly withdrew my hand from the seawater to forestall its escape. Though charming, it was also undeniably delectable. A delicacy to many, it is rumored to be even more exquisite when consumed raw, yet I hesitated, never having indulged in its sashimi. I had already begun to envision the sumptuous feast it would become. Chapter 27, Day 28, The Enigmatic Stone, Part 2, to preclude its flight. I was compelled to dispatch it, whereupon a plume of inky blackness diffused across my palm. Such an opportunity was far too precious to squander. I resolved to procure as much sustenance as possible, for I had abruptly apprehended a matter that had eluded my grasp, a realization so straightforward, yet I had remained oblivious. I chastised myself for my apparent dim-wittedness. Dried goods. All of this could be desiccated and stored as provisions. How could I have been so obtuse as to not have considered this sooner? Without delay, I set about gathering the surrounding kelp, amassing a veritable mound in short order. Plump oysters and diminutive bivalves were pried loose in abundance, accumulating into a considerable heap upon the shore. This day was destined to be one of fruitful bounty. Imagining the prospect of savoring these delicacies at my leisure, a subtle smile graced my lips. It was quite ferocious, brandishing its tentacles at me in a manner reminiscent of the grotesque extraterrestrials from film. I cautiously approached with my wrench, yet it remained undaunted. Lunging forth to assail the tool, I elected not to engage in prolonged conflict, primarily due to its exterior, which evoked a profound sense of trypophobia within me. Its contortions in a state of agitation sent shivers down my spine. Furthermore, my experience has taught me that the more vibrant something is, the more likely it is to be poisonous. The more vivid the colors, the greater the toxicity. Therefore, with a secure food supply, I have no desire to experiment. As I cherish my life, fish are another objective of mine. Just moments ago, I made an exhilarating discovery among the reefs. Several fish, unable to keep pace with the receding tide, were stranded in the rocky pools. Upon seeing me approach, they began to struggle frantically, darting about in desperation. The water was quite shallow, barely a hand's breadth deep, with much of their bodies exposed to the air. Alas, they spotted me, and their instinctive fear drove them to thrash and attempt to escape. Little did they know that their efforts were in vain. I easily captured them. These plump fish will soon become dried fish. That fellow, Sudi, is still patiently observing something over there, still lying down, head lowered, quietly watching. This is quite out of character for him, which has piqued my interest. I hastened over to see what could be so captivating to Sudi. Arriving at his side, I found a small pool, no larger than half a table, but the scene unfolding before me was indeed captivating. Now I understand why Sudi has been so patiently watching here. A bloody battle was taking place in the pool. It was retreating. The moray eel had a firm grip and was lunging at it with its mouth agape. The moray eel convulsed violently a few times and then plummeted straight to the bottom of the pit, lifeless. In an instant, the moray eel was dead. I prodded the moray eel a few times with my wrench. Indeed, it was dead. I felt as though my scalp had exploded. Under the sun, a chill coursed through my entire being. Goodness, I had just attempted to grasp it. I even provoked it with a wrench. I realized I had danced once more on the precipice of death. After a considerable pause, clarity returned to me, revealing that Little Black was indulging on the beach, feasting upon the fruits of my labor. Time slipped away swiftly, the midday sun blazing fiercely, and the bounty I had gathered exceeded my expectations. Seizing the moment, I resolved to dry these provisions to prevent spoilage. Little Black had only nibbled on a few pieces of raw oyster meat, perhaps finding it unpalatable, and had moved on to hunt for beach crabs, which it relished. However, by the rocks, I unexpectedly discovered a stone that appeared to have been cut. It was originally rectangular, but now was unmistakably fractured. It piqued my interest, compelling me to bend down and pick it up. There were inscriptions. STA, comprised solely of 5 letters and an exclamation mark. The rest were missing, and beneath the letters lay a thick horizontal line. This cryptic inscription held no allure for me, and I nearly discarded the small slab. Yet, upon second thought, I decided to keep it. It could not have washed ashore. Was it perhaps left by another, or by Little Black's former owner? Might it contain vital information? I had never relinquished the thought of escape, and thus, upon encountering the written word of a civilized society, my mind opened fully. I even pondered whether this clue might lead me to hidden vessels. Tonight's feast surpassed even the previous seafood banquet. Succulent and luscious oysters. There was even an exquisitely delicious soup composed of oysters, clams, and kelp. All of this I savored alone. Little Black, however, is most fond of fish soup. It must be an imposter canine. Chapter 28. The 29th day. A moment of carelessness. Yesterday's bountiful harvest still requires several days of sun-drying before it can be stored. The kelp, spread out on the beach, has already transformed from a deep green to a yellowish green, and feels quite dry to the touch. The fish and other small creatures are being dried on the roof of my hut. My morning task remains unchanged, to bail seawater into the stone pit. In just 2 more days, I'll be able to reap the rewards. The increasingly thick layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pit is my motivation. At midday, I turned all the kelp over to ensure even drying. The midday temperature began to rise noticeably, and, weary from a morning of labor, I sought a level spot beneath the shade of a tree to take a nap. However, I had a nagging feeling that I had forgotten something important. Yet I couldn't quite recall what it was. Never mind, I'll just sleep for a while, I told myself. Little Black was already fast asleep beneath a coconut tree. The sunlight filtering through the leaves was so gentle, and the breeze was so refreshing, creating such a tranquil environment that my mind became serene. And I began to drift off to sleep. The dream commenced. I ascended to the pinnacle of life, propelled by the money in that suitcase. Luxurious cars and beautiful women beckoned me. Of course, I am no fool. I grabbed a fistful of cash and threw it in her face, telling her to get lost. I cannot fathom the reason why each scene is accompanied by a solitary candle, its flickering flame teetering on the brink of extinguishment. A persistent sense of oppression and dread lingers within me. This existence ought to have been my most cherished dream, a source of happiness. Yet I remain perplexed by the presence of the candle. My experiences have been transcribed into a novel and adapted into a film, elevating me to the status of a celebrity. I attended the film's premiere, but as my turn to speak approached, I was horrified to discover that what was handed to me was not a microphone, but the very candle I had so frequently encountered. The flame upon it flickered even more feebly. The host brazenly thrust the candle towards my face. I recoiled in terror, screaming. At last I awakened. Alas, fire! The bonfire! Before I could wipe the cold sweat from my brow, I leapt up in alarm. How careless of me! I had forgotten to add fuel to the fire before leaving in the morning. How could I have dozed off at such a time? Though my slumber was brief, my heart was tightly constricted. I now find myself sprinting, with fear as my sole companion. The thought of a day without fire is utterly unfathomable. My heart races once more at its utmost capacity. It is no wonder I feel as though I have neglected something of great importance. No wonder I dreamt of the candle on the verge of extinguishment. Deep down, I have subconsciously grasped this truth. However, my subconscious cannot dictate my actions. It is merely urging my conscious mind to accept the reality. The cottage is now in sight. Since my arrival on this island, I have never moved with such speed. In my heart, I fervently prayed, beseeching that the fire still burned, even if it were but a mere pile of embers. I implored that it must not extinguish. Rushing to the door, I pushed it open with trembling hands. Ah! I let out a despairing scream, furiously kicking at the extinguished ashes. Why? I howled in frustration. My anger surged, flooding my veins, causing my entire face to feel as though it were swelling. The rage found no outlet. After throwing the clothes I had laid upon the bed into disarray, I gradually began to regain my composure. Thus, I restored my reason and accepted the current state of affairs. Indeed, the fire was gone, yet I could not part with it. I had to devise a solution. My impatience grew as the sun began its descent, and I, accustomed to drifting into slumber under the warm glow of the fire, found it utterly unimaginable. Naturally, like everyone else, my first thought was to create fire by friction. Time waited for no one. Overwhelmed by despair, I considered nothing else and dashed outside. This was the simplest task, yet what lay ahead would prove the most challenging, for I had only read about it in books and had never attempted it myself. I sharpened a moderately thick branch with my Swiss Army knife, while another, thicker branch was flattened in the middle, creating a slight indentation to facilitate the drilling process. With my preparations complete, I embarked on what I believed to be an effective method. I gathered flammable plants akin to dry grass, forming them into a bundle, ready to ignite at the first glimmer of a spark. I casually seated myself on the ground, positioning the sharp twig in the hollow of the other branch, and began to rub my hands together with fervent haste. Sweat ceaselessly dripped from my forehead, yet no smoke emerged, let alone any sparks. Soon, my spirits sank once more. My palms had formed blisters, and the temptation to surrender was overwhelming. Yet, the very thought of a fire pit was intolerable. I urged myself to persevere a while longer. If hope were to abandon me entirely, I would relinquish this endeavor. Ultimately, I capitulated. Indeed, the blisters on my palms had burst, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through me. Consumed by fury, I leapt up and snapped the branches beneath my feet. To hell with friction fire. I cursed vehemently. I dove into the small shelter, rummaging desperately for anything that could ignite a flame. With a resounding slap, I struck my forehead. What a fool I am. Yes, I was chastising myself. Do you know what I discovered? I had completely forgotten about my handgun. My impulsiveness had clouded my judgment. Oh. Igniting a fire was no longer a dilemma. I removed the bullets from the gun and, using a wrench from the toolbox, dismantled them. The gunpowder was scattered upon the dry ground. I piled highly flammable plants atop the powder, with dry twigs ready at the side. Next, I searched beneath the bed and, to my relief, found the long-depleted lighter. Thank goodness I hadn't discarded it. I sighed in quiet relief. With a flick, I rolled the lighter's wheel, and sparks danced into the air. Splendid, it still works. My heart raced with excitement. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived, trembling. I extended the lighter toward the flammable grass mound below, directing its sparks toward the gunpowder. The fire blazed once more, and I cautiously placed a nearby branch into the flames. This time, I vowed to cherish it dearly. Chapter 29, the 30th day, inclement weather today. The weather is far from favorable. Our original plan was to wait another 2 days, yet the skies have darkened ominously. The clouds drift swiftly overhead, and I suspect rain will soon follow. Once the rain begins, the salt in the pit will dissolve and be washed away, rendering my previous efforts futile. Thus, I must conclude my work prematurely. I gathered a handful of weeds, intertwining several strands together, binding them securely. My intention is to use this bundle of weeds to sweep up all the salt crystals at the bottom of the pit. After dedicating an entire morning to this task, I successfully collected every precious crystal I had labored for over the past few days. These salt crystals were carefully placed into the drift bottle I had previously discovered. My perseverance has yielded this modest reward, and I find myself quite content. At least I possess some salt, do I not? Even if it is still mixed with sand and other impurities. I hope the rain does not arrive too swiftly, for there remains much for me to accomplish. The bottle filled with salt brings to mind the seeds I planted earlier. With so many matters demanding my attention in recent days, I have not revisited the site since sowing. Regrettably, the area where I had planted has become desiccated and hardened, clearly due to my negligence. My previous endeavors have been rendered in vain. Fortunately, I had only scattered a few seeds, and I must be more cautious next time. The sky is growing increasingly ominous, with vast dark clouds drifting over the distant sea. I am reluctant to venture out in the downpour to seek nourishment, so I must seize the moment before the rain begins. There are some mushrooms in the forest, yet I dare not consume them. Memories of the countless fatalities each year due to toxic mushrooms linger in my mind, rendering them a forbidden delicacy. I have gathered a few red, succulent fruits, To be honest, I have indulged a bit too much in these fruits. They are somewhat cloying. However, they hang plentifully from the branches, making them easily obtainable and resilient, remaining fresh for several days post-harvest. Thus, I often collect these fruits as provisions. I wish to take Little Black along to catch a few rabbits, for it is essential to indulge in meat from time to time. Little Black's leg has improved significantly, although it does not possess the strength it once had. It can now manage to walk without favoring it as before. With Little Black by my side, the task of catching rabbits becomes far more manageable. Little Black is exuberant, wagging its tail with enthusiasm. I know it relishes rabbit meat as well. The rabbit heads I had previously encountered were surely remnants of its feasts. Rabbit meat is tender and delectable, especially roasted rabbit legs. When grilled to perfection, the rabbit legs glisten under the firelight, exuding a mouth-watering sheen. After cooling slightly, a bite reveals the savory juices melting together with the crisp exterior and the moisture locked within, creating a delightful explosion of flavor. The texture defies simple description, possessing a delightful combination of smoothness, crispness, and savory flavor. Moreover, now that I have salt, the mere thought of it is enough to make my mouth water profusely. Before long, I arrived at the valley. Little Black was there as usual, patiently lying in wait at the rabbit burrow. Of course, determined to procure a more substantial bounty of rabbits, I had come well prepared. Along the way, I had gathered a thick branch, and with my Swiss Army knife, I carefully sharpened one end to a point. I had no intention of relying solely on Little Black. Armed with this newly fashioned spear, I crouched near the rabbit hole's entrance, poised to strike the moment one dared to emerge. However, as if possessed of some premonition, the rabbit within remained stubbornly hidden from view. Meanwhile, Little Black had already caught one, dispatching it swiftly. The loyal canine then brought the prize to me before resuming the hunt for fresh quarry. There was a rustling from the burrow I had been so diligently watching. A faint sound finally arose, suggesting the rabbit was about to make an appearance. The rabbits here seem to have no natural predators, and with abundant food, they have grown remarkably plump and bold. I imagine that a typical rabbit, sensing danger, would be far more hesitant to emerge so quickly. Soon, a flash of white appeared at the entrance, cautiously creeping towards the opening. Finally, it burst forth, its forelegs resting on the burrow's edge as it surveyed its surroundings. I would never squander such a splendid opportunity. With a firm grip on the branch, I lunged at the rabbit with determination. It was quite astute, sensing impending danger, and I could see its legs coiling in preparation to spring away. However, just as the rabbit was about to leap, my branch struck true. Although slightly askew, I still managed to secure my prize. Thus, that afternoon, my companion Xiao He and I successfully captured 5 rabbits, ample sustenance to sustain us for 2 days. From then on, the task fell solely upon my shoulders. Xiao He was brimming with excitement, darting around my legs in a flurry of enthusiasm, clearly a connoisseur of food. After a flurry of activity by the riverside, I processed the rabbits, acquiring 5 rabbit skins, ensuring Xiao He would have a cozy mat to rest upon. Once the skins had dried, I intended to fashion a blanket for Xiao He as well. As evening approached, rain began to pour, a torrential downpour, with raindrops pattering rhythmically against the waterproof tarp on the roof. Yet, within the cozy confines of the cabin, Xiao He and I basked in warmth by the crackling fire. The rabbit stew had been simmering for quite some time, a layer of oil glistening on the surface. Xiao He alternated his gaze between the stew and the roasted rabbit leg in my hand, his tongue flicking eagerly over his nose, a sight that brought a smile to my face. Before long, the 2 rabbits were devoured, leaving Xiao He with a round, contented belly. Apart from a single sip I took from the stew, he licked the pot clean, leaving not a drop behind. I couldn't help but admire his hearty appetite. The rain intensified, yet with the tarp overhead, I remained unfazed by the prospect of leaks. However, the wind was fierce tonight, seeping through the gaps in the branches and casting a chill over the night. I wrapped myself tightly in the rabbit fur blanket. Yet the incessant sound of raindrops was unbearably loud. With no other recourse, I lay in bed contemplating my next move. I envisioned constructing a boat. Admittedly, I lacked the necessary tools at present. However, I could fashion a sail from waterproof cloth. On that day, when I could no longer endure my circumstances, I might attempt to escape with this makeshift vessel. Indeed, it would at least present an opportunity, would it not? Chapter 30. The 31st Day. Misfortunes never come alone. I am uncertain when I fell asleep last night. A torrential downpour, accompanied by fierce winds, raged outside. I had no idea how long it would persist, and a sense of irritation began to brew within me. I detest such weather, which confines me to my humble abode, leaving me reluctant to venture outside. The sky loomed ominously, rendering it impossible for me to discern the time, morning, noon, or night. I could not tell, for the darkness outside was profound, obscured by the branches forming my door. As I mentioned, the winds were fierce, causing rain to be relentlessly driven toward my dwelling. Water trickled down the branches, and soon the side of the hut facing the wind was besieged by the deluge, with rainwater encroaching toward my little bed. Little Black. That fellow likely shared my sentiments about the rain. Idle and uncharacteristically late to rise, he remained curled up in his travel bag, fast asleep. Sighing, I realized that if I did not take action, my abode would inevitably succumb to flooding. The fire pit within the hut had dwindled to a mere flicker. So I added some of the gathered twigs to the flames before beginning to dig a drainage channel on the windward side. The damp sensation is truly unpleasant. I excavated a nearly 5-centimeter wide drainage channel on the windward side, believing this width to be sufficient. At one end of the channel, I dug down approximately 10 centimeters deep, which should be adequate to withstand the rainwater blown in by the wind. However, merely creating a channel inside the dwelling does not allow for the drainage of rainwater. It can only serve to accumulate it. Hence, I have no choice but to venture outside. Nonetheless, I am sensible enough to recognize that if the overflow issue remains unresolved, significant hazards may arise, potentially exceeding my capacity to endure. If the rain persists even slightly longer, my fire pit and stockpile of dry firewood will inevitably be affected, which is my foremost concern. While I can search for food again, the loss of dry firewood would mean forfeiting warmth, light, and the comfort of cooked meals. The relentless rain drenched me thoroughly in mere seconds. I swiftly brandished my Swiss Army knife, as rainwater cascaded down my hair, blurring my vision. Outside, the water in the drainage channel flowed rapidly, and I finally connected the newly excavated drainage channel to the external one. Of course, this drainage channel is not a true waterway. It is merely a makeshift creation from previous days' work. I take a certain pride in my foresight. Through the gaps between the branches, I link the exterior drainage channel to the one inside the dwelling. At the moment of connection, water surged forth violently. Well, that's resolved. However, to mitigate the threat of persistent rain, I also dug a similar drainage channel on the opposite side of the small house, connecting it to the interior as well. Having accomplished all of this, I did not linger any longer. I had previously stated my profound disdain for the rain, particularly for being caught in it. Thus, I dashed into the small hut. My drenched clothes clung to my skin, leaving me shivering with cold. Without a moment's hesitation, I stripped off my garments and made my way to the fire to warm my frigid body. The weather on this island is quite peculiar. The nights are typically cool. Yet the afternoons can be unbearably hot, and when the rain descends, it turns chilly once more. Especially now, the wind is fierce. Although there is only one side exposed to it, I can't shake the feeling of drafts seeping in all around, sending chills through me. Before the crackling fire, I found solace. The flames danced, their warmth radiating evenly across my body. This sensation was so delightful that I even closed my eyes, surrendering to the exquisite feeling. In this moment, I forgot my worries, my hunger, and the tumultuous weather. I was nearly lulled into slumber when I remembered that my clothes still needed to dry. I rummaged through the pile of firewood for a few branches and set my garments beside the flames. My movements were hardly gentle, and as a result, the little black creature had already been roused from its slumber. Yet, it did not rise. It merely lay there, watching me with its head resting low, its tail gently swaying, and its tongue occasionally flicking out to moisten its lips. Observing its demeanor, I understood that it must be hungry. Though my time with it has been brief, I can discern its thoughts from its subtle gestures. Today, I shall prepare a seafood soup for it. Little Black, would you like some seafood soup? Perhaps it was when I previously fed him his beloved fish soup that I would always say, Little Black, your soup. So, upon hearing the word soup, Little Black's ears noticeably twitched, and his head suddenly lifted. Haha, indeed, I was amused by his demeanor. He truly embodies the innocence of a child. Of course, it is not entirely so, aside from the dried kelp. The other food items were not completely dehydrated and cannot be deemed truly dry. Upon sniffing, although there was no foul odor of spoilage, there was still a hint of an odd scent. But who cares? Now, I have a substantial pot of seafood soup. Complemented by the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, what more could I desire? Since venturing outside is not an option, I shall relish this moment. The frying pan was sizzling hot over the fire as I poured water from the bottle into it, producing a hissing sound accompanied by a plume of steam. Next, I carelessly tossed in the seafood. Ideally, I should have soaked them in clean water before cooking, but as they were not entirely dry, I simply dropped them in. After about 5 minutes, the unique aroma of the seafood began to waft through the air, and the broth gradually transformed into a milky white. Once the broth was ready and slightly cooled, I filled a small bowl with a portion of the soup and that whole fish, leaving the remainder before Little Black. He approached it like a starved creature, nearly burying his face in the pot, his tongue moving with a speed reminiscent of a motor, swiftly cleaning the pot spotless. It is evident that it has not yet been satiated, as it continues to gaze at me with those beseeching eyes. Chapter 31. The 32nd Day, like a mountain toppling. Indeed, I am unwell. Nausea, headaches, dizziness, fatigue, and weakness. I never anticipated that my body would be so thoroughly ravaged. This is my greatest fear. In such a desolate place, it could effortlessly claim my life. I feel an intense chill, my body trembling involuntarily, my head aching as if crushed beneath the weight of a wheel, a pain so excruciating it feels as though it might split apart. It has been ages since I last experienced such a sensation. Ironically, I used to relish being ill. During my studies, illness afforded me the luxury of resting at home, enjoying the meticulous care of my loved ones, akin to an emperor. After entering the workforce, I even implored doctors to grant me additional sick leave, embellishing my symptoms for effect. Yet now, when I wish for its absence, it descends upon me uninvited. I can no longer expel anything. My mouth is filled with a bitter, acrid taste. If it were possible, I would truly wish to scream, "Oh, merciless heavens, if you desire my life, come and take it." Do you find joy in tormenting me so? But do I possess the strength to do so? No, I do not. I am so utterly exhausted that I cannot even lift my hands. The violent retching has left my throat feeling as though it has been scorched by flames. Cold sweat incessantly beads upon my forehead, and I can feel it pooling and cascading down. Conflicting sensations perpetually assail me. My face feels ablaze while my body is icy. This relentless interplay of heat and cold leaves me utterly drained. The relentless rain continues to pour, its persistent patter and rustling sounds exacerbating the agonizing throb in my head. These cacophonous noises drive me to the brink of madness. I resemble a caterpillar, writhing in discomfort upon my bed, ultimately curling up in despair. I never anticipated that this illness would strike with such swiftness and ferocity, catching me completely off guard, leaving me easily vanquished. This wretched state has lingered for quite some time, and I feel utterly depleted. Suddenly, darkness envelopes me, and I succumb to a deep slumber. Time has lost all significance. I awaken once more in a frigid haze, unaware of how long I have been unconscious, indifferent to the passage of time. All I perceive is an unending chill, my teeth chattering incessantly. The fire remains vibrant, yet my body fails to absorb even a fragment of its warmth. I suspect I may be somewhat dehydrated. I have perspired profusely, my clothing clinging to my back, not from heat, but from the discomfort that has forced the moisture out of me, a sensation that is difficult to articulate. Moreover, sweating only intensifies the cold. And that is precisely how I feel now. I sense my body growing rigid. In moments like these, each passing minute feels like an eternity of suffering. My stomach churns violently, my intestines knotted in turmoil, while the acidic contents of my stomach rise incessantly to my throat. The pain in my head is not merely a throbbing ache, but accompanied by dizzying waves that make me wish for death itself. My heart silently pleads for relief. The agony is unbearable. If only I could grant myself the mercy of a bullet. A large hand abruptly appeared, gripping my neck, causing my face to flush as I struggled to breathe. Instinctively, I extended my hand with all my might, pushing it away. This must be a figment of my imagination. Indeed, that was the thought coursing through my mind. Yet, the suffocating sensation compelled me to resist further. The hand constricting my throat tightened its grip. With a sudden jolt, I rolled off the small bed. It was evident that I was hallucinating, yet my breathing remained laborious. Although the fall was painful, it jolted me back to a semblance of consciousness, as the terror of suffocation made my entire body tremble. Little Black, sensing my distress, rushed to my side. However, it was powerless to assist me. It lay down before me, nudging my face with its head, as if inquiring, then swiftly licking my cheeks with its tongue, seemingly urging me to rise. I felt an overwhelming thirst, my throat parched to the point of igniting. The body's responses are invariably the most genuine and accurate. I suspected I was indeed running a high fever and desperately needed hydration, yet I lacked the strength. I did not wish to succumb to sleep, fearing that I might never awaken again. This time, upon rousing, I refused to drift back into unconsciousness, even though my eyelids felt impossibly heavy. I exerted every ounce of strength in my fingers to claw at the ground, attempting to crawl or prop myself up. Nevertheless, I failed, yet in a manner, I succeeded. For I managed to feel the water bottle beneath the bed, though I had no strength to open it. I strained to open my eyes, only to be startled by Little Black, whose head was close to mine, curiously observing my every movement. The flask, replete with water, proved unwieldy, compelling me to nudge it incrementally with my fingertips. Eventually, I maneuvered the vessel within reach, my brow slick with perspiration, my limbs innervated to the point of immobility. Even the simple act of raising my head was beyond my capability. Alas, my endeavor had met with failure, and I succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a sharp sound jolted me awake, the distinct crack reverberating in my ears. Reluctantly, I pried open my eyelids, loath to expend the energy, dreading the clammy sensation against my skin. Yet, the sight before me banished all weariness, replaced by astonishment and elation. Blackie, in its infinite wisdom, had perforated the plastic water container with its teeth, allowing the precious liquid to trickle forth. Summoning a reserve of strength, I propelled the bottle towards me, burying my face in its opening. I drank deeply, voraciously, until not a drop remained. With a sigh of relief, I exhaled. My head throbbed still, but the searing thirst had abated. The immediate crisis of dehydration had been averted, and I drifted once more into the arms of Morpheus. The warmth emanating from the nearby fire offered solace against the chill, and devoid of the strength for further contemplation, I succumbed to slumber. Chapter 32, Day 35. Rebirth, Part 1. The invigorating sea air is absolutely delightful. Indeed, my spirits are greatly lifted. My illness has finally subsided, although I still lack some strength. The sensation of rebirth is utterly exquisite. I lay in repose for 2 full days, during which I even lost consciousness. Fortunately, the human immune system has shielded me from misfortune. Am I truly fortunate? Not quite. The rain only ceased this morning, and my humble abode has become exceedingly fragile after enduring the ravages of tempestuous winds and torrential downpours. When I pushed the door open this morning, it collapsed. Surprisingly, I was unharmed. However, my little companion, Xiaohei, was nearly terrified to death. With a resounding crash, the structure fell, trapping the peacefully slumbering Xiaohei beneath it. It yelped and flailed in a panic, prompting an uncontrollable laugh from me. Nevertheless, I did not hesitate. Despite knowing that such a trivial weight could not possibly injure Xiaohei, I rushed over to extricate it at once. Once freed, Xiaohei emerged, still looking bewildered, retreating a considerable distance to gaze at the fallen structure. Remarkably, I experienced no panic whatsoever. Often, after escaping death or surviving calamity, one feels a profound sense of satisfaction. And I believe I was enveloped in that very sensation. This feeling allowed me to forget any discontent and banish all worries. A fallen shelter can be rebuilt. An extinguished fire can be rekindled, and food can always be sought anew. Indeed, having evaded the clutches of illness, my outlook has transformed into one of radiant optimism. With Xiaohei by my side, I strolled leisurely toward the beach, casually nibbling on wild grass stems I plucked along the way. The morning's temperature was as pleasant as spring, and the sea breeze tousled my hair, which had not been trimmed for quite some time. Certainly, in the days gone by, I often bathed and washed my hair in the river, but since falling ill, I have refrained from doing so. At present, I lack the courage to wash. As I have only recently recovered from a serious illness and my immunity is still low, I have no desire to experience that sensation again. I casually settled onto the beach, gazing at the undulating surface of the sea, and my heart found an unparalleled tranquility. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, the scenery began to feel somewhat monotonous and exhausting. Thus, I chose to recline upon the sand, warmed by the gentle embrace of the sun's early rays. If only each day could be as delightful as this. As I admired the resplendent azure sky, I mused. Little Black continued to dart about the beach, having been cooped up for days, showing no signs of respite. The quality of the small shelter I constructed was abysmally poor, a consequence of my limited knowledge, which led to such a makeshift abode. In this serene environment, my thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity. I resolved that I would never again occupy the same position or construct a similar shelter. Presently, a plan began to materialize in my mind. Previously, in a state of panic, I had merely sought survival. Just moments ago, I recalled a post I had once encountered. The name of the author escapes me. Yet I vividly remember he was a sailor who meticulously chronicled his days on a deserted island. Gradually, more and more memories began to resurface. I began to recollect the substance of the post gradually. He was an outdoor enthusiast who, in pursuit of an exhilarating survival experience, ventured alone onto a small island with minimal provisions, seeking potable water, constructing a shelter, and procuring sustenance. However, the specifics eluded me entirely. Confounded, I vigorously shook my head. I could only vaguely recall that he had employed the distillation of seawater to obtain fresh water. In contrast, I was considerably more fortunate, as I had no dearth of fresh water. Yet, frustratingly, I could not recall the details, a sensation akin to an endless quest for an urgently needed item. Never mind. I demurred. A shelter was still imperative, and time was of the essence. My respite had been sufficient. I braced myself on the beach and rose to my feet. While traversing the woods homeward, I abruptly halted. I paused at a spot slightly elevated above the surroundings, where I espied several mature trees, 5 in total, situated in close proximity. If one were to connect 4 of them, they would form a rectangle. I estimated the distance with my stride, approximating 3 meters on each side. It seemed that the mariner had also erected his shelter in the trees. Memories suddenly resurfaced. Nevertheless, a quandary presented itself. With what means should I connect them? However, my vexation was soon allayed by my observation. Due to the recent gales and torrential rains, several saplings lay prostrate in the distance, either prone on the ground or entangled with other trees. Yet, the available quantity scarcely met my requirements. Still, I was not concerned, as several saplings that I had previously hauled were still present near my former shelter. If I could construct a treehouse among these towering trees, complete with a rooftop terrace, a fire pit below, and a swing fashioned from vines, how delightful life would be. In an instant, my fervor reignited. This notion was irresistibly alluring, and I could almost feel the exhilarating thought permeating every cell of my being. The first step? Materials. Yet, I remained cautious, having just recuperated from a severe illness. I was wary of overexerting myself, fearing the onset of perspiration. Therefore, I endeavored to maintain a steady pace as I slowly transported the 4 small trees from my previous abode. I tapped the small trees, and they emitted a satisfying thud. Of course, I was not foolish enough to mistake them for watermelons. I was merely assessing their sturdiness. The sound confirmed their resilience, for if they were rotting within, they would not produce such a noise. 2 of these small trees were formerly the side rails of my bed, now liberated from their bindings. The remaining task was to seek out vines in either slender saplings or robust branches. Vines were not difficult to find, though scarce in this vicinity. However, they were abundant at the foot of the mountain. My requirement for small trees was substantial, as I desired a comfortable environment rather than the previous makeshift arrangement. Once I committed to this endeavor, I resolved to see it through to completion, even if it meant enduring hardships. The fallen small trees were not easily acquired, as their roots still held connections. Nonetheless, I yearned for more. The more, the better. Taking advantage of the ample time at my disposal, I began to scour the area. If I could secure a few more of these small trees, I would commence the hands-on construction of my new home. Chapter 33, the 35th Day. The New Beginning, Part 2. The search for young saplings progressed relatively smoothly. However, I remained uncertain as to how many would be required to realize my vision. The monotonous, mechanical actions became somewhat tedious. I did not keep count, merely instinctively breaking and dragging away the fallen saplings. It mattered little. I just needed to construct a temporary structure that could serve its purpose. Building this tree house was not a task to be completed in a day or 2. After brushing off my hands, I resolved to seek out some vines. Soon enough, I gathered a substantial amount of the required vines, which were abundant and readily available. I mused that, in the future, I might even attempt to weave some baskets or similar items. Yet at this moment, I found myself envisioning the final appearance of the little treehouse I was about to create. According to my design, this quaint abode would consist of 2 levels. The lower level would serve as a storage area for firewood and function as a kitchen, while the upper level, elevated above the ground, would provide protection against moisture, water, and insects. The mere thought of such an environment brought me immense joy. The saplings varied in height, the tallest measuring approximately 5 meters, while most hovered around 3 meters. Of course, I refer to the trunk portion, which was roughly the thickness of an arm, perfectly adequate for my needs. The next daunting task lay ahead. I would have to use a wrench or a Swiss Army knife to remove the branches. This labor proved exhausting, and after completing 2 saplings, I found myself panting heavily. Nevertheless, I gritted my teeth and persevered. By the time evening approached, I had managed to prune the branches from over a dozen saplings. In the midst of my industriousness, I completely forgot about my hunger. Halting my endeavors, I became acutely aware of my thirst and fatigue. Conversely, Little Black had vanished, presumably driven by hunger to forage for sustenance while I was preoccupied. I initially consumed several fruits. Whether due to my famished state or my disposition, they tasted exceptionally delectable. This time, I ignited the fire using merely a third of the gunpowder from the bullet, conserving the remainder for future exigencies. Given the finite nature of this resource, I intend to explore alternative ignition methods once I surmount my present challenges, as this approach is unsustainable in the long run. The creature has truly developed an insatiable appetite. I shook my head in resignation. While my rabbit processing skills do not rival the prowess of a master butcher, I can efficiently prepare a rabbit with just a few deft strokes. Swiftly, the skin and flesh were separated, and the four legs were set aside. The rabbit meat was then meticulously detached from the bone. As per usual, I prepared rabbit broth accompanied by roasted rabbit legs. In truth, today's rabbit was remarkably plump compared to its predecessors. During the roasting process, copious amounts of fat and juices oozed out, sizzling and crackling as they dripped onto the fire. With increased practice in roasting rabbit legs, my expertise has grown. I continuously rotated the rabbit legs while using a knife to incise the muscles along the tendons. The previously contained moisture began to cascade out, which, although slightly compromising the texture, expedited the cooking process and prevented the outer layer from charring while the inside remained undercooked. This technique is not arbitrary, but rather the culmination of repeated trials and the optimal method I've discovered. The rabbit legs, when roasted in this manner, possess a delightfully crisp exterior and a tender, succulent interior. Though some moisture is inevitably lost, the resulting flavor is markedly superior. Despite Little Black's incessant nose-licking, I, too, found myself in a similar state of anticipation. Having only recently recovered from illness, my appetite was particularly keen, and I could feel my own saliva gathering at the corners of my mouth. The first roasted leg was, of course, offered to Little Black, our diligent hunter. After cooling it slightly, I tossed it to him. Before I could even finish roasting the second leg, he had devoured it entirely. The creature, I noted with a shake of my head, had even crunched and swallowed the bones. He was clearly ravenous. Having once consumed raw rabbit meat, he now refused to touch it after experiencing the delights of roasted fare. The rabbit head and entrails that I had discarded lay untouched, a far cry from the days when he would have devoured them without hesitation. 3 rabbit legs were insufficient to satiate Little Black's hunger, so I began to prepare a rabbit broth for him. The final leg, I naturally intended to reserve for myself as a reward for my efforts. I trust Little Black would not object, or rather, would not dare to object. The rabbit broth was no longer prepared in its original fashion. I added some finely chopped kelp to the simmering pot, an experiment born of my lingering suspicion that the broth possessed an off-putting odor. The broth quickly reached a rolling boil, the fragments of kelp dancing within the pot. The aroma was distinctive, a savory meatiness intertwined with the salty tang of the sea. Nevertheless, I harbored some trepidation, fearing that my addition might spoil the broth. I dipped a finger into the liquid and touched it to my tongue. A revelation. It was unexpectedly delicious, and the suspected off flavor was nowhere to be found. With a heart that has eased considerably, I still remain uncertain whether Little Black holds any affection for me. I can only hope it does. Fortunately, when I presented the pot of soup before Little Black, it devoured it ravenously, swiftly extracting the rabbit meat that was submerged in the broth. Only after the meat was entirely stripped of its savory essence did it start to sip the soup, its tongue moving with the dexterity of a spoon, scooping up the liquid with remarkable speed. By the time my own rabbit leg was still roasting, the pot was already empty. Remarkably, it even consumed the kelp, which I had assumed dogs would not touch. I merely intended to use it to mask the game's scent, yet it devoured that as well. I too was quite famished. The rabbit leg left me only partially satiated, prompting me to consume several fruits before feeling truly full. After finishing my meal, I did not immediately rest. Accustomed to sleeping in a small hut, I found it quite uncomfortable to doze in the open air, but today I had no choice. Since slumber eluded me, I decided to occupy myself instead. I dragged the longest sapling to the base of a grand tree, lifting one end onto my shoulder, fastening it with vines to the tree. However, I was dissatisfied with the height. At this elevation, I would have to stoop to enter the lower level, which was not my intention. Thus, I laid down the sapling, halting my initial endeavor, and casually picked up a twig to sketch on the ground. Chapter 34, Day 36. The House of Dreams. The plan for constructing the treehouse has been completed. Today, I merely need to follow the blueprint devised last night. Given that my design incorporates a dual-tiered structure, I intend to maintain a minimum clearance of 8 meters on the lower level to preclude any inadvertent cranial contact. While the acquisition of fasteners would be advantageous, such a prospect remains improbable. To secure the saplings at approximately the 8-meter elevation, I employed several smaller trees as makeshift stilts. I then hoisted the longest sapling onto my shoulder, securing one end to the host tree with interwoven vines. I reinforced the bond with a triple lashing, ensuring a steadfast connection. Upon completion, I tested the integrity of the fastening, which proved to be robust. Subsequently, I affixed the opposing end of the sapling between two additional trees, employing the same methodology. With the technique mastered, the pace of construction accelerated markedly. I securely fastened 4 of the longest saplings to the trees, thereby establishing a perimeter. This formed the nascent framework of the structure. The resulting trapezoidal configuration of the saplings, while somewhat irregular, did not impede my progress. The subsequent phase, involving the construction of the second tier and the wall structure, proved to be the most challenging. It became evident that my initial designs were largely theoretical. The disparity in sapling lengths resulted in an uneven and chaotic surface when laid across the supporting beams, which I found rather vexing. Lacking a saw, I was unable to achieve precise cuts. However, I devised a solution. Positioning the shorter saplings on the periphery and gradually working inward, aligning the opposite ends uniformly. Once the groundwork was laid, I unexpectedly discovered a delightful surprise. The protruding treetops formed a fan-shaped surface, perfectly suited to serve as a balcony. Overcome with excitement, I climbed upon it, planning to construct a ladder from the smaller trees to facilitate my ascents and descents. I joyfully leaped on the upper platform, only to forget that I had yet to secure these saplings to the beams with vines. The outcome was inevitable. As the small trees shifted, I fell, landing painfully on my back and buttocks, my limbs flailing in the air. Fortunately, I sustained no serious injuries. After catching my breath and brushing off the dust, I rose to continue my work. The progress of the little house had reached 1/5 completion, and I had no intention of seeking food before finishing. Hunger and thirst could easily be alleviated with a few fruits. The saplings were depleting rapidly. I had consumed 1/6 of them after laying just half of the surface. It was clear that to complete the project, I needed to gather more saplings. This was no simple task. With patience, I meticulously bound the small trees together with vines, reinforcing them through repeated checks until they were tightly secured. I believed that even a typical typhoon would be powerless against their sturdy binding. The walls would also be constructed from the saplings, a task not overly challenging, though it demanded significantly more effort than my previous endeavors. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. Each sapling required a pit to be dug, with a depth of at least 20 centimeters. I needed to excavate a hole for each tree to properly erect them along the beams. I adhered to my established method, initially positioning each sapling as snugly as possible within the pre-dug holes. Subsequently, I enshrouded them with soil, firmly compacting and tamping it down. Following this, I securely fastened them to the crossbeams using tendrils. Employing an S-shaped configuration, I meticulously entwined and bound each sapling that would constitute the wall's facade. By the time all wall surfaces were completed, the sun had commenced its westward descent. The nascent form of the arboreal dwelling had fully materialized. It must be conceded that I had verged upon triumph, with the exception of the roof's deficiency in materials. Procuring additional saplings would enable me to finalize my sylvan refuge. Regrettably, the present day was no longer amenable to this pursuit, as the adjacent fallen saplings had been virtually exhausted. Upon ceasing my endeavors, I was immediately engulfed by weariness. The construction of a dwelling was by no means an effortless undertaking, and I had nearly depleted my physical reserves. Under the influence of exhilaration, I had not perceived any particular fatigue. However, upon cessation, I became acutely aware of my body's vociferous remonstrations. Very well, a respite was warranted. However, scarcely had I reclined when my stomach commenced its sonorous rumblings, initiating a cascade of subsequent reactions. A plethora of culinary delights began to materialize within my mind's eye, proving impossible to dispel, thereby accentuating my sensation of hunger. With a sigh, I was compelled to lament the arduous nature of human existence. Devoid of recourse, I resolved to avail myself of the remaining time to try my luck at the coast. As for my canine companion, its whereabouts were unknown. Observing my preoccupation, it had ventured forth in quest of sustenance, alleviating any concern on my part. With the sunset ablaze, I deposited a copious quantity of firewood into the conflagration and ambled towards the coast. The acute sensation of hunger had thoroughly suppressed any lingering fatigue. Disheartened, I plopped down onto the sand, reclining on the beach. Perhaps I was too fatigued, for I swiftly drifted into slumber. Alas, I have awakened. Cursed be this moment. A handful of sand had been thrust upon my face, and I forcefully expelled the granules from my mouth, my nose, and even my eyes. In my fury, I presumed it was a prank by Xiao Hong, and I sat up abruptly, rubbing my eyes as I gazed ahead. Oh, my voice must have betrayed a mix of astonishment and profound surprise. The sky had darkened, yet by the moonlight, I discerned everything before me. Who could have imagined that I had stumbled upon something extraordinary? If anyone were to witness my expression now, it would surely reflect unbridled greed. Before me were countless sea turtles, diligently digging in the sand, their hind legs working vigorously to unearth the grains. I could distinctly observe the nearest turtle, swaying its tail as it laid eggs resembling ping-pong balls. With each egg, it would cover it with sand. Surrounding me were sea turtles, indifferent to my presence. Starving, I could no longer restrain myself. I retrieved my Swiss Army knife from my pocket and lunged towards the turtle. Faced with sustenance, other considerations vanished from my mind. For food was the most fundamental assurance of survival. This turtle weighed nearly 30 pounds, ample to sustain both Xiao Hong and me for 2 days. I then gathered some freshly laid, still soft turtle eggs and dashed towards the treehouse. Chapter 35, the 37th day, the treehouse is complete. I learned only yesterday that turtle eggs, regardless of the method of cooking, will never solidify. Having misplaced several, I resumed cooking, yet regardless of my efforts. They remained stubbornly uncooked. Subsequently, Onyx was drawn to the discarded, uncongealed turtle eggs, devouring them entirely, even consuming the shells. Observing Onyx's relish, I cautiously sampled a turtle egg. The result nearly induced regurgitation, fishy, viscous, and faintly saline. Resigned, I conceded them to Onyx. Subsequently, a flash of inspiration led me to fry the remaining 2 turtle eggs in a pan. However, to my dismay, the turtle eggs adhered to the pan's base. A complete failure. Fearing scorching, I elevated the pan, positioning it at the periphery of the fire. These turtle eggs differed significantly from avian eggs. The albumin was virtually imperceptible, with only the yolk visible, and the congealing process was despairingly slow. After dislodging the fried eggs from the pan, I lifted them with chopsticks fashioned from twigs. The peeled twigs were remarkably smooth, rendering the chopsticks as aesthetically pleasing as crafted artifacts. One side of the turtle egg was charred. After removing the burnt portion, I consumed the remainder. Surprisingly, the taste was rather palatable. Fried turtle eggs were far superior to boiled ones. The peculiar taste was subdued, with a slightly sandy texture akin to ordinary egg yolks, but with a more mellow aroma. I surmised that the turtle eggs' elevated protein content accounted for their obstinate resistance to coagulation. Nevertheless, the turtle leg meat was exceptionally delectable, prepared in my usual manner, roasted. I surmise that I shall endeavor to prepare a broth next time, as the flesh is not as tough as I had anticipated. Yesterday marked my inaugural experience with sea turtle meat. Previously, I had only tasted soft-shelled turtle, yet the flavors are fundamentally disparate. Roasted sea turtle meat is remarkably fragrant, and the texture is quite firm, reminiscent of beef, but decidedly more delectable. With each morsel, a burst of savory essence lingers, leaving one utterly satisfied. Given its exquisite taste, Little Black devoured both sea turtle legs in several sittings last night, a truly astonishing appetite. If feasible, I intend to procure more today and attempt to prepare some dried meat. For the sake of survival, I am willing to explore any avenue. Little Black was recently amusing itself with a coconut crab that materialized out of nowhere. Displaying the audacity of youth, it boldly extended its paw to prod the crab, evidently mistaking it for the fragile red crabs of the seashore. However, should one be caught in the vice-like grip of a coconut crab's pincers, there is a considerable risk of severing a digit, as these creatures are capable of cracking coconuts. Naturally, I was unwilling to allow Little Black to come to harm, and the perilous situation culminated in my capture of the coconut crab. Our evening meal is now assured. After consuming a few fruits, I resumed my labors, for once the dwelling is complete, all else will fall into place. My aspirations are simple. I wish to avoid excessive toil and desire a sturdy abode, a small enclosed yard, a few benches, a handful of rabbits, and an assortment of fruit trees. I find that I am gradually acclimating to this place. However, acceptance does not equate to my desire to remain here. Rather, it is a reluctant choice made under the unavoidable circumstance of my confinement. I contemplated numerous methods for constructing the roof, ultimately resorting to one of the simpler approaches. After spending approximately 2 to 3 hours, I finally completed the roofing. Admittedly, it remains a rudimentary shelter, yet I am confident it will not leak. As I secured the large waterproof tarp beneath the small tree on the roof, instead of a pointed apex, I fashioned a sloped roof. Elevated at the front and descending towards the back, firmly pressing the waterproof material in place. I have tightly bound everything with vines. This wretched little island experiences rain and wind all too frequently, and I have had my fill of it. Thus, as long as the hut remains watertight and sturdy, I can find solace. The swing was the simplest of tasks. I ascended the branches of the large tree and securely tied 2 of the thickest vines I could find to its limbs, to prevent any slipping. I even tied 3 knots. After descending, I collected a branch approximately 50 centimeters long and as thick as my arm, using the vines dangling from the tree to bind both ends, ensuring the branch remained parallel to the ground. After a few attempts, it was truly delightful. In the future, during moments of leisure, I can sit on the swing and admire the scenery. This prospect fills me with longing. Yet, my work is not yet complete. Next, I must excavate a pit below to seek out some stones, aiming to construct a rudimentary cooking platform. Moreover, the excavation of the drainage ditch surrounding the treehouse has taught me a valuable lesson. In my quest for waterproofing and rain resistance, I have dug the drainage channel deep and wide, directing the outlet a good 15 meters away. As I previously mentioned, this area is slightly elevated compared to its surroundings, which significantly reduces the likelihood of flooding. To put it another way, resting in the upper level, I am assured of my safety. This is what one might call experience. Having endured it, one gains understanding. I can now consider myself an apprentice at the beginner level of outdoor living. However, just as I was reflecting on my progress, I caught a glimpse of the forlorn expression on Little Black's face. I couldn't help but chuckle at him. As I poured out the gravel, he dashed over to seize the suitcase, which serves as his nest. The so-called hearth was completed just before sunset. In truth, I merely dug a pit and arranged the gravel evenly around it, forming a circular stone border. Once the fire was lit, I secured a slope that I had previously constructed for easy access to the upper level. This slope, as it were, consisted of 5 or 6 small trees bound together. Of course, I also built a gate, fashioned from branches and the palm fronds of the previous roof, tied together with vines. Gazing at the finished product, I nodded in satisfaction. The roughness is undeniable, yet I managed to complete my treehouse in just 3 short days, something unimaginable in my past. After enjoying a meal of seaweed, crab soup, and roasted crab legs with Little Black, I was ready to rest when the familiar sound of rain echoed outside once more. On the 38th day, I encountered the forgotten treasure. The air is truly delightful. The rain last night was brief, but I was fortunate that my little cabin was completed just in time. Otherwise, the discomfort of being drenched would have been quite unpleasant. As the dawn broke, the temperature here began to rise swiftly, and I found immense pleasure in this sensation. Sleeping in my newly constructed dwelling, my heart felt profoundly at peace. Sitting on the swing, savoring juicy fruits, my feet gently tapping the ground, I relished every moment. Observing from a different perspective, this place truly possesses a certain beauty. Perhaps I shall search for a few turtle eggs to experiment with the soup recipe. Having witnessed such an abundance of nesting sea turtles the previous night, I resolved to explore culinary possibilities with these readily available eggs. I could not bear to overlook this opportunity. Strolling along, I walked toward the shore against the sea breeze, and to my surprise, my little companion, Xiaohei, did not run amok today. Instead, he playfully dashed about while keeping close to my footsteps. The turtle eggs were not buried very deep, and this disheveled expanse of sand hinted at the countless turtles that had visited before. After brushing aside the sand, I quickly unearthed a generous handful of turtle eggs. Xiaohei indulged in several small red crabs, joyfully bounding through the waves with exuberance. What a lively little creature. Observing him, I couldn't help but reflect on how well his injuries had healed. The wounds had scabbed over completely, although the scabs had yet to fall away. Thankfully, he had not suffered any bone damage, or recovery would have been uncertain. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I found myself compelled to take another look. I still vividly recall my last venture onto the ship in search of medicine. Driven by fear, I did not dare to meticulously scour every nook and cranny aboard. Perhaps, deep within my subconscious, there lingered a notion that I ought to take a look. This was likely the predominant force propelling me forward. After enduring the ravages of time, the exposed iron hull of the vessel now bore mottled rust, reminiscent of a shipwreck recently salvaged from the depths. The ship leaned precariously against the rocky shore, and I surmised that the most expedient route was to traverse the rocks. The rocks were teeming with repulsive lizards basking in the sunlight, and I harbored a profound fear of these creatures. For reasons unknown, a morbid curiosity flitted through my mind. If I found myself without sustenance upon my arrival, would I resort to feasting upon them? The answer was a resounding no. I am not akin to the rugged survivalists depicted on television, those who reign at the apex of the food chain. I am merely a humble existence, unable to fathom consuming that which I find repugnant, including anything that evokes my disgust. Even if I were to partake of such fare, I would surely succumb to retching. Amidst my chaotic thoughts, my actions remained unimpeded. I had now arrived within the very cabin I had previously searched. It was still in disarray, filled with fragments, exposed wiring, and utensils strewn about. A shattered cabinet lay toppled in the corner. Yet, from my current perspective, these items appeared to be treasures ripe for repurposing. Damn it! How could I have discarded these valuable belongings before? In frustration, I struck my head several times. I carefully gathered all the useful items one by one, then attempted to shift the fractured cabinet. The cabinet door was unlatched, yet it was completely devoid of contents, as I had previously searched it. However, this time, I intended to move it aside to see if there was anything of value beneath it. The cabinet was incredibly heavy. It had likely been secured with screws to the ship's wall, for I had noticed several screw holes nearby. My initial attempt was futile. I merely tested whether I could budge it with half my strength. It remained utterly immovable. Clearly, that was far from sufficient. I had not exerted my full force, for I was apprehensive. The cabinet was precariously leaning against the wall of the ship, and I feared that if I applied all my strength, it might topple over, leaving me unable to resist, thus posing a significant risk. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, I made a decision. I resolved to push the cabinet from the side, so that should it fall, it would only tip to the side and not crush me. With a hissing breath, I steadied myself, inhaling deeply to calm my racing heart, allowing for a more judicious allocation of my strength. The thrill was overwhelming. I soon felt utterly drained, my body collapsing in exhaustion, my heart racing like a piano being played vigorously. It was not merely fatigue or danger that overwhelmed me, but rather the realization that behind this shattered cabinet lay a door. Yes, I discovered it the moment I nudged the cabinet aside. Concealed behind the cabinet. It was only then that I comprehended the extent of my folly, the depth of my ignorance. Could I have been so blind as to believe that this 20-meter fishing vessel would possess but a single cabin? I chastised myself relentlessly. After a brief respite, merely enough to regain my composure, I arose with impetuous haste, determined to force open the hatch. Perhaps due to my previous exertion, my muscles still quivered, and despite several attempts, the hatch remained unyielding. Upon inspection, I found no lock, suggesting instead that the door had become warped, or more precisely, jammed. However, I resolved that I would not depart without breaching this portal, come what may. Thus, I employed every means at my disposal, kicking, pushing, prying with a nearby piece of metal, and leaning against it with all my weight. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Impatience began to consume me, clouding my thoughts and preventing rational deliberation. I lashed out at the hatch, venting my pent-up frustration and rage. It was akin to having sustenance within reach, yet being unable to partake. Finally, after this cathartic outburst, I managed to regain my composure, and an idea dawned upon me. I retreated, took a running start, and delivered a forceful kick to the hatch. It shuddered, showing a sign of yielding. Repeating the maneuver, my second kick caused the door to burst open. Day 38, The Forgotten Treasure, Part 2. The door flew open. However, I was immediately compelled to retreat. Ugh, indeed, I find myself retching. Yet having consumed a solitary fruit in the morning, I struggled to expel anything from my stomach. Exhaling a breath laden with foul air, I endeavored to lean out and inhale several gulps of fresh air, attempting to suppress my nausea. Behind the cabin door lies a gruesome pile of skeletal remains, exuding an unbearable stench. Upon my abrupt entrance, that noxious odor assaulted my nostrils, swirling through my lungs, rendering the experience akin to a fate worse than death. The remains have long since turned to bone, having decayed in this sweltering cabin for countless days. Beneath the skeletal remains, a vast expanse of dark stains, deep brown and horrifying, chills me to the core. An instinctual fear compels me to flee. Yet the potential horrors lurking within the cabin simultaneously draw me in, creating an irresistible allure. This internal conflict rages on, each side vying for dominance, seeking my acquiescence. This sense of being trapped in a dilemma is driving me to the brink of madness. To enter or not to enter. As I step outside, the sea breeze caresses me, yet my thoughts shift once more. Regarding the foul odor, I have devised a plan. In the coconut grove by the shore, I have gathered a multitude of unknown wildflowers, dozens in total. When I venture back inside, I intend to stuff these fragrant blooms into my nostrils. The scene may be too exquisite, a vivid image I have conjured, yet in comparison to the suffocating stench, I would rather endure this. For no one shall witness my folly, shall they? The refuse from the seaside often drifts ashore. So I am resolved to find a fishing net or a piece of wood to cover the corpse, preferring to erase it from my sight. Simultaneously, memories of scenes I had previously observed on television emerged in my mind, thoughts of burial and peace that seemed utterly absurd. I had no intention of allowing such notions to proliferate. It was preposterous to even contemplate such actions. The mere thought of handling remains sent shivers down my spine. This area is indeed littered with a considerable number of old fishing nets, yet I have never encountered a fishing vessel along the shores. Nay, not a single ship in operation. The large, tattered fishing net nearby, accompanied by a few smaller ones, holds potential. These nets are valuable, suitable for constructing fences, rabbit huts, roofs, or securing walls. With a bit of modification, they could even be repurposed for fishing. After several folds, the mesh of the net diminishes, and the frayed net in my hands should adequately cover the remains. With preparations complete, I ventured inside once more. To claim fear was absent would be untrue. A flicker of trepidation lingered in my heart. Yet, the possibility of what might be found within the cabin compelled me to take the risk. Ahead lay the cabin housing the remains, and the small wildflowers were in position. Summoning my courage, I dashed inside and draped the folded net over the corpse. A wave of relief washed over me, out of sight, out of mind. It felt significantly lighter, for no one had entered this space for many days. Even with the small wildflowers tucked away, I could distinctly sense the staleness of the air. The ajar cabin door allowed light to filter in, revealing that this was merely a corridor, approximately 10 meters in length, flanked by several doors on either side. I attempted to push a few of them, but they remained utterly immobile. Surely, I could not be this unfortunate. I find myself in a state of mild despair. I exerted considerable effort on that hatch. I pushed and kicked for what felt like an eternity, yet it yielded no response. However, mere minutes later, it opened effortlessly before me. Do you know how I managed to do it? The wretched door was meant to be pulled. All I had to do was grasp the handle and gently pull outward. And it surrendered. How infuriating. I cannot believe I spent so long pushing against it. A true demonstration of folly. Yet, my self-reproach was abruptly interrupted by the scene before me. Oh my heavens! I could not help but exclaim. Even the diminutive wildflowers nestled in my nostrils fell away, disregarded in the wake of my astonishment, excitement, elation, joy. In this moment, I was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of positive energy. If there were anyone nearby, I would surely embrace them and plant a kiss. Goodness, I never dared to dream I could possess such treasures. Through the dim light, I could clearly discern every item within. A comforter, the very one I had yearned for day and night. At last, I could bid farewell to the unforgiving ground. Even a bed of hay could not compare to the luxury of a soft blanket. This cramped compartment served as the crew's quarters, with a few disheveled bowls scattered across the floor. I could easily spot towels and toothpaste within them. What a delightful gift. The thrill rendered me nearly speechless. Upon entering and opening the bedside cabinet, an even greater surprise awaited me. Medicated oil, cold medicine, a certain white powder, and a whole pack of Chinese cigarettes. Alas, there was no lighter. Suppressing my excitement, I swiftly organized these treasures, packing them away with care. I fashioned the sheets into a strap, tightly securing these precious offerings. There are a total of 5 quilts, somewhat heavy. It is only at this moment, with the return of an unpleasant odor, that I am reminded of the small wildflowers in my nose. After carefully placing the wildflower dog back, I gaze at the remaining hatches, which all resemble lottery tickets on the verge of being revealed, stirring an increasingly urgent excitement within me. I opened the second hatch and discovered it to be yet another bedroom. However, this room had a gaping hole, and aside from the filthy, tattered quilt at the hole's entrance, there was not a single valuable item within the chamber, leaving me with a slight sense of disappointment. Fortunately, several more doors awaited me, promising surprises. The deeper I ventured, the dimmer the surroundings became, yet I felt no discomfort. I slowly pulled open the next hatch. Upon entering the compartment and casting a glance around, I was overwhelmed with trembling. Indeed, trembling. I found myself unable to suppress the tears welling in my eyes. This sensation had long evaded me, so much so that I had nearly forgotten when it last occurred. It was not an act, but rather the sight of sacks of rice that appeared before me. There was even flour, and several bags of cornmeal as well. This was simply maddening. I yearned to cheer, to scream. These once mundane provisions now rendered me utterly beside myself. After holding back for what felt like an eternity, all I could muster were these two words, as I struggled to find any vocabulary capable of conveying the depth of my emotions. An inventory was essential. There were 22 sacks of rice, each weighing 20 kilograms, 8 sacks of wheat flour, each weighing 5 kilograms, and 9 sacks of corn flour, each weighing 5 kilograms. Tucked away in a corner were also 2 cases of instant noodles and a case of canned beverages. Gazing upon this abundance of sustenance, my heart pulsated with elation, and my entire being trembled with excitement. This, undoubtedly, marked the most bountiful day I had experienced since arriving on this island. Never in my wildest dreams had I imagined that I would once again have the pleasure of savoring rice. Felicity had arrived with such unexpectedness. In my exhilaration, I paced the confines of the ship's hold for what seemed like an eternity, scrutinizing the authenticity of the provisions before me. It must have taken me the better part of 30 minutes to regain my composure. These provisions were now mine to possess, and the remaining hatches beckoned, awaiting my exploration, perhaps concealing even more delightful surprises. With a heart brimming with anticipation, I proceeded towards another hatch. This particular hatch differed markedly from the others, as it lacked a handle. Instead, it featured a wheel-like contraption reminiscent of a steering wheel. I attempted to rotate it, and after a couple of turns, a distinct click resonated, suggesting that a lock had been disengaged. Eagerly, I tugged at the hatch, but it remained steadfast. With a more forceful push, the hatch finally yielded, and I lurched forward with unbridled anticipation, only to be met with an almost debilitating wave of putrescence. The suffocating stench once again assaulted my senses. I recoiled instinctively, but the vile odor had already permeated the entirety of the ship's hold. Even with my nostrils plugged with wildflowers, the stench clung to me like an intractable affliction, relentlessly invading my very essence. Enduring intense discomfort, I finally managed to shut the door once more. However, the pervasive stench had already saturated every corner, compelling me to flee. This time, I genuinely vomited, expelling the bitter fluids from my stomach, a taste I dare not describe. The odor emanating from the corpse at the entrance paled in comparison. Behind that repulsive hatch lay what appeared to be a refrigerated storage room, evidenced by rows of lockers and partially decayed remnants of what might have been fish or meat. It was utterly revolting. Within the ship's confines, only the final door at the corridor's end remained unopened. Once filled with anticipation, I now hesitated. I hadn't anticipated facing another decision so soon. The nauseating reek made me recoil, yet my dwindling resources compelled me to seize every opportunity. As I pondered, time slipped away unnoticed. Despite my stomach's desperate protests, emitting incessant growls, I remained unmoved, paying it no heed. Did it not realize I had already vomited to the point of losing all appetite? Ultimately, I yielded to myself, resolving to open the last hatch before departing. This time, I crushed a handful of wildflowers, extracted their essence, and placed it in my nostrils. Ah, fragrance! Truly fragrant. Then, I resolutely charged forward. The ship's interior dissipated odors slowly. So faint traces of the stench still breached my nasal defenses. I swiftly rushed to the innermost hatchway. With a vigorous pull, I swung the door open, scarcely glancing inside before dashing in and closing the door behind me. Once again, I was met with delightful astonishment, the excitement rivaling that of the delectable food I had encountered earlier. It was evident that I had stepped into a kitchen where 2 louvered windows adorned the adjacent bulkhead, and a chimney extended from the stove before me, reaching out to the outside world. This modest kitchen, spanning nearly 4 to 5 square meters, housed a colossal rice cooker perched upon the countertop. Despite the absence of electricity, the inner pod of this appliance made my mouth water with anticipation, as it could serve as a vessel for cooking, a most valuable asset for me. In this kitchen, every item was a treasure. The more I organized, the more I yearned for. There were 5 knives, seemingly designated for chopping vegetables, cleaving bones, and cutting meat. Beneath the kitchen sink, a plastic crate brimmed with an abundance of potatoes, their freshness apparent despite a slightly wrinkled skin, indicating they were still edible. Among them lay some cabbage, though it had succumbed to rot. Fortunately, it was not overwhelmingly foul, especially when contrasted with the ice compartment nearby. I rummaged through every cabinet, uncovering an array of useful items: bowls, chopsticks, ladles, spatulas, and an assortment of seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, each in plentiful supply. With each surprise, my initial thrill dulled into a sense of calm, yet an exhilarating feeling of sudden wealth lingered in my heart. At that moment, I found myself somewhat numb, lost in the reverie of feasting on sumptuous dishes alongside my companion, Little Black. I meticulously categorized, organized, and packed all the treasures I had gathered. I have not overlooked a single item that I might find useful. I even packed the induction cooker. I placed the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar into a plastic box, then opened the door. I tossed the neatly bound quilts over my shoulder, grasped the knotted bag tightly with one hand, and crouched down, cradling the plastic box with both hands as I ventured outside. The journey was arduous, particularly when disembarking from the boat onto the jagged rocks, which were separated by a slight distance. I was anxious about the spices, fearing they might fall, so I proceeded with utmost caution. I was greatly surprised and deeply touched by the actions of the little black creature. It was astonishingly empathetic. "Thank you, Little Black." I squatted before it, gazing into its eyes, gently stroking its sleek fur, and spoke sincerely. There was still much to carry, and I could not afford to delay. After hastily adding some firewood to the blaze, I resumed my transporting duties. On the 39th day, the island's culinary festival, Part 1, continued to seek recommendations and donations. It was nearing noon, and this large bag of items was the last one. I was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse, yet my heart was brimming with excitement. All the provisions were neatly stacked in the upper treehouse, elevated from the ground, shielded from moisture and pests, a veritable haven for food storage. However, so many supplies had taken up more than half of my living space in the upper level. After placing the bag of provisions down, I exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground to rest. If I did not take a break, I might faint. Upon waking, I felt significantly better. To my surprise, the little black creature was lying beside me, sound asleep. This fellow truly knows how to nap. Given my limited time and pressing obligations, coupled with my need for a serene sleeping environment, addressing these bed linens is of paramount importance. Uncertain of their history or previous occupants, a thorough cleansing is imperative. The duvet covers were promptly removed, revealing the cotton batting, which required no washing. A lengthy vine was secured between two adjacent trees, serving as a makeshift clothesline. The sun's rays, piercing through the arboreal gap, bathed the bedding in its radiant warmth. The covers, however, necessitated a trip to the riverbank. Fortuitously, the nearby stream provides an invaluable source of fresh water. In the absence of rain, the river meanders languidly, its waters becoming remarkably clear and shallow. Conversely, after a downpour, it becomes slightly turbid, its current quickening, and its depth rising to mid-calf. After nearly an hour of laundering, the 4 duvet covers were rendered sufficiently clean. Despite the absence of detergents, diligently, I ensured each was thoroughly cleansed. Upon returning to the treehouse, I wrung them out as much as possible. Then, grasping the covers by their corners, I vigorously snapped them, attempting to minimize wrinkles. As living standards improve, life must be lived with greater refinement, I quipped to myself. With today's favorable sunshine and temperature, the covers should dry completely by afternoon. I can already envision myself nestled in the warm bedding, inhaling the distinctive aroma of sun-drenched fabric. My tasks remain numerous, leaving me in a state of bewildered prioritization. However, the intense reaction from my stomach compelled me to acknowledge the allure of these foods. Alas, I shall prepare something to eat. In the past, I would have never hesitated over what to consume, yet now, I find myself ensnared in indecision. Ultimately, I opted for rice. This profound love, rooted deep in my being and accompanied me since childhood, is simply irresistible. Lifting the lid of the water bucket, I rinsed the rice twice with the water inside before placing the pot over the fire. The flames roared vigorously, and the water in the pot soon reached a boil, releasing the rich and familiar aroma of rice, a scent that felt both natural and comforting. I couldn't help but breathe deeply, savoring this exquisite moment. From the very first day ashore, I have constantly yearned for it, the lid of the pot quivering under the steam's relentless embrace, wisps of heat escaping from its edges. Before long, the familiar fragrance of cooked rice began to waft through the air, causing my throat to bob and my mouth to water uncontrollably. Of course, I know how to cook rice. I am well aware of this, for in the civilized world, I had always relished the use of a pressure cooker. The principle is quite similar. Once a hint of toasty aroma emerges, it signals that I can extinguish the flames. All that remains is to wait a few minutes, allowing the rice to fully absorb the moisture and swell to achieve the optimal texture. The delightful scent of toasty rice finally wafted from the pot, This vessel is quite large, originally intended for cooking meals for all the crew members aboard the ship. Thus, my rice resides in a mere thin layer within that expansive pot. The aroma was irresistible to Xiaohei's keen nose. Before I knew it, he was perched at my feet, seemingly anxious that I might deprive him of his sustenance. The rice, having been reduced and allowed to cool, was finally ready to be savored. Upon lifting the lid, I was nearly overwhelmed with bliss, my hand trembling as I reached for a spoon. Xiaohei, too, was impatient, his gaze fixed on the fragrant offering in my hand. Seeing his eagerness, I hesitated, but nonetheless, I scooped out a portion for him and presented it to his snout. I anticipated his delight, but to my surprise, he merely sniffed at it before turning away. I, however, was enraptured. Forgoing chopsticks, I plunged a spoonful directly into my mouth. The tender texture, the familiar taste, and the subtle sweetness that lingered after swallowing transported me to bygone days. In the past, if someone had offered me a mere bowl of white rice, I would have scoffed. But now, I not only consumed it with relish, but before long, the entire pot was emptied. Even the crusty bits clinging to the sides were kneaded and devoured. Such is the epitome of earthly delight, I mused. Xiaohei's disinterest in the rice, however, caused me some concern. Yet, an idea sparked within me, a worthwhile solution to avoid wasting food: fried rice. See turtle egg fried rice. Although it was my first attempt at preparing turtle egg fried rice, I found it to be quite manageable. Once the pot over the fire reached a boiling heat, I poured in a generous amount of cooking oil, ensuring it coated the bottom of the pot. The next step was the most straightforward: stir-frying the rice until it achieved a smooth, glossy texture. As I prepared to crack open 20 turtle eggs into a bowl, I swiftly whisked them with chopsticks before pouring the mixture into the pot. The sizzling sound emerged, accompanied by an enticing aroma. The turtle eggs, while not forming a solid structure, did not detract from the dish. A drizzle of sesame oil rendered the entire fried rice more translucent and appealing. I took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. The fried rice was unexpectedly delicious. It was neither dry nor greasy, but rather incredibly smooth on the palate. With the turtle eggs infusing a delightful fragrance into the rice, I presented the bowl of prepared rice to Little Black, who devoured it in just 1 minute. I decided to prepare a sumptuous dinner that evening to treat both Little Black and myself. Now was the time to begin. The fish soup, which Little Black adored, was essential. It felt as if this companion of mine, though unable to speak, had become indispensable to my life. Little Black is remarkably intelligent, at times. I find myself thinking of him not merely as a dog, but as a confidant, a brother with whom I share mutual reliance. Just as I began to head towards the riverbank, I heard the sound of footsteps, prompting Little Black to spring up, wagging his tail and eagerly following me. The river remained crystal clear, yet the fish had significantly diminished in number compared to before. I cannot ascertain whether these fish have ventured into the small river on the island due to spawning. I find myself deliberating, intent on selecting a larger specimen. My mentality akin to that of a millionaire in a civilized society, exuding a sense of opulence. I resolve to catch a substantial fish. I shall prepare the head for a delectable fish soup for my companion, and the remainder I can transform into a savory braised fish dish. Alas, I shook my head. Such thoughts are truly tormenting, and as soon as this notion arose in my mind, my mouth began to water uncontrollably. At long last, I discovered a fish that, to this moment, is the largest I have encountered. It was leisurely flicking its tail, maintaining a delicate balance in the water, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. I did not grant it a moment's respite. I lunged at it from the shore. The water was shallow, and I believed it improbable that it could evade my grasp. Thus, without further contemplation, I extended my hand, akin to a male predator pouncing, confident in my ability to capture it. Reality, however, is often unyieldingly harsh. If I could, I would refrain from recounting this. Just as I thought I could ensnare this seemingly unsuspecting fish in my embrace, it suddenly stirred. My entire form cast a shadow over it, and as I leapt through the air, it moved. With a powerful flick of its tail, it thrashed vigorously, and as I plunged into the water, the fish fortuitously slipped beyond my reach, the splashing water from its vigorous tail leaving me drenched. What a disgrace! I was outwitted by a wretched fish. Upon witnessing my abrupt plunge into the stream, the canine appeared momentarily startled, emitting a pair of sharp barks before rushing forth. It seized my trouser leg, endeavoring to haul me toward the bank with considerable effort. The water's depth posed no genuine peril to me. Yet the hound's instinctive actions stirred a profound sense of gratitude within me, deepening my appreciation for its loyalty. I spoke its name softly as I regained my footing, then patted its head to reassure it of my well-being. The creature promptly released its grip on my attire, expressing its elation with an energetic leap before resuming its frolics on the shore. From the instant I selected that particular fish, its fate was irrevocably sealed. I secured it without further ado. Its gasping mouth seemed to plead for reprieve, but I could scarcely relinquish such a delectable repast. The dispatching of the fish was a task of utter simplicity for me. With a few deft strokes, I eviscerated the fish, expertly removing its entrails and gills. My proficiency now rivaled that of a seasoned fishmonger. Having prepared the fish, I called out to the dog. A twinge of concern pricked at me, as I had last observed it playing near the copse of trees along the riverbank. Although its usual pastimes involved little more than teasing insects and startling avians, it invariably responded to my summons with alacrity. However, my calls were met with silence, fueling my apprehension. The isle was of considerable size, and I had not traversed its entirety. I could not vouch for the absence of formidable predators or the presence of noxious flora and fauna. Thus, I felt a deep unease for the dog's safety. Carrying the cleaned fish, I proceeded in the direction of its last known whereabouts. "Dog, where are you, boy?" I exclaimed, endeavoring to reach his ears. "Woof, woof, woof." 3 urgent barks echoed back, conveying a sense of unease, impatience, and even a tinge of trepidation, which heightened my concern. Had he encountered a venomous serpent or a wild beast? Or perhaps stumbled upon something significant, or fallen into a snare? I hastened my pace, my mind racing with conjecture. At last, I spotted Boy, his back to me, facing a towering tree. "Boy," I cried out. Upon hearing my summons, Boy promptly pivoted and dashed towards me. However, instead of the customary tail wags and playful leaps, he turned back towards the tree, unleashing a torrent of ferocious barks. Woof, woof, woof. I was not oblivious to the fact that something behind the tree posed a threat. A surge of curiosity mingled with a palpable sense of danger propelled me towards the tree. Boy persistently attempted to obstruct my path, his barks incessant. As I advanced, the undergrowth beside the tree began to stir violently, accompanied by the distinct sound of snapping branches. Upon reaching the tree, I found nothing of note, save for a clearly defined trail where something had been trampled through the bushes. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Was it caused by humans, large animals, or predatory beasts? The unknown is what terrified me the most. I had seen nothing. In the future, I shall carry a firearm, despite never having fired one thus far. Its mere presence shall instill within me a deeper sense of security. Upon returning to the treehouse, Little Black lay resting at the entrance of the upper level. I did not pause. The cover had completely dried, and the cotton inside had been warmed thoroughly by the sun. With a sturdy branch, I gently beat upon the cotton for a while before gathering it all up, reassembling the 4 bedding pieces. One of the quilts, after being neatly folded, was placed into Little Black's nest, which happened to be that travel case. Little Black did not object. Once I finished, it scampered over and settled atop it, seemingly quite content. The remaining 3 quilts were mine. 2 were laid upon the upper floor, while 1 served as a cover. Tentatively, I reclined, sinking into the bedding's embrace. Comfort enveloped me as I stretched lazily, savoring the scent of sunlight that wafted from the quilts into my nostrils. It was nothing short of a divine gift. However, twilight approached, and preparations for the feast must commence. Rest could wait. As the sun dipped and darkness enveloped the sky, the moon ascended, casting its silvery glow through the gaps of the treehouse into the upper level. I now busied myself in the lower level, while Little Black rested beside the fire, displaying a rare patience. The rice was perfectly cooked, though perhaps today I had misjudged the heat, as the edges of the pot bore a slight char. Today's ingredients were abundant, and I arranged a plethora of plates on the ground, each brimming with the delectable dishes I was about to prepare. The coconut crab had been prepared beforehand. Now, possessing a plethora of culinary implements, a veritable cornucopia of kitchenware, the moment had arrived to put my culinary skills to the test. The inaugural dish was underway. As I mentioned before, I am being quite extravagant. I poured a generous amount of oil into the pot, which was heated to a high temperature. Soon after the introduction of the oil, its temperature began to escalate rapidly, with a multitude of minuscule bubbles emerging from the bottom of the pot. I waited patiently for the bubbles to grow larger and more numerous. At long last, the moment arrived. With my right hand, I seized the wooden spatula, and with my left, I poured the pre-sliced potato shreds into the sizzling oil. Sizzle. As the potato threads made contact with the scalding oil, wisps of bluish smoke arose. I stirred them rapidly. The makeshift stove was rather unsteady, But to ensure a delectable flavor, I had to stir as quickly as possible. Potato shreds, a most commonplace food, emanated an intense allure at that moment. During the cooking process, I sprinkled salt evenly. Before removing the potato shreds from the pot, I added a few drops of vinegar. Then, unable to resist, I seized a few strands with chopsticks and tasted them. The potato threads, as I chewed them, produced a crisp, crunchy sound. Crispy, refreshing, and with a delicate fragrance. They instantly invigorated me. This familiar taste caused every pore on my body to open. After swallowing, a slightly sweet, sour, and refreshing flavor lingered in my mouth, incessantly tempting me to savor a second bite. Of course, seeing the disgruntled look on Xiaohei's face, I dared not indulge myself first. Fish soup is quite simple. But this time, unlike before I had oil. After a brief immersion in hot oil, the fish undergoes a transformation, shedding its inherent fishiness, preserving its moisture, and yielding a more delicate and succulent flesh. Subsequently, with the addition of a rich broth, I covered the pot, anticipating the rapid boil that would ensue. Within mere moments, a milky white fish soup would materialize before my very eyes, requiring only my patience. My canine companion, already quivering with anticipation, stood upright, entwined around my legs, its tail rhythmically striking my thigh. The fish soup was ready. I carefully extracted the boneless fish meat, placing it into the large mess kits reserved for the crew. Then added half a pot of rice, stirring it thoroughly before presenting it to the eager dog. It could hardly contain itself. Before I could set it down, its tongue was already darting along the rim of the dish. As for myself, 2 more dishes awaited my attention. The fish head, cleaved in 2, was placed into a basin, having been previously oiled and lightly salted. It was then set within a pot of water. Steaming the fish head required only time. And while the addition of chili peppers would have elevated it to perfection, their absence meant that the delectable spicy chopped pepper fish head remained an unrealized culinary dream. Lastly, there was the coconut crab meat. The shell had been discarded after extracting the crab roe, and the meat had been meticulously separated. Now, both the crab meat and roe sat in a dish beside me. The final dish, a spontaneous creation, was coconut crab fried rice. Consequently, the method and seasonings were entirely of my own devising. The oil in the pan began to sizzle as I first added the succulent meat of the coconut crab, gently stir-frying it just a few moments before removing it from the heat. I was concerned about overcooking it, rendering it tough and unpalatable. Little Black seemed irresistibly drawn to the fragrant aroma of the sautéed crab, even though his fish soup rice remained unfinished. He sniffed curiously, clearly intrigued. I thought Little Black resembled a cat, particularly given his fondness for fish soup. Continuing with the cooking process, I heated the oil once more and poured in the rice, swiftly stir-frying it until it crackled delightfully. As the grains danced and leaped in the pan, I poured in the entirety of the coconut milk. At that moment, the parched rice erupted in a delightful frenzy, and seizing the opportunity, I added the stir-fried coconut crab all at once. An indescribable aroma wafted upwards, a beautiful medley of fragrances that tantalized the senses. Observe how Little Black could no longer contain his curiosity. Despite still having some fish soup in his bowl, he seemed to lose interest and hurried over to me, evidently captivated by my fried rice. I drizzled a few drops of soy sauce into the mixture to enhance its color and flavor, sprinkled in some salt and MSG, and then served it. Noticing Little Black's indecisiveness, I felt compelled to share half of my dish with him. Remarkably, he finished the entire portion before I even had a chance to take a bite. After his feast, he lay down beside the fire, closing his eyes in slumber, seemingly too stuffed to move. What a gluttonous little creature he is. A plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. No, devoid of spiciness. It ought to be merely categorized as stir-fried potatoes, accompanied by a portion of steamed fish head, complemented by crab meat fried rice, and a can of beverage. This day feels nothing short of a vacation. The shredded potatoes are oily yet not greasy, slender yet not brittle, crisp and refreshing, a delightful appetizer. The steamed fish head, on the other hand, epitomizes succulence. The term wild has long been synonymous with freshness and deliciousness, and this fish is indeed wild. Thus, even without a pinch of monosodium glutamate, the delectable flavor still tantalizes my palate. I did not anticipate that the taste of this steamed fish would be so exquisite. The flesh, subjected to the high temperatures of steam, becomes exceptionally tender, melting in the mouth. A mere gentle nibble is sufficient for the fish to dissolve like tofu, slipping seamlessly into one's stomach. Naturally, the fried rice requires no further embellishment. I did not foresee that such a combination could fundamentally transform the essence of the ingredients. Each grain of rice is infused with the fragrance of crab meat and crab roe, allowing one to experience that flavor regardless of whether one actually tastes it. Additionally, there is a subtle hint of coconut juice, not overwhelmingly pronounced, but rather a commendable supporting note that enhances the flavor of the crab meat. While I was savoring the culinary delights I had personally crafted, a sudden sound, a distinct pop, captured my attention, evidently emanating from above, as if a door had been pushed open. On this 40th day, my little courtyard beckons for further tales. After a bustling morning, I finally find respite, seated on a swing, leisurely sipping from a can of beverage. As the breeze caresses my face, causing beads of sweat to trickle down. Today, I departed early, having pruned some branches and encircled my cottage with a fence crafted from a perfect amalgamation of tattered fishing nets, vines, and branches. From this moment, the yard unequivocally belonged to me, and I intended to transform it into the dream sanctuary I had always envisioned. Suddenly, a startling noise emanated from above, causing my heart to lurch, an experience that was no exaggeration. Confronted with the unknown, I was indeed frightened. Moreover, my handgun lay concealed beneath the bedding in the upper level. The thought of what could happen was too harrowing to contemplate. Time seemed to freeze as I stood there, straining to discern the sounds from above. Even my once drooping companion, Little Black, propped up half of its body with its forelimbs, ears perked in alertness. It was evident that it too sensed the anomaly. However, apart from the crackling of branches in the fire, we gleaned nothing. Could it be a coconut crab? This notion briefly alleviated my tension. Or perhaps it was the unknown beast that had confronted Little Black the previous day. Cursing silently, I quelled my chaotic thoughts, armed with a knife. What was there to fear? As my courage resurfaced, I cast aside hesitation and grasped the kitchen knife beside me, pushing open the lower door and charging out. Little Black followed suit, a testament to our unspoken bond. Bathed in the moonlight, I confirmed that the upper door was indeed ajar, unmistakably indicating an intrusion. As the saying goes, anger ignites from the heart, and malice breeds courage. Surveying the ravaged portal, I relinquished all trepidation in a surge of fury. Ascending the staircase with haste towards the second-story entrance, peering within. Heavens! Indeed, it was as I had summoned, I exclaimed, recoiling in alarm. Instantly, I was jostled by the impetuous advance of the ebony canine, stumbling precariously on the incline, narrowly averting a descent. Before me lay a serpent of considerable magnitude. Verily, a serpent. I was nigh rendered breathless in terror. Bathed in the pallid luminance of the moon, the Ophidian creature, with its sanguine tongue flicking menacingly, coiled in the room's recess, its head undulating in my direction. Heretofore, I had not been susceptible to ophidiophobia, but its immensity and the uncertainty of its venom induced a profound disquiet. I deem it a feat of fortitude that I did not succumb to involuntary micturition. As I emerged from the daze of terror, I perceived the absence of the sable hound. A cold sweat immediately beaded upon my brow. Could it be that the creature had ventured within? I hastened once more towards the chamber. A guttural roar emanated from within. Nay, perish the thought. My heart palpitated with anxiety. Upon breaching the threshold, a modicum of serenity descended, for the canine remained at a remove from the serpent. It was not imprudent. I surmised it was endeavoring to daunt the serpent, to intimidate it into retreat. However, it appeared to have elicited the inverse effect, for though the serpent merely recoiled slightly, I noted this subtle shift. Ere I could execute an evasive maneuver, the serpent launched its assault. Indeed, with the velocity of a lightning strike. Its form executed a swift circumambulation about my person. My movements, in contrast, resembled a film played in slow motion. The vestiges of terror lingered on my countenance as I recoiled, but scarcely had I retreated a step when the serpent commenced its constricting embrace upon my thigh, tightening its hold as it ascended. Despite the fervent barks of my canine companion, its menace seemed to fall upon deaf ears, the serpent undeterred, intent on its predation. I persisted in my resistance, yet the cleaver the first brandished, perhaps dulled by time, proved ineffectual, failing to breach the serpent's hide despite my repeated blows. Agony racked my frame, causing me to convulse, and the serpent's coils ascended to my chest, constricting my breath. At last, I succumbed, collapsing to the earth. In that moment, the canine's frantic barking ceased, and though I teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, I beheld a dark silhouette darting toward us. Assuredly, it was my faithful companion, cognizant of my peril, embarking upon a valiant rescue. As the sound of my ribs echoed, and despair threatened to engulf me, the serpent's grip abruptly loosened. My lungs, on the verge of implosion, were suddenly afforded release, and I inhaled deeply, greedily. In the ensuing seconds, my faculties began to return, and I swiftly turned my gaze toward my canine companion and the serpent. Incensed, I beheld the serpent's head ensnared in the jaws of my loyal friend, its teeth seemingly piercing the serpent's very eyes. Unable to extricate itself and writhing in agony, the serpent relinquished its hold on me, seeking to ensnare my canine companion. I could not allow such a fate to befall my loyal friend. Seizing the cleaver from the ground, I charged forward, expending every ounce of my strength to deliver blow after blow upon the serpent's head. As if seized by a frenzy, I was utterly unaware of the number of blows I had landed, my actions solely dictated by the incessant hacking. Only when the mingled scents of pulverized flesh and acrid blood assailed my nostrils did I cease my assault. The serpent lay inert, its head nearly severed, connected by a mere strip of skin. Nearby, Onyx sat on its haunches, its tongue lolling out as it meticulously cleansed its fur of the gore and fragmented tissue. Noticing my gaze, it sauntered over with a natural ease, its tail swaying gently as it nudged its head against me. "Thank you, Onyx," I murmured, planting a kiss atop its head in heartfelt gratitude. Presently, the serpent has been skinned, butchered, and deboned by my hand. Indeed, the snakeskin now hangs within my courtyard. During my previous preparation of fried potatoes, I had noticed that several had begun to sprout, with others displaying a greenish hue, which I promptly set aside. It is my understanding that potatoes exhibiting green coloration or sprouting are unfit for consumption, owing to their toxicity. Thus today, I intend to attempt to cultivate a few within my yard. Despite my fondness for potatoes, I have never engaged in their cultivation, and as such, this endeavor remains purely experimental. Given the abundance of sprouts emerging from these potatoes, I cleave them asunder, dividing each potato into numerous segments based on the distribution of the sprouts. Once more, the cleaver proved invaluable as I employed it to loosen a small patch of earth near the tree, into which I planted the scores of sprouting potato segments. Additionally, I retrieved a portion of the seeds from within the drifting bottle, sowing them adjacent to the potatoes. Should I be fortunate enough to witness their flourishing development, I anticipate experiencing a profound sense of fulfillment. In the galley, I casually planted 3 cloves of garlic, and yesterday I refrained from consuming them. On the 40th day, after sowing these treasures in my little garden, I watered them generously. I must admit, with a tinge of embarrassment, that I have never cultivated vegetables before, and I remain uncertain about the correctness of my actions. My only wish is for them to sprout. Even if ultimately just one seedling emerges, I would cherish it dearly. To prevent Little Black from inadvertently trampling the area, I surrounded the vegetable patch with some small branches. Surveying the surroundings, I was pleasantly surprised to find that a semblance of homeliness had begun to emerge: treehouse, vegetable garden, and fence. However, there remains a noticeable gap between this reality and my ideal garden, and I yearn to enhance this space as much as possible. The frequent rains here transform the ground into a quagmire, an experience I find quite unpleasant. Thus, I dragged the plastic crate, originally meant for decaying cabbage from the galley, to the foot of the mountain, not in search of sustenance, but to collect stones. Near the gentle slope at the mountain's base, I discovered an abundance of gravel, which I required. I gathered these small stones and filled the plastic crate. I also added some flat, slightly larger rocks. Due to their sheer number, I scarcely spent much time before the crate was nearly overflowing. However, I appeared to have overlooked a crucial issue. The filled plastic crate was exceedingly heavy, making it likely to break if lifted, and whether I could even carry it was still in question. Thus, I found myself contemplating the issue of transportation once more. Fortunately, an imperfect yet feasible solution came to mind. I decided to utilize vines. I gathered a few sturdy vines and lifted one end of the plastic basket, threading the vines through the bottom of the basket. After encircling the entire basket, I tied them securely in a knot. This process was repeated with 5 vines in total. My intention was to minimize wear on the base of the plastic basket. Subsequently, the remaining vines were tightly secured to the edges of the basket, with the other ends fastened to my waist. Thankfully, the endeavor proceeded smoothly, albeit with considerable exertion. After unloading the stones and gravel, I set out once again. In total, I made approximately 8 trips. As I gazed upon the substantial heap of stones and gravel, I decided to halt my further transport. Indeed, I was ready to commence the execution of my vision. I intended to lay these stones to form a pathway leading from the entrance of my yard to the cottage. Vegetable garden, swing set, and drying area, among other destinations. I envisioned creating a meandering path, an enchanting passage that would not be beyond the realms of possibility if executed well. I endeavored to avoid areas where sunlight pierced through the tree canopy, instead placing the stones in shaded spots. In such a dappled environment, one could easily find solace and a sense of tranquility. This was precisely the atmosphere I yearned to cultivate. The larger stones were arranged according to their varying sizes and shapes, guided by the imagery in my mind. Naturally, I ensured that each stone was spaced apart, roughly the length of a single step. Thus, I meticulously completed the pathway as envisioned, step by step. Some of the substantial stones were not particularly smooth, so I endeavored to position the uneven sides facing downward, excavating some soil to ensure the stones lay as flat as possible. The smaller pebbles were meticulously embedded into the gaps between the larger stones. Thus, after enduring dizziness and numbness in my legs from squatting, I finally completed the path of stones leading from the treehouse to the entrance of the yard. With a sigh, I exhaled deeply, stood up, and inhaled several gulps of fresh air. Such actions provided me with a modicum of relief from my fatigue. However, I could not afford to rest. The transformation of the yard had yet to meet my expectations. There remained ample space in the yard to utilize, and I resolved to cultivate a small garden, transplanting various wildflowers from outside, each exuding distinct fragrances. Not only would they be visually pleasing, but their enchanting scents would waft throughout the yard, and importantly, these wildflowers require minimal maintenance. These charming blooms, vibrant in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, were not intended for consumption, thus I felt no concern regarding their edibility. I spent approximately an hour gathering an assortment of fragrant wildflowers, which filled the plastic basket I had used to transport the stones. Nature is truly wondrous. The aromas of these flowers seemed to blend like a concoction of perfumes, reminiscent of lavender, peonies, and even hints of apple and taro. Of course, there were also some unpleasant scents. One flower I had just picked emitted a distinctly foul odor akin to rotten eggs. I took a deep breath of it, nearly overwhelmed by the stench. The delicate blossoms nestled within these plastic containers were not extracted directly. Rather, I meticulously employed a knife to sever them at their roots, excavating the root systems along with the surrounding soil. Much like transplanting trees, these carefully uprooted wildflowers, still clinging to their clods of earth, were gently placed into the basket. Cultivating flowers is not a daunting task. I have delineated a small garden area that basks in sunlight, situated beside the treehouse on a slightly elevated patch of land where water accumulation is unlikely. Speaking of waterlogging, I have yet to dig a drainage ditch in recent days. This little island is often graced by rain, yet the fair weather of late has lulled me into a false sense of security, nearly causing me to forget. The mind is indeed a remarkable entity. I massaged my temples. The wildflowers have all been planted, and while not in abundance, this endeavor serves as an experiment. I wish to avoid futile efforts. Should this trial prove successful, I may expand the venture. Initially, I intended to rest, but the thought of the drainage ditch reminded me of my previous illness. The harrowing struggle for life and death sent a shiver down my spine. Even under this blazing sun, the sun was nearing its descent, and my trusty knife was diligently excavating. To be honest, this blade has been a tremendous aid, significantly increasing my digging speed. The excavation of the drainage ditch proceeded smoothly, as my treehouse was situated on slightly elevated ground. I dug a trench around it, connecting it to the drainage ditch I had just fashioned outside the small courtyard. Ultimately, I carved a substantial opening in the outer drainage ditch, resembling a moat, which now leads towards the sunken woodland ahead. Consequently, during periods of precipitation, even torrential downpours, my humble abode shall remain secure, provided that the distant, expansive depression in the woodland remains unflooded. After this series of industrious endeavors, I found myself afflicted with a profound ache in my back. Yet, upon closer inspection, it had vanished. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination, I mused, shaking my head as I turned toward the treehouse. Day 41. Fortitude in the Face of Adversity, Part 1. In recent days, perhaps owing to the multitude of tasks at hand, I have been roused from slumber at an early hour. For breakfast, I prepared a rudimentary repast of flour dumplings and broth. The process is simplicity itself. One need only take a basin of flour, add a modicum of water, and stir with chopsticks until a viscous slurry is formed. This concoction is then ladled into boiling water with a spoon and simmered for a brief interval, whereupon it is ready for consumption, a crude yet effective sustenance. The aisle in the nascent hours of the morning exudes an aura of tranquility, comfort, and harmony. I settled upon the swing, inhaling deeply from a lit Zhonghua cigarette. Humph. Cough, cough. It appeared that my prolonged abstinence from tobacco had rendered me susceptible to its initial harshness, as the first inhalation caused me to choke. In truth, I had long since relinquished my dependence on nicotine. The relentless struggle for survival had eclipsed any desire for indulgence. With a drawn-out exhalation of the second puff, I luxuriated in the swaying motion of the swing, experiencing a profound sense of contentment. Could it be that such days of carefree existence held a certain allure? Upon my arrival on this island, my aspirations were modest, merely to endure. Subsequently, I acquired the small wooden shelter, the succulent fruits to assuage my hunger, the companionship of Xiaohei, and now, an ample supply of provisions, tools, and the like, sufficient to sustain me for an extended period. Yet, inexplicably, ensconced within this comfortable milieu, I found myself assailed by a profound sense of solitude and emptiness. I raked my fingers through my wind-tossed hair, attempting to banish these deleterious thoughts from my consciousness. An inexplicable restlessness surged within me. Fortunately, a flock of birds outside the yard captured my attention, allowing me to awaken from my chaotic thoughts. Rising to my feet, I observed numerous birds fluttering into the woods nestled in a nearby hollow. Curiosity piqued. I pondered what could possibly entice them to venture beyond the confines of the yard. I endeavored to tread lightly, bending low as I approached the edge of the forest. Soon, the situation became clear. Beside a grand tree in the hollow, a cluster of low-lying plants bore an abundance of small, black fruits resembling marbles. Fruits I had never encountered before. The birds feasted joyfully, swiftly pecking at these black morsels. Their pace was astonishing. They could shift to another fruit in mere seconds, though they never consumed them entirely, merely nibbling half. Such waste seemed peculiar. Surely, these fruits were edible? I wondered about their taste, yet reassured myself that it posed no harm to the birds. As I mused aloud, the birds suddenly took flight in a cacophony of flapping wings. I was taken aback, scanning my surroundings but spotting nothing amiss. Had they sensed my presence? I speculated. Regardless, my current craving for sustenance was significant. I could not afford to let my appetite go unquenched. Thus, I surmised that the black fruits, having been previously sampled by the birds, were likely non-toxic and palatable. I approached, plucked one from the plant, and cradled it in my palm for a meticulous examination. The pulp of the fruit was a dark fuscous hue, encased in a delicate, almost translucent skin. Upon compression, it yielded only a scant amount of juice. Discarding the ruptured fruit, I rubbed my fingers together, once dry. They possessed a slight stickiness, likely due to the elevated sugar content. I mused, if Li Shizhen could sample hundreds of herbs, why shouldn't I taste this fruit? Despite these words, I refrained from acting impulsively. I cleaved open another fruit and delicately touched it to my tongue. Ah! I exclaimed involuntarily. Despite its somber exterior, the flesh possessed an innate sweetness, coupled with a subtle, osmanthus-like fragrance. The balance of sweetness and aroma was exquisitely calibrated. In my excitement, I swallowed the fruit whole. Regret was, of course, futile. I had already masticated the fruit a few times, expectorated the pit, and consumed the rest, skin and all. The aroma lingered in my mouth, permeating my nasal passages, and persisted for an extended duration. In terms of sweetness, the previous, more succulent fruit was akin to a half-sugar beverage, whereas this dark fruit was unequivocally full sugar, perhaps even extra sweet. Approximately 2 minutes had elapsed since ingestion, yet the sweetness continued to tantalize my taste buds relentlessly. Delicious. I even entertained the notion of slicing and dehydrating these fruits for use in teas or as a seasoning. However, having discovered them, I could scarcely relinquish these delicacies to the avian population. The apertures at the base of the plastic crate were rather expansive. Were I to place the small fruits within, they would inevitably tumble out. Thus, I laid some branches and leaves at the bottom of this plastic basket, ensuring that the fruits would not fall and that the soft base would prevent them from being crushed. There is no greater pleasure than to eat while picking. I felt as though my stomach had reached its limit, and I began to burp from the indulgence. Regrettably, the branches of these fruits appeared to be separate, but upon further investigation, I discovered that they all shared a single root system. This cluster, resembling a sizable shrub, occupied nearly 5 square meters, and I recognized that it would be quite impractical to uproot it entirely. Fortunately, this location is in close proximity to my yard, and in the future, I might attempt to construct a scarecrow to deter those thieving birds. I had mentioned that the flesh of this fruit yields little juice, and I contemplated whether it could be used for brewing tea. Without delay, taking advantage of the pleasant weather, I resolved to harvest every last fruit from this cluster, as transplanting the shrubs was out of the question. Even if I left some behind, they would soon be devoured by the birds. As I noticed them perched on a distant tree, watching me intently, perhaps they were protesting my actions, though their thoughts were of no concern to me. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted behind me, the rustling of grass, the snapping of branches. At that moment, I was busy arranging the freshly picked fruits. Initially, I assumed it was merely a small animal, so I felt no alarm. On the 41st day, in the narrow path where only the brave prevail, a colossal wild boar charged towards me. In that fleeting moment, I was rendered utterly motionless, my once vibrant mind reduced to a mere pulp. Instinct took over, and I gripped the dull kitchen knife tightly, swiftly seeking refuge beside a sturdy tree. The beast galloped with remarkable speed, its tusks resembling two sharp blades, bristling bristles standing on end, exuding an aura of sheer ferocity. I had no desire to confront it head-on. I was acutely aware of the threat it posed, and my heart raced with trepidation. It was upon me. Fortunately, the tree shielded me from its initial onslaught. However, it halted abruptly, pivoting with fierce determination to charge at me once more. I could distinctly see its powerful hind legs, kicking up clouds of dirt with each thrust. I evaded direct confrontation, circling the tree in a desperate dance. Gasping like a bull, I felt as though I were the sworn enemy of this wild boar, which showed no intention of relenting. As time passed, my anxiety mounted, my stamina rapidly waning, and my speed noticeably diminishing. Yet the boar grew swifter, its endurance evidently far superior to mine. The more tense I became, the poorer my mental clarity, my heartbeat nearing the brink of collapse. The distance between the wild boar and me continued to shrink. I could almost feel its protruding tusks. Beneath this tree, the soft earth was marred by the uneven imprints left by the boar's relentless hooves. In a moment of carelessness, I stumbled upon a depression created by a wild boar's tread. I fought valiantly to regain my balance, yet ultimately succumbed to the forces of gravity, collapsing to the ground. I understood then that the wild boar would not grant me the luxury of rising. It would surely seize the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault upon me. Fortunately, in this life-threatening predicament, my mind surged into a state of heightened alertness. I realized that I had to evade the impending lethal strike. The wild boar's formidable weapons are its tusks and serrated teeth. Thus, as I fell, I wasted no time and swiftly rolled across the ground. The boar was right behind me, and I comprehended that remaining still would likely result in being impaled by its tusks. The validity of my actions was soon reaffirmed. Just as I completed my roll, a rush of wind passed by my ear. The boar's ghastly white tusks scraped perilously close to me, mere inches away. Though I escaped unscathed, a cold sweat broke out upon my brow. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches above, warming my skin, yet I felt as if I were encased in ice. The wild boar had quickly pivoted, preparing to charge at me once more. I found myself bereft of time to rise and flee. I could only roll again, acutely aware that the moment of destiny was fast approaching. I was about to engage in a life-or-death struggle against an adversary whose strength far surpassed my own. Yet, despite my rolling, the knife remained firmly gripped in my hand. I persisted, knowing that even if I were to meet my end at the jaws of the wild boar, I would not relinquish any opportunity to fight back. After narrowly evading an onslaught from a wild boar, I ultimately found myself trampled beneath its weighty legs. The creature's powerful stomp landed squarely on my thigh, eliciting a sharp convulsion of pain throughout my body. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards me. The foul stench emanating from its mouth nearly suffocated me, prompting me to extend my left hand in a desperate attempt to shield myself. However, the wild boar's strength was overwhelming, a force far beyond my capacity to withstand. As its terrifying jaws drew ever closer, I was gripped by sheer terror. Summoning all my might, I swung the kitchen knife in my right hand. Perhaps the blade was somewhat dull, or the boar's hide too thick, or perhaps my own strength was inadequate, for the beast seemed largely unscathed by my frantic assault. Instead, my actions seemed to incite its fury. It let out a pained bellow before disregarding my feeble pushes and bringing its hooves down upon my chest, lowering its head in a furious bite towards my right hand. Naturally, I was determined to avoid its vicious jaws, struggling to push away the advancing head of the boar. Yet, in a cruel twist, my resistance only enraged the creature further, as it suddenly pivoted and clamped down on my left hand. The boar's teeth were not particularly sharp, But as it clung to me with relentless force, the agony coursing through my right arm was excruciating, rendering my entire body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the pain was unbearable. I frantically swung the knife at its head, desperate to compel it to release its grip. Yet, to my despair, it paid no heed to my strikes and continued to shake its head violently. Stars burst behind my eyes from the excruciating pain, and the cleaver in my right hand was nearly slipping from my grasp, on the verge of tumbling to the ground. Summoning a final reserve of strength, I swung the blade once more. This time, instead of striking its temple, the blade grazed its head as it thrashed about, landing a blow on its snout. Ultimately halted by its tusks, this unintentional strike finally yielded results, as I distinctly observed blood trickling from its nose. It howled in agony, releasing its vice-like grip. Though it had relented, my left hand was entirely numb, with blood welling from several tooth punctures. Before I could gather my senses, it lunged again, sinking its teeth into my chest. This time, I could not withstand the assault. Darkness clouded my vision, and I succumbed to the overwhelming pain, awakening once more. It was again the searing pain that roused me. My entire body throbbed with agony as the boar continued its relentless assault. The last time I had experienced such torment was after inadvertently consuming a hallucinogenic fruit, followed by an attack from a tiger. Yet, that had been a mere illusion, incomparable to the present reality. My body must have been riddled with wounds, each one an inferno of pain. I was nearly bereft of strength. It began to thrash its head once more, its teeth now embedded in my left palm, and I could feel them piercing through, refusing to surrender. For life was now my most cherished possession. I mustered my remaining strength and seized the fallen cleaver with my right hand. With my last vestige of energy, I struck at the boar once more. As it stood upon my chest, the blade found its mark, sinking into its flank, near its belly. Conceivably, the delicate nature of the dermis in this region rendered it susceptible, as the blade cleaved a substantial laceration upon the boar's flank. Presumably, the sensation of agony prompted a vehement contortion of its physique, notwithstanding its unwavering grip. The blade, subservient to its motion, descended further, exacerbating the initial wound. It seemed as though an opportune moment had materialized. Day 41. Victory favors the bold. Part 2. At long last, the boar relinquished its endeavor to rend my hand, perhaps yielding to the throes of anguish, and darted laterally. My left hand, subjected to its merciless bite, was entirely bereft of sensation, numb to the world. The hooves that had been trampling my chest finally departed, affording me a moment of respite. The gash upon its abdomen was far from negligible, and its lifeblood continued to trickle forth. I surmised that it would seek refuge in flight, an outcome most desirable. My injuries, while considerable, were not insurmountable. Yet I harbored reservations about my prospects of survival in a protracted confrontation. However, the boar's subsequent maneuver instilled in me a profound sense of dread. It lowered its head, aligning its formidable tusks with my person. I comprehended its intentions without ambiguity. It sought to dispatch me to my doom with those very tusks. Would I passively await my demise? Nay. Thus, as it charged forth, I summoned every ounce of resolve to prop myself up with my right hand. When it was but a hair's breadth away, I executed a successful roll to the left. This seemingly effortless maneuver, however, exacted a heavy toll, as the agitation of my wounds induced a fresh deluge of perspiration, nearly causing me to succumb to unconsciousness. The boar's tusks missed their mark once more. Perhaps driven by unbridled fury, it did not arrest its momentum, but instead pivoted abruptly, directing its tusks toward me anew. This time, I was unable to evade its assault. Indeed, I yearned to evade, yet my corporeal form was nearing utter collapse. In that fleeting moment, my heart's cadence nearly ceased, and even my respiration faltered. Had I succumbed? Verily, it had triumphantly commandeered my existence. Prone upon the earth, I merely perceived the unyielding tusks piercing into my back with brutal force. Alas, perchance Providence itself took pity upon me, for the boar's tusks grazed too intimately with the ground, thus merely perforating my raiment and failing to penetrate my lumbar region. Had they done so, my demise would have been assured. The boar's impetus was immense, and I was entirely launched into the air by its force. My attire, ensnared upon its tusks, was utterly lacerated. Subsequently, I myself plummeted heavily due to the fragmentation of my garments, and agony once more engulfed my entire being. The boar, incensed by the fabric clinging to its tusks, thrashed its head wildly, endeavoring to dislodge the garment. This, in turn, fortuitously presented me with an opportunity. I clenched my teeth resolutely and exerted myself to crawl towards the nearby blade. The boar persisted in its failure to shed the clinging attire. Yet it harbored no intention of relinquishing its pursuit of me and promptly lunged with gaping maw to bite me. I, too, was awaiting my chance. It once more clamped its jaws upon my left arm, this time near my shoulder. Yet, the wound I had previously inflicted upon its flank was once more exposed before me. This excruciating pain compelled me to writhe involuntarily upon the ground, but simultaneously, my right hand tenaciously grasped the hilt of the blade. This time, I mustered the entirety of my remaining strength and directed the blade towards the boar's wound. Thwack! The blade cleaved into the wound, a torrent of warm blood cascading down my arm. The boar, truly wounded now, emitted a furious shriek and twisted violently. The knife, once firmly in my grasp, was wrenched free by its movement. Blood erupted, yet the boar remained upright, its eyes blazing crimson in a final, desperate frenzy. Against this last surge of fury, I was powerless. Once more, its tusk, like a shovel, lifted my body. Though they failed to pierce my flesh, I felt the distinct tearing of my back. Again I was thrown, I crashed, trampled. My exhausted frame could no longer endure. Before oblivion claimed me, a dark figure seemed to rush towards us. Xiaohei, is that you? I wondered as darkness enveloped me. After an indeterminate span, I felt a pair of gentle hands caressing my face, so tender, so soothing. It was as if my mother were rousing me from slumber, gradually drawing my consciousness from the abyss. At last, my senses and awareness reconnected, and I opened my eyes. It was Xiaohei, showering my face with licks. Solely you, like a devoted sentinel, have safeguarded me. The number of times deer has rescued me has faded from memory, yet I am certain that without its presence, I would not have persevered to this moment. Enduring the throbbing agony, I raised my right hand to tenderly caress his countenance. Upon my awakening, it exhibited palpable elation, emitting a series of fervent barks, its tail whipping back and forth with alacrity. On this occasion, my injuries are grievous, and I shall remain incapacitated for the foreseeable future. My wounds feel as though they have been imbued with an incendiary powder, further exacerbated by an unnatural inflation, resulting in both a searing pain and an overwhelming sensation of distension. However, as craned its head towards me once more, I discerned a patch of blood upon its mandible. I touched it with trepidation, only to discover that it was not its own. Ah yes, the boar. I craned my neck to survey the surroundings, eventually spotting the boar's lifeless form in the distance. It was riddled with wounds, and its blood had stained the earth. A mere glance sufficed to confirm that the lacerations upon its back and haunches were inflicted by. It was evident that it had endured a fierce struggle. I scrutinized its entire form, and fortunately, it appeared unscathed. Nevertheless, a wave of trepidation washed over me. Had I not grievously wounded the boar, might not have been as fortunate as it is now. A boar could readily dispatch a canine, but thankfully, the boar is deceased. I cannot fathom a life devoid of companionship. We have been together for a considerable time, and we have fully embraced each other's existence, even developing a mutual reliance. This close call prompted a re-evaluation of the island's safety, and I shall exercise greater caution henceforth. The pistol will no longer reside on my bedside table. Though unused, I have familiarized myself with its operation, understanding the safety mechanisms and loading procedures. This island is far from diminutive, it is expansive. From the summit, I observe that I have explored less than 1% of its expanse. The dense woodlands on the other sides remain largely uncharted. I must endeavor to explore them with Xiaohei when time permits, as I am uncertain how long my sojourn here shall last. Enough languishing, I told myself. Many tasks demand my attention. I possess certain medicaments with which I must treat my wounds, lest infection lead to my demise. Furthermore, this deceased boar is a treasure trove of resources. In this humid climate, decomposition will rapidly attract vermin if left unattended. Time is of the essence. Day 42. A buy-one-get-two promotion. Damnation. Will this never cease? I grumbled, roused for the nth time. Fortunately, the wound treatment yesterday was timely. I flushed the severely injured left hand, chest, and back several times with boiled water to which I had added salt. Perhaps I added too much salt, as the contact with the wounds nearly caused me to faint. The pain rivaled, if not surpassed, the agony of the initial boar attack. My teeth chattered involuntarily, but I had no recourse. Should the wounds become infected in this environment, death would be a likely outcome. I am unwilling to succumb, and therefore, I must endure. Following the cleansing of the lacerations, I meticulously applied Yunnan Baiyao. procured from the mariner's cabin, uniformly across the wounds on my left arm and chest, further dispensing some into my right palm to anoint the wound on my back. The application of the medication to the injuries elicited not acute pain, but rather a fervent, searing sensation. Having employed this remedy on numerous prior occasions, it was a staple in my household, thus its use was without reservation. Aside from the wound upon my back, the injuries upon my person were principally perforations inflicted by the tusks of the feral swine. My left arm is currently rendered ineffectual, the entirety of its surface suffused with ecchymosis of a violaceous hue. In retrospect of the incident, I am yet prone to shuddering, the agony surpassing by a magnitude of 100 the pain of digital pinching of the tender flesh of the inner thigh. The duration requisite for the recuperation of my left arm remains indeterminate. My paramount aspiration at present is the prevention of wound contamination, concomitantly hoping that the wild boar was not a vector for the rabies virus. I recall having perused that the majority of mammals possess the potential to harbor the rabies virus. However, such considerations are deferred. My immediate concern is to surmount the peril of infection. As it stands, I am exceedingly fortunate in that, subsequent to the passage of a single night, the bite wounds upon my chest and left arm have already undergone scab formation. Pain is unavoidable, yet there exists only some inflammation, devoid of suppuration. This development elicits considerable exhilaration, considerably diminishing the ire initially aroused by the disturbance. The source of my rude awakening was 2 juvenile wild boars. These diminutive swine, seemingly recently weaned, possess an endearing, albeit ungainly, demeanor that endears them to me. However, owing to my profound fatigue and the multitude of exigencies attended to yesterday, I secured them with lianas outside the portal, though since the early hours, they have been vociferously clamoring. Perhaps driven by hunger? I conjecture. Indeed, as I approached them, they eagerly nuzzled my instep with their elongated snouts. Their slender bodies were adorned with patterned markings, and they munched with evident relish, appearing infinitely more endearing than their mother. I must endeavor to construct a shelter for them when time permits. Today dawns with propitious weather, and despite the incomplete recovery of my left hand, a multitude of tasks await my attention. I untied the wild boar carcass from its suspension in the tree. Shadow, witnessing my commencement of the butchering, cavorted with unrestrained excitement, as if on the cusp of immediate gratification. The initial step involved heating water to scald the hide, a necessary prelude to the facile removal of the coarse bristles. Having dragged the boar to the exterior of the courtyard, I repeatedly doused it with boiling water, facilitating the effortless scraping away of the majority of its pelt with a blade. After approximately an hour, the boar was entirely dismembered, perhaps owing to the absence of exsanguination. The flesh possessed a reddish hue and a somewhat firm texture, though I am not one to be fastidious. Subsequently, armed with my rifle and accompanied by Shadow, I conveyed the pork, packed within a plastic crate, to the riverbank for ablution. The cleansing proved more arduous than anticipated, given the constraint of single-handed operation. The task consumed nearly 2 hours in its entirety. The porcine intestines, in particular, necessitated repeated scrubbing with salt, followed by rinsing, resulting in a regrettable expenditure of my limited salt reserves. Despite the pang of extravagance, I was compelled to utilize the precious salt to ensure the impeccable preservation of the meat. I diced a substantial portion of the pork, approximately 5 pounds, into diminutive segments, which I then immersed in an ample pot of water, set to simmer over the burgeoning flames of the campfire. As I prepared the pork, I began to chop it into a savory mixture, for I intended to make sausages. With such an abundance of pork, it was clear that my companion, Little Black, and I could not consume it all in a short span of time. Thus, crafting sausages emerged as a method for prolonging the preservation of the meat. However, while preparing to stuff the sausages, I encountered a dilemma. Lacking a funnel, it proved too tedious to use my hands. In a moment of ingenuity, I swiftly severed a bottle with a knife, inverting the upper half to create a makeshift funnel. I yearned to incorporate spices such as fennel, chili, and scallions. Yet I found myself without them. Before long, I had filled the pig intestines to the brim, and the subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. Meanwhile, the pot of pork had simmered to perfect tenderness, its fragrant essence wafting through the air, enveloping me in a delightful embrace. After skimming off the frothy impurities that had formed, a pot of exquisite meat lay before me. This pork was entirely distinct from rabbit meat. The latter's fat is nearly negligible, while the pork, once cooked, revealed a glistening layer of fat atop the water's surface, exuding a richer aroma. Little Black, unable to contain its excitement, approached me, resting its front paws on my legs, eagerly stretching its neck to peer into the pot. Seeing its impatience, I shook my head in resignation, picked up my chopsticks, and pierced a piece of pork. As I did so, the fat oozed out along the chopsticks. It was time to eat. I divided the pork into 2 portions, placing the excess before Little Black. The meat was still warm, and upon sniffing it, Little Black hesitated, pacing anxiously beside me, casting a pleading gaze in my direction. Tonight's repast was particularly memorable, as it nearly cost me my life. I had almost forgotten the savor of pork. Though unadorned with spices, merely dipped in soy sauce, it was exquisitely delectable. Before retiring, I reserved a portion of the pork, suspending the remainder above the fire to attempt curing it into smoked meat for preservation. Ultimately, the remaining pork was boiled in a pot alongside the pig's head, intestines, liver, and other offal, lest they spoil by the morrow. Once cooked, they should keep until then. The 2 juvenile boars were untethered, placed in plastic crates, secured with wooden planks, and moved into the treehouse. Day 43. Candle or oil lamp. I slept soundly last night, perhaps from sheer exhaustion, the result of ceaseless physical depletion. The pain from my wound has lessened somewhat, a gradual abatement, and I continue to apply the medicinal powder. The swelling of the skin is slowly subsiding, which is indeed welcome news. The patter of rain against the treehouse is audible. Undoubtedly, it is raining. I have grown accustomed to the frequent showers here, and I particularly detest venturing out in such weather. The homemade sausages hanging under the eaves have been brought inside, though sheltered from the rain. I fear the damp air will spoil them, so I feel more secure with them indoors. Such rainy days fill me with lassitude, a sentiment shared by Xiaohei. Of course, though I cannot go outside, there remains much to be done. The smoked meat I attempted to make last night has been hanging for a full night, and I'm eager to see if it was a success. Descending to the lower level, I observed that the exterior of the suspended pork had solidified, which I took as a positive sign, especially since it hadn't burned. Given that this is my maiden voyage into the realm of smoked meats, I am quite content with the outcome. In my recollection, smoked meat typically undergoes a marination process, but I lacked an abundance of seasonings. I merely applied a coating of salt and soy sauce to the meat chunks. Presumably, they will be ready once they are thoroughly dried. I must confess that I have no definitive timeline for when this will occur, but as long as they are edible and unspoiled, I will be satisfied. Just moments ago, an idea struck me. Candles. I'm contemplating crafting a candle from pork. For illumination, I currently have only a campfire and the flashlight left behind by the previous occupant. However, the flashlight's battery life is finite, so I've been reluctant to use it. In my childhood, candles were a household staple, particularly during frequent power outages. I recall that their composition is quite simple, consisting of a wick and wax, neither of which I currently possess. Necessity, however, is the mother of invention, or at least the search for substitutes. I understand that a candle wick must be both flammable and durable, or the candle is doomed to fail. Fortunately, I have a suitable alternative in mind: the cotton threads used to secure the inner core of the bedding. I need only sever a few strands, twist them together, and combine several of these strands into a single wick. This shouldn't take long at all. The time-consuming endeavor is another alternative, something I am currently embarking upon. The lard from the wild boar, finely chopped, is tossed into a pot, commencing the rendering process. As the fat gently heats, the lard begins to exude, and a series of small bubbles rise from the bottom of the pot. I am cautious not to ignite too fierce a flame, fearing the splatter as well as the possibility of scorching the fat. Thus, I keep the pot at a safe distance from the fire. During the rendering, an enticing aroma wafts through the air, drawing the little black creature closer. This fragrance encompasses the essence of meat, a savory richness, and a hint of that delightful, slightly charred scent akin to crispy rice. A deep inhale brings forth a sensation of the oil's smoothness and crispness lingering in the atmosphere. The little black creature, now soothed, lies attentively nearby among the drywood. As the lard continues to bubble and overflow, the fat gradually contracts, wrinkling and transforming from white to a deep brown, forming small clumps that float atop the oil, perpetually rolling and bubbling. Ah, it is ready. Upon witnessing the fat's transformation to a darker hue, I carefully remove the pot from the heat. Fortunately, my left hand has shown signs of recovery. Otherwise, I would have been unable to complete this task. Using chopsticks, I deftly extract the residual fat into a bowl, dividing it into 2 portions. I shall not waste this precious bounty in the past. I might have discarded it for health's sake, but now, these remnants are an exquisite delicacy. setting aside the bubbling pork. I pinch a few grains of salt and evenly sprinkle them over the rendered fat. One plate is offered to the well-behaved little black creature, while the other is reserved for my own enjoyment. Each bite offers a distinct flavor. The first reveals its delightful crispness. The second releases a lingering essence of meatiness as the residual fat escapes, and by the third, most of the oil has been rendered, leaving no greasy sensation to savor. After sampling 4, Little Black approached, licking its lips and beseeching me for more. Despite a twinge of reluctance, I surrendered the remainder to it. However, events soon veered from my initial intentions. My plan had been straightforward. Once the lard cooled, it would solidify. I prepared a basin of water, intending to stir the molded wick into the still warm lard before submerging it in the cold water, whereupon the lard would instantly congeal. Yet, trouble arose swiftly. Firstly, while the wick did gather some lard, it remained too pliable, perpetually bending and refusing to straighten. Secondly, the repetitive nature of the process proved wasteful, as much of the lard floated, solidified, upon the water's surface. Moreover, even if successful, I surmised that this batch of lard would yield only a few wicks, each of which would not last long. Thus, after considerable deliberation, I ultimately abandoned this method. Nevertheless, I was not disheartened. A new idea emerged. I salvaged a discarded aluminum can, cutting off its top, and inserted one end of the cotton string, originally intended as a wick, into it, allowing the other end to extend outside. I then poured a modest amount of lard into the can. At last, I cautiously lifted the jar and placed it into a basin filled with cold water, allowing it to solidify. After nearly an hour, the lard finally congealed, and a wave of trepidation washed over me, fearing the possibility of failure. I retrieved a burning twig, my hands trembling as I ignited the cotton wick. My breath halted in anticipation, yearning for it to catch fire. On the 44th day, fortune seemed to smile upon me. The gentle patter of rain through the night had finally ceased, leaving the morning air refreshingly crisp. Standing outside the treehouse, I inhaled deeply several times. The cool air, infused with the scent of earth and blooming flowers, cleansed my lungs, leaving me utterly enraptured. I cherished moments like these, right after the rain, when every pore of my being felt liberated, and even the pain from my wounds had eased considerably. Wiping the droplets from the swing, I took a seat, relishing this rare moment of leisure. The lard candle I had crafted the previous night was not entirely successful. To elaborate, once lit, the lard, being solid, required some time to melt, which led to an inadequate supply of fuel, causing the flame to extinguish. However, once a portion of the lard melted, this issue ceased to be a concern. Therefore, to ensure stable usage, it was necessary to pre-melt some lard. Additionally, the candle emitted an unpleasant odor, a mix of lard-esque fragrance intertwined with a hint of burnt essence, and it initially released some black smoke. This initial experience was not particularly pleasant, yet it was still serviceable, and I could always seek better alternatives in the future. It is worth mentioning that the snake meat, which I had marinated exceptionally well, was a delightful revelation when I attempted to steam a few pieces atop rice last night. The result was an explosion of flavor, both fresh and aromatic, with a remarkable chewiness reminiscent of the rubbery fish found in the sea, utterly delectable. The snake skin, regrettably left outside to endure a day of rain due to my oversight, is intended for further sunbathing. As I passed by, I caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. A swarm of tiny insects was busily traversing its surface. This snake skin still holds value for me, though certainly not for culinary purposes. I plan to craft a holster and a waist bag from it, allowing me to carry these essential items on my person. With such a sizable piece of skin, I might even fashion a vest. Interestingly, these little insects serve a purpose. They can assist in removing residual tissue from the skin, thus sparing me from the hassle. Once they have completed their task, and after a few days of sun exposure, I will be able to cleanse it thoroughly, eradicating any lingering odors and unpleasantness. The blissful moments of leisure are always fleeting. I have granted myself only this brief respite before the sun fully ascends. I have grown weary of the torment inflicted by these two wild boars. Allowing them into my bedroom was undoubtedly one of my gravest missteps, leaving the air thick with the stench of pig manure. Thus, today I shall construct a temporary pen for them, putting an end to their continued pollution of my sanctuary. However, creating the pen is no simple task. It must be sheltered from the rain and sturdy enough to withstand their gnawing and rooting antics. Given the exigency of the situation and the paucity of available resources, the temporary pig enclosure was fashioned from readily accessible vines and branches. A more substantial construction, Utilizing materials salvaged from the ship is deferred until my convalescence permits such an undertaking. For the present, expediency dictates the use of indigenous materials, taking advantage of the respite from inclement weather to transfer the 2 juvenile boars to the yard. An abundance of branches and ubiquitous vines render these materials the logical choice. The immaturity of the boars ensures their containment within even this rudimentary enclosure. Multiple layers of vines were meticulously interwoven, ensuring a robust and secure barrier. Despite the modest height of the 50-centimeter fence, it presently poses an insurmountable obstacle to the boar's escape. The slightly damp ground is mitigated by the carefully selected location of the pen, situated on the yard's sole elevated mound, providing a refuge from potential inundation during rainfall. Subsequent reinforcement of the enclosure, coupled with the construction of a shelter, either enclosed or open-roofed, will further enhance the boar's security and comfort. Upon completion of this initial phase, the boars were released from their cramped plastic container. Long confined, they eagerly seized their newfound freedom, embarking on a spirited frolic. The collision sent reverberations through the adjacent wooden fence, while on the damp earth, various insects scurried about. Alas, their misfortune led them into the path of 2 young wild boars. With a swift pass of their snouts and a gentle inhalation, the insects vanished into the boars' mouths, becoming a source of protein amidst the crunching sounds. As long as the rain held off, the piglets should fare well in their temporary enclosure. The dew still clung to the tender grass outside, and although I had intended to gather some for them, I hesitated to feed them the damp foliage, fearing it might upset their stomachs. Instead, I tossed in a few succulent fruits. With these tasks completed, the sunlight began to filter through the canopy. The piglets seemed wary of the light, but fortunately, a significant portion of their makeshift pen remained shaded by the trees. For the time being, this matter was settled. A large portion of the wildflowers I transplanted had also survived. Only the yellow variety, which emitted a delicate fragrance reminiscent of floral water, had completely withered. The rest displayed a vibrant vitality. Leaves that had been curled just days before had now fully unfurled, a testament to their successful transplantation. The small flower patch exuded a fragrance that permeated the air for about 5 meters. Whenever I passed by, I was enveloped in its rich aroma. Precisely the effect I had desired. There was another place I longed to visit, yet I dreaded the possibility of encountering an undesirable outcome, my small vegetable garden. In it, I had planted 3 things: seeds from the drifting bottle, potatoes, and garlic. I was apprehensive that they might all perish, particularly the potatoes, as their survival would alleviate my concerns regarding sustenance. With a trepidatious heart, I ventured into the vegetable garden. The first sight that greeted me was the garlic. To my astonishment, the planted cloves had sprouted delicate shoots. Though minuscule, they undoubtedly signaled growth. With a modicum of nurturing and patience, they would undoubtedly mature in due course. Another exhilarating discovery awaited me. The potatoes and the seeds from the other drifting bottle exhibited no immediate signs of activity. Unlike the garlic, they lay concealed beneath the soil. However, my disquietude impelled me to unearth one of the potato mounds. Eureka! The potato's sprout had demonstrably elongated, its extremity adorned with 2 diminutive leaves clasped together in a tender embrace. Elation and exhilaration were only natural. I gingerly reinterred it, gently patting down the earth. As for the seeds from the drifting bottle, which I had sown mere days ago, they had already pushed against the moist soil above them. Perhaps the recent rainfall had catalyzed their growth. Through the interstices in the soil, I could discern the minute, fragile seedlings within. I exhaled deeply, striving to compose my wildly beating heart. I wondered what manner of plant these seeds would yield. Would it be flowers, grasses, or something else entirely? To the delight of the little girl, my heart is undoubtedly filled with curiosity, yet the answers will soon reveal themselves, for they have already endured. All I must do is tenderly nurture them and patiently await the outcome. Today, the sun shines brightly, and the temperature rises swiftly. If I do not promptly attend to the remaining pork, it shall soon spoil. Thus, today's luncheon is destined to be a feast brimming with delectable flavors. I first prepared a pot of rice, though the quantity was not substantial. One might even say it was merely a modest layer. As I spread the grains across the bottom of the pot, given the abundance of leftover pork and other offal, it was imperative to make those the centerpiece of the meal to avoid waste. As I added the pig intestines to the pot, they sizzled upon contact with the hot oil, releasing a plume of blue smoke accompanied by a crisp sound. To prevent them from burning, I poured in some soy sauce, along with a touch of sugar and salt. Indeed, my inaugural dish is braised intestines. I am well aware that stir-fried intestines with pickled mustard greens or bell peppers are equally delightful, but alas, I possess no other ingredients. This is the best approach I could conceive. Ultimately, I added a bowl of water to the pot, allowing the ingredients to continue simmering. Upon tasting the sauce, I discovered it to be perfectly balanced, a harmonious blend of savory and slightly sweet flavors. At this moment, it is the optimal time to remove the dish from heat. Any delay would result in the sauce evaporating, leaving the bottom of the pot charred. After plating, I commenced the preparation of the second dish. I diced the 3 types of offal and placed them into a bowl, finishing with a drizzle of soy sauce. This may be one of the simplest dishes, yet its flavor is quite pleasing, and I find it delightful. Fortunately, the little tyke had gone off to frolic, for had it witnessed my endeavor, I dare say it would have devoured the lot ere I could complete my task. This time, I abstained from merely poaching the pork, as I harbored a more ingenious notion. Having simmered the pork belly overnight, it had attained a delectable tenderness, with the majority of its lipids rendered out. I meticulously sliced it into delicate, bite-sized slivers. I intended to prepare stir-fried pork, a dish I had frequently savored in days of yore and held dear to my palate. Thus, even in the absence of accoutrements, I resolved to embark on this culinary experiment. As customary, I brought the wok to a searing heat, yet I eschewed the addition of oil, opting instead to directly introduce the pork belly slices. Upon contact, the slivers adhered tenaciously to the wok's surface, their edges attaining a golden brown hue in a mere matter of seconds. However, this did not detract from the dish's potential. Ere long, the lipids within the pork belly began to exude, prompted by the swift escalation in temperature. At this juncture, I commenced tossing the slivers with a spatula, endeavoring to ensure each morsel underwent a thorough and intimate encounter with the wok's base. As the tossing progressed, the wok's temperature intensified, and the effusion of oil amplified. A symphony of crackling sounds emanated from the wok, and the delicate slivers of pork commenced their transformation. The rendering of oil, coupled with the high temperature sought ing, would impart a hardened texture to the pork. This was the pivotal moment. I briskly tossed the pork, striving to minimize its immersion in the oil, thus averting any charring. Once they had all assumed a golden brown complexion, I sprinkled them with a modicum of salt, infused them with a splash of soy sauce, and decanted them from the wok. Dealing with the pig's head proved to be such a laborious task that I was ultimately compelled to boil it thoroughly, shred it, and present it to Xiao He in a pot for its enjoyment. Xiao He, never one to be fastidious when it comes to meat, undoubtedly considered this a rare feast. I received the small bird from its mouth, discovering it was already stiff, having likely perished long ago. The creature probably intended to assist me in some manner. I stroked its head as it rubbed against my leg, patiently explaining that the little bird was not for consumption. Whether it genuinely comprehended, it emitted a soft whimper, like a child who had committed a misdeed, wagging its tail and gazing at me earnestly. I refrained from immediately discarding the deceased bird, fearing it would hurt its feelings if I did so in its presence. Thus, I carried it to the pot brimming with shredded pig's head. Upon beholding the copious amount of pork, Xiao He barked excitedly several times, circling the pot repeatedly. Prior to indulging, it wagged its tail at me, then eagerly began to devour the meal. Seeing it relish the food with such delight, I quietly slipped away, excavated a small pit near a tree, interred the bird, and tamped down the soil. By the time I had sated my appetite, Xiao He was still eating, marking the first instance I had witnessed it eating so deliberately. There remained an abundance of dishes, and I was so replete that my stomach felt on the verge of bursting. Each dish was delectable, and I particularly favored several. I ate until my mouth was slick with grease and I could scarcely move. However, my gaze fell upon Xiao He, and I chuckled. It was the first time I had seen it dine so leisurely, chewing a few times, pausing, staring vacantly ahead, and then resuming its chewing. Observing its distended belly, I surmised that it, too, must have reached its fill. The ambient air here is rather humid, and I'm concerned that the flour and cornmeal might spoil due to the moisture. Thus, taking advantage of the pleasant weather today, I intend to take these packages outside for sunning. Fortunately, I managed to suppress the nausea. Naturally, I dared not tempt fate again. I'll take a nap first. Tomorrow, I plan to venture into the derelict ship again to find some materials to improve the pigsty. Day 45. Further exploration of the ship's cabin, Part 1, last night. I'm not sure if it was due to the cold or fear. I heard the 2 piglets squabbling several times. This morning, I discovered that my left hand has improved significantly. At least I can move it freely, and as long as I don't touch the wound, there won't be any severe pain. Therefore, I decided to go into the ship today to find some planks and the like to build a shelter for the piglets. The shelter must be waterproof, or I'm afraid the piglets will get sick and die. Moreover, the pig pen must be sturdy enough, or they might easily break out when they grow larger. I tucked the pistol into the rattan that I use as a belt. The wrench was also inserted into the rattan, and I held the knife in my hand. Once bitten, twice shy. That's how I feel now. For safety's sake. Ever since I learned that wild boars frequent this area, I have become extremely cautious. After all, just the other day, I took a trip to death's door due to my negligence. The seaside in the morning is the most comfortable. The sea breeze is very cool on the body, and the air is filled with the smell of the sea. Inhaling it always gives a sense of cleansing the body and mind. It must be said that the beach is inundated with refuse, predominantly composed of plastic materials that are incapable of natural decomposition. Consequently, they drift aimlessly in the sea until they are inadvertently carried to this region, ultimately being washed ashore by the tides. Indeed, today on the sandy stretch beside the rocks, numerous plastic bottles and flip-flops can be found. Furthermore, there are fishing nets, which seem to appear in abundance. I often wonder why they are so frequently washed ashore. Since my arrival on the island, I have yet to observe any fishing vessels nearby, leaving me puzzled as to their origin. However, such musings are merely fleeting thoughts. For someone like me, who faces scarcity, these discarded items are treasures, and the challenge lies in how to make the most of them. I meticulously gathered the fishing nets and plastic debris, wrapping them together in the nets. The air within the cabin grew increasingly stagnant, infused with an inexplicable and peculiar odor, more pronounced than during my last visit. The foul smell, combined with the dampness that breeds decay and mildew, is quite unbearable. It seems that rain fell 2 days prior, and under the scorching sun yesterday. The interior of the boat resembled a steamer, completely evaporating the accumulated rainwater and mingling it with the cabin's atmosphere. Perhaps this is the reason for the discomfort. My first inclination upon arriving here was to dismantle the cabinet, which appears to be wooden, although I am aware that it is likely constructed from pressed plywood. Much like the cabinets in my own home, it is precisely because it is crafted from plywood that I find myself in a quandary. If I were to recklessly shatter it, it would swiftly be reduced to a mere heap of refuse, an outcome I ardently wish to avoid. In my dilemma, I cast a glance into the cabin, and unexpectedly, this casual observation led to a new revelation. My spirits soared with this unforeseen discovery. I suppressed my excitement as I approached what I had uncovered. To my astonishment, how had I overlooked it before? A wave of self-reproach washed over me. It was displayed so conspicuously yet had eluded my notice. My carelessness was indeed troubling. It hung upon the cabin wall, emanating a chilling brilliance. Its blade honed to a remarkable sharpness. I gently grazed it with my fingertip and confirmed its keen edge. I took it down and stepped outside to examine it closely. It was an axe, presumably a fire axe, with a red handle and a portion of the blade painted white. This axe was utterly unlike any I had previously encountered. Its blade featured a sharp protrusion akin to a sickle, albeit without an edge, while the tip was notably pointed. The blade itself bore an irregular quadrilateral shape, and the foremost edge was flat. I hefted it and found it considerably weighty. I pondered whether the fishermen aboard the vessel typically employed such an axe to sever ropes or similar tasks. Perhaps in moments of peril, it was wielded to escape, such as during a fire on the boat. I surmised that this axe could effortlessly shatter the cabinet, and I even felt it might carve a hole into the cabin wall. The skeletal remains at the cabin entrance persisted in their repose, still emanating a fetid odor. Nevertheless, my resolve to procure the materials enabled me to endure. As I was poised to detach several sections of the hatch, I was abruptly struck by the realization that the fishing net draped over the cadaver had stirred. A cold sweat instantly enveloped me. My observation was irrefutable. It could not have been a figment of my imagination. It genuinely moved. I felt as though my scalp were contracting, constricting tightly around my skull. My mental state was fraught with tension. Despite my avowed atheism, I am not immune to the apprehension of the unknown. Suppressing the impulse to flee in disarray, my rationality strove to assuage my fears. Do not succumb to fear. Once life has departed, it cannot be rekindled. To retreat before ascertaining what lies beneath would be an act of cowardice. Are the weapons at your side mere affectations? A litany of thoughts cascaded through my mind, quelling my desperate urge to escape. What could it be? Having conquered my fear, curiosity once again gained ascendancy. Reason and impulse resumed their contention. the question of whether to unveil the mystery or not swirling within my thoughts. Another faint rustle emanated, accompanied by a further undulation in the center of the net. In truth, at that juncture, the terror I had previously experienced had largely dissipated, supplanted by an overwhelming sense of inquisitiveness. I gingerly extended my axe, a vestige of trepidation lingering, apprehensive that some bizarre creature or repulsive insect might suddenly emerge. As the axe made contact with the net, several areas began to writhe. Heavens! Fully engrossed, I was startled, causing my hand to instinctively retract. Before I could contemplate my next move, a swarm of crimson crabs scuttled forth from beneath the fishing net. To my surprise, I found myself startled by these peculiar creatures. Nevertheless, I exhaled a long breath, and the tension and curiosity that had enveloped me dissipated. This marked my fourth voyage aboard the vessel. On my first excursion, I had seized a box and witnessed the harrowing scenes of slaughter for the very first time. During my second journey, compelled by intimidation and the desire to procure some anti-inflammatory medicine for the little black one, I hastily departed. Subsequent delays due to various matters prevented me from retrieving the treasures I had sought. It was only on my third venture that I arrived here and acquired an abundance of coveted provisions. However, I sustained injuries shortly thereafter, which compelled me to postpone my return until today. I am determined not to overlook any usable materials aboard, taking with me everything I can, barring those I cannot dislodge. On the 45th day, I delved into the ship's hold once more, with the nickname 130 for my updates. Unexpectedly, I realized that I had neglected to explore the stern behind the deck. To my astonishment, I discovered numerous ropes and fishing nets in the rear. Additionally, I encountered a winch adorned with thick steel cables and various iron frames. Regrettably, I could only gaze longingly at these items. As I lacked the means to transport them all, they hold little utility for me at this juncture. The fire axe has proven immensely helpful, not only in prying open the hatch doors, but also in lifting many floorboards and splitting the cabinet into manageable chunks. Clutching these sizable materials, I felt an exhilarating thrill. This marks the definitive conclusion. I've brought down all the fishing net material, ropes, and a substantial quantity of wooden decking. This should suffice for my immediate requirements. I am not driven by insatiable greed, nor do I wish to exhaust myself. My left hand, still in the process of recuperation, has suffered exacerbated discomfort from this latest transport, and the pain has returned. In truth, my aspirations are simple: to survive and to ensure my existence is as comfortable and agreeable as possible. Yet, reality repeatedly compels me to struggle. My time here has been brief, but I have already faced numerous life-or-death ordeals, a notion previously unimaginable. Fatigue begets drowsiness, and so it was with me. Lying in the treehouse, lost in contemplation, I gradually succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, the moon was already aloft in the branches. I rubbed my eyes and arose. Little Black was already asleep, several gnawed fruit pits beside its den. I am exceedingly fortunate to have such an intelligent companion in Little Black. It did not disturb my slumber. Instead, it consumed several fruits that it typically eschews, and then settled down to sleep. Hearing my footsteps, the vigilant Little Black immediately raised its head and opened its eyes, but upon recognizing me, it wagged its tail a few times before lowering its head once more onto the bedding, preparing to return to sleep. The moon tonight is immense, full, and radiant. I stepped outside, where the moonlight rendered the surroundings as bright as day. A gentle breeze stirred, the leaves rustled, and insects chirped. In this setting, my emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. The longing for home, which I had suppressed until now, erupted in full force. Have I never longed for home? Have you ever contemplated leaving this place? Have you ever thought of your family? No, not at all. I yearn to, yet reason compels me to suppress my longing, to stifle these unrealistic thoughts. Should I remain ensnared in this state for an extended period, I could easily find myself in perilous circumstances, as it would strip me of my sanity, perhaps even my capacity for rational thought. I miss home. I long for my loved ones. I yearn for my parents. Indeed, it is impossible. Can I be by their side? No, it is impossible. What then can I do? Yes, to live. Unbeknownst to me, tears streamed down my face. I loathe my inability to escape this place. I resent the absence of anyone seeking me out, anyone to whisk me away. I rage against the heavens. This outburst serves as an outlet for my discontent with the fate that has befallen me. My cries allow for a momentary release. What can I do now? I do not know, truly, I do not know. Perhaps the only thing I can do is to endure. I have contemplated numerous methods of departure from this place, but each time, I have dismissed them myself. I have even considered crafting a vessel, inspired by the indigenous peoples I once saw on television constructing canoes. Yet, even if I succeeded, what then? Would I dare to navigate the seas in such a craft? How much sustenance and fresh water could a canoe carry? Would it sustain me until rescue arrives? Could I row swiftly enough to conquer the waves? Perhaps even venturing into the ocean poses its own dilemmas. These questions haunt me. I have voiced my fears repeatedly. I dread death. My reasoning is simple. To live is to harbor hope. To die means becoming just another name on a maritime disaster list in the eyes of others. Yet for me, this meaningless risk is utterly irrational, which is why I have refrained from attempting it thus far. On the eve of the new year, I received my mother's heartfelt admonitions before departing home. Ah, June, these are the specialties I've prepared for you. This is from your aunt, and this is from your uncle. They are things you cannot find over there. Take care of your health, and do call us whenever you have the chance. Do not worry about us. These were her final words as I left home. Here. This is the money we have saved for you to purchase a house. The down payment should suffice, and as for the loan, we will assist you in repaying it. Take care of yourself, and do not overexert yourself. I feel there is no future for us together. Do not perceive me as pragmatic. It is merely that you lack the capability. I made my desires clear from the beginning. I wished for a home in the city. You assured me you would strive for it. Yet now you inform me that your finances can only extend to a down payment for a house in the suburbs? Must I reside in such a remote area, squeezing into crowded transport daily for work? Must I also scrimp and save to share the burden of a loan with you? I tell you, that is utterly impossible. These were the words spoken by my ex-girlfriend as she departed from my life. After uttering those sentiments, she vanished completely from my existence. At that moment, I was powerless to counter her assertions, and her words pierced my heart like a dagger, stirring my very soul. Though these memories flickered through my mind, they engulfed me entirely. Brother, go and enjoy yourself. Do not dwell too much on work. You have been working too hard and neglecting to savor life. Such benefits at the company are rare. Hurry and take advantage of them. If you choose not to go, kindly let me have your spot. These were the words of a colleague who helped me maintain my clients, spoken the day before my departure. Save me, save me. This is the final cry for help from two female colleagues. Their urgent and mournful voices, coupled with their desperate gazes, sent chills down my spine. At that moment, I found myself devoid of the capacity to rescue others, as I believed my own fate was sealed. Ultimately, it was that piece of wood that altered the course of my destiny. The myriad flashes of memories that surged forth inflicted upon me profound anguish. These recollections pertain to matters of great significance within my heart. On the 46th day, while fishing, Part 1, I only began to regain my composure as dawn approached. My head now throbbed as if pierced by needles, and my previously injured arm ached even more due to the excessive labor of the day prior. However, it was precisely because of that emotional outburst yesterday that my current mindset has stabilized remarkably. The pent-up emotions have finally found release. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my body has been feeling fatigued, and a sense of drowsiness lingers. Yet, around this hour each day, I find myself unable to drift back into slumber. Sighing, I rose from my bed. Mornings typically see me eschewing staple foods, opting instead for a few fruits to suffice. Stepping outside, I was greeted by a scene teeming with vibrant life. It became evident that the decision to transplant this little garden was astute. Numerous butterflies, bees, and other flying insects were drawn to the fragrance of the blossoms, busily flitting among the blooms. The scent of flowers wafted toward me with the breeze, and I inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the amalgamation of floral aromas. Today promises to be another splendid day, and I plan to first gather some turtle eggs, then attempt to use these tattered nets to see if I might catch some seafood. After a considerable duration, I remain uncertain whether these sea turtle eggs are still fit for consumption, or if they might contain nascent turtles within. Indeed, I possess no expertise in this area, and I am unaware of the incubation period for sea turtles, which instills a degree of apprehension within me. Following days of relentless tidal action, the beach bears no trace of the turtles' nesting endeavors, only an expanse of smooth, arid sand. There is no need for me to search laboriously. On that particular evening, I witnessed the entire beach teeming with turtles, and I surmised that a single night would prove insufficient for all of them to deposit their eggs. Although I have not visited since then, I expect numerous subsequent waves of turtles have come ashore. Indeed, upon casually selecting a spot and excavating the sand with my hands, a cluster of sea turtle eggs lay exposed before me. To validate my conjecture, I randomly selected an egg, though it differed from my initial find. The first eggs were pliable, whereas this one possessed a shell as rigid as that of a chicken egg. I applied force, crushing it within my grasp. The viscous yolk flowed across my palm and dripped between my fingers. I observed clearly that there was no sign of a developing turtle or embryonic matter, which filled me with elation. Sea turtle egg fried rice is among the culinary delights most cherished by Xiaohei, and the memory of its gluttonous behavior remains etched in my mind. Earlier, when I ventured out to procure sea turtle eggs, I had initially intended to bring it along. However, I discovered the creature engrossed in capturing butterflies near the diminutive garden. I watched as it darted into the flower beds on several occasions, trampling several clumps of wildflowers. I felt a twinge of remorse, considering the effort involved in transplanting them and ensuring their survival. However, in the end, I refrained from scolding it, unwilling to cast blame over such trivial matters. Hence, when I arrived at the seaside, it continued to frolic with butterflies and small insects, completely ignoring my presence. The quantity of turtle eggs was immense. Within a mere 10 minutes, I had gathered several hundred turtle eggs, each slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, filling my container to the brim. The sea was still high today, showing no signs of receding. Initially, I had intended to venture into the water to set up a fishing net and capture some seafood to diversify my palate. However, with the tide so high, I feared falling into the deep pits beneath the surface. I had no desire to gamble with my life for the sake of food. Nevertheless, I did not abandon my plans to procure seafood. An idea struck me. I had previously observed others casting nets for fish, so I relied on my memory and began to tinker. Soon enough, I fashioned the fishing net into an oval shape, surrounding it with small stones. I didn't use many stones, about 10 or so, along with 4 larger ones placed at each corner. In the center of the oval net, I secured a long, relatively thick vine. After a mere 40 minutes of crafting, this rudimentary throw net, which I had only seen a few times before, was complete. Naturally, the choice of location for casting the net was crucial. I could not foolishly run to the edge of the beach to throw it, as that would likely result in it landing at my feet. I opted for the edge of a nearby reef for a straightforward reason. Beyond the reef lay a deep expanse, several meters in depth. Moreover, I recalled that reefs often harbor small fish and shrimp seeking refuge along the rocky edges or beneath them, which in turn attracts predatory fish. Crucially, standing on the reef allowed me to cast my net a mere meter or 2 forward to reach the deep water. This was my rationale for selecting this spot. To my astonishment, the entire cast net became entangled, plummeting straight into the sea. This initial attempt was, of course, a failure. It would be remarkable to catch any fish under such circumstances. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, failure. 36th attempt, failure. Success. I am uncertain of the number of casts I made, but as I was on the verge of succumbing to doubt, the entire cast net finally, like a handkerchief twirled on a fingertip, unfurled gracefully and soared outward. Subsequently, it descended steadily, drawn by the weights, and plunged into the sea with a soft splash. Sinking towards the seabed, I swiftly released the vine, matching its descent, as the cast net accelerated rapidly. I had to quicken the pace at which I released the vine several times. At last, with only a small amount of vine remaining in my grasp, the cast net reached the bottom. I paused briefly before retrieving it, convinced that I could sense the struggles of the fish through the vine. "It's heavy," I exclaimed with mounting excitement as I began to pull. Could this weighty net be teeming with fish? My eyes widened in anticipation, awaiting the moment the net would emerge from the water. There it is. This. Day 46. Fishing, Part 2. The net was utterly barren. However, a sea snail clung to the outside of the cast net. Alas, something is better than nothing. I sighed, quickly retrieving the net. I tried to appease my frustrated mood, thinking that the crisp sea snail sashimi might be palatable. As I was about to detach the snail, I noticed something that filled me with dread. I staggered backward, beads of sweat forming on my forehead and back, and goosebumps erupting on my exposed arms. Unexpectedly, I had ensnared this thing, perhaps sensing discomfort. The small creature that had been entangled in the net detached and fell to the ground. I shuddered to think what might have happened if I had inadvertently touched it. Already seething with pent-up anger, I rushed forward and sent it soaring into the sky with a swift kick. Then, I picked up the sea snail, only to find it empty, which infuriated me further. I hurled the shell away, feeling utterly mocked. I cast the net again. After so much practice, my casting technique had become quite refined. Soon, the net reached the bottom once more, and I promptly began to haul it up. This time, I sensed significant resistance. The rope was taut and swaying from side to side. Due to the depth of the water, the resistance was considerable, and I struggled to pull it in. I surmised that I must have caught a large fish. We found ourselves in a stalemate, as my left hand lacked the strength to exert force, leaving me somewhat incapacitated and in need of a moment's respite. Just then, the vine jerked downwards with great ferocity, catching me off guard and nearly propelling me forward into a tumble. Fortunately, I managed to extend my right leg, preventing my already tilting body from losing balance. Phew, I had narrowly avoided disaster, and I could no longer afford to dwell on the pain in my left hand. With renewed determination, I exerted force with both hands, resolutely pulling on the vine in a rhythmic manner. The vine was gradually being drawn upwards, yet the higher it rose, the more it swayed, as I was acutely aware that the prey within the net was struggling fiercely. At long last, after what felt like over 30 minutes of grappling with it, I succeeded in pulling it out of the water. Hiss! Upon seeing the catch within the net, I exhaled deeply, my excitement bubbling over. Behold, so many fish. 1, 2, 3, at least 6 in total. My heavens, I had finally triumphed. I began to pull the vine with even greater speed. My exhilaration seemed to fuel my strength, and I was now moving at more than double the pace I had previously maintained. Plop, plop. As I dragged the fish ashore, they remained full of vitality, thrashing desperately. During the ebb tide, I had never encountered such fish. Each one must weigh over 2 pounds, quite substantial. Most importantly, they appeared remarkably plump, promising ample flesh, and I contemplated the possibility of turning them into dried fish. After this success, I was invigorated as if I had been infused with a surge of energy, and I eagerly commenced another round of casting. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the weather began to turn exceedingly warm. I had amassed quite a considerable harvest. One could even say a bountiful one. I must admit, my skillful casting of the net proved to be immensely rewarding. From the morning until now, I have caught a total of 18 fish of various species, although regrettably, I am unfamiliar with all of them. Additionally, I encountered a vividly patterned sea snake, which fortuitously managed to escape back into the depths as I pulled it from the water. It seemed intent on pilfering the fish ensnared within my net, only to find itself confronted by me and promptly fled in a panic. Among my other catches, I procured a solitary crab and 2 sea conchs, both of which are known for their delectable flesh. It is universally acknowledged that fresh seafood is the most exquisite. Thus, I did not tarry. I cleaned several of the fish right by the shore. On my way back, I had already devised a plan for distributing these treasures of the sea. The 2 rather unattractive fish would be used to prepare a nourishing soup for the little black one, while a particularly meaty specimen would be transformed into sashimi. The remaining fish would be dried for future sustenance. The sea conchs should be briefly blanched in boiling water before being sliced and enjoyed with soy sauce. Throughout this journey, my thoughts were consumed by the anticipation of these culinary delights, and I casually hung the net beneath the eaves to dry. To my surprise, I spotted the little black one still frolicking in the yard, chasing butterflies. This sight caused a momentary pang of concern, not for the delicate wildflowers in the small garden, as there are plenty of those outside that could be easily relocated, but for the potato seedlings and the unknown seeds that might be trampled. I hurried to the vegetable patch and, upon inspection, breathed a sigh of relief. It had not ventured here. The 2 young wild boars seemed to be well fed, nestled together in a deep slumber. It was time to prepare lunch. Once the water in the pot began to boil, I cast the conch into it. After 5 to 10 minutes, I retrieved it, carefully extracting the tender flesh and slicing it into delicate pieces. Little Black exhibited no interest in this culinary endeavor. Upon a brief glance, he scampered away once more. Of course, this did not deter me. I subsequently placed the meticulously sliced conch meat into a bowl filled with cool water, a process that required a measure of patience. In my past, I considered myself quite the Epicurean. I relished learning about the dishes I adored. I once firmly believed in the adage, to capture a woman's heart, one must first captivate her appetite. Indeed, I have adhered to this principle. Though my skills pale in comparison to those of a professional chef, I excel at home-cooked meals, particularly those favored by my ex-girlfriend, such as sashimi. I also tossed some fish into the pot for soup, but concerned that Little Black might not be satiated. I added a bit of rice, intending to prepare fish porridge, which I hoped he would appreciate. As for myself, a modest serving of fish porridge would suffice. Given the scarcity of these provisions, I must be frugal. The remaining fish had already been hung out to dry in the sun. Soon, after finishing the sashimi, I observed that the conk's flesh had tightened beautifully due to the cold water's influence. However, my attempt at sashimi was a failure. The fish was overwhelmingly pungent and rather tough, far from the flavor I had envisioned. Ultimately, the fish meat was relegated to the pot. On the 47th day, I contemplated constructing a shelter. I had initially intended to venture out today. Upon rising in the morning, I discovered that the wind had picked up outside, heralding a change in the weather. The clouds danced across the sky, signaling the imminent arrival of rain. My original intention was to explore a nearby area yet to be discovered. However, this sudden shift in weather compelled me to reconsider my plans. The shelter for the wild boars had yet to be constructed, and should rain ensue, they would undoubtedly struggle to endure the tempestuous night. Thus, I found myself compelled to temporarily abandon my aspirations. There were also numerous tasks awaiting me in the courtyard, so I resolved to seize the moment before the rain commenced to prepare for the impending storm. Armed with an axe, I was capable of effortlessly procuring some small trees, even able to fell a diminutive coconut palm with ease. I aimed to construct a shelter that would be impervious to rain and capable of providing warmth and protection from the wind. So I set out with my axe in hand. The axe was remarkably sharp, and with its heft, I was able to sever the small trees with merely 3 strikes. Before long, and with little exertion, I had acquired 6 small trees. Amusingly, I committed a rather foolish blunder in the process. Having previously expressed a need for coconut fronds, I was instantly captivated upon spotting a towering coconut tree. Wielding my axe, I struck vigorously at the tree, nearly courting disaster. Several coconuts plummeted to the ground, narrowly missing me. Perhaps fate, in its benevolence, spared me, for the coconuts fell around me without inflicting any harm. Nonetheless, I was left utterly terrified, my axe nearly slipping from my grasp. I was so oblivious to the danger that I failed to even instinctively shield my head before the coconuts descended. Should something fall upon my head and be witnessed by future generations, I believe I would undoubtedly secure the title of the year's most audacious fool. Subsequently, I opted to fell a diminutive coconut tree devoid of coconuts, for the fronds of such trees serve as the finest material for constructing a shelter. The impetus for felling the tree stemmed from my aversion to climbing coconut palms, a fear rooted in a past mishap. I vividly recall my arrival here, when I endeavored to fashion a roof for the shelter and plummeted from a coconut tree. At that moment, I feared I had fractured a bone. Convinced that my fate was sealed, an injury is undeniably fatal for one struggling to survive. Fortunately, after a day's repose, I recovered, likely from mere shock. Since that incident, unless absolutely necessary, I have harbored a profound reluctance to ascend such trees, especially with an axe now in hand. The prospect of wasting time climbing trees has become even more unthinkable. Although the fronds of the young coconut trees are not particularly large, they suffice for my needs. I felled a total of 3 small coconut trees to commence the construction of a shelter for the wild boars. The originally 3 to 4 meter tall saplings were cleaved asunder. At the 4 corners of the rectangle marked on the ground, I inserted a small tree that I had just divided. The 4 saplings were not of uniform height, but this discrepancy mattered little. I adjusted their placement to ensure that the front 2 and the back 2 were aligned at the same elevation, dictated by the depth of the soil pits. Naturally, the final arrangement of the saplings resulted in varying heights between the front and back rows. I deliberately designed it this way, raising the front row higher than the back, so that when I construct the roof, it can be sloped elegantly. The sloped roof facilitates water drainage, allowing me to overlap the leaves during installation, creating a tile-like effect. After securing the 4 small trees, I intertwined the 2 unseparated trees with vines to connect the front and rear rows. As time passed, I toiled diligently, perspiration cascading down my brow. I am currently covering the top of the shelter, utilizing some surplus tree trunks for support, which are angled across the smaller trees in the front. I first laid down a layer of coconut fronds and then covered it with fishing nets, securing them with vines before adding another layer of coconut leaves. This ensures that the shelter remains impervious to rain. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from my forehead, I gazed contentedly at my little shelter. It is vastly superior to my previous abode, being sturdier and more rational in design. The shelter is situated on the highest ground within the pigsty. Yet to mitigate the risk of heavy rainfall, I constructed drainage ditches around it. Finally, I cut a substantial amount of grass to lay inside the shelter, preventing the 2 little pigs from trampling the ground too wet during rainy days. No sooner had I completed these tasks than I paused to light a cigarette and sip a drink when the rain began to fall. It was light at first, merely a few scattered drops. just as I contemplated retreating indoors to escape the rain. A critical thought struck me. I had forgotten to shield the potato seedlings and the unknown plants. Fortunately, the rain was still gentle. I hastened towards the vegetable garden. The two little wild boars, displaying a sense of discretion, had already taken refuge in the shed, alleviating my concerns. As twilight descended, portending the imminent arrival of a downpour, I promptly excavated a substantial drainage ditch around the perimeter of the garden, shallow yet broad. Though merely seedlings, they represented my aspirations, the wellspring of my future prospects. Expeditiously, I inserted the gathered branches into the interstices of the vegetable plot, meticulously avoiding the delicate sprouts, positioning them within the vacant spaces. Subsequently, from the vicinity of the treehouse, I retrieved a sizable, tattered fishing net. Rather than directly unfurling it, I swiftly folded it repeatedly, thrice in total, diminishing the mesh size considerably before enshrouding the seedlings. Thanks to the support provided by the small branches, the net posed no threat to the tender shoots. Rather, it served to mitigate the likelihood of the seedlings being directly impacted by the torrential raindrops. Having witnessed the ferocity of the local storms, where raindrops rivaled the size of soybeans, inflicting a palpable sting upon my face, I was acutely aware of the vulnerability of the nascent plants. Despite having secured the net, a lingering unease persisted. Ultimately, I reinforced the four corners of the net with additional branches, assuaging my apprehension. At that very moment, the deluge commenced, drenching me thoroughly before I could seek shelter indoors. Utterly dreadful, I had no desire to endure the agony of illness again, so I hastened to the lower fire pit, divested myself of the soaked garments, dried off, and donned a fresh set of apparel. As I changed, I observed that my complexion had transformed into a complete bronze hue, and discernible muscles had emerged on my arms. Listening to the tempestuous sounds of wind and rain outside, I commenced to contemplate my future existence. Day 48, incessant drizzling. The rain persisted throughout the night without cessation, and indeed, appeared to intensify. My mood mirrored the dismal weather. On rainy days, numerous tasks become infeasible, and I am also concerned about the well-being of the piglets and the potato seedlings. The wind is considerably less fierce than it was last night. Last night's gale was truly terrifying. My heart was in my throat the entire time. My treehouse was rocked back and forth by the swaying trees, and the wind seeped into the dwelling through the gaps between the wooden planks. Although I had bedding, I was not cold. But the swaying of the cabin and the howling of the wind caused me great anxiety. I feared that the treehouse would succumb to the gale and collapse, and that the vines securing it to the trees would snap due to the tree's violent swaying. If the treehouse were to fall, then my hands were clenched tightly, and my palms were almost entirely drenched in perspiration. However, the treehouse persevered. Although the rain is intensifying, the wind is but a shadow of what it was last night, and my anxiety has finally abated. I peered out several times, and the fishing net protecting the vegetable garden was only lifted at one corner and did not fly away, and the two piglets were not outside, but were presumably still sheltering in the shed. I did not venture out into the heavy rain. I merely cast a casual glance. I am quite grateful for the abundant dry kindling I have prepared, stacked in a considerable heap, sufficient to sustain a fire for several days. Sitting beside the blaze, indulging in fruit, I found myself languidly passing the time. On such rainy days, my activities are limited to slumber or idleness. Thus, I hold a twinge of envy for Little Black, who luxuriates in sleep throughout this dreary weather, comfortably nestled within his travel case. However, I am unable to indulge in such leisure. Too much sleep brings me headaches, and once awake, I struggle to find slumber again, my mind prone to wandering thoughts while lying in bed. Sighing, I idly poked at the fire. Suddenly, a notion struck me, one that could alleviate my ennui. I resolved to fashion a dining table or a preparation station, for squatting on the ground to prepare food is quite exhausting. Yet, my manual dexterity is lamentably poor, and I am devoid of any clear concept. If only I had nails, the task would be simplified. I could simply hammer them in. Alas, I possess none of those tools, so I must devise a solution. After much contemplation, I found no superior method. Relying instead on my scant memories of knowledge to begin my project, I laid a door panel flat on the ground and, at the corners, traced circles with a charred twig. Subsequently, I employed a Swiss Army knife along with a fire axe to bore holes into it. I must admit, this type of panel tends to slip easily, and I eventually resorted to using the corkscrew from the knife, which proved remarkably suited for the task at hand on this slippery panel. I initially affixed the helix of the corkscrew, with its tapered and rigid point, to the plywood door. Subsequently, I struck the Swiss Army knife with the axe with considerable force. Following a sharp crack, the door panel finally perforated. Although the resulting aperture was aesthetically displeasing, nonetheless, I was content with merely achieving penetration. My expectations were modest, functionality sufficed. In such circumstances, the pursuit of perfection is devoid of purpose. Having identified a viable method, the creation of further apertures proceeded expeditiously. Before long, the 3 remaining perforations were completed. However, these preliminary measures merely marked the commencement of the task. The apertures, owing to the nature of the plywood, necessitated refinement with a blade. As they were uneven and inconsistent in size, I employed the Swiss Army knife to rotate, in size, and prise within the apertures, endeavoring to eliminate splinters and detritus. The subsequent phase entailed the installation of 4 supports, fashioned from repurposed material hewn from a cabinet within the ship's cabin. I utilized the axe to sever them to uniform lengths, disregarding disparities in thickness and concentrating on the method of their securement. The initial plank proved too slender for insertion into the aperture. Undeterred, I procured a small wooden shim, only to find it too substantial for insertion. However, I possessed a contingency plan. With a deft angled strike of the axe, I fashioned the shim into a trapezoidal form, narrow at its apex and broader at its base. I inserted the tapered end into the interstice between the plank and the aperture in the door, then employed the pole of the axe to drive it firmly into position. Following the compression and consolidation, the plank was immovably affixed to the door panel. I vigorously agitated it a few times, yet the table leg remained steadfast. Soon, the table was completed, and upon inverting it, hardly any imperfections were discernible. I caressed it with elation for a considerable time, for I finally possessed a dining table. Drawing from this experience, I also fashioned a long bench for myself. Amidst this flurry of activity, time elapsed swiftly. Once I had completed everything, I abruptly realized that I had not heard the sound of the torrential rain outside for quite some time. I opened the door and glanced outside. The rain had diminished significantly, and the dark clouds in the sky were gradually dissipating. I surmised that it would likely not rain tomorrow. If it does not rain tomorrow, I intend to take Shanghai and explore the surrounding uncharted territories to ascertain if there are any novel sources of sustenance, utilizable resources, or potential threats. The previous oversight nearly cost me my life, which not only made me aware of the perils here, but also heightened my internal sense of urgency. Danger is omnipresent. Snakes, venomous insects, poisonous fruits, wild boars. Yes, these are merely what I have encountered, but what I have not encountered does not equate to safety. Therefore, my exploratory expedition is imperative. It is precisely at this juncture that such weather has emerged, impeding my plans and causing me considerable vexation. Another reason I detest this weather is that the somber skies make it impossible for me to discern the time. I can only judge based on my hunger. Indeed, I am now famished, but I am uncertain whether it is dawn or dusk. As I was engrossed in crafting a table and bench, my focus was so intense that I nearly forgot everything else. It was time to eat. Yet I found myself lacking the enthusiasm to prepare anything elaborate. For my dear companion, Little Black, I decided to make turtle egg fried rice. The turtle eggs were not particularly large. I cracked open 12 of them, placing them into a bowl, and swiftly whisked them together with chopsticks. After sought the rice to perfection, I added the eggs, and after a minute of vigorous stirring, I sprinkled on some salt and served it. As if on cue, Little Black appeared just as I was plating the dish, showcasing its impeccable timing. I truly admire its keen sense of smell. I must say, this iteration of fried rice was exceptionally delectable. The turtle eggs remained tender rather than solidifying, allowing the fried rice to shine, moist and not dry. Each bite offered a delightful sensation of smoothness, freshness, and a rich egg aroma. The essence of fried rice lies in its fragrant rice, ensuring it does not dry out, and this dish achieved that perfectly. Once the meal was finished, the rain ceased, signaling that tomorrow would be the right time to embark on our journey. On the 49th day, we would explore the unknown. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treehouse, rousing me from my slumber. Rubbing my eyes and stretching lazily, I made a decision. It was the perfect day to venture outside. After a quick freshening up, I stepped into the yard, where Little Black was once again darting about in pursuit of butterflies. Nearby, 2 small wild boars were basking in the sun at the entrance of their shelter, which, despite the surrounding dampness, had withstood the severe storms without collapsing. Having nourished the two young boars with an assortment of fruits and verdant grass, I proceeded to the vegetable garden. Although a corner of the protective fishing net had been upturned by the tempestuous winds, my apprehension immediately dissipated upon its complete removal. The seedlings had persevered, now flourishing with renewed vigor. The potato sprouts, the saplings from the seeds, and the verdant shoots of garlic filled me with a sense of optimism. Despite having weathered the storm unscathed, spared from being uprooted by the torrential downpour, they were now submerged in standing water, necessitating my prompt intervention to prevent their demise. The task of drainage was straightforward. With my fingers, I excavated the waterlogged soil and cleared the accumulated mud and foliage obstructing the drainage ditches. The water swiftly receded through these channels, alleviating my concerns. Subsequently, I commenced preparations for the journey ahead, exposing the smoked meats, sausages, and snakeskin previously cured within the treehouse to the sun's radiant warmth. I equipped myself with a knife, axe, and firearm, securing the former two within the vines girding my waist, while wielding the axe in hand, to facilitate the removal of any obstructive branches. Upon hearing my summons, initially demurred, seemingly engrossed in its pursuit of butterflies. However, after repeated entreaties, it eventually relented and bounded towards me. At long last, we embarked on our expedition. Despite the sun's intense glare, the path remained treacherous due to the preceding day's deluge. Before long, I was besmirched with mud, and too, had transformed from a sleek black canine into an earthy, mud-caked mongrel. It was vigorously shaking its body in an attempt to rid itself of the bothersome, muddy sludge, yet it met with failure. The muck clung to its fur like a tenacious parasite. Perhaps due to its displeasure, the little black creature refrained from darting about, altering its typically lively demeanor to follow closely at my heels. The forest was vast and densely vegetated, compelling me to continuously wield my axe to carve out a path for my passage through the thick underbrush. However, just moments ago, I stumbled upon an intriguing plant. This tree stood tall, surpassing 5 meters in height, with a trunk resembling that of a palm, its leaves symmetrically arranged on either side of the trunk. Overall, the arrangement of the leaves resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, and such trees were not uncommon in the jungle, having encountered many before. Yet, I had never uncovered its secret until now. As I was hacking at the vines with considerable force, the axe slipped and struck the trunk of this tree. The axe became firmly embedded in the trunk, and upon extracting it, I was astonished to discover a clear liquid gushing from the wound. This revelation took me by surprise. I reached out and touched the liquid with my finger, rubbing it between my fingers, finding it entirely non-sticky, akin to pure water. Tentatively, I placed my finger on my tongue and found no unpleasant taste, merely the refreshing essence of plant-infused water. This discovery piqued my curiosity, prompting me to scoop up a handful and drink deeply. Indeed, this flora appears to store moisture within its trunk. Previously, my awareness was confined to the fact that certain desert vegetation amassed water, yet I remained ignorant of the existence of such water-hoarding plants within humid, tropical isles. This constitutes a rather invaluable discovery. Henceforth, should a scarcity of water arise, I may seek out this botanical resource directly. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the illumination waned progressively. The verdant foliage intertwined intricately, the dense canopy interweaving in a jagged manner, effectively obstructing the sunlight from penetrating beyond the arboreal crown. Periodically, avian creatures, startled by my presence, took flight with shrill cries, accompanied by the rustling sounds of various diminutive organisms scurrying amidst the undergrowth. Perhaps my abrupt intrusion disrupted the inherent harmony and tranquility of this domain. Enveloped by a cacophony of anomalous sounds, I must confess to experiencing a certain degree of trepidation, a confluence of apprehension and unease. Subsequent to the incident involving the wild boar, I have cultivated a more cautious demeanor, approaching each step with circumspection, assiduously observing my surroundings, and casting my gaze in all directions. Xiao He, too, maintained a vigilant posture, its ears perked attentively, its gaze directed towards the origin of each auditory stimulus. Fortunately, no particularly perilous events transpired. This assertion is not without foundation, for we recently encountered a serpent, ostensibly of the venomous variety, discernible by its triangular cranium and slender caudal appendage. Its sudden manifestation evoked a startle of considerable magnitude. Xiao He, in turn, emitted a series of vociferous barks, endeavoring to intimidate the reptile and compel its retreat. The serpent, however, remained initially unresponsive, only belatedly acknowledging our presence with a sinuous turn of its head, extending its elongated tongue towards us. Xiao He, initially inclined to charge forward, was restrained by my intervention. I cannot fathom the consequences of a viper's strike. My axe was raised high, yet I resolved to refrain from aggression unless absolutely compelled, lest I venture within the serpent's reach and suffer the injection of its venom before I could deliver a blow. Eventually, after a tense standoff, the serpent, seemingly disinterested, undulated away. A palpable sense of relief washed over me as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The forest teemed with a profusion of flora, an abundance of wild berries. I abstained from sampling those of vibrant hue or peculiar form, restricting myself to a select few, each proving unpalatable, leaving my palate assailed by a medley of unpleasant flavors, acrid notes that brought tears to my eyes, a bitterness that threatened to induce retching, and an aromatic allure betrayed by an astringent aftertaste. I resolved to eschew any further experimentation with wild berries. In the distance, a particular tree piqued my interest. I espied what appeared to be a familiar fruit adorning its branches, and I quickened my pace. Pausing by a tree of the type that harbored water within its trunk, I tapped into its reservoir and imbibed deeply of its limpid sap, seeking to expunge the lingering flavors from my mouth. My heart swelled with elation. It was indeed the tree I sought. Day 49, Exploration of the Unknown, Part 2, a banana tree. Here, amidst the wilderness, a banana tree, and several smaller ones nearby. This is, without a doubt, the most gratifying discovery of the day. This is my first encounter with a banana tree. I had always presumed that banana trees, akin to palm trees, possessed a rigid trunk. To my surprise, the stem of this banana tree is indeed soft. All the bananas are a vibrant green, and I am unable to resist. I am aware that bananas ripen when covered, thus these bananas are an absolute necessity for me. The bananas grow to considerable heights, far beyond my reach, and lacking a ladder to ascend, I am left with no choice but to act. With great vigor, I swing my axe, striking the banana tree. Yes, this is what I urgently require, and I am unwilling to squander any more time. I must swiftly claim them for myself. Consequently, the tree is felled, and the clusters of bananas dangle from the branches, which I carefully harvest one by one. However, such an abundant yield presents a dilemma. 8 bunches of bananas are far too heavy for me to carry, likely weighing several dozen pounds. Ultimately, I sought a vine, awkwardly bundling them together before hoisting them upon my back. In a swift motion, I drew the firearm secured at my waist. Now, with the gun firmly grasped in my right hand and the axe in my left, I stand poised before the rustling thicket. Although both Xiao He and I have come to a halt, the vegetation ahead continues to sway, instilling a sense of foreboding that a large creature might emerge at any moment. A wild boar. This is my initial conjecture. Thus far, the only substantial animal I have encountered here is indeed a wild boar, which, while classified as medium-sized, weighs around 100 pounds and has certainly given me a fair share of trouble. Fearful of the possibility that a wild boar might suddenly emerge from the thicket, I was consumed by despair at the thought of its formidable tusks. The anxiety of an imminent encounter left me paralyzed, and I worried that before I could react, I would be tossed aside by its charge. In this tense standoff, my nervousness escalated, and I felt an overwhelming urgency. What should I do? Should I venture forward to investigate, or should I continue to wait? Conflicting thoughts swirled incessantly in my mind. Ultimately, I could no longer suppress the turmoil within. I raised my firearm and began to advance cautiously, my forehead slick with perspiration. Several drops even trickled into my eyes, causing them to sting. I was nearing the thicket, just a few steps away from it. Yet, my anxiety intensified, and my hand holding the gun trembled more noticeably. In an effort to calm myself, I took several deep breaths. This proved somewhat effective, as the tremors in my hand diminished significantly. Suddenly, I heard a crack. In my fixation on the thicket ahead, I had neglected the branches beneath my feet, and my spirits plummeted once more. My heart raced uncontrollably as I pointed my gun at the thicket, my palms slick with sweat, soaking the grip of my weapon. My nerves were stretched to their limit, almost pulling at my scalp. At that moment, I felt that I would fire at anything that dared to emerge. I could no longer withstand even the slightest rustle of leaves. Thankfully, the mysterious creature within the thicket remained oblivious, for I noticed the underbrush moving. I commanded Xiao He to lie on the ground and await my return. Despite the dampness beneath him, he remained still, his front limbs extended, head held high, like a soldier poised for action. ready to charge at any adversary I might designate with a mere command. The reason I refrained from allowing Xiaohei to accompany me was my concern that, should a mysterious beast emerge from the woods, he might recklessly pounce, and I feared that I might inadvertently harm him with my firearm. I could not guarantee that, in such a moment of extreme tension, I would be able to wield the weapon without endangering Xiaohei. At last, I approached the edge of the thicket, my anxiety intensifying. As I began to part the leaves obstructing my view, the rustling sounds perhaps alerted the creatures within. Suddenly, in an instant, before I could direct my gaze, a white figure burst forth. Instinctively, I squeezed the trigger, yet perhaps due to the overwhelming tension I had been under, my finger inexplicably stiffened, and I found that my gun did not discharge. Just as I was on the verge of panic, I finally discerned the so-called mysterious beast that had emerged, a rabbit. In fact, 2 plump rabbits. I was nearly rendered helpless by fright at the sight of them. My handgun still aimed at the rabbits, nearly firing in a fit of absurdity. I could hardly bear to confront the folly of my actions. Upon seeing the rabbits dart out, Xiaohei immediately surged forward. The 2 rabbits, being rather clever, quickly split in 2 directions, evading the advancing Xiaohei. Today has been a roller coaster of emotions. The joy of acquiring bananas was overshadowed by an unexpected scare. Now, the sun hangs low in the western sky, and I am astonished that despite my efforts, I have only traversed a small distance in the span of half a day. It seems that I must adopt a pace akin to today's, progressing a little each day. I find myself nearly exhausted, yet I must attend to the bananas. Their skins are quite damp, and if left piled together, they are likely to rot. Therefore, I have placed them in a plastic basket to air out, allowing the moisture to evaporate before storing them for ripening. It has been a while since we last indulged in rabbit meat, and unexpectedly, I have caught another one. Observing the excitement in Little Black, I can tell it eagerly anticipates roasted rabbit legs and rabbit soup. After dinner, I washed the snake's skin that had been drying. The washing eliminated any unpleasant odors entirely. Soon, I shall commence the crafting of my snake skin gun pouch, and the smoked meat and sausages are nearing completion. Expected to be ready for tasting within a week at the latest. On the 50th day, a new discovery. Part 1. Perhaps it has been too long since I savored rabbit meat, or perhaps the seasonings were perfectly balanced. I shall refrain from discussing the roasted rabbit legs, as Little Black devoured all 4 of them. Aside from the areas accessible to his tongue, the rest were completely smeared with mud. Cleaning it took nearly 30 minutes. I removed a substantial amount of dog fur, and Little Black was quite cooperative, offering only a token resistance, letting out a few whimpers. However, once it was clean, it became quite pleased with itself, and, while I was still crouched beside it, it swiftly shook its entire body, flinging off every drop of water. As one might imagine, I was the unfortunate recipient of its playful antics. Naturally, I bore it no ill will. Instead, I rewarded its obedience and cooperation. Indeed, the reward consisted of 4 roasted rabbit legs, a small compensation for its muddy predicament earlier in the day. It is somewhat amusing to recount that last night, I could no longer endure the familiar scent of the banana, and, unable to resist, I stealthily indulged in one while Little Black was unaware. The result was predictable. Not only was the green banana devoid of any sweetness, but it was also unbearably astringent. It felt as though a film had formed on my tongue, a sour and bitter layer. Having indulged in this forbidden fruit, I took a large bite and swallowed it hastily, only to be met with an explosion of astringency on my tongue when I attempted a second bite. I felt utterly miserable and promptly discarded the banana, desperately scraping my tongue with my fingers in an attempt to rid myself of the discomfort. Yet, it proved futile. After sipping a few gulps of water in the lower level, the astringency on my tongue became even more pronounced. It was only after consuming 2 juicy fruits that I finally regained my senses. Thus, it is clear that indulging in stealthy snacking is not a wise choice. One must possess self-discipline. Henceforth, I vowed never to touch those green bananas again. Fortunately, today greeted me with splendid weather, which greatly uplifted my spirits. Once it manages to thrive, a cycle of maturation, fruition, and harvest emerges, allowing for the creation of an array of delectable dishes, such as mashed potatoes, fried potatoes, braised delicacies, and steamed delights. Truly a limitless culinary potential and a prime choice for convenient sustenance. Of course, another unidentified seed is also growing rapidly nearby, yet I am still unable to discern its identity. Prior to my arrival here, I had never cultivated land or grown any vegetables. My experience was limited to caring for succulent plants, which hardly qualifies as genuine gardening. Therefore, I am utterly incapable of recognizing what this might be. I believe that only upon the emergence of flowers or fruits will I have the possibility of identifying it. Garlic, too, is growing at an astonishing pace, soaring nearly half a centimeter overnight. I surmise that this rapid growth may result from the soil's rich fertility, nourishing them abundantly. Wasting fine weather is not in my character. Thus, today I intend to venture out once more, or rather, to explore. My primary purpose is to seek sustenance and to understand the potential threats lurking in the vicinity. However, traversing through the woods proves to be quite a challenge, prompting me to consider an alternative route. Yet, as I set forth, I find myself somewhat regretting my choice. Being fully exposed under the sun, devoid of shade, is exceedingly hot. I had anticipated that the forest would be less damp today, but it remains as moist as yesterday, with water-laden leaves and a sodden ground. This humidity, coupled with the coverage of fallen leaves, branches, and wild fruits, conceals numerous small insects. With each step I take, swarms of tiny creatures scatter in all directions. Initially, I was overwhelmed with goosebumps, but as time progressed, I gradually acclimated to the surroundings, akin to one who has long frequented a fish market, becoming desensitized to the odor. Today, I did not summon the little black one. It had ventured to the seaside at dawn, and I refrained from insisting on its presence, fully aware of its aversion to such damp locales. Before long, I found myself once more at the site of yesterday's banana trees, where a few smaller ones thrived nearby, seemingly flourishing, perhaps destined to bear fruit in the near future. Upon my arrival, my pace began to decelerate. I was compelled to cleave through creeping vines and obstructive thorns, my arms marked by the slashing branches, causing me to grimace in pain. The path of exploration is fraught with suffering. Just moments ago, I encountered several snakes, not merely one, but a multitude. It has become apparent to me that this island harbors a considerable population of serpents, and the infrequency of prior encounters may be attributed to their tendency to conceal themselves within the moist underbrush. I did not engage in conflict with the snakes. Rather, I endeavored to project an aura of non-hostility, and typically, after a brief standoff, they would retreat on their own accord. However, there was one particularly perilous incident that still sends shivers down my spine. As I wielded my axe to sever the vines, I usually grasped one end firmly. Yet, when I reached for a vine just now, I was met with an entirely unfamiliar sensation. What should have been a coarse texture transformed into a smooth, chilling touch. Startled, I looked down, and terror surged through me, as if a wave of fear had rushed from my feet to the crown of my head. Fortunately, the serpent did not immediately strike. It merely raised its head, flicking its tongue in a display of warning. I gasped for breath, striving to assuage my profound terror. The snake, perhaps startled by my abrupt grasp, retreated swiftly upon seeing me step back. This sudden incident considerably decelerated my progress, compelling me to scrutinize each vine meticulously before seizing and severing it. The sensation of clutching the snake lingered in my mind, replaying incessantly. I surmised that my narrow escape was likely due to having fortuitously seized it just above the 7th inch, thus preventing it from biting me. Of course, this is merely conjecture, as the precise reason remains unknown to me. Onward, I continued my journey, shaking off the vermin that crawled upon me. Damn it! Another minuscule, blood-sucking insect, one of countless unknown species, met its end beneath my hand. These creatures, smaller even than mosquitoes, swarm relentlessly, causing me endless vexation. I now find myself in a low-lying area of the forest, a damp locale. I am uncertain if this place harbors treacherous quagmires, so I have refrained from rushing in blindly. Instead, I have fashioned a sapling into a makeshift probe, utilizing its elongated trunk as a beacon to guide my path. The terrain proved far more arduous than I had anticipated. This extensive depression in the land would have been circumvented under different circumstances, yet here I was, advancing at a snail's pace of roughly one step every 10 minutes. I surmised that the accumulated rainwater from the entire forest eventually converged within this lowland. Mire, decaying foliage, and a myriad of insects were my constant companions. Each footfall resulted in a squelch as my foot displaced the mud, which churned and released pockets of fermenting marsh gas, exuding a malodorous concoction of decay, sourness, and fishy notes that caused me to recoil. Extracting my leg required considerable effort, as the waterlogged silt exerted a suction-like grip. Fortunately, the depression spanned only 50 meters. Otherwise, I doubt I would have possessed the fortitude to traverse it. Before each step, I probed the ground with a branch, wary of unseen hollows beneath. Even in the shallows that reached my shins, extricating my leg demanded immense strength. I shuddered to imagine the consequences of inadvertently stumbling into a deeper pit. Through cautious, deliberate perseverance, I emerged unscathed. This mere 50-meter stretch had exacted a heavy toll on my stamina, leaving me with an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. Succumbing to the enervating sensation, I gathered several large leaves from a nearby tree and settled down for a respite. Sunlight filtered sparsely through the dense canopy, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Despite my drenched state, a distinct chill permeated the air as I rested. After a brief respite, I found myself experiencing a parched sensation, prompting me to scan my surroundings in search of that palm-like tree with water I had encountered yesterday. To my horror, as I surveyed the area, I caught sight of something unsettling on my leg, an alarming multitude of leeches. A chill coursed through my body, sending shivers down my spine. My legs were infested with these creatures, their voracious feeding causing my blood to flow freely. Goosebumps erupted over my skin, rendering me utterly numb. What was I to do? The terror was palpable. I fervently hoped they would not burrow into my flesh. Such ghastly beings I had only seen on television, and even then, they inspired dread. Now, confronted with this nightmarish reality, my mind felt as though it were engulfed in a thick fog, immobilized by shock. After several agonizing seconds of paralysis, I steeled myself against the visual assault and the wave of nausea that surged within me, instinctively yearning to rip the leeches from my skin. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down my brow, nearly leading me to a perilous situation once more. The most effective course of action would undoubtedly be to apply fire. However, I found myself bereft of such a resource. What to do? My anxiety surged as I contemplated the multitude of leeches, feeling faint from the overwhelming horror. I began to lament my choice to venture into this place, pondering if it might have been better to remain in the safety of my little treehouse. Many, I suspect, would share my sentiments, for in such dire circumstances, the initial impulse often leans toward regret and blame. Yet, my mind continued to race, desperately seeking alternative solutions within the recesses of my memory. Alas, I found myself at a loss. Having gorged themselves on my blood, the leech's once attenuated bodies had begun to inflate, resembling overfilled bladders. Panic seized me. I knew I couldn't succumb to inaction. Their ingress into my body would spell certain doom. I tentatively reached out, gently striking the leeches clinging to my leg in an attempt to dislodge them. My initial efforts proved futile, pushing me to the brink of despair. However, just as I was about to surrender, my percussions began to yield results, causing several leeches near the point of impact to detach. Hope surged through me. With renewed vigor, I continued my assault, dislodging more of the parasites. They slithered away, their engorged bodies heavy with my blood. I paid them no mind, for many still remained attached to my leg. Eventually, I managed to rid myself of all the leeches, discovering 2 stragglers on my chest and shoulder. This ordeal had imparted a valuable lesson. A sharp, vibratory strike near the leech's sucker would quickly cause it to release its hold. However, my legs now presented a gruesome spectacle, with blood still trickling from dozens of small wounds, an appalling sight. I decided to cleanse the wounds, locating a tree with potable water nearby. After cleaving its trunk with a hatchet, I drank deeply before using the flowing sap to wash away the blood. Only then did my anxiety begin to subside. Yet, this incident presented a new predicament. I was loath to spend the night in this unfamiliar place. The sun was obscured by the dense jungle, rendering me uncertain of the time. However, based on the rays of sunlight filtering through, I surmised it was not yet late. As I traversed the path, blood continued to flow, albeit at a considerably reduced pace. Despite its alarming appearance, the overall quantity was not substantial. Thus, the impact on my body was minimal. After what felt like nearly an hour, perhaps even 2, though this was entirely subjective, I finally glimpsed a broad and illuminated expanse through the trees. At last, I could escape this accursed forest. On the 50th day, a new discovery, Part 2, for Qian Xiaoga's additional entry. I had finally emerged from the woods. Before me lay an unobstructed view. Astonishingly, this too was a seaside location. Yet, it differed vastly from the beach adjacent to my treehouse. This shoreline was not adorned with sand, but rather a mosaic of various pebbles and trees. These trees extended from the shore into the sea, resembling a formidable wall that safeguarded the coastline. I glanced upward. The sun had ascended significantly, and judging by its position, It was approximately 3 o'clock. Time was fleeting. Not to mention, the multitude of lurking dangers within the jungle still awaited. After establishing my route, I ventured into the forest that stretched towards the sea. The trees were both sparse and dense, resplendent in their verdant hues. Previously, I had only known the coastal flora as mangroves, which I had always envisioned as being red. Thus, upon encountering these lush green trees, I found myself utterly confounded. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. I merely wish to explore these woods in search of sustenance or other useful items. It is my first encounter with these peculiar trees, most of which are submerged in the sea, yet their treetops exude vibrant vitality. The verdant leaves unfurl, brimming with life. Numerous white seabirds intermittently take flight and alight, their calls resonating in a harmonious cacophony. The shoreline here is strewn with small pebbles and sandy mud, which likely accounts for the tree's ability to thrive in this environment. As I surveyed the area, I was astonished to observe that the tallest of these trees reached an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters, akin to a 3-story building. Some of the trees within the ocean possess even more colossal canopies, suggesting that the water's depth must exceed 10 meters. It is difficult to fathom that these trees can flourish while fully submerged in seawater. This phenomenon strikes me as utterly miraculous. To my left, however, stood a completely different variety of tree. These were diminutive, no taller than 2 to 3 meters, and the stoutest among them was scarcely thicker than my arm. Yet, they grew in such close proximity that I could not possibly weave my way through. Thus, I had no choice but to venture into the grove before me. My trousers had not even been rolled up, as they were already damp from traversing the low-lying area, caked in mud. Without hesitation, I stepped into the thicket. My arrival startled numerous seabirds that were either hunting or resting, sending them into a flurry of flight. A few larger seabirds even swooped toward me, perhaps attempting to assert their dominance. I could never submit to such avian creatures. With a few vigorous swings of my axe towards the sky, I managed to frighten away those imposing seabirds, yet their audacity to confront me left me genuinely astonished. Mere minutes later, I comprehended the reason behind their display of defiance. I had inadvertently stumbled upon their breeding grounds. Nestled beside exposed tree roots and among branches, nearly every towering tree harbored nests containing eggs of varying sizes and hues, some azure, others alabaster. It felt as though I had entered a veritable museum of seabird eggs. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this locale, the seabirds constructed their nests haphazardly, in stark contrast to other avian species that typically seek refuge in elevated or concealed areas. Here, nests rested precariously on branches a mere meter above the ground. I scarcely needed to make an effort to spot dozens of eggs within my line of sight, not to mention those slightly farther away or perched at a greater height. To me, these represented rare delicacies. My appetite for sustenance had become insatiable, and with limited provisions, I was compelled to seek alternatives that would fulfill my long-term needs before my supplies were depleted. I plucked a nest nearly the size of my own head, containing 2 eggs roughly half the size of a chicken's. However, this nest could serve as a vessel for additional eggs. Like an executioner, I remained undeterred by the circling seabirds above, their cries echoing in despair as I resolutely gathered every egg within my reach into that sturdy nest. After the ordeal, I gazed up at the birds soaring in the sky, my heart overwhelmed with emotion. If only sustenance were abundant, I would not have resorted to pilfering their eggs. Yet, survival often dictates such choices. As I brushed aside these futile reflections, I meticulously counted the eggs, 36 in total. This quantity would suffice for now, although I could not carry more without shedding my clothing, which I resolutely refused to do, fearing the bite of leeches or insects. However, fate seemed intent on playing tricks on me. Just as I prepared to depart, several formidable creatures approached not far from me, wild boars. To my astonishment, there were 3 of them. A wave of fear washed over me, rendering my legs weak, and I nearly collapsed. Yet, I quickly regained my composure as the boars turned to forage near the roots of a tree. I could not flee. I must not attract their attention. I steadied myself, striving to remain calm. I had set the bird's nest aside, gripping my firearm tightly at my waist. If they were to discover me, I could not guarantee a lethal shot, or even a hit. My best outcome would be to remain undetected until they departed. I concealed myself beside a tree trunk, quietly observing them. For over an hour, the wild boars seemed engrossed in rooting around the tree's base, perhaps feasting on tender shoots or insects. My legs trembled from the prolonged crouch, and fatigue set in. The strain caused me to feel slightly lightheaded, and as I leaned forward, I inadvertently made a noise that echoed through the stillness. It was a stroke of luck that the weather was agreeable once more. On this 51st day, I venture again into the seaside woods, Part 1. At dawn, I sat at the entrance of my arboreal dwelling, my muscles protesting with aches as I gazed into the distance. The previous night, I had discovered a leech lurking on my inner thigh, which sent shivers down my spine and banished much of my slumber. It left me in a state of unease, prompting a thorough self-examination, though thankfully, no further leeches were found. In that fleeting moment when our eyes met, I was utterly dazed. I felt as though my very essence had burst forth, and the world had become devoid of color. My vision was consumed by terror, and I had no time to lament my oversight. I was paralyzed. The boar simply stared at me, unmoving. Soon, a second boar noticed the anomaly, followed by a third raising its head. At that instant, a single thought pervaded my mind. I hoped that death would not be too agonizing. Indeed, I had almost entirely relinquished any will to resist. I had nowhere to seek refuge. I could not outrun them. My only recourse was the firearm in my grasp. In those brief seconds, a myriad of thoughts flooded my consciousness, concerns, queries, and doubts. If they charged, which one should I target first? What if I missed? What if the weapon jammed? Should I flee towards the sea? Would climbing a tree be a viable option? Amidst the relentless barrage of thoughts, the nerves at my temples throbbed violently, and my mind grew increasingly muddled. I lost track of time, yet to my astonishment, one of the wild boars lowered its head and resumed feeding, soon followed by two others. I had been holding my breath for nearly 20 seconds. As I exhaled the stagnant air, fresh oxygen flooded my lungs, and the tension in my body relaxed to the point where I nearly collapsed onto the ground. Naturally, I would not foolishly plunge myself into the sea. I had no intention of making any noise that might attract the wild boar's attention. Beneath the setting sun, the sea breeze enveloped me, eliciting an involuntary shiver. It was only then that I realized my back was completely drenched in cold sweat, my clothing clinging to my skin. I desperately wished for their swift departure, having relinquished all other hopes. As my body protested incessantly, my stamina waning rapidly. My mouth was parched, my legs numb, and a dizzying sensation clung to me. Each passing moment tested the limits of my physical endurance. At last, one boar appeared to be satiated. It flicked its short tail and turned away, heading in the opposite direction. Yet, to my dismay, the other two had not finished their meal. They continued to root around, while my legs trembled uncontrollably, and still, I dared not move. I wished to remain unnoticed. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the remaining two wild boars finally seemed full, embarking on their journey homeward. Only after they had completely vanished into the woods did I finally release my anxiety and prepare to depart. My feet had grown numb, and I nearly stumbled with each movement. Fortunately, I managed to grasp a tree trunk, stabilizing myself. After a brief moment of recovery, I regained my composure. This woodland was not extensive, yet it enveloped me in a profound darkness that significantly impeded my progress. Thankfully, I encountered no further dangers, although it took some time. I emerged unscathed. Upon exiting the forest, the moonlight outside was bright, allowing me to navigate by the ground's reflection, thus avoiding total darkness. However, the gravelly terrain proved treacherous. Despite appearing level, it was quite loose, causing me to slip several times during my hurried pace. The slips were not particularly concerning, as I managed to brace myself with my hands, resulting in only a few minor scrapes from the stones. These wounds were hardly significant, yet I chose to slow my pace, as I remained apprehensive about twisting my ankle. The nighttime beach was alive with the rhythmic sound of crashing waves, accompanied by the cool caress of a gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of chill. There stood Xiao He at the gate, and I had assumed it would retire to rest, but to my surprise, it awaited my return. Upon seeing me, it dashed forward, leaping into my embrace, its tail creating a gust that brushed against my ankles. My weary body, the discomforting scrapes, and my gloomy spirits all dissipated in an instant. Thanks to the presence of Xiao He, it bounded about with zeal, its tongue leaving a slick of saliva across my face. I patted its back, beckoning it to follow me inside, presenting the bird eggs in my hand. The gluttonous creature dashed into the lower level without hesitation. Yesterday's bird eggs, boiled, were consumed by the hound in a frenzy of 18, whereas I, perhaps due to exhaustion, could only manage 5. Today, I busied myself with the fishnets, intending to fashion them into rudimentary fishing traps. My hope was to position these within the submarine forest, with the anticipation of capturing fish, shrimp, and crabs. However, The mesh of the nets was far too expansive for any marine life likely to be found near the shore. Consequently, I folded the net several times over, threading delicate yet robust vines through the mesh and shaping the nets into elongated, cylindrical forms. Subsequently, I excised a section from another net, folding it and forming it into a funnel shape, which I then affixed to the outlet of the cylinder with lengths of vine. Upon completion, I sensed an inherent flaw in the design. After a moment of contemplation, the issue revealed itself. The cylindrical net lacked support and would collapse upon submersion, preventing any aquatic life from entering. To remedy this, I threaded pliant branches through the net, forming circular hoops to provide structure. With 6 such hoops in place, the fishing trap was complete. The time had come to test its efficacy. Should the trap prove useful, I could easily procure a portion of my sustenance with collections every few days. With weapons in tow and the fishing trap hoisted upon my shoulder, I set forth. As for the wild boar, surely fortune would not conspire against me so readily. Day 51. Re-exploring the seaside woods. Part 2. Bonus chapter for Yin Chi Yu Ran. I concede that my considerations were somewhat imprudent. This barrel-shaped fishing net is decidedly unwieldy. Neither carrying it on my back nor dragging it seems feasible. To carry it would be excessively long, constantly scraping the ground. To drag it, without a doubt, would result in it being torn before I even reach the destination. Regrettably, I am left with no choice but to secure the axe to my waist and proceed, embracing the fishing net as I advance. In an uncharacteristic display, Xiaohei refrained from venturing out on its own or pursuing butterflies in the yard. Instead, it silently trailed behind me. I pondered whether its motivation stemmed from a lingering craving for the bird eggs of yesterday, prompting it to seek a repeat indulgence, or whether my belated return the previous evening had instilled a sense of concern, compelling it to accompany me today. Regardless, Xiaohei's presence undoubtedly augmented my sense of security. Xiaohei possesses a keen observational sense and formidable vigilance. It remains acutely aware of its surroundings, meticulously scrutinizing any approaching presence or rustling in the undergrowth. Upon detecting any anomaly, it promptly alerts me. With Xiaohei as my companion, I am relieved of the burden of maintaining such a heightened state of alert. Here, at the periphery of the entire forest, approximately 100 meters from where I encountered the wild boar yesterday, the terrain is elevated, affording me an initial vantage point. Aside from a large flock of seabirds busily engaged in hunting or nurturing their fledglings, I detected no other signs of life, including the wild boar I most feared. From my elevated position, I discerned the area where the wild boars had entered the woods the previous day. A narrow path, presumably forged by their repeated trampling, suggested that this was likely a frequented foraging ground. However, there is no need for concern. I merely need to remain vigilant at all times. Today, the sun shines brilliantly, yet the morning sea remains refreshingly cool. As I dipped my foot into the water, I was unexpectedly seized by a cramp from the icy touch. After a prolonged moment of massage, the tension finally eased. While I bent down to tend to my foot, I noticed a plethora of tiny creatures along the shoreline, various diminutive mollusks, tiny shrimp, and small fish, among others. The presence of underwater vegetation provided ample shelter, resulting in a tranquil surface with scarcely any waves, merely gentle ripples. It is precisely this environment that leads me to believe that an abundance of fish and shrimp thrive here. This location offers them excellent protection and concealment, along with a bountiful supply of nourishment, suggesting it must surely become a sanctuary for them. The submerged roots of the grand trees are encrusted with unfamiliar shellfish, and I even glimpsed a few hermit crabs scuttling along the roots beneath the water. Provided that the right spots are chosen, a fruitful harvest should not be a challenge. I ventured further, where the water reached the height of my thighs, yet I could clearly see the seabed through the transparent water, leaving me with little apprehension. In this aquatic realm, I beheld a myriad of fish, adorned in various colors and sizes. However, my movement startled them, causing them to scatter in a flurry. The seabed here is predominantly flat, yet the roots of the trees intertwine like vines, with dozens of sturdy rootlets firmly embedded in the ocean floor. The multitude of roots creates numerous gaps and crevices, rendering this area a veritable paradise for marine life. I resolved to place my fishing net alongside the tree roots, angling the funnel-shaped opening outward, and I would wait a few hours to assess my initial catch. A serpentine sea snake, adorned in hues of bluish-gray, glided past me with an unexpected swiftness, startling me momentarily, though I remained composed. In mere seconds, it traversed my field of vision and vanished into the depths. After meticulously placing the fishing net, it began to sway gently with the undulating tides. Perched on a nearby tree, I severed a branch, aiming to anchor the net to the seabed. However, I soon realized my folly. This was not a riverbed, but rather a seafloor composed solely of fine sand, with only a thin layer of silt atop, rendering my efforts futile. Instead of stabilizing the net, I had stirred up the formerly crystalline waters into a murky chaos. Before long, my ignorance bested me, and it dawned on me to employ substantial stones and pebbles from the seabed to weigh down the net. This method, though remarkably simple, proved highly effective. After incorporating several sizable rocks, the net settled smoothly beside the tree roots. Now, all that remained was to wait. As I tended to the net, Little Black darted about energetically. As I had mentioned yesterday, it was frolicking within a dense thicket that I could not penetrate. I surmised it might have discovered some delectable morsels therein. Clearly, the thicket was home to many seabirds nesting, for as Little Black scurried about, the birds were startled into flight. However, once Little Black ventured away, they promptly returned to their perches. What a mischievous creature! I gazed at the grove where Little Black played, chuckling softly and shaking my head in amusement. Suddenly, I felt a searing, acute pain in my back. I immediately stood up, instinctively reaching inside my shirt to grasp at the source. I sensed something crawling on my back, and before I could seize it, another sharp sting caused me to grimace in agony. I frantically shook my clothing, attempting to dislodge the unidentified insects that had invaded my attire. Swiftly, several black insects tumbled out, landing on the ground and promptly disappearing into the crevices between the grains of sand. One even scurried up my neck, where I managed to pinch it between my fingers and bring it into view. It turned out to be an ant, a remarkably large ant. This ant was larger than any I had previously encountered, with a glossy black exoskeleton and elongated mandibles. Despite being held captive between my fingers, it remained defiant, ceaselessly snapping its jaws in an attempt to coerce me into releasing it. I applied a gentle squeeze, yet failed to crush it. It was only with considerable force that I managed to kill it. What a dreadful place! This was not the first time I had mused this sentiment. Just when I believed I was acclimating to this environment, new setbacks would invariably arise, compelling me to readjust my mindset. Initially, I pondered how the ant had managed to climb onto my person, but after closely examining the nearby trees, I understood. What I had initially perceived as markings on the bark were, in fact, bustling ants. A vast multitude of ants formed dark lines, deceiving me at first glance. Thereafter, I resolved to refrain from recklessly approaching those towering trees again. The ants were quite terrifying. A large, painful, and itchy swelling had formed on my back where I had been bitten. How? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry from Little Black pierced the air, causing my heart to race. I swiftly drew my gun and rushed towards the sound. The thicket was too dense for me to penetrate, so I could only call out loudly for Little Black from the outside. I could hear its voice drawing nearer. On the 51st day, I ventured once more into the coastal woods, Part 2, for the sake of the sect leader Goo. Little Black finally emerged, howling in distress. It became abundantly clear to me why Little Black had been crying so pitifully. It had gone after a crab, but this time, the creature was particularly fierce. Although it was not very large, its claws had ensnared Little Black's nose. The sight was quite distressing, as it thrashed its head about in agony. Knowing that a dog's nose is exceedingly sensitive, I felt a pang of sympathy and rushed to its side. Upon reaching Little Black, I immediately crouched down and embraced it, seeking to prevent further movements that might exacerbate the injury to its nose. Crabs possess a peculiar instinct. They will never release their grip until they can escape or are incapacitated. Even if one were to sever its claw, it would still cling tightly. Thus, after securing Little Black in my embrace, I gently grasped its neck and pressed its head toward the ground. Fortunately, Little Black did not resist. It merely shivered a few times in pain. The crab, upon making contact with the ground mere moments later, released its formidable grip and scurried away. Certainly, I had no intention of letting it escape. I sprang to my feet and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding crack, the crab was swiftly reduced to fragments. Its golden roe, succulent juices, and tender meat splattered across the ground. To vent my frustration, I stomped down several more times before finally ceasing. Beside me, Xiaohei licked the wound on its nose while observing my act of retribution. Yet, I could discern its delight. Its tail wagged vigorously, a telltale sign of its joy and excitement. I approached once more, gently stroking its head in a gesture of comfort, then lifted its chin to inspect the injury. The wound was somewhat deep, but the cut itself was not large. I unfastened the plastic bottle from my waist and used the fresh water within to cleanse the wound on its nose, hoping to prevent any infection. To my surprise, Xiaohei suddenly darted forward and snatched a piece from the flattened crab, devouring it with relish. I was left momentarily stunned, unable to intervene. The wait felt interminable. Yet, I must admit, if one were to view this scene from a different perspective, it would undoubtedly be a place of exquisite beauty. The azure sky and verdant trees were perfectly mirrored in the sea. The crystal-clear shallows teemed with fish, while various shells, shrimp, and crabs were visible. Perched on the rocks by the shore, I watched the vibrant fish swim before me, gradually succumbing to a profound sense of tranquility. I even found myself wishing to transform into a fish, to leave this place and roam freely in the vast ocean. However, could I truly become a fish? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. To endure, I require a greater repertoire of survival acumen. Though my path has been circuitous, I perceive that I have elevated myself by at least one echelon compared to my former self. The diversity of piscine species is truly vast. Consider, for instance, the creature before me. Initially, upon sighting it, I mistook it for a chromatic flotsam. Before realizing it bore a resemblance to a fish I once encountered in a floral and avian emporium, possibly a lionfish, if my memory serves. Regardless, its splayed fins and vibrant hues have left an indelible impression upon me. Adjacent to it, a shoal of fish, adorned with ebony and amber stripes akin to a zebra's, undulates gracefully. The pellucid seawater allows for an unobstructed view of the submarine tableau, snails gliding imperceptibly, starfish clinging to the seabed, and even an enigmatic ray-like creature propelling itself along the bottom with wing-like fins, a veritable spectacle of natural artistry. Hark! What is this? A sizable fish has entered my purview. Though the sun's reflection initially obscured my vision. Heavens, that it should appear in such shallow waters. I am aghast, my jaw agape. Can it be? A lemon-hued shark. Though not of immense proportions, it appears to be approximately a meter in length from my vantage point. This engenders a sense of trepidation regarding my forthcoming venture to retrieve the fishing nets. In my estimation, sharks are denizens of the abyssal depths, and in my mental lexicon, they are synonymous with both the delectable shark fin soup and the malevolent predator, the assassin of the sea. Instinctively, I felt a pang of fear. Yet before I could fully process my emotions, 3 more sharks glided past me, leaving me utterly astounded. It was a terrifying abyss, and I instinctively considered fleeing. They swam with remarkable swiftness, seemingly engaged in a relentless pursuit of schools of fish. The terror gripped me, prompting me to retreat a few steps. However, the subsequent sharks were even smaller than the first, measuring roughly 80 centimeters. Perhaps they were juveniles, I speculated. I spent approximately 2 to 3 hours by the seaside, observing no fewer than 10 sharks, each distinct in appearance. One variety was a striking lemon-colored shark, tirelessly chasing after fish, exuding a formidable predatory aura. Another type bore a resemblance to the first, yet featured a black dorsal fin and a dark border along its tail fin. Unlike the lemon sharks, these creatures moved languidly, appearing significantly smaller, likely only around 60 centimeters in length. There was yet another shark, which seemed different, but I could not discern its features clearly. It appeared to exceed a meter in length before vanishing swiftly from my sight. This revelation reignited my inner turmoil, but I was resolute in my determination to retain my fishing net. Should it prove effective, a continuous supply of sustenance would be within my grasp. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck me. I recalled the trees nearby. Seizing the axe that hung at my waist, I ventured to the edge of the thicket where the small black creature had vanished and felled a slender sapling. This tree was not thick, barely the width of my arm, yet it was precisely the right size for my current needs. Indeed, I fashioned a rather rudimentary spear. However, it was not crafted for the purpose of hunting. Rather, it was intended as a means of fending off any potential shark assaults, to ward off those that dared to approach me. I have no desire to provoke sharks unnecessarily, even though shark fin soup is quite delectable. The risk is simply not worth it. Fortunately, my concerns proved unfounded, as no sharks appeared throughout the ordeal, allowing me to haul in the meticulously crafted fishing net I had prepared. The yield was nothing short of bountiful. Indeed, a remarkable harvest. I dragged the net, shaped like a funnel, with great exertion, estimating its weight to exceed 20 pounds, not to mention the stones contained within. This must surely be deemed a fruitful day, and I eagerly anticipated discovering what treasures lay within once I pulled it ashore. On the 51st day, An abundance of catch. At night, this haul undoubtedly represents my most prolific catch since arriving on the island. Upon dragging the net ashore, I realized I had overlooked a crucial detail. I had forgotten to bring a plastic basket. Yet, as I emptied my bounty onto the ground, joy surged within me. The variety was astonishing, presenting a veritable cornucopia of dozens of species. In addition to fish, there were shrimp and crabs. At that moment, a crab swiftly scuttled out from the pile of fish, eager to escape. Surprisingly, the little black dog did not rush forward this time. Instead, it took a few steps back, evidently traumatized by a previous encounter with a crab, perhaps having developed a case of crab phobia. The crab's escape was no easy feat, and I swiftly pursued it. As I closed in, it raised its formidable claws in defiance. Naturally, I refrained from using my hands to capture it. Instead, I deftly positioned my foot to pin it down. Subsequently, I deftly hoisted it with the axe and deposited it into the plastic container. There were 3 crabs in total, all captured in this manner. This particular species was unfamiliar to me, distinct from the common swimming crab. Its massive pincers, constituting a third of its body mass, appeared capable of severing a finger with a single snap. While these formidable pincers posed a threat, they also promised a culinary delight, as the meat within is considered a delicacy. After boiling, one need only crack open the large claws, extract the snowy, flaky meat, and season it with a mere droplet of soy sauce. The resulting texture is both resilient and fragrant, imbued with the distinctive essence of crab, melting in your mouth. The judicious use of soy sauce elevates the dish, enhancing its aroma and freshness, creating an intoxicating experience. Lost in this reverie, I noticed the crabs attempting to escape from the plastic container. Trying to abscond again, I swiftly retrieved the fishing net and ensnared the restless crustaceans. Such a delicacy could not be allowed to slip away. Crabs must not be killed before cooking, as it diminishes their flavor significantly. Moreover, freshwater crabs can harbor bacteria after death. I am adept at preparing crabs. Cooking them alive in a gradual simmer yields the most exquisite flavor and the firmest texture. The shrimp were also carefully selected, each approximately the length of a little finger. Shrimp being more commonplace, I knew they would shrink considerably upon cooking, likely by half. As for the fish, there was an abundance, perhaps 20 pounds in total, of vibrant and diverse array of shapes and colors. Aside from a portion of fish that are a curious blend of yellow and white, the remainder consists of a chaotic assortment of varieties, none of which I can identify. During the classification process, one particular fish startled me. It bore a striking resemblance to a pufferfish, a creature I would undoubtedly refrain from consuming. Disposing of it carelessly raised concerns that the little black might inadvertently ingest it. Consequently, I excavated a pit with an axe, burying this pufferfish-like specimen deep within the earth and securing it with several stones. The presence of these unidentified fish posed a dilemma in such a perilous environment. The consequences of consuming a toxic fish could be dire. The cries of 2 wild boars interrupted my contemplation, indicating their hunger, which was hardly surprising given that I had been away for an entire day. Just as I was preparing to fetch them some sustenance, a thought emerged in my mind. The wild boars could serve as a means of testing for poison. This seemed to be the only feasible solution, as I could not test the fish myself, nor could I ask the little black to do so. And discarding the food was not an option since I intended to utilize these fish as a long-term food source. Thus, having the wild boars test for toxicity appeared to be a most worthwhile endeavor. I opted not to feed them raw fish, as I was unsure if they would consume it. To my recollection, pigs do not eat raw fish. Therefore, I decided to offer them boiled fish broth and cooked fish. It was imperative to avoid cooking the fish together, lest I be unable to distinguish which varieties might be toxic. Accordingly, I prepared them separately. Soon enough, the various fish broths, serving as experimental subjects, were ready, totaling 8 distinct varieties, each placed in its own dish. Subsequently, I conveyed the fish broth, basin by basin. The piglets, famished after a day's fast, promptly consumed the entirety of the several basins, leaving not a morsel of fish. After a considerable wait, noting their lack of adverse reaction, I breathed a sigh of relief, deducing the fish to be non-toxic. What ensued was a flurry of activity. I eviscerated each sea fish with my blade, and after rinsing them cursorily with a basin of water, I threaded them onto vines, through the mouth and out the gills, forming 2 strings. Thus arrayed, I conveyed them to the pyre, suspending them above the flames. As nightfall approached, the susceptibility of the sea fish to decay at such temperatures became acute. Without the sun's fierce glare, I could not vouch for their preservation until the morrow. This experience served as a reminder to time my future fish harvests at the crack of dawn, ensuring that the catch could be cleaned and set out to sunbake, vastly reducing the likelihood of spoilage. I hoped that the fish, thus smoked over the fire, would yield the desired outcome. The taste of smoked fish was still unknown to me. As for the meal, it consisted of a medley of sea fish, boiled crab, and oil-fried shrimp, though the latter was merely sautéed in a scant coating of oil. It must be said, the savor of sea fish invariably surpasses that of river fish. Even before it was fully cooked, the effluvium rising from the pot carried an intensely rich aroma. I, myself, could not help but salivate, let alone the little dark one. A large pot of seafood stew was divided into 3 portions, as it was simply too abundant. 2 portions were given to Little Black, while I reserved 1 for myself. As for the crab meat, surprisingly, Little Black declined to partake, leaving me to savor it alone. The shrimp, however, was a delight, devoured whole with shell and flesh alike. Witnessing Little Black's enthusiasm, I generously allocated 2/3 of the shrimp to it. Only after this division could I pause to relish my own portion. The crab roe filled the entire shell, surpassing even that of the bread crab in quantity. Once cooked, the shell was elevated by the rich roe. This crab roe was not greasy, possessing a slightly dry texture, yet exuding an exquisite fragrance. It had a faint powdery essence, devoid of any fishy taste. Although it lacked the texture of the famed hairy crab, it was still remarkably close. Naturally, the crowning glory of this crab resided in its formidable claws, where the succulent white meat stirred my emotions profoundly. The broth of the seafood stew was more flavorful than chicken soup. I even mused that after finishing this bowl, I might find myself parched from its exquisite taste. The shrimp did not meet my expectations. Upon consuming the first one, I peeled off the shell only to encounter a mouthful of grit. I realized that the shrimp's intestinal tract must be removed, leaving me puzzled as to how Little Black managed to consume it unscathed. In the late night, having feasted and quenched my thirst, I lit a cigarette in the courtyard, beverage in hand, listening to the chorus of insects and birds, as a breeze seemed to stir. On the 52nd day, the weather took a sudden turn. Early this morning, the howling wind roused me from slumber. I had intended to return to yesterday's location to cast my fishing nets in the afternoon. However, upon witnessing the ominous gray skies outside, a sense of apprehension and unease settled within me. The leaves nearby were shaken loose by the wind, swirling throughout the courtyard. The rustling of the leaves filled me with a sense of unease, prompting speculation about the possibility of an impending typhoon. If such a tempest were indeed to arrive, what measures could I take? Where might I seek refuge? Worrying proved futile. Instead, I resolved to utilize today's hours to reinforce the little treehouse. After all, it had been ravaged by the last downpour, and I feared its structural integrity had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the decision to fortify the treehouse was undoubtedly prudent. With an axe in hand, my efficiency soared. No longer did I need to struggle to tear apart the vines. A swift stroke of the axe rendered them manageable. In addition to the vines, I gathered an assortment of branches, varying in thickness and length, each possessing its own utility. To further bolster the treehouse's stability, I felled a few small trees, sturdier than those I had previously collected. The axe made quick work of them, requiring little effort. Having amassed the necessary materials, I prepared to rebind all the joints of the treehouse with vines, reinforcing its structure. However, upon inspection, I stumbled upon a grave issue. This problem was severe. Had I not discovered it in time, the risk of collapse would have loomed, even without a storm. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I reflected that if the winds had not stirred today, I might not have considered fortifying the treehouse at all. The thought of it unexpectedly collapsing one night was simply unfathomable. Yet, I knew that even with the reinforcements, the vines could not guarantee long-term stability. This predicament has once again caused me considerable distress. I truly wish to escape this perilous little abode. What I require is a material that can provide enduring stability, firmly binding the most crucial beams to the great tree for the long term. What could possibly be suitable? My mind wandered in a flurry for quite some time. Yet I could not find anything that could replace the vines. Suddenly struck by inspiration, I clapped my forehead and dashed to the lower level of the treehouse. In a corner, I finally unearthed something I had nearly forgotten: a rope. How could I have overlooked this? Ever since I had taken it from the ship, it had been carelessly piled in a corner near the fire. Had I not pondered for so long, I would have completely forgotten about its existence. With the rope in hand, securing everything became a non-issue. Despite the considerable effort required to tie these thick ropes, I ultimately managed to bind them securely. I tugged a few times to test their sturdiness and was exceedingly pleased with the results. They did not budge in the slightest under my strength. For added precaution, I propped a small tree at the junction of the beam and the great tree to prevent any slippage of the rope. The smaller branches were nestled into various crevices. Yet the howling wind that whistled through these openings was undeniably vexing. After securing the branches, I wrapped them with vines, fastening them to the protruding trunks of the little house. Following these adjustments, the stability of the dwelling was significantly enhanced. I utilized additional saplings, placing 3 on each side, behind, in front, and on both flanks to provide robust support. In this manner, I believe that the little treehouse can withstand even harsher weather conditions. As I completed my tasks, the sky began to darken ominously, enveloped entirely by thick clouds. The wind intensified, and I could see leaves swirling in the distance. Fortunately, I was nestled among the trees where the gusts were less severe. In the open spaces beyond, the winds surely howled with greater ferocity. Had I still been dwelling in that initial makeshift shelter, it might have already succumbed to the tempest. Suddenly, large raindrops fell upon me without warning, accompanied by the howling wind. Before I could seek refuge in the treehouse, I was pelted with rain-soaked gusts that stung my face. Thankfully, I had completed my preparations. Although drenched, I felt a sense of relief that the downpour had not arrived any sooner. Approaching the campfire, I hung my clothes near the flames to dry. When my stomach began to rumble in protest, hungry, I resolved to prepare a meal. Even if the rain were to persist for a week, I would not fret over provisions. The sea fish from yesterday had been cured to a dry crispness, their skins wrinkled, yet I remained uncertain if their flavor had endured. I had long yearned for them, but these provisions could be stored for extended periods, ideal for such dire circumstances. However, I could no longer resist. I craved a taste. Little Black was perched at the upper door, gazing out at the tempest. I scooped a bowl of rice from the sack behind it, intending to treat myself and Little Black on this oppressive rainy day, hoping to elevate my spirits. Today's lunch was remarkably convenient to prepare. After the rice began to boil, I simply tossed in the washed cured meat and sausages. Indeed, they were steamed atop the rice, and perhaps others may deem it rather rudimentary. Yet, this meal holds profound significance for me, rivaling the festivities of past New Year's. Each of these ingredients is a rare and precious delicacy, likely to be savored only a handful of times before they become unattainable. Such a sentiment is difficult for most to fathom, as the pot emitted a sizzling sound, accompanied by a hint of charred aroma. It signaled that it was time to lower the heat and allow the rice to absorb the moisture and swell. Little Black had already arrived, irresistibly drawn by the enticing fragrance of the rice mingling with the meat. After a brief wait, I lifted the lid, revealing the sausages and cured meat interspersed within the rice. The fat from the cured meat had infused the grains with a glistening sheen, a sight that once would not have tempted me, yet now, as I beheld the melted fat enveloping the rice, my mouth could scarcely contain its salivation. This pot of rice was devoured without the slightest doubt by both Little Black and me. As I relished the remaining crispy bits of rice at the bottom of the pot, a tremendous crashing sound erupted above me. Day 52, a sudden shift in weather, Part 2. This jolt nearly made my heart leap from my chest. To be honest, my first instinct was to think the roof had collapsed. I endeavored to suppress my anxiety about the raging winds and torrential rain outside by indulging in the pleasures of food, yet deep down, my heart remained restless and uneasy. I gazed upwards. The roof was intact, but it did little to soothe the terror within me. The tempestuous winds howled with unparalleled ferocity, deterring any notion of venturing outdoors. A deluge of rain, intertwined with the gale, infiltrated through the crevices of the entrance. Fortunately, I had preemptively implemented protective measures during the construction phase. Despite my current position on the lower tier, the ground level is elevated above the exterior terrain, further fortified by a gradient at the entrance to avert the intrusion of backflowing rainwater. A reverberating rumble echoed from the rooftop, signaling the descent of an object that had previously perturbed the tranquility above. I elected to remain ignorant of its precise nature, presuming it to be a mere arboreal fragment. An incessant barrage of debris, propelled by the wind, collided with the roof and walls, the cacophony of impacts, aqueous sounds, and gusting winds relentlessly assaulting my senses. Indeed, I was consumed by an overwhelming sense of trepidation, bordering on asphyxiation. Nature, in its unfathomable power, commands my utmost reverence. Its indomitable force and capricious temperament inspire both awe and dread, and I harbored a profound fear that my humble abode would succumb to the ravages of the tempest. Yet, in my present state of helplessness, I could only resort to internal affirmations and consolatory thoughts to pacify my increasingly fragile composure. Another muffled thud reverberated against the lateral wall, culminating in an abrupt silence. I surmised that the sapling I had previously employed as a support had been toppled by the relentless gale. Despite my diligent efforts to secure it against the wall, it had succumbed to the elements, underscoring the sheer magnitude of the external storm. What am I to do? My apprehension persists. Notwithstanding my efforts to reinforce the arboreal dwelling today, and despite my conviction that it can withstand the current tempest, as evidenced by the absence of any perceptible tremors, I must devise a strategy to regain my composure. The rain intensified, and I could no longer suppress my anxiety. I peered through the door crack, but the relentless rain pouring in obscured my vision. I could discern that the tempestuous winds had bent a distant coconut tree to a precarious 75-degree angle. The fronds thrashed wildly, like fans in a frenzy, amidst the wide-out sky where leaves spiraled erratically. Suddenly, a vivid bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, its electric arc snaking across the sky. The intense flash momentarily blinded me. Before my vision could recover, a deafening thunderclap reverberated, sending shivers down my spine. Startled, I hadn't even regained my composure when Xiaohei, whimpering, rushed to me, rearing up to bury its head against my chest. While I could console Xiaohei and calm its fears, I remained unable to assuage my own trepidation as I continued to observe the tempest outside. I am incapable, trepidation grips me. Once, I was merely an individual toiling for survival within the urban sprawl. Never before had I witnessed nature's formidable power in such a manner amidst the concrete jungle. My inner trepidation is amplifying boundlessly. The tempestuous winds and rain intensify, lightning incessantly meanders across the firmament, and thunder reverberates ceaselessly like drumbeats. Each peal seems to strike my very heart, causing it to convulse in rhythm with the resounding booms. At present, my vision is entirely obscured, save for a sheer expanse of white. I can only perceive the dense curtain of rain when lightning illuminates it. I am silently imploring for this dreadful storm to cease swiftly, but alas, my hopes are dashed. The rain has persisted for half a day, and the exterior is shrouded in darkness. Rest now, a voice of reason urges, for the tempest is inconsequential. You have fortified the treehouse, and its sturdiness is beyond question. If it cannot withstand such a storm, of what use is it? Positive thoughts attempt to lull me into a state of relaxation. But what if the treehouse collapses while you slumber? Would you have sufficient time to escape? Can you envision the ghastly image of yourself pinned beneath those saplings? This notion, indeed, holds greater sway over my present state. Your vigilance is futile. Can your gaze halt the rain? Will the wind subside at your command? If this tempest persists for days, can you sustain your vigil indefinitely? Another thought arises, causing me to waver. Should the treehouse collapse and you emerge unscathed? But Xiaohei suffers injury or death due to your negligence, crushed beneath the saplings. Could you bear the guilt? I grasp my head and scream, once again experiencing the sensation of my mind teetering on the brink of explosion under the weight of countless thoughts. Every second, nay, every tenth of a second, brings forth a new idea, each one vying for dominance in a relentless battle. Only the victor shall earn my allegiance in action. At this moment, the conflict is at its most intense. These thoughts intertwine and tear at one another, my mind transformed into their battlefield. I have endeavored to halt this chaos numerous times, employing a myriad of methods, yet I remain defeated. Unable to pause, I remain incapable of making a choice. It must be midnight now, with no sign of the wind and rain abating. I am weary, fatigued, hungry, and parched, yet anxiety and apprehension have completely extinguished my appetite and drowsiness. This contradictory state is one I have never encountered before. The small cabin begins to sway violently once more. I can distinctly hear the creaking at the junction where the beam meets the tree. I realize the tree's oscillations have intensified, indicating that the wind has grown stronger. The creaking has become more frequent, and I can palpably feel the cabin swaying with the tree. At this moment, I feel as though I am not in a treehouse, but aboard a ship. A sudden noise startles me. On the 53rd day, the relentless cycle continues. Last night, I hardly slept at all, repeatedly awakened by the thunder and the patter of rain, yet in my utter exhaustion, I ultimately succumbed to slumber. Awakening and drifting back to sleep countless times has left me with a throbbing headache, as if needles are piercing my skull, and my eyelids feel heavy. The wind and rain continue their relentless assault outside, and the cabin persists in its unsettling dance, accompanied by the incessant creaking. It's peculiar how the light of day diminishes my anxieties and fears, a stark contrast to their amplified presence at night. Ironically, last night, the cracking sound of a burning branch in the fire nearly pushed me to the brink of despair. It's not a matter of mere timidity, but rather the overwhelming sense of helplessness, solitude, and dread that intensifies in the darkness. To survive in this place, I must rely on my own judgment, ensuring that every step I take is carefully considered, as any oversight could cost me my life. Without anyone to confide in, every decision rests solely on my shoulders, making each one an arduous task. My treehouse has fallen short of expectations. The torrential rain and fierce winds of the night have infiltrated several areas. The small branches I had painstakingly inserted yesterday have been dislodged by the tempest, even snapping the vines that held them in place. I am currently preoccupied with two concerns: the increasing seepage of water, with two walls on the upper level where I sleep already showing signs of dampness. Although the water is not pouring in rapidly, even just slightly dampening the bedding, I fear that if left unchecked, my bedding will be completely soaked by nightfall. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. Had the torrential winds and rain penetrated the upper levels, would the fire pit below be affected? My heart leaped at the notion, for this fire pit held great significance for me, and I was determined to ensure its safety. Without hesitation, I dashed downstairs. Fortunately, I found the fire still burning, and I let out a sigh of relief. Though the flames were not particularly fierce, the embers remained vibrant. I immediately added some branches to the pit, coaxing the fire back to a robust blaze. However, the rain was indeed pouring in. Water cascaded down both walls, and the corner where I stored wood was still submerged. The tempest outside showed no signs of abating, and it felt even more intense than the previous night. The fierce winds attempted to lift my roof, striving to inundate the interior with rain, and the entire structure creaked under the immense pressure. Peering through the door's crack, I gazed outside, where a vast expanse of white blurred the horizon, and countless green leaves danced in the tumult. Nearby, the branches of the towering trees clashed against one another, buffeted by the gale. It was evident that this storm was unlike the previous ones, more savage and brutal. I could scarcely fathom what I would do if such conditions persisted for 3 days, let alone a week. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. I had confidence in the treehouse's ability to withstand this level of tempest, yet my greatest concern was that today a storm seemed more ferocious than the last. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before my humble abode succumbed to the fury of the storm. What would I do then? Yet, in an unexpected turn, a flicker of relief surfaced within my heart. Indeed, relief. It struck me as somewhat amusing that this thought would arise at such a moment. I found solace in the fact that I did not encounter this tempest when I first arrived on the island. Otherwise, my makeshift shelter, constructed from mere branches and scarcely fit for a dog, might have been sent soaring into the sky by now, amidst the thunderous claps and flashes of lightning. Hunger once again ensnared me. Fortunately, my condition today is markedly better than it was last night, thus I must procure sustenance. I lack the inclination to indulge in elaborate meals. All I desire is to satiate my hunger. Consequently, I prepared a simple noodle soup, enhanced with a touch of cured meat for flavor. This dish is exceedingly straightforward. I believe that after witnessing its preparation just once, no one would be unaware of how to concoct it. It is remarkably easy. Merely scoop the prepared batter into boiling water and add a few leafy greens and strips of meat. The only ingredient I currently lack is the leafy greens. I have observed numerous fern-like plants on this island, yet I ultimately exercised restraint. I dared not experiment. For I am but one individual, devoid of the courage of Shinnon, who tasted a myriad of herbs, and lacking his vast knowledge. My sole aim is to stave off starvation. I cracked the remaining bird eggs into a bowl, blending them thoroughly, and added 2 turtle eggs as well. Once the water reached a rolling boil, I introduced this egg mixture into the pot. The cauldron, once merely simmering with effervescence, transformed as the egg mixture cascaded into its depths, immediately crowning the surface with a delicate froth. As the heat intensified, the foam ascended relentlessly, prompting me to swiftly agitate the concoction with chopsticks, quelling the frothy rebellion. Moments later, I retrieved the pot from the flames. This humble repast of flour dumplings, elevated by the savory essence of cured meat and bird eggs, exuded an aroma that promised an extraordinary gustatory experience. Of course, Onyx was already poised nearby, ever the eager sentinel. The creature possessed a tranquil disposition. My reassurances of the previous day had banished all trepidation, granting it a night of serene slumber. Now, enticed by the fragrant offering, it had roused from its languid repose, animated by palpable excitement. "You shall have your share. What need is there for such haste?" I jested, addressing Onyx. As if comprehending my playful chiding, it extended its tongue in a gesture of obsequious flattery, nudging my leg affectionately as its tail performed its customary exuberant dance. "Consume," I declared, presenting the now-cooled dumplings to Onyx. At the mere sight of the sustenance, it pivoted, its form propelled forward with alacrity, and it commenced to lap at the dumpling soup with rapid, fervent strokes of its tongue. Its tail, which had wagged so vigorously moments before, ceased its rhythmic motion as it succumbed entirely to the pleasures of the palate. "The gluttonous creature," I chuckled, shaking my head in affectionate amusement. "This dumpling soup is indeed convenient and delectable. If given the choice, I would gladly indulge in it every day. However, the supply of flour is limited. These dumplings, though lacking the elasticity of hand-pulled noodles, offer a delightful sensation as one bites into them, enveloping the teeth in a soft and delicate embrace. With a gentle closure of the jaws, one can effortlessly sever a piece of the dumpling. They are slender yet coarse, fragrant and satisfying, and most importantly, they are remarkably easy to prepare. This singular quality effectively eclipses any shortcomings. Before I had finished my meal, I heard a sudden crack, followed by the sight of a small tree branch, which I had propped against one side of the wall, toppling backward. I sprang to my feet and rushed over, attempting to prevent its fall. Fortunately, the branch was not secured by a single vine, but rather by three. It was the uppermost vine that had snapped. Instantly, the pressure on the central vine intensified, and in a bid to avert its descent, I exerted all my strength to hold onto the branch. The torrential rain surged through the breach, flooding in. On the 53rd day, the rain poured relentlessly upon us. To be candid, the gap was hardly large, merely the width of a hand. Yet the downpour outside was overwhelming, a deluge beyond comprehension. My hands proved futile in their attempt to tighten the branch against the wall. In mere seconds, I was thoroughly drenched, the effect far more intense than any shower I had experienced at home. I was compelled to abandon the notion of holding onto the branch. However, the moment I stepped away, the branch began to sway wildly, evidently loosened by the ferocious wind below. Conceivably, the pivotal trunk was on the precipice of succumbing to the tempest's force, an eventuality that would assuredly lead to the severance of the vines. In this precarious juncture, a stratagem occurred to me: to reinforce the trunk by binding it further with the vines I had previously gathered and stored indoors. Given the trunk's integral role in supporting both the lower and upper reaches of my dwelling's walls, securing it necessitated venturing to the rain-drenched upper level. Unquestionably, the upper chamber had been thoroughly saturated, with a considerable portion of my bedding soaked by the intruding deluge. Fortunately, my reserves of rice and flour remained unscathed, a preservation that allayed my gravest apprehension. While damp bedding could be remedied by exposure to the sun, the same could not be said for my provisions. Failure to desiccate them promptly in such humid climes would likely result in spoilage. Time being of the essence, I expeditiously drew the trunk towards me, thereby arresting its violent oscillations. Though hawsers possessed superior robustness, the interstice between the trunk permitted only the passage of common vines, precluding the use of the former. With respiration labored, I felt a modicum of tranquility returning, the trunk provisionally secured. Yet, given the vine's inherent limitations, I remained uncertain as to how long they could endure. My only reassurance lay in the fact that these particular vines had been drying for an extended duration, their tensile strength presumably surpassing that of freshly gathered specimens. Throughout this ordeal, my faithful canine companion, Xiaobai, remained steadfastly by my side, braving the torrential downpour to seek refuge near me, sharing in the tempestuous baptism. I was simultaneously filled with resignation and heartfelt gratitude. In its characteristic simplicity, Xiaobai often managed to elicit warmth within my heart. At this moment, it continued to shadow me, remaining close to my feet. "Let's go, Noir, we shall bask in the fire's embrace. Falling ill is no jest." I patted its back, and it followed me to the bonfire, where it once more lay down, reveling in the warmth it provided. Noir invariably adheres to a principle. Within the arboreal abode, it shall recline whenever feasible, and in the exterior world, it shall stand rather than prostrate itself. The creature swiftly succumbed to slumber. Yet I found myself increasingly desolate and forlorn. The absence of communication and interaction amplified my trepidation, timidity, and dread amidst this inclement weather. At times, I yearned to possess Noir's lack of inhibition. Alas, I am unable to. The tempestuous symphony persisted. instilling in me the fear that my humble dwelling might collapse at any moment. Prolonged exposure to the bonfire induced a profound weariness and somnolence. I longed for repose. Yet my mind remained in a state of agitation, precluding tranquility. In my estimation, sleep constitutes the ultimate form of escapism, but I am unable to attain it. Indeed, I am incapable. I had scarcely rested the previous night, and my cephalalgia intensified. My physical form remained relentlessly present, offering no avenue for evasion. Many of the diminutive branches I had employed to occlude the apertures had been dislodged by the tempest, allowing rainwater to permeate through these crevices. I was unable to secure even a moment's respite, compelling me to rise once more and select branches from the firewood pile, inserting them meticulously into the fissures and compacting them with my hands. Regrettably, the outcome did not meet my expectations, as rainwater continued to infiltrate, albeit at a diminished velocity. The experience accumulated from the previous sheltering branch has yielded extraordinary results this time. During my last attempt to excavate a drainage ditch, I fell gravely ill, nearly succumbing to my condition. I must admit, the effectiveness of this drainage system has surpassed my expectations. I am almost astounded by the outcome. The majority of the water trickling down from the crevices and the upper levels has successfully flowed through this diminutive drainage channel. Were it not for this ingenious construction, my humble abode would likely be inundated, particularly the lower section, where, aside from the hearth, nothing would have remained unscathed. Initially, I had intended to place the flour and rice upon the table I had previously constructed to shield them from the rain. However, it seems that this precaution is now unnecessary. Even when rainwater seeped in through the cracks last time, it cascaded directly down due to the gaps in the upper floor. Moreover, I had stacked the rice and other grains near the entrance, a location spared from the deluge, as it lacked any cut branches serving as a eave. Perhaps it is midnight now, or possibly the early hours of dawn. I have entirely lost track of time, and my mind feels somewhat disoriented. An overwhelming fatigue envelopes me, and my once chaotic thoughts had dissipated. Even pondering a singular question now requires an extended period to arrive at an answer. My current emotional state is one of exhilaration. As the tempest has noticeably diminished, nonetheless, my expression must appear rather frozen. This storm has nearly conquered me, and while my spirit was on the brink of collapse, it has begun to gradually wane. I've lost count of how many times I've entreated for this tempest to cease, for the fortitude to rise within me. Yet, confronted with such formidable natural forces, I'm overwhelmed by my insignificance, devoid of any semblance of courage to resist. My eyes ache with weariness, and my brow is slick with perspiration and oil, as is my hair. I yearn for this storm to simply dissipate. I collapsed upon the bedding, heedless of the damp patch beneath, surrendering to its embrace. If I were to close my eyes now, slumber would swiftly claim me, but I persevere, listening to the symphony of the storm raging outside. Should it not intensify, I could rest peacefully. 5 minutes elapsed, and a sense of tranquility washed over me. The torrential downpour had mellowed to a gentle drizzle, the howling winds now barely audible. With a sigh, I closed my eyes. Day 54, the tempest's fury, the storm, by dint of my supplications, has finally abated. I arose with haste this morn, eager to ascertain if the rain had ceased. I flung open the door and dashed outside. The piercing glare of the sun momentarily blinded me. Yet, it is over at last. I have survived. Devoid of any tangible gain, my heart is nonetheless filled with immeasurable joy. From the trees, droplets of water cascaded, their rhythmic cadence filling the air. I gazed up at a nearby tree, where a bead of water, poised on a leaf, plummeted to the earth, refracting the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. So beautiful. Yet the marks left by the broken branches on the grand tree are strikingly distressing. Numerous limbs have already fallen, and even a substantial branch has been snapped. The jagged tear, a terrifying testament to the ferocity of the storm. It is only at this moment that I recall the little wild boar and the potato seedlings. Hastening towards them, as I passed the small garden, a sudden shock gripped my heart. The soil in this little garden appeared as though it had been turned over, with most of the transplanted wildflowers lying prostrate on the ground, their roots fully exposed to the air. They seemed to have lost all vitality. The tempest has utterly devastated my small garden. However, that is of little consequence. Wildflowers are quite common, and with a bit of time, I can easily restore this garden. It is not a problem at all. Continuing onward, I soon encountered the collapsed pig pen. The roof was nowhere to be seen, yet the structure lay in disarray beneath it. Beneath the wreckage, it seemed something was trapped. I wondered if it was the little wild boar. Had they ultimately succumbed to misfortune, Meeting their end beneath this structure? Perhaps, but I am not entirely certain. I have my doubts. Under normal circumstances, the weight of this pin should not have been sufficient to crush a wild boar. Seeking an answer is straightforward. I merely need to lift the collapsed pin to discover the truth. Before long, I managed to overturn the structure, bracing myself for the sight of a wild boar's lifeless body. However, when I completely unfolded the shelter, I did not find the wild boar. It was only when I raised my gaze towards the adjacent fence that I discovered traces of the wild boar. The fence had collapsed, and it was evident that the wild boar had long since escaped from this spot. As for its whereabouts, I had no clues whatsoever. The torrential rain had washed away all traces of its footprints. Shaking my head, I felt utterly helpless. At this point, I had prepared myself for the worst. The potato seedlings and the seeds in the floating bottles were surely all destroyed. Yet, I still yearned to take a glance. For one must not give up until the very end. A flicker of hope lingered within me, wishing for a miracle to occur. Lo and behold, could it be? Ha! Indeed, it is I who am laughing, not due to the various blows that have rattled my mind, but rather because I was astonished to see that most of the seedlings had remarkably withstood the ravages of the tempest. Except for a small portion of seedlings whose roots were slightly exposed, the others, though somewhat bent, stood resiliently upright. There were still some puddles present, caused by the sand, stones, and branches obstructing the drainage ditch. I could not ignore this, so I promptly crouched down to clear away the debris blocking the drainage. After draining the excess water, I gathered some soil to gently cover the seedlings that had been battered by the downpour, exposing some of their roots. Once I completed this task, I took a deep breath. The outcome exceeded my expectations, and I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I had assumed that today, even without the tempest, it would still be a rainy day, yet it was not. I surmised that this courtyard would face obliteration, and even my treehouse would be hard to preserve. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome is rather satisfactory. The saplings, which once signified promise, are now experiencing a resurgence, aren't they? The water within the treehouse bucket is dwindling, and I must replenish it. However, in the wake of the recent torrential downpour, I anticipate it will be quite turbid, perhaps necessitating sedimentation before boiling for consumption. But I am unwilling to engage in these time-consuming tasks. I intend to gather some coconuts and, in conjunction with the existing water, sustain myself for a day or two. Subsequently, when I fetch water, it should be comparatively clearer. As I prepared to depart, Onyx promptly trailed behind me, evidently eager to be released. I believe it had been awaiting my return for quite some time. Swiftly, we arrived at the seaside coconut grove, where numerous coconuts had indeed fallen to the ground, some ripe and others still in their nascent stages. As I meticulously examined the selection, another coconut plummeted, startling me considerably. Fortunately, this particular coconut was diminutive, conspicuously underdeveloped, and even if it had struck my head, it would have merely resulted in a minor bump. Of course, this was merely a whimsical notion. I would certainly not be so imprudent as to casually gather. After haphazardly selecting a few fresher, more mature coconuts, I departed the coconut grove. Involuntarily, I surveyed my surroundings. In the distance, the reefs were barely perceptible, so much so that they were nearly indiscernible. Furthermore, the area where I had previously sun-dried salt was entirely obscured from view. A formidable tempest, I sighed involuntarily and turned once more to depart. I scrutinized the scene once again. Heavens, I inhaled sharply. It had vanished entirely. Indeed, it was nowhere to be found. The rocky shore lies desolate, devoid of its former presence. This tempest has indeed swept it away. One can only imagine the terror that reigned on the sea, where fierce winds and raging waves converged in chaos. Indeed, the ship that once brought me nightmares and countless treasures has vanished. Previously, it was cast ashore by the storm. Yet now it has been carried off once more by the fury of nature. I stood in silence for an extended period, gazing at the current tranquil and gentle sea, my mind awash with reflections. I can scarcely recall how many times I have contemplated crafting a canoe. Ever since acquiring an axe, that thought has lingered, continuously restrained by my own ingenuity. However, having now experienced the dread of this storm, I find myself once again questioning my aspirations. It seems prudent to focus on survival before entertaining thoughts of departure. The clouds above are strikingly beautiful, yet I have not caught a glimpse of an aircraft. In retrospect, the plane I once thought I saw must have been a mere figment of my imagination, for it is improbable that I would have yet to witness one until now. Perhaps the prospect of rescue has faded into impossibility. Survival must take precedence. On the 55th day, a delightful delicacy, Part 1. For Yunshi Yurin's continuation. The skies remain clear. Seizing this splendid weather, I have brought out the flour, rice, and cornmeal from my treehouse, placing them upon the makeshift table I constructed. Although the recent days of relentless wind and rain did not directly drench these provisions, the humid air has undoubtedly affected them. I observed that the flour had begun to coalesce into clumps, which caused me considerable concern. These provisions are a finite resource, and as such, I must preserve them with utmost care. After a single day of exposure to the sun, they should revert to their original state of desiccation. Having subjected the grains to the sun's curative rays, I then suspended the preserved meats, the cured pork, smoked fish, and smoked meat, from a line strung between the trees. The smoked fish, in particular, were on the precipice of spoilage. Upon palpation, their surfaces felt moist to the touch. Although their aroma had not yet deteriorated, I surmised that they would soon decompose if not thoroughly desiccated. These victuals were procured through painstaking effort, and I was loath to witness their degradation. Therefore, I anticipated that exposure to the intense solar radiation would rectify the situation. Presently, my canine companion and I are preparing to embark. I have not neglected to bring the plastic crate this time, although, in truth, it is not the ideal conveyance. It lacks convenience in terms of portability. I harbor certain concepts in my mind, but I lack the time to execute them at present. I intend to experiment on the next overcast day, attempting to weave baskets, panniers, and the like from tendrils and vines. However, this notion may be somewhat grandiose, as I have never engaged in the craft of weaving. I am ignorant of the procedures, methodologies, and material requirements. Nevertheless, I believe that a mere attempt would be innocuous. Finally, I fastened 2 vines to the plastic crate, fashioning them into makeshift backpack straps, and hoisted the crate onto my back. With the small tree trunk spear I had crafted at the beach previously in hand, I commenced my trek towards the coastal woodland. Lost in thought, we soon arrived at our destination. The high tide from the previous day had nearly receded entirely. Nature possesses an astonishing resilience. The recent tempest seemed to have left no discernible trace upon this locale. Birds continued their foraging, nurturing their offspring, while schools of fish swam leisurely along the shoreline. Within the grove, there were no fractured or fallen trees. Save for those larger trees I had previously observed protruding from the water, now submerged by the tide. The seawater retained its crystalline clarity. I paused to survey my surroundings, discerning no menacing creatures on land. Blackie, for once, remained composed, observing me from the shore. With terrestrial threats ruled out, I turned my attention to the underwater realm. Alas, sharks. Though their stature paled in comparison to the cinematic behemoths, in my perception, all sharks evoked terror, regardless of their diminutive size. Fortunately, I detected no sign of any such predators. Thus, I waded into the water, armed with my wooden spear and dragging the fishing net, until I reached the desired location near the tree roots, ready to deploy the net. As I bent down to manipulate the fishing net, a fleeting glimpse caught my eye, an outline of a fin darting across the water's surface not far away. Naturally, I was startled and immediately straightened up to gaze in that direction. Yet, there was nothing to be seen. My apprehension was palpable. This was the thought that coursed through my mind. Suddenly, I noticed the small fish before me scattering in a frantic escape. Danger loomed. In an instant, I grasped the situation, raising my makeshift spear crafted from a tree branch, and began to scan my surroundings. There it was. Indeed, I spotted it. A shark, its hue reminiscent of lemon. This species is notably ferocious. I had witnessed it relentlessly pursuing and voraciously devouring schools of small fish before. Now, it was a mere meter away from me, poised to surge forth. I certainly had no desire to take risks, yet the imminent approach of the creature indicated that evasion was not a viable option. Thus, I was left with but one course of action: to fight. I hoisted my spear high above my head. Come forth. My heart roared. The water here was shallow, scarcely exceeding 50 centimeters. The shark may have been equally agitated. I wondered if the welts on my feet, inflicted by insect bites and now oozing blood, had drawn its attention. One thing was certain: it must be reveling in its pursuit. I awaited the opportune moment. All right, I shouted internally, thrusting my spear directly toward the shark's exposed dorsal fin. The shark's skin was slick, and my spear lacked sharpness, hence my strike fell short. Although this incident did not directly yield the results I had anticipated, it nonetheless proved effective. The sudden movement startled the shark, causing it to thrash its tail and swiftly change direction, fleeing into another realm. What a cowardly creature it was! As the shark departed, I exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring contentedly to myself. The net was soon secured. I employed my usual method, adding stones within the fishing net to anchor it, ensuring it would not be swept away by the surging sea. However, a more ingenious solution occurred to me. I planned to tether the net to the submerged tree trunks with vines next time, which I believe would be far more convenient. Once all was accomplished, I prepared to leave the shore, yet I remained vigilant. Experience had once again affirmed the value of caution. Indeed, I had already detected its presence, lurking near the roots of a tree just 3 meters to my left. I was uncertain of its motives. Was it poised to ambush me, or merely seeking to evade my notice? The former possibility seemed more plausible. With preparations in place, my fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of tension. After all, this shark appeared to be a mere juvenile, approximately 1 meter in length, perhaps even as small as 90 centimeters. This modest size alleviated some of my trepidation. Had it measured 3 meters, I doubt I would have dared to approach. As I drew nearer, it remained motionless, just 1 meter away. It lay concealed like a decayed log, with only its mouth exposed. Only 3 steps separated us, yet it still did not stir. 2 steps closer. Could it be that I had misjudged the situation? Is it truly evading me? With a single step, it moved. On the 55th day, amidst exquisite culinary delights, it charged toward me like a sharp sword, and my rudimentary spear crafted from a tree branch was poised for action. However, as I aimed to thrust it into the creature's abdomen, I was uncertain if it sensed my intent or simply felt threatened. It executed a swift maneuver, evading my strike. The branch pierced the ground filled with sand and stones, and for a moment, I was taken aback, hastily withdrawing my makeshift spear. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the lemon-hued shark turned away once more. Could it be that a shark, too, would retreat after a failed attempt? I pondered, but at least I was safe. I had no desire to engage it further. The shallows were abundant with shells and mollusks, and I quickly gathered a considerable amount, even finding something resembling a conch. The thought of opening a bottle of beverage, sought a pot of snails, and gazing at the moon to reward myself was irresistible. This idea ignited a fervor within me, dispelling the previous gloom. Yet, my provisions were still insufficient. I needed to continue seeking additional sustenance. Yes, bird eggs. There were plenty in the woods, but perhaps due to my previous visits, several lone nests had been abandoned. After a brief search, I managed to collect only 6 eggs, which was certainly inadequate. I would need at least 20 to satisfy my hunger today. The search for bird eggs proved to be more challenging this time. Prior to arriving at this location, I had only discovered 3 eggs. However, within the densest part of the trees, I swiftly uncovered no fewer than 30 eggs. This area is teeming with birds. As I approached, a sudden flurry erupted, creating a magnificent spectacle. I could even feel the gusts generated by their flapping wings. What is this? I noticed a cluster of small fish-like creatures resting on the sandy shore not far away, their bodies seemingly submerged in water while their heads remained on land. Could they be mudskippos? I had encountered mudskippos in my childhood along the tributaries of the Yangtze River, having caught many of them, but those were freshwater varieties and quite small compared to the sizable ones before me. Soon, the fish were startled and darted away. Yet I remained undeterred. I was exhilarated to confirm that they were indeed mudskippers, the marine variety. This meant that if I could capture them, I would be rewarded with an exquisite delicacy. Before I even began my pursuit, the thought of their savory flavor danced on my tongue. Never mind. I shook my head, rubbed my eyes, and looked back at the mudskippers, which had not fled far, settling just a few meters away along the shore. This was an opportunity one could not afford to miss. As for how to catch them, I possessed a method of my own, a technique I frequently employed in my youth. Subsequently, I procured a slender branch, approximately a meter in length. After divesting it of its foliage, the implement for capturing mudskippers was complete, with only the bare stem remaining. The capture of mudskippers necessitates utmost caution, demanding complete silence, as they are exceedingly wary. Upon detecting any peril, they will invariably flee into the water or retreat into their self-excavated burrows. In my youth, I witnessed mudskippers excavating these burrows, a rather comical spectacle. Their method of digging deviates from our conventional understanding, as they lack forelimbs, possessing only fins, upon which they typically rest on the riverbank. Their excavation is accomplished via their mouths. They ingest a mouthful of soil, emerge from the burrow, and expel it, repeating this cycle continuously until their abode is complete. Consequently, I was once adept at discerning the presence of mudskippers by observing the soil around the entrances of these diminutive riverside burrows. Alas, due to the rapid degradation of water quality, these freshwater mudskippers have become increasingly scarce. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last observed them along the banks of freshwater rivers. With a stooped posture, I cautiously approached the mudskippers from their flank. The branch held aloft. I advanced as slowly and silently as humanly possible, inching towards their location. Adequate, I mused, just one more step. In my estimation, I had drawn sufficiently near to the mudskippers, the proximity being adequate. However, a further step would indubitably augment my chances of success. Excellent, impeccable. I had attained the optimal position, inwardly commending myself. As of this moment, the mudskippers remained oblivious to my presence, ensconced in the shade of the leaves. Seeking refuge from the scorching midday sun, I began to adjust the direction of the branch in my hand, aware that I had but a single opportunity. Should I squander it, the mudskippers might very well retreat or scuttle further ahead. The preparations were complete, and I fixed my gaze intently upon these creatures. With a decisive swing of the branch, I sliced through the air, creating a rush of wind. Crack! In the next moment, the branch struck the ground, startling a group of mudskippers into a frantic escape, disappearing into the sea in the blink of an eye. Not bad at all. I burst into joyous laughter. For with that single strike, I had captured 8 mudskippers. My original target had merely been 3. Perhaps their density was the reason, as 6 of them had been hit simultaneously. Among these mudskippers, only 2 appeared lifeless, remaining still, while the others merely writhed, not yet deceased. Thus, I needed to hasten and retrieve them. Although these 8 were only the length of my index finger, to me, they were colossal mudskippers. If I could capture another 10, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Given the abundance of mudskippers here, I imagined that the denser thickets ahead would surely harbor even more. I was taken aback by the sheer number of these creatures. While I do not suffer from a fear of density, such a multitude had never crossed my mind before. There must be thousands. However, a wave of excitement surged within me. This vast number of mudskippers meant that I could return frequently to capture them. It also signified that I could indulge in the exquisite, tender, and boneless mudskipper soup on a regular basis. Thus, the slaughter commenced. Enough. Pausing to observe the small mound of mudskippers beside me, I counted 1, 2, 3, 39. An hour's work had yielded such a bounty of exquisite delicacies. It seemed my evening meal would be quite exceptional. 55th Day, Exquisite Delicacies, Part 2. The mudskippers were sufficient, and I prepared to depart. I decided against retrieving the fishing net today, opting instead to collect it early the next morning. A substantial catch of fish and shrimp would allow me to begin drying them in the afternoon, preventing spoilage. Previously, an overwhelming harvest had forced me to transform the majority of the fish into smoked fare. As for the taste, I remained uncertain, lacking the courage to sample such culinary experiments, at least for the time being, given more appealing options. However, should scarcity arise, I could always resort to these preserved provisions, which, after 2 days of intense sun exposure, I anticipated would become thoroughly desiccated. I lined the bottom of the plastic basket with a thick layer of foliage, ensuring that the mudskippers, bird eggs, shellfish, and snails would remain contained. Strolling through the dense woods was indeed a pleasant experience. The air was pristine, the shade refreshing, and the combination of a plentiful harvest and sensory comfort elevated my spirits. However, as I passed a large tree, I noticed several enormous crab legs protruding from a hole at its base. This discovery stirred a sense of longing within me. To leave? I found myself reluctant. To capture? That would undoubtedly require time, yet the need to prepare the gathered food urged me homeward. This familiar dilemma began to ensnare me once more. I resolved to capture the crabs. In the end, I arrived at this decision. What truly swayed me was not any external influence, but rather my intrinsic love for food. Before making this choice, the imagery that danced through my mind was vivid. Beneath the moonlight, I would be savoring crab legs, indulging in the succulent crab meat and rich roe, leisurely gazing at the starry sky while sipping a refreshing drink. Indeed, the mere thought of this captivated my senses entirely. Even if someone were to obstruct my path now, I would resolutely strive to seize that crab. Yes, my resolve is unwavering. The spear fashioned from the tree trunk, which I had previously wielded against the shark, has been discarded. Otherwise, it would serve me well now. In my possession, I have only a slender branch used for catching mudskippers, and thus I must make do. I cautiously approached the entrance of the burrow, but my subtle footsteps alerted the vigilant crab, causing its formidable legs to retract swiftly into the depths of its lair. With a resounding thud, the crab vanished into the water below, leaving no trace behind. However, this is of little concern, for crabs are abundant and diverse in variety. In my recollection, all crabs share a common temperament. They possess a strong territorial instinct, regarding their burrows as sacred domains. The moment an intruder encroaches upon their territory, they perceive it as a foe, ready to expel or eliminate the trespasser through force. This very nature is the reason for my calm demeanor. I am confident that if I gently stir the branch within its lair, the crab will emerge to grasp it with its mighty pincers. As for whether I can entice it out, that remains to be seen through experimentation. I slowly extended the branch into the crab's den, and it remained still, showing no signs of agitation. I, of course, was in no hurry. I began to rotate the branch, seeking to provoke its ire. The patience exhibited by this crab has begun to earn my admiration. I have stirred it for at least 5 minutes. Yet it shows no intention of relinquishing its grip on the branch, causing me to question my own thoughts. Just at that moment, I distinctly sensed movement from the branch. It stirred. It must have clamped down on the branch, but as I attempted to pull it, it released its formidable pincers. Blast! I could not help but exclaim in frustration. This creature is exceedingly cunning. It seems to possess an uncanny ability to sense danger, denying me any opportunity. However, I am not one to easily concede. If the first attempt fails, I shall try again. Perhaps a second, third, or even fourth time will suffice. Fortunately, on my 8th attempt, it finally secured its grip on the branch. Its fury must have reached a boiling point, for even as I forcefully dragged it out, it did not attempt to escape again. It clung tenaciously to the branch as I pulled it out of its lair. One can only imagine the intensity of its rage. This crab is quite large. I estimate it weighs at least 2 pounds, if not more. Goodness! I was almost rendered lightheaded by the sight before me. I rushed over in haste. Those wretched thieves! Rogues! I felt my blood surge to my head, nearly suffocating me. It felt as though a colossal stone was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. A flock of birds. They had pecked several holes in my rice bags. They had stolen a significant amount of rice. This truly infuriated me. Alas, consider this a lesson learned. Next time, at the very least, I shall be aware that these birds will pilfer food. I even discovered several smoked fish bearing the marks of their beaks. Having set my mind at ease, I decided to prepare a delightful meal to reward both myself and my dear companion, Xiaohei. Today, Xiaohei has been exceptionally well behaved, resting peacefully beneath the trees, a rare sight indeed. However, the abundance of ingredients at hand has left me pondering what to create. Initially, I intended to make a soup with the shellfish, but with the addition of mudskippers, I opted to saute the shells and snails instead. Saute snails is a straightforward endeavor. Once the oil in the pan is heated, I simply add the shells and snails, stir-frying them vigorously. After a few minutes, a sprinkle of salt is all that's needed before serving. Yet, Xiaohei showed no interest in this dish, casting a fleeting glance before wagging his tail and wandering off. Now, onto the pièce d'arrestance of today's culinary adventure, bird eggs. This time, instead of boiling them, I cracked half of the bird eggs into a bowl, augmenting them with 6 turtle eggs to create a sumptuous scrambled egg dish. The reason for incorporating turtle eggs lies in their unique property of remaining less solidified. In the presence of an abundance of bird eggs, they impart a moist and exquisite flavor to the dish. The crabs, as usual, were boiled, while I placed the crab legs by the fire to roast, with steam bubbling forth from within their shells. However, the true star of the meal is undoubtedly the premium delicacy, mudskippers, also known as jumping fish. They may still be available in coastal regions, though I suspect their price is not modest. As the oil in the pan reached a gentle warmth, releasing a wisp of smoke, I carefully placed each mudskipper into the pan. I had ensured that the fish were adequately dried, resulting in a series of delightful pops as they hit the hot oil. Fortunately, the temperature was moderate, allowing me to achieve a golden brown on both sides of the 30-plus mudskippers before promptly adding water to the pan. Then, I covered the pot and patiently awaited the outcome. After approximately 10 minutes, I lifted the lid to reveal a large pot of creamy, aromatic fish soup, enveloped in fragrant steam. This particular fish possesses bones that can easily be disregarded, as it is merely supported by a single backbone, allowing me to feed Little Black without fear of it getting hurt. Under the moonlight, I arranged the table and stool in the courtyard, preparing stir-fried clams, scrambled bird eggs, boiled crabs, grilled crab legs, and mudskipper soup, accompanied by a can of beverage. Little Black consumed 3/4 of the delightful mudskipper soup, and after extracting the meat from the grilled crab legs, I shared it all with him, along with the scrambled bird eggs. I must express that the exquisite flavor of this mudskipper soup is unmatched by any dish laden with monosodium glutamate or chicken essence. The moment this broth touches the palate, its umami essence spreads throughout the entire mouth before you can even close your lips, surging into your brain and invigorating your spirit. Initially, this freshness may seem slightly salty, but it is, in reality, not true saltiness, rather an intense umami that mimics salt. Once your mouth closes and your taste buds awaken, this umami cascades like ocean waves, one after another, rendering you unable to stop indulging. At this moment, I find myself utterly entranced by this sensation. Day 56. Hauling in the fishing net. The net I set yesterday is ready to be retrieved. ISNT it? I wonder what treasures await within. This thought has been persistently echoing in my mind since before dawn, urging me to rise. Upon my initial awakening, I gazed at the moon suspended high in the sky, a sense of resignation washing over me. I was acutely aware that it was the early hours of the morning, not yet time to rise. When matters weigh heavily on my mind, my circadian rhythm becomes erratic. Resignedly, I observed the faint whitening of the eastern horizon and decided to get up. If I were to fall back asleep now, I couldn't guarantee that I would awaken before noon. I might as well organize my belongings and set forth. Dragging my weary body, I yawned, hoisted my backpack, and, with handgun and axe in hand, embarked once more towards the seaside. Naturally, Onyx remained asleep, casting a fleeting glance at me before succumbing to slumber once more. I had no intention of taking it with me. I had journeyed to the shore on numerous occasions. I could traverse this path with my eyes closed. Upon emerging, I could detect a hint of coolness along the shore, but as I pressed forward, I began to feel the heat, beads of perspiration forming on my brow. At last, I arrived. The lack of sleep had left me feeling unusually weary today. I could distinctly sense that the journey had taken approximately twice as long as usual. At that moment, I did not immediately wade into the water to retrieve the fishing net. Instead, I collapsed onto a boulder, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I watched the nascent sun ascend over the horizon. Truly beautiful, I exclaimed involuntarily. The light it emitted was not harsh, yet it bathed the sea in its radiance. As the sun ascended, its rays progressively enveloped the entire expanse of the ocean. The wooden spear I had fashioned the previous day lay discarded on the shore, now conveniently within reach for use. Upon closer inspection today, I'm relieved to report the absence of any sharks. My fishing net lies just ahead, though I noticed its position seems to have shifted slightly. Could sharks have pilfered from it? The thought gives me pause. Quickening my pace, I reached the net, which was brimming with bounty. My footfall upon the muddy detritus near the tree root stirred up the water, obscuring my view. Yet, clarity is futile even in open water. I knew only that this catch promised to be substantial. With a grunt, I attempted to haul the net, but my initial effort proved insufficient. The weight of the net caused it to slip from my grasp, nearly sending me sprawling into the sea. Fortunately, my staff spear served as a timely brace, averting a watery tumble. Now, with a revised assessment of the net's heft, I realized a two-handed, full-force approach was necessary. I discarded the staff spear onto the shore and, after a fortifying breath, gripped the net with both hands, exerting my utmost strength. At last, the net budged. It was indeed a Herculean task. As I dragged, the net space scraped along the seabed's silt and decaying foliage, clouding the surrounding waters. As I neared the shore, my strength was nearly depleted, my fingers strained and pallid, my legs trembling. Yet, I persistently bolstered myself, affirming my capabilities and the imminence of my success. Perhaps these self-assurances proved efficacious, for I eventually managed to haul the net ashore. However, my countenance soon grew ashen, and I wore an expression of palpable discomfiture. I was somewhat dumbfounded. Having failed to anticipate this particular eventuality, alas, I sighed, shaking my head in rueful resignation. This occurrence was entirely unforeseen, a concept alien to my understanding. Yet it had undeniably transpired. The net contained a considerable number of deceased fish, and as I drew it from the sea, I was assailed by a fetid odor, a putrid stench of fermentation and decay. Perhaps due to the local climate and the species of fish, the decomposition seemed unusually rapid. Nevertheless, reality had unfolded, leaving no room for skepticism. My immediate task was to dispose of the putrid matter and salvage the viable catch. Grasping the base of the net, I hoisted and tugged with considerable effort, emptying its contents onto the ground, a chaotic assortment of marine life. Crabs scuttled in all directions, eels writhed in desperate attempts to escape, and fishtails flapped erratically. There was even a solitary seashell, its presence a complete enigma. These crabs were smaller than those I had caught the previous day, no larger than the back of my hand, but they were better than nothing. All four were promptly deposited into the plastic basket, lest they abscond. The source of the malodor was at last discovered. These fish, previously encountered, are gregarious creatures adorned with vibrant yellow and black bands. This time, a multitude had infiltrated the net, numbering perhaps 40 or 50. Their once striking appearance had deteriorated, their eyes glazed over with the pallor of death, their bodies bleached by the sea. Fortunately, the makeshift spear proved useful once more, and each lifeless fish was cast back into the ocean. Despite the removal of the deceased, the stench lingered. Without respite, I resumed the task of sorting. Those still living, or possessing the vibrant clarity of freshly caught fish, were placed into plastic crates. The remainder, lacking in freshness, were discarded to avert any digestive distress. The crabs, in their futile attempts to escape, were swiftly subdued. With strands of wild grass, they were bound into immobile bundles. Upon the shore, all deceased and less than fresh fish were consigned to the sea. The net was not reset. A change of strategy was in order. Henceforth, the net would be cast at dawn and retrieved near midday, thereby circumventing the events of the day. Indeed, their secret has ignited within me an intense avarice. Regrettably, the present circumstances preclude any immediate action. Further deliberation is required. This matter necessitates careful planning. On the 56th day, as I retrieved the fishing nets, my thoughts were consumed by a singular aspiration. Attaining it would be nothing short of perfection. Yet, I recognized that such musings were premature, for I had numerous tasks to undertake. At this moment, the pressing concern was to manage the abundant catch of fish and shrimp. I had secured the nets beneath stones in the woods, but the bounty this time was overwhelming. Despite discarding many dead fish, and even those that appeared less than fresh, my haul far surpassed that of my previous endeavor. Although the heavy plastic basket was slung over my shoulder with vines, the weight bore down painfully on my back. Had I not been momentarily lost in thought due to a recent discovery, I might not have persevered until reaching the courtyard. Upon my return to the yard, I collapsed in exhaustion, not due to a lack of physical stamina, but rather a confluence of factors that had led to my current state of fatigue. A restless night's sleep was the primary cause, compounded by skipping breakfast and the lingering stench of dead fish that had pervaded my senses. As I lay there, it was not long before Xiao, alerted by my presence, rushed over. Upon seeing me reclined, he seemed anxious, barking a few times in concern. He then leaned in closer, and I reached out to stroke his nose, gently pushing him away as I struggled to sit upright. The moment I rose, I caught sight of Xiao, the glutton, wagging his tail like a propeller, circling around the plastic basket. Upon noticing my upright posture, he eagerly rubbed his head against my leg, gazing up at me with imploring eyes. I was immediately amused by him. Truly, such a spirited dog is a rarity I have never encountered before. To put it in jest, this dog seems almost enchanted. Of course, I do not mean to imply any disdain. Rather, I am immensely proud of Little Black. Not only has it saved me, but it has also been a steadfast companion. The more intelligent it becomes, the greater my joy. In a moment, I shall prepare a fish soup for you. No need to watch. I quickly patted Little Black on the head and spoke to it. It seemed to understand, as it excitedly darted off to chase butterflies, bounding around with exuberance, tail wagging with delight. "Let us indulge in some wine this morning," I exclaimed, pulling the tab on the beverage. As the bubbles rose, I took a hearty gulp. Refreshing. How delightful it would be if it were chilled. But alas, the absence of a refrigerator sparked an idea. No fridge? No matter. The simplest solution would be to place the drink in a bucket of water, which could lower its temperature significantly. Alternatively, I could seek out a few caves. However, caves are not easily found, and I harbor a certain trepidation towards them. Perhaps I shall simply set a few cans in the bucket next time. As I nudged the swing with my toes, the bubbles danced in my mouth, and I savored the sweet effervescence. This sensation is quite wondrous, as there are fleeting moments when I can momentarily forget that I am stranded on this island, instead feeling as if I am on a spring outing amidst the stunning scenery, tree houses, refreshing drinks, and Little Black chasing after bees. Truly a paradise in the hearts of many. I have often found myself on the brink of being crushed by the burdens of life, and I have frequently dreamt of a tranquil place, free from disturbances, where I can spend my twilight years with a dog, leading a life devoid of contention. Yet, this day has arrived sooner than anticipated. It seems that fate has played a jest upon me, as if it were aware of my desires, and has brought me to this place. I truly am not prepared for this. I am merely a humble employee of a publicly listed company. I have never even participated in a trekking group. Upon my arrival here, I feared I might not survive 3 days, for I was not only terrified but also lacked any real skills. While I had occasionally watched programs like The Traveler or The Journey, once fate cast me alone into this environment, I realized I was utterly unprepared. It has now been over a month since my arrival. Though time has become a mere concept to me, my mind now only recognizes 3 periods: morning, afternoon, and evening. With my drink finally consumed, my thoughts come to a halt. It is time to attend to the matters at hand. As I have set aside enough provisions for both myself and my dog, Xiaohei, for our lunch and dinner, the remainder must be dried as a reserve. In total, I have hung out 42 pieces, large and small, each one carefully attended to. I have no intention of preparing these fish as smoked fish again, as I fear it would be a waste. If I make them into dried fish, I am reasonably confident of success. Naturally, if I had surplus salt, I would first cure these fish before drying them. However, I simply cannot spare any extra, as I have only about half a package of salt remaining. I need to use it judiciously and find a way to acquire more when the weather improves. Today's luncheon will be quite simple, as I intend to take an afternoon nap. I am feeling utterly enervated. Washing and drying the fish has depleted my energy and caused me to perspire profusely. I never wish to experience the sensation of heat stroke again. This time, I did not offer a larger portion to Onyx, as I was ravenously hungry. I shared it equally with Onyx and hastily consumed the less scalding portions of the porridge before Onyx could begin eating. With the addition of these 3 ingredients, need I even describe the flavor of this porridge? Savory, fragrant, the essence of the sea. Superb. I even licked the feeding bowl clean. Time to retire for the day. The matter weighing on my mind will have to wait until tomorrow. I am utterly exhausted. Day 57. A Gamble, Part 1. I slept from yesterday afternoon until now, only stirring once in a hazy state. But in that semi-conscious state, I drifted back to sleep, continuing until now, when the sky is already brightly lit. That matter has once again surfaced in my thoughts. There is indeed much truth in the adage about the avarice of human nature. Yet my rationality consistently aids me in suppressing this impulse. I must not go. The risk is too great and disproportionate to the potential reward. Can I bear the consequences? Ark, this feeling leaves me restless. I will simply go and observe, without taking any action. Is this finally sufficient? My thoughts have finally converged. Well, let us venture forth and delve deeper into this matter before arriving at a conclusion. Indeed, one must not act rashly, for the consequences could be dire. However, further observation is invariably prudent. Cautious navigation ensures longevity, and the prospect of failure resulting in dire consequences is not worth the risk. To be frank, I am beset by a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration, a complex array of emotions propelling me forward at an accelerated pace. It feels as though I have scarcely traveled before arriving at my destination. Here it is. I gaze intently at the gnarled tree within the woods ahead. It was once part of a magnificent tree, though the reasons for its current state elude me. Perhaps it was swept ashore by the tumultuous waves. I can only speculate on the trials it has endured. Its withered trunk is adorned with vibrant vines and colorful mushrooms sprouting from its decaying bark. Of course, I am not so foolish as to seek out mushrooms. No matter how ravenous I may become, I would never indulge in such vividly colored fungi. I can assure you that 99% of them are undoubtedly toxic. Perhaps when despair finally grips me, I might consider them, but for now, that is out of the question. My purpose for visiting today centers upon them. Yes, these little creatures. Numerous of them flit about the base of the deadwood, diligently taking off and landing. I can distinctly see a dark opening within the decayed trunk. Indeed, they are bees. At first, I was apprehensive that these little creatures might be murder hornets or wasps. The truth is, I had never encountered a murder hornet before. That day, I had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of them, without a clear view, and certainly did not dare to approach them, which instilled a sense of fear within me. However, the allure of honey, bee nests, and larvae far surpassed my trepidation, even overwhelming it entirely. After a careful observation, I arrived at a preliminary conclusion. These bees appeared smaller than those I had previously encountered, and thus should not be the dreaded murder hornets. With newfound courage, I dared to draw closer and observe intently. Based on my past experiences, I surmised they were indeed bees, distinctly unlike wasps. The evidence lay in the fine hairs adorning their bodies, a feature I distinctly associated with bees. I had seen wasps before, characterized by their smooth, somewhat rigid exoskeletons. which were entirely dissimilar to that of bees. Moreover, wasps generally possess a slender form, whereas bees tend to be more compact. I was convinced they were bees. The thought of chewing on honeycomb, sipping honey water, and leisurely swaying on the swing in my yard, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, nearly caused me to lose my rationality. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to regain my composure. These densely packed little creatures were not to be trifled with. Unlike wasps, which wield a retractable stinger, the bees would meet their demise upon stinging. However, if I acted recklessly amidst such a multitude of bees, the consequences could be dire. Perhaps my encroachment had drawn the attention of a few bees, for I noticed them buzzing towards me with fervor. I did not flee. Bees are not as terrifying as wasps. If a wasp were to approach, I would undoubtedly be frightened enough to flee in a panic. However, with bees, as long as I do not exhibit any hostility, I should be fine, or so I believe. Of course, this is merely my perspective, and I cannot be entirely certain. Yet it is all I can rely upon. As a bee hovered near me, one particularly audacious specimen alighted directly upon my clothing. I remained motionless, fearful that any movement might provoke an attack. Yet, I felt a faint twinge of fear, just a hint. Standing in such rigidity was truly exhausting. My mind was filled with an urge to swat it away, but I endeavored to suppress that impulse. I must confess, I am somewhat timid. Perhaps it is more accurate to say I am cautious. Had it been anyone else, I suspect they would have vacated the area long ago. My uncertainty about when a bee might decide to strike, or under what circumstances a swarm might retaliate, left me at a loss. Here, there is no one to enlighten me or provide guidance. I can only rely on my own experiences to refine my understanding. I once watched a documentary online about individuals harvesting wild bee nests in the mountains, but my recollections are rather faint. I seem to recall that they used smoke to drive the bees away, and they appeared to lack any protective gear. However, I seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. This sensation is quite uncomfortable, akin to a desire that cannot be fulfilled. Nearly an hour has passed, and I have not had lunch. I merely nibbled on a few fruits. Dusk was fast approaching, and a sense of frustration began to mount within me. Then, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration, I recalled the method employed to procure wild honey, the use of smoke to subdue the bees under the cover of night. The realization, however, came at a cost, as the force of my self-recollection left my head throbbing. With newfound clarity, I commenced the necessary preparations, but not before tending to my ravenous appetite. Although uncertainty lingered regarding the accuracy of my memory, I pressed on, driven by the recollection that had surfaced. Despite my trepidation, I steeled myself against any wavering thoughts. However, the decisions I make are seldom subject to change. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. The crux of the matter is that this sustenance is to me akin to a wolf's sighting of meat or a sheep's encounter with grass, utterly irresistible. Beneath the treehouse, I meticulously selected slender twigs and fully dried, highly flammable vines, placing them into a plastic basket, along with a pot lid, which undoubtedly serves a crucial purpose. Additionally, I possess a flashlight that has remained and used for quite some time. Its current battery status is uncertain, as I am not entirely sure, but it was left behind by that individual. To conserve energy, I have never utilized it, storing it with great care beneath my bedding. Filled with eager anticipation, I pressed the button of the flashlight, and a beam of light burst forth, casting a circular bright spot upon the bark wall, a most useful discovery. My anxious heart found solace in this revelation. Moreover, while the twilight had not yet fully enveloped the surroundings, I ventured outside the yard to gather some green vines that were still in the midst of growth. As I hewed them with my axe, I observed droplets of liquid seeping from the freshly cut ends. These vines are intended for smoke generation, and I also seized several handfuls of unidentified grasses. When the time comes, I shall place these vines and grasses atop the firewood, and smoke will promptly billow forth, an elementary principle, one I recall learning in class. Now finally put to practical use. Here exists a type of wild herb, its efflorescence bearing a striking resemblance to the dandelion, and its floral components are readily combustible. Critically, this herbage abounds in the vicinity of my arboreal dwelling's curtilage, rendering it an obvious choice for kindling. Notwithstanding my having gathered several decades of these blooms, they scarcely fill the hollow of my palm. Their paucity is lamentable. As I cast my gaze upon the agglomeration in my hand, roughly the size of a modest dumpling, I surmised that it would suffice for igniting a flame. Beyond this, further preparations were incumbent upon me. Verily, I am not possessed of excessive audacity. Of the garments left by the previous occupant, 5 ensembles remain, where originally there were 6. On the prior occasion, one such ensemble was rendered asunder in an altercation with a wild boar, ultimately being repurposed into undergarments. Though not entirely satisfactory, they are preferable to utter destitution, for the sensation of unconfined exposure is most disagreeable. Among the remaining quintet of ensembles, one comprises a long-sleeved jacket and trousers, precisely what I require. Donning this attire induces a degree of warmth, such that perspiration soon saturates my dorsal aspect. Yet, for the sake of an irresistible notion, I shall persevere. I had nearly omitted to mention that a short-sleeved, crewneck t-shirt has been brought along. I intend to don this over my head at the commencement of proceedings, exposing only my eyes, nose, and mouth, while concealing the remainder as thoroughly as possible, lest untoward events transpire. Provided I exercise due circumspection, no grave misfortune should befall me. My foremost apprehension pertains, of course, to my hands, for the 10 digits are intimately connected to the heart. Should a finger be stung, the ensuing agony would be an unbearable ordeal. As a final preparatory act before embarking, I procured a packet of cigarettes, ignited one by the pyre, and commenced to smoke. Bearing a plastic hamper on my back, an axe in hand, and a cigarette clenched between my lips, I advanced towards the location where I suspected the beehive to be. The ember of my first cigarette had already been extinguished, and I used it to ignite a fresh one. As I savored the second cigarette, the suspected hive came into view. Not a single bee was to be seen on the withered tree, and I was beginning to doubt if it was indeed a beehive. Yet, having come this far, I resolved to press on. Soon, a fire was kindled, fueled by cigarette butts and the tinder I had gathered. Before long, the fire consumed all the branches, crackling merrily beside the dead tree. The wind usually blew from the sea towards the forest, so my position was typically a wise choice. However, the wind was still today. Verdant vines and fresh grass were gradually layered over the blazing pyre, and amid the crackling and popping, smoke began to billow forth. Once the flames were entirely smothered, thick smoke surged upwards, with only a few sparks lingering on the branches and occasional flames flickering beneath. The smoke screen was now complete, and I needed to channel it into the dark hollow of the withered tree. Alas, fortune did not favor me with a helpful breeze. However, I had anticipated this eventuality and come prepared with a pot lid. Yes, a pot lid, but it was now more than just that. In my hands, it transformed into a large fan. Above the veil of smoke, I incessantly waved a pot lid, redirecting the billowing clouds of thick smoke into the dark abyss. Before long, a multitude of bees began to emerge from the opening, swiftly fluttering their wings and soaring into the sky, hastily escaping the engulfing haze. Indeed, it was not merely the bees. I too was suffering from the smoke, tears streaming from my eyes. An ever-increasing swarm of bees surged forth from the entrance, their sheer numbers rendering me dizzy. The sight was astonishing. My mouth hung agape in disbelief. I had anticipated perhaps 100 bees at most. Yet I now beheld at least 1,000. The cavity was saturated with smoke, which now began to escape in wisps. Time was of the essence. I needed to procure what I sought with urgency. My flashlight flickered to life as I directed its beam into the depths of the hole. To my astonishment, I noticed a few bees still lingering in the corner, capturing my attention. Among them, one bee appeared notably distinct, larger and longer than its companions. Curiously, its wings were quite diminutive, leading me to speculate that it might be unable to fly, perhaps a malformed bee. I did not intervene excessively. Instead, I retrieved my Swiss Army knife and began to delicately slice away at the honeycombs. Naturally, I did not sever all of the honeycombs, leaving behind a third, including those filled with honey. I am uncertain whether this will prove beneficial, but my intentions are simple: to leave something for the bees, hoping they can continue to thrive here, so that I may return to harvest more in the future. If this approach proves effective, this location may very well become a reliable source of sustenance for me. On the 57th day, I gambled, part 2. I made an error, a significant blunder indeed. I only brought a single bowl, mistakenly believing I would acquire merely a small quantity, but I was gravely mistaken. The loss of each drop of honey pained me deeply. Ultimately, I managed to sever 2/3 of the honeycomb, leaving the remainder for the bees to sustain themselves. I cannot ascertain whether some bees detected the scent of honey, but a small cluster began to pursue me, startling me to the point of nearly leaping away. My pace quickened, for who knows what would ensue if they caught up with me. One thing is certain, the outcome would be dire. The mere thought of being attacked by a swarm of bees sends shivers down my spine, causing me to shudder involuntarily. I must run. Without hesitation, I fled with every ounce of strength I possessed, compelled to distance myself from that place as swiftly as possible. The bees had pursued me relentlessly for what seemed an eternity, yet they had underestimated the tenacity of a human being in dire circumstances. Indeed, I had outrun them, finally leaving them far behind. As I felt my strength waning, I glanced back, discovering no sign of my pursuers. A resounding success, a triumphant first encounter. However, beholding the honey cascading down the plastic basket, I was seized with anxiety. In my desperate flight from the bees, I had tapped into reserves of energy I scarcely knew I possessed, but now my legs felt as heavy as lead, and remaining upright was the utmost I could manage. The sight of the approaching puppy sent a shiver of trepidation through me. I couldn't withstand its exuberant leap. Such an impact would surely send me sprawling. Fortunately, my mind remained agile. I swiftly retrieved a small piece of honeycomb from the plastic basket on my back and tossed it toward the puppy. As anticipated, the gluttonous creature reacted precisely as I had foreseen. Upon spotting the airborne honeycomb, it bounded into the air with glee, snapping it up in a single bite. It then settled down, devouring its prize with gusto. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, I could clearly discern the amber honey trickling from the puppy's mouth, prompting me to involuntarily lick my own lips. Approximately 5 seconds elapsed before I regained my senses. The honey still remained in my plastic basket, and I had to attend to it without delay. Any further procrastination would be a desecration of this precious bounty. I hastened to the lower level of the treehouse, rummaging through my belongings until I unearthed the glass bottles and several lidded plastic containers, all of which were clean, having been previously used by me. I also unearthed the funnel fashioned from a plastic bottle, rinsed it thoroughly, and dried it with a flourish. Each movement was executed with remarkable swiftness and fluidity. Driven by my concern for the honey's loss, I was unwilling to squander even a single moment. I meticulously lifted the honeycomb from the basin, employing the most rudimentary method to directly squeeze the honey into the vessel equipped with the funnel. The instant the honey was extracted, its fragrant aroma enveloped me, invigorating my senses with a sweet richness that beckoned me to indulge. Yet, I knew this was not the appropriate time. Even from the exterior of the basin, I had already accumulated over 2 bottles of honey, far exceeding my initial expectation of merely half a bottle. I left 3 pieces of honeycomb untouched in the basin, reluctant to extract every last drop, as these 3 pieces were laden with the most pollen, exuding an irresistible fragrance. This scent transcended any singular description, reminiscent of the delightful bouquet that once filled the air of my childhood garden, where blossoms of all varieties flourished in harmonious array. Regardless, this aroma was an exquisite pleasure to behold. The little black creature had already consumed its piece of honeycomb. It seemed I had missed witnessing its remnants, as it appeared to have devoured every morsel. I tossed another piece its way, cautioning it that this would be the last. In a surprising shift from its earlier urgency, it settled near the honeycomb, delicately licking the honey from the surface with its tongue. Having procured 6 jars of honey of varying sizes, after setting aside the 2 remaining pieces, I find myself with an ample supply to relish for quite some time. Honey serves myriad purposes, be it for infusing water, enhancing roasted meats, or even as an occasional seasoning. Having savored every last drop of honey from my hands, I observe that its sweetness, while not as intense as I had anticipated, is remarkably balanced. Its aroma, however, is exceptionally pronounced, surpassing any honey I have previously acquired. Of course, the remaining 2 pieces of honeycomb are my ultimate objective, as I yearn to experience the unadulterated fusion of honeycomb, honey, and pollen. With bated breath, I gingerly pinched off a generous piece of honeycomb, my mouth agape. However, I ultimately opted for a mere morsel, reluctant to succumb to irrationality and forego the opportunity to meticulously savor its essence. Upon introduction to my palate, a symphony of flavors erupted within my mouth. An intense pollen aroma permeated my nasal passages, its lingering fragrance discernible with each subsequent inhalation. The delicate pollen, coupled with the resilient texture of the honeycomb and the velvety smoothness of the honey, intertwined harmoniously with each chew, transforming the act of consumption into an exquisite indulgence. As I masticated, the pollen, interwoven with the honeycomb's saccharine honey, was gradually ingested. Presently, my entire oral cavity, pharynx, and even my stomach are saturated with sweetness, while my respiratory system is captivated by the pollen's floral fragrance. A mere nibble warranted a minimum of 10 minutes of deliberate chewing, during which I was momentarily oblivious to my identity, whereabouts, and surroundings. Such considerations were rendered inconsequential. It is of paramount importance that I find myself utterly captivated. The slick remnants lingering at the back of my mouth were expelled, and I pondered whether this was indeed beeswax. I was uncertain, yet it mattered little, for I had already taken a second bite. I had anticipated that the unprocessed honeycomb would be bitter, sour, or possess some other unpleasant flavor, but to my surprise, it was imbued with an exquisite sweetness. As I indulged, concerns for the bees began to creep into my thoughts. Would it be all right if I took a third of their hive? Would they abandon it because of my actions? And if they were to depart, should I embark on a quest for another hive? How delightful it would be if they chose to remain. I could savor these delectable treats for an extended period. Just before sleep, I recalled a question that had nearly slipped my mind. No rush. I shall attend to it tomorrow. On the 58th day, amidst the repairs and reinforcements of my dwelling, I found myself engrossed in activity. The splendid weather almost led me to forget the necessary fortifications of my abode. Fortunately, despite having weathered that tempest, the house remained largely unscathed. However, upon observing a detached branch that I had secured with vines, I began to contemplate the urgency of reinforcing my treehouse. Consequently, my mind brimmed with unexecuted plans to explore the island, to seek out additional food sources, to uncover traces of human activity, and to stockpile marine delicacies. All of this encompasses tasks that remain unfinished, including my nascent ideas on methods for extracting salt. I even envision locating substantial boulders to construct a genuine abode, or perhaps a more exquisite treehouse. However, time eludes me as I am consumed by the necessities of each day. As for the branches of the grand tree adjacent to the treehouse, I yearn to sever them, for their removal would mitigate the violent swaying during tempestuous storms. Yet, gazing upon those branches, thicker than my own thigh, I am daunted. I surmise that even a week would not suffice to eradicate them all. Hence, I am left with no recourse but to fortify my dwelling. In the lower tier of my treehouse, I have amassed a plethora of dried vines, which I have now retrieved. I securely bound the fallen trunk and subsequently reinforced all the walls with the vines once more. Yet, this is merely the inception of my fortification endeavor, which is far from straightforward. I require numerous additional materials, ensuring that today will be an arduous one. For breakfast, I once again opted for dumplings, a choice motivated solely by simplicity. Were it not for the considerable physical exertion required today, I would likely have indulged in fruit instead. After my morning repast, the little black creature darted out of the yard, vanishing from my sight. I had no desire to confine it. It, too, deserves to roam freely. So I let it entertain itself. I have previously mentioned my method for climbing coconut trees, utilizing a vine to fashion a ring. I secure my body within it and ascend gradually. The advantage of this approach lies in the ability to rest at any moment. While it is somewhat slower than direct climbing, it is comparatively more manageable. I am not here to harvest coconuts. When I first arrived, this fruit caused me considerable discomfort, leaving me disinclined to partake in it. My ascent into the trees was driven by the necessity for a substantial quantity of coconut fronds. With the assistance of a fire axe, the task of severing the leaves became significantly easier, allowing me to bring them down with merely a couple of strikes. Throughout the entire morning, I labored to fell the coconut fronds, only pausing when the sun reached its zenith, wiping the sweat from my brow. To claim that I am not fatigued would be a fabrication. My arms are so sore that I can scarcely lift them, and even at rest, they tremble. My neck aches terribly, and raising my head to wield the axe is a trial that few could endure. Initially, I believed it manageable, yet soon my shoulders joined in the chorus of discomfort. A respite was essential. After filling a bottle with boiled water from the pot on the lower level of the treehouse, I lit a cigarette over the fire. I then settled onto the swing beneath the shade of the trees, propelling myself back and forth with my feet. After taking several hearty swigs of water, I began to smoke. The smoke filled my lungs, and I exhaled it in wisps, bringing a sense of refreshment to my being, albeit accompanied by its bitter taste and unique aroma. It has the power to soothe my mind. Upon finishing a cigarette, I felt my fatigue ease ever so slightly. Of course, I am uncertain whether this is a mere psychological effect or a tangible reality, yet I do sense a semblance of relief. I used to smoke regularly. Yet since my arrival here, I have been striving to suppress my cravings. I fear that should my addiction resurface, this single cigarette would vanish swiftly, leading to even greater suffering in the days devoid of smoke. Certainly, it is not merely a matter of fastening these palm leaves. It is far more intricate. Beneath my treehouse, I have gathered a collection of dried branches. By combining the palm leaves with these branches and vines, I have utilized the branches as a framework, covering both sides with palm fronds, which I secured tightly with vines. Subsequently, I have fixed this leafy panel to the wall, although it does not entirely envelop the surface. It serves to provide waterproofing and an additional layer of protection. I also ventured to fell several small trees to serve as support for the outer walls. The newly added saplings, in conjunction with the previous ones, will undoubtedly stabilize the treehouse. Moreover, rather than merely placing the bases of these support trees on the ground as I had done previously, I took a more meticulous approach this time. I embedded their bases into pre-dug holes, which were quite deep. Once positioned, I reinforced them with soil and stones, firmly compacting the ground to prevent any sliding. Having completed all these tasks, I finally found a moment to breathe. Now, a total of 8 small trees support the treehouse with 2 on each side, significantly enhancing its stability. I also inspected the area connecting to the larger tree. Thanks to the cables, there were no irregularities. Unlike the previous method of securing with vines, which would wear down rapidly, the cables are considerably more robust. Having completed all of that, a sensation of hunger began to emerge. Fortunately, I still had the honeycomb to savor. I had been reluctant to discard the honeycomb from which I had extracted honey yesterday, including the remaining piece, which was replete with pollen and honey. Seated at the entrance of the treehouse, cradling the basin, I luxuriated in the delectable treat, utterly content and overjoyed. The honeycomb was akin to chewing gum. Excessive consumption led to a slight weariness in the mouth. Before long, the piece infused with pollen was entirely consumed. I persisted in masticating the honeycomb from which I had squeezed honey the previous day, as it retained a delectable flavor due to the residual honey. The honeycomb remnants, however, were expectorated at my feet, scattered haphazardly like miniature mothballs. I wondered if these remnants could be repurposed. Perhaps I could explore the possibility of producing beeswax? If successful, I would be inordinately fortunate, as I could utilize it for a multitude of purposes. Day 59. Utilizing honeycomb remnants. Part 1. I spent the entire night contemplating this matter. While I had not yet finished consuming all of the honeycomb, I had gathered the previous remnants. Although I possessed limited knowledge of the beeswax production process, or rather, I had no concept of how to create beeswax, I relied on my existing knowledge to imagine. Honeycomb remnants should be combustible, I surmised, though I was not entirely certain. Even if these remnants could be burned, the method of combustion posed a significant challenge. How should I proceed? I pondered while continuing to chew on the remaining honeycomb. The sensation of being stuck in this line of thought is truly unbearable. I must step outside for some fresh air, or I fear I shall soon lose my sanity. The weather today is not as pleasant as it was in previous days. The sky is laden with clouds, and I have come to fully understand the patterns of this locale's climate. Perhaps rain will grace us tomorrow or the day after. Historically, whenever such cloudy weather occurs, precipitation follows swiftly. But let it rain if it must. I have no cause for concern, provided it does not mirror the ferocious storm of last time. Ah, rain. Suddenly, I feel as though a light has dawned upon me, filling me with exhilaration. I have been vexed by a particular dilemma regarding the treatment of beeswax remnants. It has long been a source of frustration. However, I believe I have devised a strategy, perhaps a preliminary plan. Previously, I contemplated the idea of simply tossing the beeswax remnants into a pot to boil, but ultimately, I dismissed the notion, fearing that direct boiling would surely scorch the remnants. Yet now, my perspective has shifted. This idea has become irresistible. If boiling the remnants directly would lead to burning, then surely, cooking them with water would pose no issue. Furthermore, should the wax melt, it will undoubtedly rise to the surface of the water, thus resolving the challenge of heating them together. Later, once the water cools, the beeswax ought to solidify atop the surface, at which point I shall be able to retrieve it. Of course, this is merely conjecture from someone inexperienced like myself. The true answer will only reveal itself through experimentation. There is no rush to commence the trial, as I still have a generous portion of the beeswax yet to utilize. I can avail myself of this opportunity to rest, and concurrently gather firewood in the adjacent grove, endeavoring to capitalize on the fair weather to stockpile useful provisions. While masticating a generous portion of honeycomb, I foraged for vines and branches. In the damp woodland, several small creatures scurried away, some eluding my identification, though I distinctly observed a lizard of approximately 20 centimeters in length, which prudently retreated upon my approach. Such diminutive beings do not inspire fear in me, yet I refrain from provoking them needlessly. The forest abounds with mushrooms and fern-like flora, and I confess to a desire to sample their flavors. These fungi exhibit a panoply of colors, some adorned with minute, glistening droplets atop their caps. However, I merely entertained the notion, unwilling to gamble with my life. I have partaken of wild mushrooms before, during a visit to a friend's ancestral home in the mountains, where they were served as a delicacy for guests. Their aroma and savory taste, the broth a creamy hue reminiscent of diluted crucian carp soup, coupled with the crisp mushroom slices, evoke fond memories. I arranged the firewood in the courtyard, allowing the sun to thoroughly desiccate it, ensuring an ample supply during the anticipated prolonged rains. After expectorating the residual honeycomb into a receptacle, I replenished my mouth with another substantial piece and proceeded to the fire pit beneath the treehouse. The bonfire had been blazing for an extended duration, remaining continuously lit since my arrival. Over these many days, the ground beneath it had become thoroughly charred. Furthermore, the accumulation of wood ash, which I had previously merely pushed aside without properly disposing of, had grown considerably over time. Consequently, I was particularly wary of wagging its tail near the fire, as such an action could prove disastrous, creating a veritable dust storm of ash. The utility of wood ash is not insignificant. I had previously employed it for laundering purposes, finding its cleansing capabilities quite satisfactory. Moreover, wood ash serves as an effective fertilizer, and I was presently contemplating its application in the garden. Lacking a winnowing fan or similar implement, I intended to attempt weaving one during the next rainy day, when I would have little else to occupy my time. I surmised that the task would not prove excessively challenging, given my modest expectations. I scooped a basinful of wood ash, added water, and mixed the contents thoroughly. Subsequently, I evenly distributed the mixture across the small garden. Although the number of wildflowers in the garden had dwindled to a mere handful, I fully intended to replenish it with new transplants in the near future. I spread a total of 6 basinfuls across the garden, covering nearly the entire area. Should that suffice? I queried myself. Perhaps it will, I mused. Naturally, the potato seedlings and the seeds from the drifting bottle would also receive a light application of fertilizer, potentially encouraging more rapid growth. Of course, I took precautions and decided to administer only half of the treatment initially. This way, if the seedlings couldn't tolerate the wood ash fertilizer, I could ensure the safety of the other half. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, I was astonished to find that the seedlings had grown significantly, with their small leaves unfurling and new green shoots emerging, displaying vibrant vitality. The potato seedlings had elliptical leaves, and the stems, about a quarter of a cigarette in thickness, grew in clusters of 2 to 3, diverging in different directions but remaining closely knit. The seedlings sprouting from the seeds in the drifting bottle, while also green, had leaves that differed markedly from the potato plants. Their leaves were narrowly conical, with a single, slender stem bearing 6 small leaves. The lower leaves were more elongated, while the newly emerged ones at the top resembled tiny hearts. I had never encountered such seedlings before, but I was fairly certain that they were not flowers. They were either ornamental greenery or vegetables. Yes, I suspected the latter, as flowers typically don't have leaves of this shape. After spreading the wood ash, I resumed chewing the honeycomb. What had initially been a delightful treat had become somewhat burdensome. I was now eating for the sake of eating, and my mouth was becoming cloyingly sweet. The muscles in my face ached from the repetitive chewing, but I had no choice. Upon waking up yesterday, I had discovered numerous small insects attempting to pilfer the honeycomb. Although I managed to get rid of them, I didn't want to leave the honeycomb out overnight again. At long last, during the afternoon at an indeterminate hour, I meticulously chewed through each piece of honeycomb, culminating in a rather hasty conclusion. Now, I am poised to embark on my experimentation. On the 59th day, I delve into the utilization of honeycomb remnants part 2 with an additional entry for my dear friend Xiaoga. Not a trace of the honeycomb has gone to waste. All has been transformed into remnants. I am now ready to commence my experiment. The outcome is of little consequence. I shall regard this merely as an endeavor. After placing these remnants into a pot, I added clean water and set the pot upon the fire, which I had generously stoked with kindling, believing that it would require some time for the honeycomb to dissolve. Under the fierce heat, the water within the pot soon began to bubble vigorously. I knew it would soon reach a boil, yet the remnants showed no signs of melting. They merely bobbed up and down, drifting about under the agitation of the bubbles. As the water boiled, I observed the honeycomb remnants swirling within, seemingly diminishing and melting gradually. What a promising sight! This discovery filled me with joy, as events unfolded in accordance with my expectations, eliciting an uncontrollable delight. To ensure that the honeycomb remnants dissolved completely, I allowed the water to simmer for a full 30 minutes. Indeed, I wished to spare every precious piece of honeycomb. Now, I must await the cooling of this boiling water. I have set the pot down upon the ground to cool naturally, and I can clearly see that, aside from a few remnants that remain unchanged, a visible layer of grease floats upon the water's surface. This must surely be beeswax, I surmise. I was riveted, my gaze immovably affixed upon the pot, as if under an enchantment. The passage of time felt excruciatingly slow, each second an eternity. Perhaps a mere 10 minutes, or perhaps a more protracted 30 minutes, had elapsed, yet the water temperature remained stubbornly high, far from the desired coolness and solidification. More time was needed. I retreated to the yard, pacing back and forth with a lit cigarette, attempting to assuage my mounting anxiety. Alas, my efforts proved largely ineffectual, my curiosity relentlessly urging me to inspect the concoction. But could the water have cooled so swiftly? Implausible. A premature inspection would be futile. Lest I succumb to the torment of my emotions, I sought an occupation to divert my attention, the transplantation of wildflowers within my diminutive garden. This task, though demanding, presented itself as a salutary distraction from my restless agitation. I resolved to favor those varieties that had demonstrated a superior survival rate during the previous transplantation. Experience, indeed, proved a valuable asset, for the withering of a portion of the previous batch had caused me considerable distress. Abruptly, I froze, the plastic basket clutched tightly in my arms. Within a mere handful of seconds, a cold sweat had drenched my back and forehead. I was gripped by fear, a profound and visceral dread. For a serpent lay coiled at my feet. The snake's head was distinctly pointed, and its length appeared to extend beyond 2 meters. Its head was raised menacingly near my ankle. It seemed my movements had disturbed the creature, for it now adopted an aggressive posture, poised to strike with lightning speed. I dared not exhibit hostility, despite my awareness that it could sense my presence through my body heat. Yet, I gambled, wagering that upon realizing my lack of aggression, it would relinquish its pursuit of me, a formidable adversary. The desire to slay it surged within me, but I harbored no assurance of success before it could strike. Thus, all I could do was pray that it would restrain its wrath. Had I foreseen such misfortune, I would surely have preferred to huddle beside the pot, awaiting the cooling of its contents. At least that would have offered a semblance of safety, would it not? In a stalemate, it neither fled nor attacked. Its forked tongue flickered, sending a chill through my veins, rendering my complexion pale. I endeavored to suppress my rising anxiety, yet I could not move. Cold sweat saturated the fabric of my back, and my hands, clasping the plastic basket, began to ache. At last, it seemed to conclude that I posed no threat. Coiling its sinuous body into the underbrush, I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Should I venture into such dense foliage again, I ought to first probe the path with a branch, to scare away any lurking serpents or other creatures, lest I find myself ensnared in another perilous predicament akin to today's. Thank goodness. What a stroke of luck. Though my heart raced and my breath came in quick gasps, I managed to rein in the remnants of my fright, planting the delicate wildflowers in the newly enriched little garden with wood ash. Soon, the urge to quell my anxious curiosity became uncontainable, and I dashed into the lower level of the treehouse. I yearned to discover whether the beeswax had solidified successfully, just as I had envisioned. I beheld it. Floating upon the surface of the sleep was a mass of congealed fatty substance. It had solidified. No one could fathom the exhilaration coursing through me in this moment. To my astonishment, I have successfully crafted beeswax through my own imaginative reasoning. Had this occurred in the past, I would scarcely have believed it myself. With utmost care, I retrieved the solidified beeswax, my excitement mounting as I turned it over and examined it from various angles. However, during my inspection, I noticed some issues. This small piece of solidified beeswax contained numerous impurities, including remnants of unmelted bee comb. This concern troubled me, as I feared that the impure beeswax would not be fully utilizable. After all, the quantity of solidified beeswax was considerably less than I had anticipated. Initially, I had hoped to create several items from this beeswax, but with such a scant amount, I felt it prudent to first attempt making beeswax candles. Yet, I needed to devise a method to eliminate these impurities, which posed a significant dilemma. Ultimately, I resolved to employ what may be deemed the most rudimentary approach to remove the impurities. This entailed discarding the water in the pot and directly placing the beeswax within to remelt it. As it solidified once more, the impurities would settle at the bottom of the pot, allowing me to simply remove them. Although this method was somewhat cumbersome, it proved effective. Upon cooling, The impurities settled at the base of the beeswax, and I was able to scrape them away with my Swiss Army knife. Finally, I cut open a soda can, retrieved a few cotton threads from my bedding, twisted them together, and prepared to fashion a wick. After melting the beeswax for the third time, I poured it into a beverage can. Once the wick was thoroughly soaked in the wax, I positioned it in the center, securing one end to a small twig that lay across the top of the can. Thus, when the wax solidified, the wick would be firmly anchored in place. It was complete. Gazing at the candle, now transformed into a lovely shade of yellow, filled me with immense satisfaction. Indeed, I had lit it, and it proved to be far more stable than a tallow candle. Once ignited, it would remain alight, unlike the latter which often extinguished due to insufficient fuel. Furthermore, the beeswax candle emitted no black smoke and was delightfully fragrant. Oh, how fragrant it was! In contrast, the tallow candle carried a scent tinged with an unpleasant burnt aroma. Should I find myself short on firewood in the future, this beeswax candle would serve me well for an extended period. On the 60th day, during a rainy day experiment, part 1 last night, I eagerly lit the beeswax candle. Its flickering flame casting a warm glow and releasing a captivating fragrance that lulled me into a deep slumber. I lost track of when I fell asleep, but fortunately, I awoke in time to extinguish the flame. Had I forgotten, I could have wasted a significant amount of the beeswax I had painstakingly acquired. Thankfully, I rose in time, and upon inspection, I could hardly discern any reduction in the wax, a timely intervention indeed. Today's weather unfolded as I had anticipated, becoming overcast. Logically, it should not be late, yet when I gazed outside, the sky had not fully brightened. Stepping outside, I noted that the rain had yet to commence. But it would not be long before it did. All necessary preparations had been completed, and I now had 2 tasks to accomplish before the rainfall began. A matter that has weighed heavily on my mind in recent days is the fate of the bees from whom I have taken so many hives and honey. Are they still present, or have they vacated their abode? Or perhaps, due to my avarice, they have perished. The uncertainty gnaws at me. Thus, I have resolved to investigate the situation and ascertain whether my fears are justified. Naturally, I hope they remain nestled in the hollow of the withered tree, thriving as my long-term collaborators. Yet, reality often starkly contrasts with our imaginings. Until I witness the actual circumstances, my heart remains in a state of unease. I possess no assurance, having never harvested honey nor tended to bees, but the moment is imminent, and my conjectures will soon be rendered unnecessary. To my delight, I observed numerous bees bustling in and out of the hollow of the dead wood, instantly alleviating my anxiety. Their presence assures me they have not departed. Indeed, they seem unlikely to relocate. If they continue to flourish, I shall be able to return to harvest honeycomb once more. This thought elicits a hearty laugh from me. However, my mirth is abruptly stifled, not from a lack of desire to laugh, but rather from an unexpected interruption. A small cluster of bees has veered toward me, causing me to cover my mouth in alarm and retreat swiftly. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. These bees had no interest in me and instead made their way toward a distant cluster of wildflowers. What a relief! I wiped my brow and uttered a sigh of relief. Now that it has been confirmed that the bees have not departed and are thriving, there is no longer any necessity to remain here. Before the rain begins, I have another task to attend to, one that occurred to me spontaneously upon waking, a matter I had previously neglected, having forgotten to harness the principles of nature. However, I have now come to this realization, and it is not too late. I currently stand beside a small vine in the woods, wielding an axe. Yes, I intend to uproot it entirely and transplant it next to my treehouse. My plan involves relocating several vines adjacent to the treehouse. As they grow, they will envelop the structure, thereby enhancing its stability and, to some extent, providing a barrier against the onslaught of heavy rain, thus reducing the likelihood of leaks. I have never cultivated vines before, and their roots are quite extensive. Using the sharp end of my fire axe, I dug nearly 30 centimeters without reaching the end of the vine's roots. The root system is intricate, with numerous fine tendrils, and initially, I severed several of them. However, I grew concerned that this would jeopardize the vine's survival, prompting me to widen the hole. For this small vine, I have excavated a hole approximately 50 centimeters in diameter and 45 centimeters deep. The roots twist and turn, seemingly capable of penetrating the entire surface, making it difficult to ascertain their extent. Just as I was on the verge of despair, I finally reached the bottom, measuring with my hand to find it nearly 50 centimeters deep. I excavated a total of 3 vines, which has utterly exhausted me. Should I be compelled to dig up another, I would undoubtedly collapse right here. For now, I shall plant these few, hoping to observe their survival and efficacy, as well as whether they might attract serpents. The latter concern weighs heavily on my mind. I dread the thought of snakes lurking amidst these vines. However, the truth of this matter will only reveal itself once the vines have fully grown. Upon returning to the courtyard, a light drizzle began to fall. I hastened my planting efforts, yet the task proved quite challenging. I wished to preserve the delicate root systems beneath the vines, striving to excavate holes of equal depth to their original growth environment. By the time I had prepared 3 holes, my hair was dampened by the falling rain, droplets cascading down my locks. Thankfully, the rain had not intensified. Otherwise, my prior efforts would have been in vain, in an endeavor to ensure the survival of these vines. After placing the young saplings into the ground, I carefully crumbled the clumps of soil before spreading them over the roots. Although I had unearthed the seedlings along with their soil, I feared that large clods might injure the exposed root systems. Once I completed this task, I compacted the soil firmly. Just as I approached the entrance to the upper level of the treehouse, the rain began to intensify. This prompted concern for my companion, Little Black, who seemed oblivious to the weather's turn. I couldn't help but worry. What if something unfortunate were to occur? The rain outside, which had previously been a mere drizzle, transformed into droplets the size of soybeans, splattering against the eaves and onto my face, amplifying my anxiety. Clearly, I was taken aback. It was not the appearance of serpents or any such creature, but rather the presence of Little Black. This fellow was blissfully asleep in his suitcase, quietly dozing in the room, causing me unnecessary concern for quite some time. Upon hearing my call, he lifted one eyelid, glanced at me, flicked his tail, and promptly closed his eyes again. Such a pragmatic creature. I chuckled softly, muttering under my breath that had I been holding food, he would have pounced upon it in an instant. Although the sky appeared dark, the hour was still early. Based on the cues from my stomach, I surmised it was not yet past noon. Perfectly, I could attempt to craft the vine basket and hand basket I had contemplated previously. While I had never tried my hand at such creations, I had observed my female colleagues at work weaving small, processed vines into hand baskets on several occasions, leaving me with a semblance of understanding regarding the process. However, whether I would succeed remained to be seen. On the 60th day, a rainy day endeavor, part 2, under the nickname 1.5, had me confronting a large pile of vines beneath the treehouse. Materials were not the issue. Snap. Another failed attempt was cast aside. I had lost count of my failures, and a sense of restlessness enveloped me. The more I rushed, the worse the outcome. This was not a task for haste. Delicate work requires patience. With such a mindset, achieving success became increasingly elusive. In a state of agitation, I neglected to retrieve the half-finished project I had cast aside. Instead, I picked up a cup from the table, added some honey, and poured in cold water. After stirring it lightly with a spoon, I made my way to the entrance of the upper level of the treehouse and casually settled down. Though the rain fell steadily today, the wind was gentle, so I found myself only occasionally splashed by a drop or two, which mattered little. The coolness at the doorway, combined with the earthy aroma stirred by the rain, gradually soothed my previously troubled mind. The honey water was delightful. Its sweetness could be likened to what was once termed half-sugar in a civilized society. It offered a gentle sweetness on my tongue, not overwhelming, allowing me to indulge without the risk of becoming weary. Perhaps the addition of pollen contributed to this sensation, for the flavor bore an enchanting mix of wildflower fragrances. Particularly, when I unscrewed the cap of the honey jar, the aroma seemed almost seductive, tempting me to indulge recklessly. Had I not exercised restraint, I might have taken a long, greedy sip. This fragrance lingered in my nostrils, clinging to my respiratory passages like a sweet punishment. Time slipped away quietly amid these tranquil thoughts. Though I sipped slowly, akin to savoring tea, alternating between small sips and breaths, the impact was profound. The remnants of my earlier turmoil dissipated in this serene state. Believe in yourself. Such a simple phrase served as a rational balm for my spirit. Indeed, was I not already contemplating the very same? From having nothing to now possessing a treehouse, a garden, and the seeds of hope I have sown, I have accomplished so much. The former version of myself would have never believed in my ability to achieve all of this. Even if someone had told me that I could survive alone on a deserted island in the future, I would have certainly scoffed at the notion. Yet here I am, having successfully endured on this island for such a considerable time. Although I recognize that a significant part of my survival can be attributed to luck, I have nonetheless achieved things that my past self could scarcely have imagined. So what is there to be discontented about? What is there to be agitated over? Time, to me, is merely a concept. Food, at least in the short term, is not a concern, as I have consistently labored for it. My treehouse, which shields me from the elements, has been reinforced. Now that I have found my calm, my mind begins to flourish once more, discovering new methods through previous mistakes. I have divided these 10 vines into 2 groups of 5. Initially, I intended to simply intertwine and bind all 10 together, but the result was unsatisfactory. Now, I shall use my Swiss Army knife to carefully cut through one group of 5 vines at their midpoints. This step is crucial, and I must exercise great caution to avoid severing the vines completely. I will then align these 5 vines side by side and weave the other group of 5 vines through the gaps created, thus forming a cruciform shape. Indeed, this serves as the foundation for my handbasket. After the vines have been interwoven, I will take a slender vine to secure this cruciform structure, firmly binding the 2 groups together in this configuration. With the use of merely 2 slender vines, I secured these 2 groups firmly. I attempted to gently tug at them, and they remained steadfast. This step was indeed crucial. The subsequent tasks became somewhat monotonous, requiring repetitive wrapping and binding. As I continued to entwine, the number of vines increased, and the base of the frame began to take shape, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. The next phase posed little challenge. I endeavored to erect these 20 vines as upright as possible, relying on the previously wrapped vines to provide support. Thus, the vine basket was completed in my hands. This was my inaugural creation. Though it bore a slight asymmetry and appeared somewhat crooked, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride. It was devoid of any artificial treatment, lacking paint, and crafted purely from vines. In my excitement, I became curious about its sturdiness. I placed a substantial chunk of cured meat inside, and the basket effortlessly bore the weight, showing no signs of disintegration. Through further testing, I managed to fit a fire axe, a handgun, a knife, salt, and a multitude of beverages into it, even stuffing the remaining drinks into the vine basket at the end. Should the basket fail, I would not be disheartened. After all, it was my first attempt. I was eager to discover the limits of this vine basket, seeking to ensure that it would not falter in future endeavors. Now that I had mastered the crafting technique, even if it were to break, I would only need some time to create another, for vines are abundant. Contrary to my expectations, even when fully laden, the vines exhibited no signs of yielding or damage. I could even discern a certain resilience within them. Thus, perhaps this rainy day need not be so tedious after all. Vine backpacks, hand baskets, and even waist pouches. I could experiment with them all. Perhaps even vine garments. Haha, maybe. Though these are merely the whimsical fancies of an excited mind. Day 61. New Problems, New Discoveries. Part 1. I realized I was mistaken, grievously so. Had it not been for Xiaohei's frantic barking last night, I might have remained oblivious. There are indeed rats here. Yes, in all this time, I had never encountered such filthy creatures. Hence, I had always believed they could not and would not exist here. As it turns out, it likely attempted to pilfer some food last night. Or perhaps it was merely passing by when Xiaohei detected it. Amidst Xiaohei's clamorous barking, I groped for the flashlight on my bedside table. As I swept the beam across, I espied it. A long tail, the majority of its body already slithering through the crack beneath the door. From that tail alone, I could ascertain that it was undoubtedly a rat. I immediately leaped from the ground, though not in pursuit of the rat, for it had long since vanished without a trace. Xiaohei stood at the doorway, gazing outside, perhaps lamenting its failure to apprehend it. My intention was to inspect my precious, meager provisions for any signs of theft, for these victuals are finite, each morsel consumed diminishing the remainder. Even I, when partaking, am seized with a sense of melancholy at the thought of their eventual depletion. Fortunately, perhaps due to Xiaohong's early discovery, he meticulously examined the grains under the beam of his flashlight, circling around them several times without finding any evidence of pilferage. It turned out to be a false alarm. Yet again, I endured a night of poor sleep quality. Whenever I fail to rest well, my body feels exceedingly fatigued, and I can sense a slight puffiness around my eyes, perhaps the beginnings of dark circles or bags. I must devise a method to deter the mice, as I am loath to allow my provisions to become their sustenance. That rodent I spotted earlier had a tail nearly 20 centimeters long, which, when extrapolated, suggests it must weigh at least half a kilogram, if not a full kilogram. Truly chilling. In this locale, food is abundant for these mice. Otherwise, my grains would have long succumbed to their insatiable hunger. If this mouse merely passed by, it would be a relief. Yet, I dread the possibility that it may return, which would spell trouble. The rain has ceased, and as I stand at the doorway, I observe a few large birds in the sky, possibly eagles. I witnessed one swiftly glide down, only to ascend again shortly after, its talons seemingly grasping something, too distant to discern what it was. One by one, they swoop down, take flight, and then vanish into the horizon, leaving me uncertain whether they captured a rabbit, a mouse, or even a snake. My eating habits have been rather irregular these past few days, leading to a rather uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. Upon awakening, I found myself belching, experiencing an indescribable discomfort. Regardless of what may transpire, I must first satiate my hunger. The succulent fruits and wild berries from my previous forage are dwindling, and their extended storage has rendered their exteriors somewhat shriveled. I seized a fruit at random and took a bite. Alas, it was not as succulent as before, and its once crisp texture had become somewhat gritty, but it was still palatable. The bananas nearby remained verdant, showing no signs of yellowing. These plantain-sized bananas had left a lingering unease, and I was reluctant to taste them. Yet, I feared they would spoil if left unattended, so I plucked one. Let's try again, I exhorted myself. Peeling the rind, the banana's flesh emitted a rather pleasant aroma, albeit more subdued than those I had previously consumed. This time, I dared not take a large bite, but rather a delicate nibble. The taste was unexpectedly agreeable, lacking the astringency I had anticipated, and even possessing a hint of sweetness. The numerous brown seeds within were of no concern, and I simply crunched and swallowed them. A slight astringency lingered in my mouth after consumption, but it was within tolerable limits. Although these bananas were hardly suitable as a staple food, they would serve well as an occasional snack or after-dinner treat. At least they would not be wasted, would they? Perhaps due to consuming the banana on an empty stomach. My abdomen emitted a series of gurgling sounds, startling me. I hoped that it would not lead to diarrhea or some such malady. The cloud cover was rather dense today, mitigating the sun's intensity. Therefore, I resolved to stroll along the riverbank, both to gather some fruits and to bathe in the stream, as well as to launder my garments. Bearing the plastic crate on my back, I ventured forth. Yesterday's endeavors yielded 3 hand-woven baskets of varying dimensions, from which I selected the largest for this expedition, envisioning its utility in gathering fruits for future sustenance. Presumably due to a recent downpour, the stream's current surged to mid-calf depth. A curious anomaly has lately manifested. Schools of fish, once ubiquitous, have seemingly vanished. Within my field of vision, not a single specimen could be discerned, save for diminutive fish and shrimp flitting about the crystalline riverbed. This, however, posed no significant impediment. An abundance of fish could be readily harvested from the coastal grove using my fishing net, though the presence of sharks, albeit juvenile ones, proved a minor annoyance. Their dentition not to be underestimated. After depositing the freshly laundered garments into the plastic crate, I proceeded to a nearby fruit tree. Its bounty was dwindling, capable of yielding but a couple more harvests. This arboreal benefactor has been instrumental in my survival since my arrival on the island, averting potential starvation on numerous occasions. Its succulent, saccharine fruits assuage both thirst and hunger, though their excessive consumption has engendered a degree of satiety. The harvest progressed smoothly, the tree's modest stature and expansive branches facilitating effortless ascent. During my arboreal sojourn, a novel discovery piqued my interest. Through the verdant foliage, I espied another, smaller fruit tree in the distance. Elated by this revelation, I secured the collected fruits, hoisted the plastic crate onto my back, and embarked towards the newly discovered tree. The fruit of that tree is yellow, though its shape remains unclear to me. I am uncertain if it is one I recognize. Regardless, even if I do not recognize it, I can still taste it, especially since the tree is laden with an abundance of fruit. If it is indeed edible and delightful, it would be utterly perfect. On the 61st day, with new questions and discoveries unfolding, I pondered for a moment. To my astonishment, the fruit truly is one I am familiar with. As the ancient saying goes, one quenches thirst by gazing at plums, and now I find myself salivating. It is not merely the allure of the fruit that entices me. The mere sight of it conjures its flavor in my mind. A wave of sourness envelopes my mouth. Yes, it must be a lemon. To confirm my hypothesis and avoid confusion due to resemblance, I reached out and plucked one from the tree. With a knife, I sliced it open, lifted it above my head, opened my mouth, and gently squeezed it, allowing a few drops of juice to cascade onto my tongue. The sourness penetrated my gums, sending a tingling sensation through the roots of my teeth. This is indeed it. Although the sensation in my mouth remains uncomfortable, I am filled with joy, even exhilaration. The significance of the lemon in my current situation cannot be overstated the moment I laid eyes on it. Thoughts of honey lemon tea flooded my mind. Under the blazing sun, sitting in the shade of the tree, brewing a cup of honey lemon tea is simply a remedy for the heat. Moreover, lemon is a renowned agent for removing fishy odors. A few drops on seafood will render any unpleasant taste non-existent. These lemons appear to be fully ripened, their rinds having transitioned to a uniformly golden hue. The lemon tree, not particularly tall, seems to stand at approximately 4 meters. The entire tree bifurcates into 3 distinct branches a short distance above the base, rendering it exceptionally amenable to climbing. Its leaves are elliptical in shape, exhibiting a slight curvature, possibly attributable to prolonged exposure to the sun, previously obscured by the overshadowing presence of several larger trees. I had been unaware of its existence. Had I discovered it sooner, I believe my predilection for fish would have been even more pronounced. But at least I've found it now. After a cursory count, the tree appears to bear approximately 100 fruits, a quantity sufficient for my needs for quite some time. However, based on my past experiences, the shelf life of fresh lemons is not particularly extended, perhaps 1 to 2 months, though my recollection is somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, given that I am unlikely to consume lemons on a daily basis, selective harvesting will suffice. I gathered approximately 20 lemons, depositing them into the plastic basket I carried on my back, leaving the remainder for future use as needed. Today's excursion has proven exceptionally worthwhile, yielding a bountiful harvest. Perhaps I should engage in more extensive exploration. Numerous other comestibles may be awaiting my discovery. At that moment, my stomach once again voiced its protestations, signaling that it was time to eat. My canine companion was sprawled languidly beneath the swing, observing my actions. "Hey, time for food," I called out to it. To my surprise, the allure of sustenance proved irresistible. In a single bound, it sprang to its feet, wagging its tail as it dashed toward me. Its exuberance elicited a hearty laugh from me, and I affectionately stroked its head. "Hold your horses. I'll prepare it presently. Just wait for me." Subsequently, I dashed into the lower level of the treehouse, intent on preparing a quick meal. Having indulged in an abundance of gnocchi lately, I opted for a pot of rice. While awaiting its cooling, I steamed a couple of smoked fish, emboldened to experiment now that I possessed lemons. Once the fish were steamed to perfection, the rice had sufficiently cooled. I ladled some of the rendered lard I had previously prepared into the cooked rice, adding a touch of soy sauce. It was perhaps the most rudimentary of meals, a method imparted to me by a former colleague, a gentleman of the 70s generation. He recounted how, in his youth, everything was rationed, and pork was a rare indulgence. Thus, the most delectable treat of his childhood was rice mixed with lard. I had merely listened then, never venturing to try it, as times had changed. Yet, unexpectedly, it proved useful now, stirring within me the inclination to give it a go. I bisected the lemon, squeezing its juice evenly over the fish. With a trepidatious heart, I picked up a piece of fish, placing it in my mouth. I abstained from adding salt, as it was a precious commodity, with only half a packet or so remaining. The lemon's robust flavor served as a substitute for some of the salt's function. I held my breath, masticating the morsel, and to my astonishment, the smoked fish was not nearly as unpalatable as I had imagined. It possessed no offensive taste whatsoever. The fish was somewhat firm, yet fragrant, exuding a subtle aroma of dryness. The fragrance was intricate, a melange of scents, the tang of charcoal, the distinct essence of fruitwood, a hint of the salty tang of fish cured under the sun, and finally, the lemon's singular zest. These flavors, which initially seemed disparate, coalesced harmoniously. Upon mastication, the composite taste deconstructed, with each constituent subtly and distinctly stimulating my gustatory senses. This transcended mere deliciousness. It was an indulgence. With eyes closed, I savored each chew, endeavoring to extract every scintilla of flavor from the fish. My reverie was interrupted when Xiaohei abruptly stood on its hind legs, paws resting on my waist. Relenting to Xiaohei's plaintive demeanor, I offered a plate of rice, seasoned with lard and soy sauce. Without hesitation, it ravenously devoured the offering. Judging by its voracity, the dish was evidently delectable. I remained somewhat skeptical. Could something so simple truly be so palatable? I suspected the nostalgia of the septuagenarian uncle was at play. For such an unctuous and soy-laden combination, while certainly filling, seemed unlikely to possess profound flavor. Nevertheless, the dish was prepared, and a single taste would suffice to resolve my doubts. I lifted a spoonful of the soy-tinged, glistening rice with a spoon. Perhaps it has been too long since I last tasted animal fat, for even before the rice reached my palate, the intense aroma of grease permeated my nostrils, and my stomach audibly rumbled in anticipation. It seems that, at present, such victuals imbued with animal fat possess an allure surpassing all else. No longer restraining myself, I promptly devoured a spoonful of rice. The flavor was indeed novel to my senses, in stark contrast to the vivaciousness of the fish, which exploded upon the tongue like fireworks. This lard-laden rice could only be described as unpretentious. It possessed no singular fragrance to enrapture me. Its essence was entirely enfolded within the pork. Only after 3 chews did I begin to discern the savory saltiness of the soy sauce and the subtle sweetness emanating from the starch within the rice. Ultimately, these elements, melded with the fragrant lard through my mastication, slid down my gullet. Indeed, the uncle's words rang true. 61st day, new quandaries, new revelations continued. This meal was quite satiating, to the point that my stomach bulged. I experienced no sense of repletion until I ceased consuming. Now, however, I am uncomfortably full, though I yearn to recline and rest. Such an action would be detrimental to my well-being. Maintaining my health to the best of my ability is now my paramount directive, for in this locale, illness is the most formidable threat. My previous fever nearly claimed my life, and were I to contract some other internal malady, I would be left with naught but to await death. The exquisite flavor of smoked fish is undoubtedly attributed to the addition of lemon, which imparts a delightful zest. Without the invigorating tang of lemon, I find it exceedingly challenging to elicit the true essence of the smoked fish. Although the afternoon sun is not particularly strong, I wonder if my drowsiness is merely a side effect of overindulgence. If I were to recline upon my bedding, relishing the cool breeze that sweeps into my treehouse, it would not be long before slumber enveloped me. But is it truly worthwhile to succumb to sleep? Must I squander such splendid weather? What if the rain persists for a week, a fortnight, or even longer? How shall I procure sustenance in such a scenario? Venturing out in this weather is certainly preferable to braving the downpour, is it not? Yet, I am weary. Is it not permissible to take a brief respite? I have amassed a considerable stock of dried fish and several bags of provisions. What if the rain were to fall incessantly for an entire month? Am I truly incapable of enduring? 2 wholly divergent thoughts engage in a fierce battle once more. However, this time, I harbor no negative sentiments. I patiently await the outcome, as impulse and reason clash incessantly, presenting a myriad of questions and potential solutions. For the first time, I realize the abundance of thoughts that can arise. Ultimately, reason prevails once again, albeit at the cost of my right to an afternoon nap. Alas, I shall take advantage of this weather to explore further. Even if I return empty-handed, I bear no loss. As for my fatigue, I can retire early this evening. That fellow, I shook my head. I seldom constrain it, for its position in my heart is that of a symbiotic partner, even an indispensable presence. Without it, I would likely be driven mad by solitude. Thank goodness for you. Noir, I murmured, watching it fade into the distance as a shadow. Upon leaving the courtyard, I proceeded toward the grove where I had previously seen the lemon. Perhaps due to a shift in my disposition, I observed a multitude of scenic wonders and diminutive creatures. Though I may have encountered many of them before, they had failed to capture my attention. Today, however, this serene mindset unveiled the exquisite facet of this isle. My advancing footsteps stirred the luxuriant undergrowth, causing grasshoppers, locusts, and various colorful insects to flee in alarm. One particular locust was quite peculiar, adorned with a verdant and yellowish-green hue, interspersed with streaks of black. I was uncertain if it was indeed a locust, for aside from its coloration, its form was virtually indistinguishable. None of the other leaping insects possessed such allure. Its familiar appearance and distinctive colors compelled me to pause and observe it for a moment. It was approximately 6 centimeters in length, and its robust hind limbs propelled it from the thicket to a nearby boulder. Just as I was about to depart, I espied a small lizard darting from the shadowy crevice of the rock. In the blink of an eye, the lizard had seized the locust in its maw. Although I was cognizant that the lizard's tongue had ensnared the locust, the velocity was such that I could not discern it. The lizard appeared to be at least 10 centimeters in length, effortlessly devouring a grasshopper after a few chews. It then glanced at me before retreating once more into the crevice of the rocks. I observed its features distinctly. Aside from a few streaks of red on its head that resembled splashes of watercolor, its body was a muted grayish-green. This small interlude consumed a fair amount of my time, yet I felt as though I was beginning to appreciate my surroundings, perhaps indicating a shift in my mindset. In the past, I would never have squandered so much time observing such trivial matters. It was as if I had changed my perspective with a casual glance. I discovered marvels anew. Not far away, I spotted a bird I had never encountered before, its name eluding me. It possessed a section of red, swollen skin on its neck and abdomen, devoid of feathers, resembling the inflated appearance of a frog. Strange indeed. However, perhaps startled by my presence, it took flight before I could scrutinize it further. Along this path, numerous peculiar creatures captured my gaze, each one etched indelibly in my memory. Soon enough, I arrived at the location of the lemon tree, which seemed to understand the importance of positioning itself wisely, perhaps to shield itself from the scorching midday sun. It thrived beneath the canopy of a larger tree. The rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves above had caused its own foliage to curl slightly. This may very well explain why the lemon tree sought refuge beneath the larger tree. It likely cannot endure excessive heat. Advancing onward, an abundance of wild herbs and fruits presented themselves. However, save for a singular crimson variety that possessed a subtly sweet flavor upon tasting, the remainder proved either acrid or induced a disconcerting numbness on the tongue. Not a single one offered a palatable gustatory experience. Even the aforementioned sweet fruit was marred by a coarse, fibrous pulp that resembled chewed hemp, rendering it utterly disagreeable to the palate. After expectorating several mouthfuls, remnants stubbornly lodged themselves between my teeth, a veritable ordeal. These specimens were assuredly not what I sought. My desire lay in discovering comestibles that were at least palatable, perhaps even possessing a unique character, succulent, saccharine, and satiating. Yet, the quest proved arduous. I was compelled to remain vigilant, both for potentially toxic fruits and the presence of lurking dangers. Given the presence of wild boars, I could not discount the possibility of other formidable creatures inhabiting the vicinity. Eureka! Could it be? The verdant expanse before me bore a striking resemblance to a comestible I had previously encountered and savored. Could it truly be? Visual inspection alone was insufficient to ascertain its identity with certainty, but upon examination of its rhizome, I could achieve an 80% confidence level in its identification. After assiduously surveying the surrounding environment and confirming the absence of any immediate threat, I secured my sidearm within my vine-woven belt and unsheathed my hatchet. 5 minutes elapsed before the rhizome was finally unearthed. What? Day 61, Novel Quandaries, Fresh Discoveries, Part 2. A bonus chapter dedicated to those who refined the rough edges. What? It was, in fact, arrowroot. Never would I have surmised that it could be found in this locale. Had it not borne a resemblance to the sansevieria, I would have been none the wiser. The appearance of the taro plant is diverse. I have encountered many varieties, some ornamental and others cultivated for practical use. During a business trip to Guangzhou, I visited a local plantation. Therefore, upon seeing the oval-shaped leaves adorned with deep and light green hues, I speculated whether it was indeed taro. This plant is reputed to yield starch, although I have only tasted taro duck soup and meat broth. I have yet to experience taro powder, let alone comprehend the process of transforming it into powder. However, should I reap a substantial harvest, I might consider experimenting with the production of taro powder. If the yield is ample, I could attempt the process multiple times, much like weaving a wicker basket, with perseverance. Success is inevitable, is it not? Perhaps the timing was not optimal for harvesting, as the tubers were rather small, resembling a pagoda in shape, akin to bamboo shoots. After brushing off the soil, the tubers revealed a pale yellow hue, measuring merely the length of a finger, while the ones I previously consumed were at least 2 fingers long. They were cut into chunks for soup preparation. This ingredient is absent in my hometown, and my vivid recollection stems solely from its unique texture, which I have not encountered in any other food. The fragrance bursts forth with each bite, and the powdery sensation lingers between my teeth, on my tongue, and the roof of my mouth. At that moment, when accompanied by a rich broth, the delightful flavors meld together, creating an exquisite experience that lingers in my stomach. It was my previous enchantment with this delicacy that fueled my curiosity to visit the local plantation, otherwise I might not have recognized it. The phrase "a chance encounter blooms into a beautiful memory" resonates deeply with my sentiments. If there were only a scant few, it would indeed be insufficient. But if this entire area were teeming with them, would it suffice? Assuredly it would. In the distance, where sunlight pierced through the arboreal canopy, lay an extensive patch of identical bamboo roots. If unearthed in their entirety, I surmised they would weigh well over 100 pounds. I am unable to estimate with precision. For unlike arboreal fruits, their quantity cannot be ascertained at a mere glance. They lie concealed deep within the earth, their presence revealed only upon excavation. I am uncertain as to the optimal time for harvesting these bamboo roots. In times past, an elderly farmer from the plantation had imparted such knowledge, but alas, I did not heed his words, for they seemed irrelevant to my then-present circumstances, nor did I foresee myself harvesting this commodity. Fortunately, the bamboo roots are abundant, and perchance even more lie in the distance. Thus, I toiled until the twilight hues painted the firmament in crimson, and the forest grew dim. It was only then that I ceased my labors. Engrossed in my task, I had not noticed, but upon cessation, my lumbar region ached acutely, and I could scarcely straighten myself. It took nearly 5 minutes of stooping before I could finally stand erect. Alas! Gazing upon the plastic basket laden with an accumulation of bamboo roots, enveloped in earth, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction, albeit coupled with genuine fatigue. A peculiar sensation washed over me, as though my previous repast had been but a fleeting moment ago, yet I was already ravenous once more. The perennial question of what to have for supper once again presents itself as a vexing conundrum, necessitating consideration not only for my own sustenance, but also ensuring that Xiao He is adequately satiated. Throughout our journey, my mind has been incessantly engaged, proposing a plethora of culinary suggestions. Xiao He has conjured up a diverse array of dishes that I am capable of preparing, including several intricate ones, such as various pasta dishes and dumplings. Upon entering the lower level of the treehouse, I espied a plump, grizzled rabbit reclining languidly, its size indicative of a substantial quantity of meat. However, I must confess to feeling utterly enervated. Moreover, with the encroaching darkness, my initial inclination was to abstain from any culinary endeavors and simply succumb to repose. Consequently, after depositing the plastic basket, I promptly settled onto a stool. Nevertheless, I found myself unable to resist Xiao He's entreaties. Its canine head persistently nudged against my leg, its gaze beseeching. "Very well, you have prevailed," I conceded, gently patting its head. I then proceeded to cast the rabbit and 5 or 6 rhizomes of bamboo arrowroot into the woven vine hand basket I had previously fashioned. This time, I eschewed the preparation of roasted rabbit legs, opting instead to cleave the entire rabbit into segments for the purpose of simmering a broth. During the cooking process, the aroma remained subtle, with only faint wafts of meaty fragrance emanating from the crevices beneath the lid of the pot. After simmering for several minutes, I seasoned the broth with salt, thereby completing the rabbit and bamboo arrowroot soup. I recall that upon first hearing the name bamboo arrowroot, I had erroneously assumed it to be akin to taro. However, I was mistaken. Its appearance bears a resemblance to diminutive bamboo shoots, somewhat like enlarged pagoda vegetables, and also somewhat like oversized earthworms. The scent of the simmering broth naturally elicited considerable excitement in Xiao He, which proceeded to circumambulate the fire pit 5 or 6 times, its tail scattering ashes in its wake. Despite my repeated admonitions, my efforts proved futile, as it would invariably resume its perambulations the moment my attention strayed. Of course, I am acutely aware that only after it has been fed will it quiet down. Once the broth had cooled, I promptly portioned out its share. Serenity was finally restored, and the ashes drifted languidly as Xiao He settled down. While the rabbit and arrowroot soup may not have been quite as delectable as old duck soup, it was not far off. I consumed all the arrowroot and broth, but there was still a considerable amount of rabbit meat remaining. Unable to eat anymore, I simply gave the rest to Xiao He. When I went upstairs, it was still eating. Perhaps I'll experiment someday to see if this arrowroot can be processed into arrowroot flour. If so, the preservation time could be greatly extended. And there's such a vast expanse of arrowroot. Is it truly wild? Could it have been planted by someone? If it was planted, then by whom? Could it be? Lost in thought, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. Day 62. Experimentation, Part 1. I am utterly exasperated by the weather here. I awoke to the same incessant drizzle. It's truly vexing. I can't fathom why there's so much rain here. I've finally come to understand the reason why that stream flows perpetually. On rainy days, I have no desire to venture out, so I decided to indulge in a bit more sleep. Thereupon, I closed my eyes once more. Annoyingly, the sound of the rain was so distracting that I couldn't fall asleep. Perhaps it's also due to my inner state, but after tossing and turning several times, I finally sat up. Yes, since I can't sleep, I might as well not try. I brewed a cup of lemon honey water, hoping to soothe my restless mind. Taking a sip, the effect was instantly apparent. The initial tartness was swiftly followed by a wave of sweetness. This harmonious interplay of flavors perfectly balanced the sourness of the lemon, and with each subsequent sip, my spirit gradually regained its tranquility. The rain fell neither heavily nor lightly, but rather in a persistent drizzle. Even if offered an umbrella at that moment, I had no desire to venture outside. In this already humid weather, a rain shower transformed the surroundings into a damp landscape, mud, trees dripping with water, and decaying leaves submerged in puddles. Suddenly, I heard a series of anguished cries from Xiao, infused with both rage and pain. Wasn't he down below, enjoying the lemon tea I had prepared for him? Could he have stepped into a fire? That seemed impossible. Had he encountered a snake? While pondering this, I rushed downstairs, fervently praying that it was not a venomous serpent. Upon reaching the bottom, I found myself before Xiao, who was licking his foreleg. Had he been injured? A jolt of fear surged through me, and my mind raced. Aside from snakes, what else could inflict harm upon Xiao within the confines of our home? I noticed a few droplets of blood on his fur. My desire to confront the creature that had harmed him intensified. Time was of the essence. If it truly was a venomous snake, it would be beyond my ability to handle. I steadied Xiao's head and quickly grabbed a vine from the side, attempting to bind his leg to restrict blood flow, hoping to prevent any venom from reaching his heart in such a short time. Once the venom reaches the heart, divine intervention itself would likely prove futile. Swiftly, I completed the binding, perhaps too tightly, as Xiao exhibited marked discomfort, whimpering and attempting to resist, endeavoring to sever the vines constricting its forelimbs with its teeth. After strenuous efforts to placate and calm it, I myself was overcome with a maelstrom of emotions, anxiety, distress, agony, oppression, and trepidation, all converging upon my consciousness, rendering my mind incapable of coherent thought. I found this situation utterly unacceptable. My eyes, I suspect, were already tinged with crimson. I cradled Xiao's head in my arms, but it persistently endeavored to lick its wound, a behavior I could not permit. Parting the fur on its foreleg, I beheld the injury, from which streaks of blood still trickled. The wound was diminutive, yet the tooth marks were unmistakable, and the surrounding tissue was already exhibiting signs of inflammation. I was on the verge of losing control of my emotions, the confluence of anxiety and suffering impeding my ability to react rationally, thereby compromising my attempts at treatment. Yes, I must express the blood from the wound. But wait, a realization dawned upon me. I distinctly observed that the blood emanating from Xiao's foreleg was crimson. Could it be that it was not a venomous snake? Indeed, I had only just come to this realization. My prior state had precluded me from maintaining reason, let alone cogitation. However, the thought now occurred to me that, while I was uncertain whether all venomous snake bites invariably result in the effusion of black blood, my subsequent assessment suggested that Xiao had likely not been bitten by a snake. I could distinctly discern a small ring of redness around the wound. Had it been a snake, there would have been 2 distinct puncture marks. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Although the anxiety in my heart had somewhat subsided, the somber mood lingered. After expressing some blood from the wound and rinsing it thoroughly with clean water, it seemed satisfactory. The wound was slightly red and somewhat raised, but appeared to be of no grave concern. Nevertheless, I remained vigilant and prepared to observe it further. I remain uncertain as to what precisely inflicted the injury on Xiao. Could it have been a lizard, or perhaps some other small creature? I am unsure, and there is currently no means of ascertaining. Judging by the minor wound on Xiao's leg, the perpetrator could not have been very large. It has undoubtedly fled by now, rendering any pursuit futile. I can only hope that Xiao will be unharmed. Xiao nonchalantly resumed consuming its honey lemon water, seemingly oblivious to my prior apprehension. The tranquility of the moment had been completely disrupted by this interlude. On such a rainy day, the opportunity to leisurely sit by the doorway, sipping tea and observing the rain, would have been uniquely delightful, allowing my thoughts to wander freely and alleviating much of the vexation and melancholy. The quantity of bamboo roots remained substantial, and with ample time afforded by the rainy weather, I have sufficient opportunity for numerous attempts. Manifestly, failure has been my constant companion. My endeavors to desiccate the bamboo shoots have culminated in nothing but scorching them. I attempted to parch several in a pot, yet I was unable to regulate the temperature effectively, leading to a similar carbonization. I have contemplated whether slicing the bamboo shoots and then sun-drying them, or slowly curing them over a flame until they are completely arid and hardened, before grinding them into a powder, might be a more efficacious approach. However, This method is exceedingly time-consuming and cumbersome. Were the weather to remain consistently sunny, it would be a viable option, but given the current inclement conditions, I am hesitant to suspend them over a fire, fearing they will be incinerated. Maintaining a great distance from the fire would render the process inefficient, making it preferable to simply wait for the sun to emerge. Prior to these attempts, I was brimming with confidence, certain that I could devise a solution. Alas, I have swiftly reached an impasse. The inclination to abandon the task has resonated within me on numerous occasions, though reason implores me to persevere with patience. Repetitive deliberation has plunged my mind into disarray. While I am not without ideas, they all crumble under scrutiny, each one dismissed as impractical. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, I managed to unearth a single, potentially useful notion from the depths of my memory. Day 62, Attempt, Part 2. This method is not without its complexities, but it is more suitable for the present circumstances than the previously considered sun-drying technique. For on days blessed with fair weather, I have more pressing matters to attend to. In contrast, on these rainy days, occupying myself with this task is the most felicitous way to while away the time. It was precisely the feasibility of undertaking this endeavor on such a rain-drenched day that ultimately garnered my favor for this particular approach. I commenced by ablating approximately 5 pounds of arrowroot. Upon assessment, I surmised that this copious basket of arrowroot would, at most, weigh between 15 to 20 pounds, which, in actuality, was not an exorbitant amount. For this initial foray, 5 pounds would suffice. After meticulously cleansing the arrowroot, I meticulously peeled and excised the roots from each one, followed by another ablution in a basin of water. The water level in this bucket was dwindling, as I had neglected fetching water for several days. Currently, it contained slightly less than half a bucket, which would suffice for sustenance and hydration for several days. However, given the exigency of an additional basin of water for the present method, decanting this basin would still afford me approximately 3 days' worth of water from the bucket. Indeed, that would be adequate. In extremis, I could collect rainwater, which, upon boiling, would be potable. Regardless, I shall refrain from excessive contemplation. Should this method prove futile, I would sooner ascend to the arboreal abode, partake in honey lemon tea, observe the rain-swept vista, and inhale the invigorating air, languidly indulging in this execrable rainy day. Unexpectedly, this inadvertently acquired knowledge has furnished me with some inspiration, a prospect I had never previously contemplated. Adhering to the vestiges of the process etched in my memory, I initiated the preparation. After slicing the purified arrowroot into sections with a blade, I superimposed several sections and further segmented them into delicate arrowroot shreds. This undertaking demanded not only technical acumen, but also physical exertion. I have been diligently slicing for several hours, yet approximately 1/10, or roughly half a pound, of the initial 5 pounds of arrowroot remains to be processed. My arms have grown weary and numb. If it were merely a matter of chopping, it would be relatively simpler. However, I must slice, requiring the simultaneous cooperation of both hands to achieve the task. My bent waist can scarcely endure any longer. Yet I persist, not for any grand reason, but out of a desire to witness my own success, to validate my notions. Although I lack absolute confidence, I choose to believe in myself. At last, after slicing for over 30 minutes, I have completed the task of julienning the taro. These once small bamboo shoots have been transformed into fine shreds. Though my technique leaves much to be desired, resulting in uneven lengths and thicknesses, I find myself quite content with the outcome. I have immersed the shredded taro in a basin of water, using chopsticks to stir them, ensuring they make as much contact with the water as possible. After several rounds of stirring, the once clumped shreds have nearly all separated. To guarantee that every surface and corner interacts fully with the water, my stirring has not ceased. I continued until the water took on a milky hue, at which point I paused. Observing this change in color alleviated some of my anxiety over potential failure. It appears that everything is proceeding according to my plan, without any unforeseen complications. Exhaling deeply, I took a few breaths, my back and hands aching from the exertion, signaling that it was time for a respite. During my break, I managed to prepare lunch without incident, just 3 succulent fruits shared with Xiaohei. For anything more would be excessive and cloying. Despite a genuine lack of appetite, the aching in my back dissuaded me from investing excessive time in meal preparation. Upon completion, my spirits would undoubtedly lift, and if successful, I could reward myself and my canine companion later that evening. A post-lunch drowsiness threatened, but the task at hand weighed on my mind. Cognizant of my disposition, I knew that any lingering preoccupation would preclude restful sleep. Thus, rather than tossing and turning in contemplation, I resolved to complete the endeavor forthwith and then repose. Resuming the familiar routine, I continued to agitate the mixture, encouraging a thorough amalgamation with the water within the basin. After 10 minutes, the process culminated, leaving only the final step, the meticulous extraction of the diminutive arrowroot strands using chopsticks, a feat demanding a confluence of visual acuity, perseverance, and physical stamina. The water had now assumed a paler hue, with sedimentation commencing. With a rapid pirouette of my chopsticks within the basin, the water followed suit, swirling in concert. After several rotations, I lifted the utensils, observing a flocculent, whitish sediment coalescing and settling at the bottom of the swirling liquid. Some time is still required, I surmised, observing the progress within the basin. Now, the amassed heap of diminutive arrowroot strands demanded attention. These were, after all, edible provisions, and waste was simply not an option. As for their disposition, I had long entertained a plan. A simple boil. The quintessential characteristic of arrowroot lies in its near-pure starch composition. Having savored this particular fare, one would find themselves incapable of discerning any other flavors, merely an amalgamation of starchy substance. Hence, my endeavor to craft arrowroot flour through traditional means. Upon boiling, the concoction of simmered arrowroot appeared rather palatable. The broth possessed a certain viscosity, and with a gentle press of a spoon, the slender strands of arrowroot transformed entirely into a powdery consistency. After thoroughly mashing the arrowroot strands, the entire pot underwent a metamorphosis, vaguely resembling lotus root starch or white sesame paste. Aesthetically unappealing, even slightly off-putting, yet upon tasting, while not exceptionally delectable, it was nonetheless acceptable. However, with a sprinkling of salt and a dash of lard, the flavor underwent a dramatic transformation. The two thoroughly clean bowls stand as testament to the enjoyment of both myself and Xiaohe. It was truly delightful, particularly the crispy, crust-like edges reminiscent of seaweed, which melted swiftly upon entering the mouth. Observing that the contents of the basin had settled, I commenced the task of gently skimming off the clear water, spoonful by spoonful, until reaching just above the sediment. With this step completed, my sole remaining task was to await. Covering the basin with a lid, the day's labor was finally concluded. I must now await the evaporation of the remaining water within the basin. Once the water has dissipated, the sedimented starch should solidify, allowing me to extract and crumble the solidified matter for use as arrowroot flour. During the night, I was roused from slumber on several occasions by the boisterous wind. Was another gale imminent? Oh my, I am utterly fatigued. In a daze, I succumbed to slumber once more. On the 63rd day, Peculiar Occurrences by the Seaside, Part 1. Upon awakening, it must still have been the early hours of the morning. The thunderstorm from the previous night had roused me multiple times. Exhausted to the core, I was jolted awake by the thunder's tremendous roar. Fortunately, it ceased later in the night, allowing me a brief respite for rest. Upon awakening, my body ached, rendering me unable to return to sleep. I descended to the lower level and brewed a cup of lemon tea, abstaining from adding honey. I sought to invigorate myself with its tartness, hoping to dispel the weariness that enveloped me. Indeed, the effect was remarkably pronounced. After just 2 sips, the sourness made my teeth tingle, and I furrowed my brow for an extended moment. Thankfully, the flavor of the lemon revived my senses, flooding my mind with clarity akin to a pristine stream washing away the fog, rendering it lucid once more. As I pushed open the door, I discovered that the rain had ceased outside. The ominous clouds had dissipated. Although the sun had yet to rise, I sensed that the weather today would be pleasant, perhaps devoid of further rain. Nearby, large trees occasionally shed droplets, remnants of the torrential rain from last night, which had thoroughly cleansed the ground of leaves, attesting to the storm's might. Perhaps out of concern, I deliberately circled the treehouse. The outcome was quite satisfactory. I meticulously inspected nearly every binding point, particularly those where the thick ropes secured the trees and beams. Apart from some slight loosening caused by gentle swaying, the overall condition remained commendable, with no significant impact on the security of the bindings. Nevertheless, I procured a small branch and inserted it into the crevice, thereby augmenting the bond between the hawser and the tree. The planted vines are thriving, showing no signs of the anticipated desiccation, which attests to their remarkable resilience. It appears I had previously underestimated their vitality. I had initially intended to venture forth and desiccate more salt. However, The inclement weather has given me pause. Salt is a finite resource, and I require a greater quantity. With the advent of basins and barrels, the transportation of water is now considerably more expeditious than when I employed plastic bottles. Yet, the atmospheric conditions today are rather peculiar. The wind direction deviates markedly from the norm. Heretofore, the zephyrs have invariably emanated from the sea, but today the wind is blowing towards the ocean. Since my arrival on this isle, I have not encountered such a phenomenon. It is indeed quite curious, and I wonder if it portends rain or, perchance, fair weather. Despite my misgivings, I refrained from further contemplation as I had already arrived at the kitchen garden. The saplings are flourishing, save for a solitary potato sprout that lay prostrate upon the earth. Its location, adjacent to the drainage channel, proved to be its undoing. The torrential downpour of the previous day caused the area to become inundated, and the ensuing torrent likely swept it asunder. I endeavored to raise the potato sprout, for they represent the promise of the future. Alas, I discovered that its stem had fractured, rendering it beyond salvation. With a sigh, I turned my gaze elsewhere. The seeds within those drift bottles are growing at a remarkable pace, far surpassing the potato sprouts, which I planted simultaneously. The seedlings emerging from the bottles are already significantly taller, with a height difference of over half a centimeter. Additionally, the garlic has also sprouted leaves, which are now breaking through the soil. It won't be long before they mature, although it is evident that these garlics will not suffice for consumption. My plan is to wait until they grow larger, then excavate the entire bulb, separate the cloves, and plant them apart. After several cycles, I will be able to cultivate a vast expanse of garlic. The sun has now risen, illuminating the sky with an extraordinary clarity, allowing even the distant hills, often obscured by forest mist, to come into view. This revelation is quite surprising. The clouds today differ from the usual. Previously, rain would bring thick, dark clouds, while sunny days showcased fluffy white ones. Now, however, the clouds appear exceptionally high and wispy, creating a picturesque scene against the azure sky that refreshes the spirit. The taro starch I prepared yesterday is also of great significance. Upon lifting the pot lid, I observed a distinct separation. The previously murky, milky water has settled, leaving the starch at the bottom. I carried the table outside and placed the basin upon it, allowing it to bask in sunlight for 2 days. Once the moisture completely evaporates, the starch should be ready. I find myself somewhat anxious about the fishing nets by the seaside, wondering if they have been swept away by the wind, washed away by the tide, or torn apart by other creatures. Shall I go and investigate? This thought crossed my mind, and without a moment's hesitation, I agreed. The allure of fresh seafood is now overwhelmingly enticing, given my possession of lemons. I can almost envision the crisp, roasted fish skin, the steaming flesh, and the tangy burst of lemon juice, a truly mouth-watering prospect. Similarly, when steaming fish, the mere addition of a few lemon slices infuses the entire dish with a uniquely zesty and invigorating aroma. A plethora of culinary delights incessantly surfaced in my mind throughout the journey, particularly vivid recollections of past meals. These intense mental images, juxtaposed against my meager fruit snack, only amplified my salivation as I hastened towards the coast. Once these imaginings took hold, they proved difficult to quell. Despite my rational mind's attempts to intervene, my deep-seated cravings persisted, rendering the once luscious fruit as tasteless as wax. Only upon reaching the coastal grove and discovering my fishing net did these reveries subside, finally liberating me from the tormenting visions. The net had been tampered with. I couldn't discern whether by human, animal, or the wind. Originally positioned parallel to the shoreline, one end of the net now faced the sea. Fortunately, I had weighted it down with stones, or its very existence would have been in question. Upon inspection, several tears became apparent. Previously intact sections now bore marks resembling gnawing, though the holes were relatively small. Perhaps the work of rodents? I am uncertain, but upon thorough examination, I discovered 4 small perforations. However, this presents no significant obstacle, as a slender vine can be readily employed to mend them with a simple threading and knotting. Fortunately, the adjacent thicket abounds with such tendrils. After procuring several, the repairs were executed expeditiously. With the mending complete, the seine was prepared for deployment. The surf was rather vigorous, causing considerable agitation even in this sheltered area. The schools of fish that typically congregated along the shore were notably diminished. As I approached the designated spot for casting the net, near the roots of a venerable tree, a deafening report startled me, causing me to drop the net. After regaining my composure, another reverberation ensued. Boom, boom, crash. I advanced toward the source of the clamor, leaving the net casually by the tree's base. Weighted down with a few stones, I proceeded in the direction of the sound. My courage is not boundless, particularly when confronted with the unknown. In such environments, even minor oversights can prove fatal. I traversed the undergrowth with utmost caution, gradually approaching the origin of the booming. Each resonant thud, akin to a blow upon my very heart, intensified my trepidation, and perspiration beaded on my palms. What, pray tell, could be the source of this commotion? Is it the drone of machinery, or the percussive assault of some colossal beast? I can only make random guesses. Yet it is precisely these capricious conjectures that render my journey all the more cautious. As I draw closer to the source of the sound, its volume intensifies. Here I stand at the seaside, yet the noise seems to emanate from beneath the waves. Fortuitously, it is daylight. Had it been night, I would likely have fled in sheer terror. Even now, under the sun's embrace, a chill lingers in the air. The sound grows louder, approaching ever nearer. Yet I remain oblivious to the fact that my steps have become increasingly tentative, until I finally realize how long I have been walking to arrive at this spot. It appears that my inner trepidation and vigilance are attempting to hinder my advance. But can I halt my progress? No. If I cannot discern the origin of this sound, my curiosity will surely explode. Given my nature, should the outcome remain elusive, my mind would conjure an endless array of scenarios. Just ahead lies a vast expanse of rocks, and the sound is coming from beneath them. Could there truly be a monster lurking? A sudden thought intrudes. How could that be? Perhaps it is merely a beached whale? Surely, this is a rational notion. But do whales produce such sounds? The distance is but 30 or 50 meters, and an avalanche of thoughts cascades through my mind at a rate of more than 10 per second. This intangible pressure renders me nearly breathless. Beads of sweat forming on my brow. I must take a glance. Just a fleeting glimpse. If it proves erroneous, I shall turn and flee. But can you truly escape? As I stood still once more, with roughly 20 meters remaining, I found myself momentarily devoid of thought. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, but this time, I beheld and felt it. To my astonishment, it was this phenomenon. I had been oblivious, consumed by fear, concern, and vigilance. How utterly absurd. Wiping the seawater from my face, I noticed that my clothes had become drenched by the waves that had surged moments earlier. Only now did I realize that the ground beneath me was entirely soaked. Indeed, it was neither a monstrous creature nor a whale, but merely the sound produced by waves crashing against the rocks, sending sprays of seawater several meters high. Capable of reaching distances of dozens of meters away, the waves continued to roll in, one after another, captivating me as if in a trance. Another thundering crash jolted my senses, and it was then I remembered to retreat, but it was too late. I was once again drenched. This was the first time I had witnessed such rebellious waves upon my arrival to the island. Perhaps this sound could be referred to as the roar of the sea. I felt an inkling of familiarity, but the memory eluded me. Only when I had moved 50 meters away did the seawater cease to splash upon me. The relentless waves instilled a sense of trepidation. The might of nature is indeed formidable. I plucked a blade of wild grass resembling a dog's tail and placed it between my lips, leaning against the warm stones by the shore. A wave of fatigue washed over me. Since I had to wait a while longer before casting the fishing net, I decided to indulge in a brief respite. I closed my eyes. Alas, I was awakened from my slumber by the patter of raindrops. Indeed, numerous pea-sized droplets struck my face, rousing me from my dreams. The leaves pirouetted in the air as the wind began to stir. Fortuitously, my location was still sheltered by the woods, so the wind's presence was, as yet, imperceptible. Whether due to impending rain or some other cause, the previously abundant schools of fish and shrimp had vanished, leaving only snails clinging silently to the seabed. The fishing net yielded a meager harvest, so light that I swiftly hauled it to the shore and emptied its contents. The catch was sparse. Countable at a glance, a mere 10 or so fish. These I deposited into the plastic basket I had brought, and then secured the net with several large stones. The fish were remarkably fresh, their leaps and bounds palpable even within the basket. However, despite the prospect of a fresh meal, I found no joy. For the rain had descended like a curtain, shrouding the world in a milky white haze. Barely having emerged from the woods, I was nearly toppled by a gust of wind from the side. I was already drenched, the rain lashing against my face with a stinging slap. Regret gnawed at me. Had I not been so avaricious as to indulge in that nap, had I simply retrieved the net earlier, I might now be ensconced in the treehouse, savoring grilled fish and sipping honey lemon tea. But such reflections were now futile. Battling the tempest was a Sisyphean task. I hunched over, bent at the knees, advancing with laborious steps. Yet, when misfortune strikes, it seems inexorable. The sky began to darken ominously as dense, inky clouds raced overhead, their velocity a testament to the gale's force. The resistance was immense, necessitating a full forward lean to advance even a single step, each stride consuming several times the usual exertion. Having traversed perhaps 100 meters, the muscles in my thighs had begun to quiver, yet cessation was not an option. The wind's howl abruptly intensified manifold, the distant trees rendered prostrate by its force. Perseverance was imperative, the destination was imminent. Suddenly, a sharp, arboreal projectile hurtled past. Blood mingled with the torrential rain. Day 63, Coastal Anomalies, Part 2, presumably, a branch, seized by the tempestuous winds, its fractured end honed to a point, had grazed my face, inflicting a momentary sting. My hand instinctively reached up, encountering blood, faint and ephemeral, washed away by the downpour within seconds. My face, battered by the relentless rain, had become almost numb. Save for the initial pain, sensation had largely dissipated. Whether the bleeding persisted was a concern I could ill afford to dwell upon. Maintaining equilibrium against the tempestuous onslaught was paramount. The gale was of such magnitude as to threaten to lift me into the heavens. I lamented my folly in venturing out on such a day. Prudence dictated refuge within the arboreal abode. Yet, confronted by the elements threatening to overwhelm me, self-recrimination was a luxury I could not indulge, only to strive onward toward the sanctuary of the treehouse. The rain has intensified significantly since it first began, and the wind has shifted direction. From the swirling leaves being swept up, I discern that a typhoon is likely approaching. Yet, the harshness of reality remains unyielding. The wind is unbearably fierce. My intended straight path has become distorted, forcing me to veer towards the island's interior. Consequently, despite having walked for nearly an hour, the distance covered is astonishingly scant, perhaps no more than 500 meters. The journey that typically takes about an hour may stretch to several hours today, and by then, darkness may have already descended. A sense of urgency, coupled with anxiety, has rendered me restless. My heart races, and my energy wanes precipitously, leaving me in a state of distress. My calves throb, my thigh muscles ache, and the relentless rain, mingled with the howling wind, has numbed my face. My chest feels icy cold. The amalgamation of cold, exhaustion, and fear heightens my breathlessness. The torrential rain cascades down my hair, behind my ears, across my face and body, as if sealing my eyes, nose, and mouth against the deluge. It is an arduous struggle. My hurried breaths draw in rainwater through my nostrils, compelling me to gasp for air, and even then, droplets invade my mouth when I open it to breathe. I inhale, expelling the rainwater that intrudes, and breathe again, propelling my body onward. Yet, I hesitate to act, as another thought, simple yet terrifying, flickers briefly in my mind before vanishing in an instant. If you wish to succumb to despair, then perhaps you should take a seat and rest. You have witnessed the swirling leaves, and I suspect you are aware that this may very well signify an impending typhoon. The tempest may not have truly arrived. It could merely be the prelude to the storm. Yet now, you find yourself on the brink of surrender. Should you linger any longer? Yes? This is the voice that echoes within my heart. I believe this might be the rational mind making its final pronouncement. If I continue to be swayed by these negative thoughts, I fear I will lose my resolve and, indeed, relinquish my will to fight. The damp fabric clings to my skin, causing immense discomfort. I long to shed it, yet I hesitate to squander what little energy I possess. With each step I take, a multitude of thoughts flood my mind, but I suppress them vehemently, determined not to be swayed by any distractions, for every stray thought diminishes my already limited focus. The essence of willpower is ephemeral, akin to long-distance running. One must numb oneself, firmly believe in one's strength, and offer oneself encouragement to endure until the very end. The moment one relaxes, the spirit becomes slack, leading to a complete collapse, such is the nature of will. Typically, one has a sense of the passage of time. But today is different. I have utterly lost track of it. This spot is beside the withered tree that conceals the beehive, and the journey is nearly complete. Soon, I shall reach the treehouse. In the depths of my exhaustion, I yearn to plunge into the woods. For the winds within the trees are surely gentler than those by the shore. In terms of evading the storm, this seems a prudent strategy. However, I currently lack the strength even to wield an axe, let alone to cut through the vines and small trees obstructing my path. In the forest, there are snakes, leeches, wild boars, predatory beasts, and venomous insects. Yet I now lack even the strength to crush an ant, let alone contend with these creatures. Behold, a treehouse. Yes, the treehouse lies ahead. My heart swells with excitement as I swiftly turn toward it. Unexpectedly, I underestimate the ferocity of the gale. My sudden shift in direction transforms the wind's force from my side to my entire back, causing me to tumble. The plastic basket I carry is lifted by the wind and crashes onto my head. The pain is excruciating, yet I am too consumed by urgency to dwell on it. Gritting my teeth, I muster the strength to rise and dislodge the basket from my head. Perhaps the fish have long since tumbled out, but I am utterly disinterested in retrieving them. All I desire is to reach the treehouse, staggering helplessly as the wind propels me forward. As I push open the garden gate, a shadowy figure rushes toward me. Upon entering the small cabin, I immediately cast aside the plastic basket, not even bothering to remove my clothes before collapsing beside the fire. Fatigue overwhelms me, and the wind seems to howl even louder, making the cabin sway like a tiny boat amidst tumultuous waves. On the 64th day, darkness envelopes the land, an addition for the serene clouds. My head throbs. I am ravenous. At last, I awaken, my nose congested, my eyes aching, and my muscles sore all over. This sensation evokes memories of my arrival on the island. Yet this time it feels even more unbearable, as if I have caught a cold. The fire is nearly extinguished, with only a few embers flickering dimly in the ashes, casting a meager glow. I naturally wish for the fire not to extinguish. Struggling to rise, I gathered some dry vines and rekindled the flames. Gradually, I added branches of various sizes until the fire blazed brightly once more, at which point I settled down again. Outside, the wind and rain continued to rage. Yet after yesterday's ordeal, the terror had diminished. At least I was sheltered from the elements in this sturdy treehouse, which I had reinforced a few days prior. The fever I had endured nearly cost me my life, and now, with a cold upon me, my worries shifted to this affliction. Fortunately, I had discovered some cold medicine in the ship's cabin, which I had stored in the upper section of the treehouse. Whether it had expired was of little concern, having it was certainly better than not. As I stood and attempted to walk, I realized my legs were achingly weak, barely responding to my commands. This experience had truly exhausted me. The upper level, which should have required only a light push to access, took me considerable time to reach. But I finally made it. Little Black, showing remarkable understanding, did not disturb me while I slept. Instead, it curled up in its travel box, where I noticed a few fruit pits before me, indicating it had foraged for food out of hunger. Upon my arrival, it appeared surprised and rushed towards me. But I quickly raised my hand to halt its advance. Understanding my gesture, it stopped, squatting on the ground with its body upright, gazing at me intently. The cold remedy lies beneath my bedding. Upon lifting the covers, I found it. After the previous treatment, the upper layer has ceased to leak, despite the external winds and rains being even more ferocious than before. The trees continue to sway, yet my humble abode remains unscathed. After returning to the lower level to boil a pot of water, I felt my strength deplete once more. My eyes were undoubtedly swollen, and I could distinctly sense their inability to fully open. From a young age, I was ingrained with the belief that one should drink plenty of hot water when afflicted with a cold. Thus, after allowing the water to cool slightly, I took the medicine, followed by consuming a substantial basin of water, hoping that the diuretic effect would aid my body in recovering after several eliminations. Despite feeling quite full from the water, an unusual hunger gnawed at my stomach, accompanied by a sensation of cramping. This contradictory feeling left me in a state of helplessness. I had intended to lie down and rest, yet I was reluctant to provoke any issues with my stomach. The thought of consuming fruits or bananas was unappealing, even repulsive, compelling me to rise once more to prepare some porridge. The moment I stood, a wave of dizziness swept over me, nearly causing me to collapse onto the floor. Fortunately, I managed to grasp the table for support. The suddenness of it all forced me to lean heavily, almost toppling the table in the process. Nonetheless, I ultimately regained my balance. The discomfort I experienced was indescribable, a painful blend of nausea intertwined with hunger, alongside an overwhelming sense of fatigue and dizziness, truly a perplexing ordeal. The porridge was finally cooked amidst this discomfort, yet, owing to the substantial intake of water, I found myself unable to consume it. It is just the right moment to let the porridge cool. While I was asleep, I felt nothing, now fully awake. I realize the tremors of the little room are quite pronounced. I am unaware of the exact time, but it must be quite dim outside. I support myself and approach the door. Through the crack, I can see the rain cascading like a waterfall, the rhythmic patter resounding in my ears. The visibility outside is exceedingly poor. I cannot discern anything, and the murky sky resembles that of night. Could it be that I only slept for a brief moment? Is it now evening? I wonder. It cannot be. I must have slept for quite some time, for I did not remove my wet clothes while I slumbered. Having been utterly exhausted, unsure if I fainted or simply drifted off. The only recollection I have is of the moments before I collapsed. Everything thereafter remains a blank. However, upon awakening, my garments were nearly dry. Even lying beside the fire, it is implausible that my clothes could dry completely within mere hours. Perhaps it has been a dozen hours or more. Of course, the exact duration is now beyond reckoning, and it holds little significance for me. The only matters of import are to exist, and to exist healthily, either to recover or to depart from this place. In the midst of waiting, the urge to urinate finally arose. The urine was distinctly yellow. In the past, a cold or fever was merely a minor ailment. As long as it was not a high fever, I could assess it myself. Clearly, this color indicates that my body was likely in a state of dehydration or that some inflammation might be present. Of course, this is not an authoritative diagnosis, merely a conjecture based on common knowledge. Indeed, it had been quite a while since I had any water. Since leaving in the morning, I hadn't had a single drop. Although my throat wasn't particularly sore, and my tonsils were likely non-inflamed, there was a distinct feeling of something being there, an itchiness. Perhaps this was the harbinger of inflammation. I ladled out a bowl of congee and sprinkled some sugar into it. Perhaps due to the onset of a cold, I found myself averse to greasy and rich foods, particularly craving something light. Sugared congee was the simplest thing I could think of, and the only thing I truly desired. Perhaps it was because I had been hungry for so long, my stomach entirely empty. Such a simple dish, yet I savored it with a newfound appreciation. The smooth, sweet congee glided down my throat, a warmth that flowed all the way to my stomach. I could distinctly feel the sensation of the food moving, the subtle sweetness washing away the bitterness in my mouth, leaving only the pure taste of rice and the sweetness dissolved in the broth. After finishing the bowl of rice soup, I felt much more invigorated. My stomach, now filled with the warm congee, felt exceptionally comfortable. The itchy sensation in my throat had also subsided considerably. Satiated and under the influence of the medication, I began to feel drowsy again by the warm fire. Several times, I drifted off to sleep, only to be jolted awake by the sound of branches snapping off the tree and landing on the roof of the treehouse. Fortunately, my rooftop is also constructed from saplings, so these branches pose no real threat to its integrity. I am also grateful that I situated the treehouse within this grove. Were it not for the forest shielding effect, which mitigates the wind's force considerably, this little abode might have long since been dismantled, although I harbor some apprehension. My exhaustion is overwhelming, and all I can think of is sleep. I seem to recall hearing a few sharp cracks in the periphery of my awareness. 65th day, an excruciating day of torrential rain. The tempest, as anticipated, has not abated. Thankfully, the treehouse remains unscathed. My cold has scarcely improved. My throat feels as though a foreign object is lodged within, rendering each swallow a painful ordeal. My throat is undoubtedly inflamed, though fortunately not severely. Lest it precipitate a fever, my nasal passages are also congested. Indeed, it was this sensation of suffocation that roused me from my slumber. Upon awakening, my immediate reaction was, of course, to sit upright and survey my surroundings. There was a mere trace of water seepage at the doorway, but nothing untoward. This spell of inclement weather is unlikely to dissipate swiftly. Judging by the external conditions, it will almost certainly persist for a couple of days at the very least. And I, in the interim, am confined to this small dwelling, with nothing to occupy my time. The rain must have continued unabated throughout the night. The noises I perceived in my semi-conscious state were undoubtedly the sound of branches falling onto the roof. It seems a particular branch has become wedged in a crevice, and is being buffeted by the wind and rain, lashing against the roof and emitting a constant pattering sound. If one disregards it, it is of little consequence. But once one's attention is drawn to it, it becomes an incessant irritant. Despite my profound aversion to such weather, I find myself bereft of any pursuits that could bring me joy or fulfillment. Sleep eludes me, while I can still breathe through my nose while standing. The moment I recline, an overwhelming discomfort engulfs me. My nasal passages become obstructed, and my throat feels scratchy and sore, rendering lying down akin to enduring a punishment. I have already taken medication, though I am uncertain whether consuming it on an empty stomach is advisable, as my appetite remains feeble. Even the small black creature, which usually requires my attention, finds itself neglected. Fortunately, it seems to possess a certain understanding and seeks out fruit on its own when I fail to attend to it. Initially, I envisioned spending this rainy day idly within my treehouse, perhaps attempting to weave some vine baskets, or even crafting a vine pouch. However, I ultimately dismissed these thoughts, as the inclement weather, the cacophony of unsettling sounds, and my own discomfort render it impossible for me to find tranquility. The wind and rain are so fierce that I doubt I could even open the door. I can feel the howling winds even as I approach the entrance. Fortunately, nestled in the woods, I observed several large trees at the edge of the forest that seemed to have toppled. Had I not been here, my entire dwelling might have been swept away. In this state of ennui, I suddenly recall the taro starch I had prepared earlier. I wonder if it is dried. My curiosity piqued. I hastened to the basin, lifting the cover to inspect it. Some starch has already surfaced, congealed together, and once it has completely dried, I can crush it for preservation, thus creating yet another delicacy to savor. If successfully crafted, taro starch can be of immense utility, such as thickening broths, transforming a simple clear soup into a rich and hearty concoction. A bowl of such thickened broth can easily satiate one's hunger. Alternatively, by merely adding taro starch to boiling water along with a touch of honey, one can create a delightful breakfast. As the tobacco smoke swirls, thoughts of a cozy abode, a warm bed, and the rich aroma of coffee intermingle with memories of various breakfasts, steamed buns, deep-fried dough sticks, stuffed buns, fluffy mantu, century egg congee, rice rolls, and even savory pancakes. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within me. Yes, I can also make pancakes. I have never utilized corn flour before. I have always hastily prepared meals for the moment, fearing wastage. However, once these pancakes are made, they can be dried or baked, allowing for prolonged storage. Pancakes come in various types. One particular kind is remarkably elastic, capable of lasting even longer, and can envelop other ingredients for a delightful meal. Conversely, another variety is crisp and retains a delightful crunch even after drying. I recall the vendor mentioning that the elastic type requires high gluten flour as its primary ingredient, which I unfortunately do not possess. Regrettably, I have yet to attempt making either type of pancake, and thus remain unaware of the preparation methods. However, I can make an attempt. The continuous rainfall has rendered the air particularly humid. Upon opening the cornmeal, I discovered some clumps had formed within, and I am uncertain whether this is a consequence of the recent weather or simply an effect of prior humidity. Once the weather improves, I intend to take the cornmeal outside to dry, as I have a lingering concern that clumping may lead to mold or spoilage. When I handled the cornmeal in the basin, it did not seem particularly fine. It lacked the delicate texture of flour. Thus, I added a handful of flour to enhance its viscosity. Descending to the lower level, I filled a bowl with water and added a spoonful of salt. After stirring for a few minutes, the salt completely dissolved. I combined the cornmeal with a small portion of flour. And now my task is to incorporate water to knead the dough. This dough resembles gnocchi, but possesses its own distinct qualities. The moisture content in gnocchi is somewhat forgiving. Yet I feel that for pancakes, precision is vital. Too much water will prevent the batter from holding its shape, while too little will render it excessively sticky and unmanageable. Therefore, I resolved to gradually introduce the water, stirring with chopsticks as I did so. As the water was added, the cornmeal mixture grew increasingly viscous, continuously adhering to the chopsticks. To mitigate its stickiness, I deliberately added a modest amount of oil, not excessively, of course. After several attempts, the entire basin of flour transformed into a paste-like consistency. When I tested it with a spoon, it still exhibited some stickiness. However, this is not a significant concern. I simply need to add a bit more water. After the addition of water, the batter improved significantly, easily scooping up a generous spoonful. Unlike the large chunk I had previously extracted, I placed the pan over the flame, greasing the bottom with a touch of oil to prevent sticking. Before the pan became too hot, I poured a spoonful of batter into it. The batter sizzled delightfully as the pale yellow mixture began to set. However, I did not wish for it to solidify completely, so I quickly spread it out with the spoon. Although it was far from aesthetically pleasing or uniform, the pancake finally took shape. After a brief cooking period, a faint aroma of toasting began to waft through the air, prompting me to flip it over. Once both sides had turned a shade darker, I lifted it out of the pan. This first pancake was destined for a taste test. regardless of its flavor or texture, whether too salty, too bland, too hard, or too thick. I was determined to consume it, for it was my inaugural creation. It was scalding hot. And as I set the pan aside and reached for the pancake, I nearly burned myself, having grown careless. After waiting what felt like an eternity, perhaps 10 minutes, I finally held the pancake in my hands. Instead of taking a bite, fearing the heat within, I tore it apart, only to find that it was still quite hot. It was entirely different from what I had envisioned. I had imagined a delicate, thin pancake. Yet what I had produced was half a centimeter thick, roughly the size of my palm, with an uneven thickness, thin at the edges and thick in the center. The appearance was undoubtedly a failure, and as for the taste, I began to doubt even my own creation. Nevertheless, a mother does not scorn her child's imperfections. Regardless of its unappealing nature, I steeled myself and took a bite. Hard. Indeed, the texture is rather firm, and it is likely that the frying time was excessively long, resulting in a somewhat dry mouthfeel, particularly in the crust. When freshly cooked, it felt quite crisp to the touch, yet upon cooling, the exterior surprisingly softened, losing its crunch. With this in mind, I swiftly laid out the remaining pancakes, 22 in total, each no larger than the palm of my hand. Although they differed significantly from my initial expectations of pancakes, at least my efforts were not in vain. After threading these pancakes onto a slender vine with chopsticks, I suspended the vine above the fire, ensuring an adequate height. As for how I managed to hang it, I had buried 2 logs at either end of the fire, specifically for this purpose. In the past, I had used these logs to hang fish and meat for smoking. Once they are thoroughly dried, I shall taste them again. If the flavor is satisfactory, these pancakes will serve as my sustenance when I venture out. While I was diligently preparing the pancakes, the persistent wind and rain outside continued unabated, causing me some concern for the young seedlings in the garden. I also worried that the nearby low-lying area, once saturated, might lead to flooding. Given the intensity of the rain, the consequences of such flooding could be quite overwhelming. On the 66th day, I anticipated that the rain would not cease any time soon, though the wind had thankfully diminished somewhat, which was a small comfort. The substructure of the treehouse had already suffered significant water ingress. Despite the treehouse's relative robustness, it proved insufficient to completely withstand the incessant wind and rain. Fortunately, a small drainage channel served as a bulwark, diverting the intruding rainwater and preventing it from inundating the interior entirely. The upper level of the treehouse fared less favorably. Water coursed rapidly across the wooden surfaces, necessitating the relocation of the provisions multiple times. However, these efforts yielded limited success, as seepage became increasingly pervasive. Even the bedding beneath me succumbed to the encroaching moisture, although the top cover remained mercifully dry. Consequently, I was compelled to carry the dry coverlet down to the lower level. The creature, TUHC, had wisely chosen its abode, an upturned suitcase. Thus, regardless of the extent of the water penetration, its nest remained impervious. At this moment, it was luxuriating in slumber within its sanctuary. Although my cold had abated somewhat since the previous day, I was still indisposed and harbored concerns about a potential relapse. Nevertheless, I had no alternative. Failure to relocate the provisions would have resulted in their ruin, a consequence I could not afford. This substantial hoard represented a year's worth of sustenance, my most valuable possession at present. Upon completing the arduous task, I discovered an unexpected benefit. My previously congested nasal passages had miraculously cleared, providing immediate relief. However, the advantages were confined to this solitary instance. My limbs ached profoundly, particularly my hands, which were devoid of strength to the point of being unable to form a fist. I collapsed onto the ground beside the fire, utterly devoid of the inclination to move further. However, this time I had no intention of slumber. I merely sought to replenish my strength, for I was exceedingly weary. My respite was short-lived as a cloud of dust billowed forth, heralding the arrival of Onyx. Doubtless, its tail had swept up the ashes beside the fire. I coughed several times, choked by the dust, and reluctantly propped myself up. The arrival of this creature invariably portended mischief. It was undoubtedly famished and seeking sustenance. After subsisting on fruits for so many meals, it must have grown weary of them. The cakes from yesterday still hung from the vines, baking above the fire. It was absent during their preparation, so I had not offered it any. Yet, since it had arrived, I resolved to give it 2 to appease its hunger and to ascertain the quality of my baking, to see if they had become desiccated from their prolonged exposure to the fire. Indeed, they were quite hard. Upon breaking one open, I ventured a bite. The initial taste was passable, reminiscent of a stale cake left exposed to the air. Despite this, upon chewing, it proved rather palatable. Alas, I was afflicted with a cold, rendering me unable to discern any saltiness. I could only attest to its acceptable texture. Fearing that Onyx might find them unappealing, I tossed 2 over to it and thoughtfully poured it a bowl of plain water, lest the dryness of the cakes prove too much. To my surprise, Onyx relished the cakes. Perhaps this was the very reason it had survived thus far, its lack of fastidiousness. What I deemed inedible, it consumed with gusto. It held the cornbread with its forelimbs, tearing at it with its mouth, chewing a few times, and then swallowing, its movements fluid and uninterrupted. It devoured both cakes in about a minute. Indeed, it did not return to me. Instead, it promptly rushed to the water bowl prepared for it, lapping up the water with its tongue at an astonishing pace until the bowl was completely empty. Subsequently, it approached my feet, imploring me with its gaze to provide it with more. Reluctantly, fearing it might become too bloated from excessive water consumption, I offered it only a small amount. It has never relieved itself within the confines of the treehouse, and it has been holding it in for the past few days due to the rain. Later, when the rain subsides somewhat, I intend to allow it to venture outside to relieve itself, as withholding for too long is detrimental. After providing it with another half bowl of water, I also began to partake in the pancake. Perhaps it was due to the exertion of transporting the grain, but I felt a remarkable improvement in my cold, which was quite unexpected. As I consumed about half of it, Little Black had nearly finished its meal as well. It turned its head, preparing to ascend to the upper level of the treehouse. Undoubtedly, the creature was off to slumber once more. I am perpetually amazed by its fondness for sleep, and its ability to fall asleep so readily fills me with envy. Suddenly, Little Black began to howl vociferously, and this abrupt occurrence startled me greatly, nearly causing me to drop the cornbread I held in my hand. I immediately turned my head to observe, and I noticed that Little Black was emitting menacing growls from its throat, facing the direction of the firewood, as if it had perceived something unusual and was quite agitated. Could it be the creature that had previously bitten Little Black? Based on my conjecture, the most plausible explanation is that it was bitten by a rat, or perhaps some unfamiliar small animal or lizard. Fortunately, it was non-venomous. Having previously observed Xiaohei's wounds, I knew they were fully healed, merely a few small scabbed marks remained. The scabs themselves were already peeling and on the verge of detaching. As anticipated, I arrived at the woodpile, yet discerned nothing unusual. It is said that black dog's blood can ward off evil. Could it be that Xiaohei had perceived something malevolent? This notion struck me like a hammer blow to the heart, causing my scalp to prickle instantaneously, and a cold sweat threatened to erupt. However, I promptly banished the thought from my mind. Having indulged in too many novels in the past, I recognized that conjuring such unfounded scenarios was ill-advised, as self-induced frights are far from amusing. Xiaohei persisted in its barking at the woodpile, and upon noticing my presence, it surged forward. Observing the direction of its charge, I became increasingly convinced that something was concealed beneath the woodpile. Fearing that Xiaohei might inadvertently suffer another bite, I retrieved an axe from nearby. With the axe in my right hand and a branch in my left, I began to dismantle the woodpile piece by piece. Perhaps disturbed by my actions, I detected a rustling sound emanating from beneath, and it seemed as though there was more than one creature present. The mere thought of a swarm of rats bursting forth sent shivers down my spine. The image was simply too horrifying. As I cautiously removed a small portion of the woodpile, suddenly, a head darted out. Alas! Chapter 66, Food Delivered to the Door, Part 2, a bonus chapter for Yunqi Yuran. A snake's head abruptly emerged, startling me and causing me to instinctively recoil. Yet, I had no intention of allowing it to escape. Raising the axe, I executed a swift, circular swing, bringing the blade down with decisive force, severing the snake in two. The serpent's bisected form writhed independently, the cephalic portion lunging forward momentarily before succumbing to inertia, its undulations persistent yet innocuous. I remained aloof, unperturbed by its presence. My fortitude wanes only in the presence of bufonity. From my earliest recollections, they have been the objects of my dread. The rustling beneath the firewood persisted, suggesting a serpentine exodus in multiple directions, hinting at a multitude of these creatures. Prudence dictated the use of a branch to dismantle the woodpile, my hands refraining from direct contact, lest a venomous serpent lurked within. Despite Xiaohei's eagerness to assist, I restrained him, mindful of the potential peril. His companionship has been invaluable, perhaps even crucial to my survival. Nearing the culmination of my task, the remaining serpents remained elusive. Were they coiled together, concealed from view? Only a basin-sized area remained, composed of desiccated twigs, perhaps providing a haven for these reptiles. Before I could disturb the twigs, two serpents, each as thick as a man's forearm, erupted from their hiding place. Startled, they sought escape rather than confrontation, attempting to breach the wooden palisade of the treehouse. However, my swiftness and the presence of my hatchet ensured their failure. Although I possess no fear of serpents, the sight of one charging directly towards me instills a profound sense of dread. The mere thought of being bitten is utterly unimaginable. Thus, I leapt aside, seized my axe once more, and turned to confront the snake. At that very moment, to my astonishment, another snake erupted from the pile of firewood. This marked the fourth serpent. An occurrence so incredible it led me to wonder if I had inadvertently disturbed a nest. Four identical snakes, with only minor differences in size. Once again admonishing the eager little black creature, I swiftly pursued the cunning serpent that had evaded me earlier. This time, fortune was not on its side. It met the same fate as its two brethren, falling lifeless to the ground. The fourth snake was remarkably swift and was on the verge of escaping through a sizable gap at the doorway. This aperture was so ample that even a plump rat could slip through. I would not entertain the notion of allowing it to escape, having dared to intrude. It must face the consequences. Its head was already protruding outside when I caught up, and as half its body ventured forth, my axe descended with unerring precision, sealing its fate like the others before it. Remarkably, these few serpents had taxed my strength immensely. I was drenched in sweat, my forehead and back soaked through. Beads of perspiration cascaded down my face. Wiping my brow, I approached the remaining firewood, determined to sift through the remnants, convinced there could not possibly be more snakes. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, I spotted a dark snake's tail. Cursed be the fate. There was indeed another. Cursing under my breath, I did not hesitate. I swung the axe downward, severing the black tail, which twitched violently in response. At that moment, I realized that it was merely a vine, and I had indeed been overly anxious. After resting for a while, it seemed that mealtime was approaching as my stomach began to grumble. At this juncture, I was also preparing to deal with the snake carcasses. When hunger encounters food, everything flows effortlessly, so why not indulge in a grand feast of snakes? It would not be in vain for those few snakes that had come my way. However, I became exceedingly cautious to ascertain their toxicity. I retrieved my Swiss Army knife and pried open their mouths to examine for venomous fangs. Fortunately, I did not observe any sharp fangs. After much effort, nothing emerged from the snake's mouth. Thus, I could proceed to attempt the imagined grand snake feast. The first dish would be snake meat soup, which I had tasted during a business trip to Guangzhou. I still vividly recall the name of that dish, dragon roaming the rivers. The memory is etched not only due to its name, but also because of its exquisite flavor and the delicate, boneless, tender texture of the snake meat, which is truly unforgettable. My culinary skills, of course, cannot compare to those of a master chef, yet on such a stormy day, encountering this food fills me with excitement. The last giant snake I encountered was far too large. Its meat could not possibly compare to this size, which is similar to what I had previously savored. I heated oil in a pan, and when the temperature was not excessively high, I placed the snake meat inside, quickly stir-frying it before adding clear water. I was cautious not to overcook it, fearing that the snake meat would become tough and adversely affect its texture. The entire procedure consumed merely a few minutes. After another brief interlude, the vigorous flames brought the water to a rolling boil. Naturally, this was not the culmination. Following the addition of a modicum of precious salt, another period of anticipation ensued until the entire pot of water assumed a pallid hue. Indeed, pallid, not the milky white of fish soup, but rather a turbid, whitish appearance. Subsequently came the final step. With a spoon, I extracted a dollop from the basin where the arrowroot flour was being prepared, although not yet completely desiccated. I intended to employ it forthwith. However, its efficacy remained to be ascertained through experimentation. Upon introducing this spoonful, and with concomitant stirring, I was immediately seized with elation. The sound of my hand striking my thigh was testament to my excitement. Verily, the arrowroot starch had been successfully produced. The broth, having been thickened, immediately acquired a viscous consistency and promised to be exceptionally palatable. The second dish proved to be relatively straightforward. After heating the oil in the wok, I poured in soy sauce to braise the snake meat. For the fourth dish, seasoned salt, I spared no expense. I employed a generous quantity of oil and the smallest possible dose of salt. To claim that I was not pained would be disingenuous, but upon tasting it, this consideration became inconsequential. Were I granted another opportunity, I would assuredly make the same choice. Observing the manner in which Xiaohei devoured the food, one could readily discern his ravenous appetite. Even I, who had previously struggled to discern any distinct flavor, could now detect the savory essence clinging to the tip of my tongue. The snake meat was exquisitely tender, detaching from the bone with the merest pressure of the lips. Scarcely requiring mastication, the delicate snake flesh would, upon expectorating the bones, naturally glide down one's gullet, all the way down. My sole regret lies in the seeming superfluity of this rice, for the broth alone has satiated me to a considerable extent. It is not mere obstinacy that compels me to continue eating, but rather an inability to resist. The other dishes, particularly the pepper-salted one, possess a delightful contrast of a crisp exterior and a tender interior, a sensation I can only savor with eyes closed. Were the heavens to restore the gustatory senses stolen by my cold at this moment, the experience would be all the more exquisite. The steamed dish, while possessing the singular merit of tenderness, lacks complexity. Yet, the few drops of lemon I added impart a subtle fragrance that is still perceptible. The braised dish, in comparison, is unremarkable and best left unmentioned. The torrential rain persists, and should it cease tomorrow, I may be compelled to renovate the dwelling, as the perennial downpours necessitate addressing the issue of leakage sooner rather than later. Day 67. A Devastating Blow, Part 1. Providence offered no respite. For just as I entertained the notion of the rain abating, a tempestuous gale descended. This wind, fiercer and more unrestrained than its predecessors, wreaked havoc. In the twilight hours, the frantic cries of Xiaohei roused me from slumber. I awoke to find him drenched, water cascading from his coat. Witnessing his distress, I immediately sensed impending doom and rushed to the upper level of the treehouse. The storm, driven by the gale, assailed with unbridled fury, tearing away the roof and leaving only a fragment of the waterproof cloth tethered by vines. The tempest hurled itself downwards with relentless force. I found myself unable to open my eyes, yet I persisted in attempting to resecure the waterproof cover, though my efforts proved futile. The wind was so fierce that I could hardly maintain my balance, let alone pull on the flapping tarpaulin that danced in the gusts. Soaked to the bone, I longed to surrender, but the thought of abandoning my efforts would mean certain ruin for the food supplies and the fire below. With no other choice, I pressed on, leaning against the wall as I made my way toward the billowing tarp. The small trees that had once sheltered it had long been swept away, and this tarp too seemed destined to follow suit. Before I could even gather my thoughts, the vines that had secured the tarp reached their breaking point. In a cacophony of rustling, the tarp was lifted by the wind and whisked away in an instant. My heart plummeted to the depths, as this was undoubtedly a colossal, unbearable blow. Without that tarp, I possessed nothing to shield against the relentless rain. After a brief hesitation, I resolved to descend swiftly, hoping to salvage whatever essentials I could. Upon reaching the lower level, the scene was far worse than I had anticipated. Water was dripping everywhere, and the fire was on the verge of extinguishing. The food and firewood had been effectively claimed by the rain, as torrents cascaded down from above like a curtain. It was all over. Everything had come to an end. I cradled my head in despair, the last flicker of hope extinguished, all the fruits of my labor reduced to nothing. Why? At that moment, my composure shattered completely. I crouched down, my fists clenched tightly, pounding the ground with all my might, blow after blow, my mind a blank slate. Unable to channel the fury that surged within. The ground, having borne the weight of many days of passage, has become quite compacted. Nonetheless, I have still managed to create several depressions with my fists. Perhaps the sight of my turmoil has startled Little Black. Initially, it was shaking off the water from its coat, but upon witnessing my distress, it paused and approached, nudging its head against my waist, seemingly attempting to offer me solace. After what felt like an eternity, whether due to the catharsis of my outburst or the comfort of Little Black's presence, I gradually regained my composure. The ground was already transformed into a vast expanse of water. The entire small dwelling had succumbed to the deluge, and the fire had perished in the depths of the flood. The ashes from the fire mingled with the murky water, rendering the entirety of the treehouse's interior particularly filthy. Once I began to calm, my focus shifted. The water on the floor no longer demanded my attention. The flames had been extinguished, and the provisions were drenched, leaving only 2 handguns and a flashlight, wrapped in bedding atop the table, that remained dry. If left unattended, they too would likely succumb to the moisture. I was uncertain whether the handguns would still function if they became wet. I retrieved the long bench I had crafted with my own hands, placed the handguns from the bedding onto it, and then tucked the bench beneath the table. Using the flashlight, I hastily transferred the cured meat, homemade sausages, dried fish, and corn cakes onto the bench. It was a precarious endeavor, yet I managed to fill the bench to capacity. I was desperate to salvage these provisions. Witnessing the rice submerged in water inflicted a pang of anguish upon my heart. It was a tormenting experience, a sense of helplessness that was profoundly agonizing. The water in the treehouse had indeed drained away quite swiftly, yet it could hardly keep pace with the deluge cascading from above. I had carved several small channels with my axe in a futile attempt to divert the flow, but their efficacy was negligible. Nevertheless, I did not cease my efforts, unaware of how long this tempest would endure. Initially, I had resolved to fortify the treehouse once the torrential rain subsided, yet that opportunity had slipped away. However, ruminating on it now serves no purpose. When the fire extinguishes, one can devise a solution, but once provisions spoil, they are irretrievably lost. I could only hope for the rain to abate swiftly, as a myriad of thoughts swirled in my mind, yet my hands remained industriously at work. I had excavated numerous intersecting ditches in the ground, striving to maintain the water level at bay. In my numb state, I had long forgotten the passage of time. I was oblivious to how long I had toiled, when it appeared the rain had indeed lightened, though I could not discern if it was merely an illusion. The batteries in my flashlight seemed to be waning, as its luminosity diminished significantly. I questioned whether it would last until dawn. As the first light of day filtered through the crevice of the door, I sensed the tempest had finally ceased. Upon stepping outside, I was greeted by the reality that the storm had truly abated, the sun rising in the east heralding the return of fair weather. Yet, joy eluded me, for the tempest had inflicted considerable losses, nearly compelling me to start anew. Little Black emerged alongside me, drenched and caked in mud, and I presumed my own condition mirrored that of my companion. The lower level of the treehouse has completely lost its former appearance. The muddy and chaotic ground is a distressing sight. Water from the upper level continues to drip down, and the channels etched into the ground by my own hands make the entire area resemble a plowed field. After releasing a long, cathartic shout to expel the pent-up frustration and anguish within me, I began the arduous task of moving things. The lower level is no longer fit for habitation unless I can restore the ground and rebuild the space. This time, regardless of how arduous, exhausting, or troublesome it may be, I am determined to construct a shelter that is waterproof and resilient against the fiercest winds. I carried out bag after bag of provisions, fully aware that the ground outside is also damp, but what does that matter? The interior is even wetter, dirtier, and muddier. At least once the sun emerges, I can dry things out. I understand that spreading them out in the sun would yield better results, but the current circumstances do not allow for that. With a sigh, I emptied everything from inside: tables, stools, food, and all other belongings. Now, I find myself in a state of utter confusion, uncertain about what to do next. What should I prioritize? Should I attempt to start a fire? Should I transport some sand and gravel to the treehouse? Should I seek waterproof tarps? Or should I focus on repairing the roof first? This inner turmoil has wasted a considerable amount of my time. The restless mindset that had plagued me finally settled as I finished my drink, and in that moment, my decision crystallized. Thus, I shall adhere to this plan. There is no time to squander. On the 67th day, a devastating blow part 2, for Pai Jin and Zhao Laoyao, after much contemplation, I resolved to gather some sand and gravel to pave the floor of the treehouse. I also intended to construct a proper earthen stove and elevate the treehouse floor with the sand and gravel. This would shield us from the encroaching waters, as the sand and gravel possess natural drainage properties. Furthermore, I plan to expand the treehouse's dimensions. However, all of this would demand considerable time and effort, compelling me to prioritize the most crucial tasks first. After all, I still required rest at night. Having grown accustomed to sleeping in the treehouse, I could no longer bear the thought of sleeping outdoors under the stars. The most pressing concern was that I had already encountered too many frightening creatures: snakes, wild boars, and leeches, making it inconceivable to imagine slumbering outside. Before leaving the yard, I inspected the seedlings of the potatoes and drift bottle seeds. Regrettably, more than half of the seedlings had succumbed to the ground, while the remaining few, though still standing, exhibited signs of wilting and curling leaves. Alas, I hope these last survivors can endure. Initially, I feared they would all perish, yet the outcome has exceeded my expectations. The garlic, on the other hand, thrived remarkably well. Aside from a bit of dirt, its leaves showed no signs of damage, offering me a glimmer of hope. Little Black did not follow me, and fearing that some creature might come to pilfer our provisions, I allowed it to guard the scant remnants of food after it had relieved itself in the yard. The river water remained murky, yet I chose to wash my face by the riverbank. The grime that had caked upon my skin was quite uncomfortable, and a restless night left me feeling weary. After cleansing my face, the results were indeed striking, and my spirits were notably uplifted. Due to the incessant rain, the forest floor was exceedingly muddy, and I encountered various birds and small animals foraging, though each fled in alarm upon my approach. By the time I reached the small hill, the sun had fully risen, casting warm rays upon my chilled back. My garments were already soaked, and I had hung my clothes on the vines in the yard to dry. I emerged bare-chested, hesitant to remove my trousers for fear of insect bites from the underbrush. The dampness of my trousers had become somewhat numbed from prolonged exposure. There were indeed many stones by the riverbank, albeit they were smooth and small. I would eventually require them, but at present, I sought larger fragments of rock to elevate the lower level of the treehouse. I found myself curious as to why this small river consistently flowed with water, even on sunny days. I speculated whether there might be caves within the mountain that allow rainwater to seep in and slowly emerge, or if there were some other peculiar circumstances at play. In due time, I must explore this further. The more I understand, the better equipped I shall be for survival. Lost in thought, I filled the plastic basket with stones, then grasped the vine tethered to it and pulled it with determination towards the treehouse. The outcome was somewhat misguided. Within the forest, sunlight was scarce, and the ground remained perpetually damp. The recent consecutive downpours rendered the terrain exceedingly muddy, causing my plastic basket to be pressed down by stones, leaving a significant trail of sludge in my wake. However, the situation improved considerably. My pace noticeably quickened as I slung the vines over my shoulder, dragging them with all my strength, while my right hand clutched a branch, consistently lifting it to elevate the front end of the basket. This maneuver significantly reduced the resistance posed by the mud. Upon exiting the woods, my right hand had become entirely numb and painfully sore, yet I had finally emerged. Based on the quantity within the plastic basket, I estimated I would need to make 4 or 5 more trips to meet my requirements. Thus time was of the essence. After dumping the stones at the entrance, my stomach grumbling from hunger, I retrieved the corn cakes from yesterday, sharing 2 with Xiaohei. There was still some cooled water left in the pot. Once sufficiently nourished, I set forth once more. The afternoon sun was relentless, ill-suited for such strenuous labor. My back felt as though it was ablaze, and sweat streamed down my face. This marked my 4th trip, and I anticipated that one more would suffice for the stones. However, after much contemplation, I resolved to forego this opportunity. I was already feeling utterly exhausted, and another run could very well lead to heat stroke, much like the last time. After resting briefly at the treehouse entrance and consuming a large bowl of water, I began to seek solace in the shade of the trees. The intensity of the scorching sun can be discerned from the rapid desiccation of the ground. In my yard, the elevated patches appear thoroughly parched. I am confident that after this afternoon's relentless exposure to sunlight, my bedding will be dry. However, locating the waterproof tarp has proven to be quite a challenge. Its whereabouts remain a mystery, as it seems to have vanished. Moreover, the matter of kindling has become a source of great vexation for me. I can no longer find the flint lighter. Whether it has been misplaced or tucked away in a corner remains uncertain. Every item within the house has been displaced. Even the pots and pans have not been overlooked, and the firewood is now basking in the sunlight. Currently, everything is damp and devoid of any means to ignite a fire. I must first seek out some easily combustible materials before I can contemplate kindling a flame. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. The last time I sought out that flammable wild grass, it inexplicably eluded me, leaving me no choice but to search for substitutes, a type of dried grass resembling fine strands of hair, along with some still slightly moist leaves and resin. These are the only fire-starting materials I can currently procure. The moisture in the leaves poses little concern, as they can dry out under the sun, including the dried grass. After several hours of exposure to the blistering sun, they will become exceedingly arid. The towering tree in my yard stands at least 10 meters tall, with the waterproof tarp hanging from its highest branches. I fear that I lack the capability to climb it. A fall could prove disastrous. Perhaps felling the tree might be a more prudent option, yet I ponder how many days it would take to achieve such a feat should the tree fall incorrectly. It could very well land upon me. I have contemplated many scenarios but have yet to devise an exceptionally effective solution. However, I have indeed conceived of one method to ignite a fire, and it's remarkably straightforward. Day 67. A Devastating Blow, Part 2. Regarding the method of ignition, I must admit that I am uncertain as to why it suddenly occurred to me. I had once witnessed a colleague perform it. It happened during a weekend of overtime work when we stumbled upon an intriguing experimental video on social media during our lunch break. Possessing a meticulous nature, he insisted on replicating the experiment after viewing it. After procuring the necessary materials from the convenience store downstairs, he commenced his endeavor. I did not observe the initial stages of his construction closely. I am uncertain as to the precise duration of the creation process, as I did not pay particular attention. Perhaps 30 minutes? Perhaps an hour? I cannot say with certainty. However, he eventually summoned me with excitement, and upon inspection, I confirmed that he had indeed ignited the fire. This event is only a faint memory. Had it not suddenly resurfaced, I might not have recalled it at all. The materials required are minimal. Upon reflection, I realized that I possessed nearly all of the necessary components. The only remaining task was to patiently experiment. Given that the materials are identical, the likelihood of success is quite high. The cigarettes are stacked on the table, drying in the sun, as they were not particularly damp to begin with. I had only opened one pack. The others remained sealed and were shielded from moisture by the bedding. The sun has already descended significantly in the west, and the bedding appears to be almost completely dry. The tinder gathered earlier has long since desiccated, though the thicker branches, as expected, have not dried as rapidly. Nevertheless, even with residual dampness, these branches can be placed near the fire to gradually parch, subsequently serving as fuel to sustain the blaze. However, such considerations are premature, as the fire has yet to be ignited. If this method proves viable, kindling a fire will no longer pose a challenge. The prospect of this fills me with renewed enthusiasm. The desiccated twigs, leaves, and ignitable materials have been gathered and cradled into a pile. The pivotal moment has arrived. Success would liberate me from the torment of darkness. The battery requires no modification, but the tinfoil from the cigarette packet demands preparation. I recall that the tinfoil must be trimmed narrowly in the center. Retrieving a previously opened cigarette packet, I note that the cigarettes within, though once damp, have since dried, though their flavor is likely diminished. The Swiss Army knife contains a pair of small scissors. After measuring the length of the battery, I used the scissors to cut a piece of tinfoil from the cigarette packet, approximately 2 centimeters wide, erring on the side of generosity for this experiment. In the center of the tinfoil, I excised small sections from both the top and bottom, leaving a strip of about 1 centimeter in width. The time for experimentation has arrived. According to a colleague, this method purportedly exploits the phenomenon of a short circuit in the battery, causing the tinfoil to ignite in the center. Due to an initial lack of profound interest, the precise breadth of the foil required, along with the number of intermediate sections, remained unknown to me, necessitating a gradual process of experimentation. I affixed the foil to the battery's terminals, pressing firmly with my thumb and forefinger, and awaited the ignition of the central segment. Presently, a gradual sensation of warmth enveloped my thumb and forefinger, instilling a sense of trepidation and apprehension. I harbored concerns regarding potential burns from the rapidly escalating temperature, as well as the possibility of the battery detonating due to a short circuit. Despite my uncertainty regarding the actual likelihood of such an occurrence, after approximately 10 seconds, I observed wisps of white smoke emanating from the foil center. Just as I was about to exult, the process abruptly ceased, devoid of any conflagration. Perceiving an escalating temperature emanating from the battery's terminals, yet witnessing the dissipation of the white smoke without further incident, I was compelled to set the battery down, preparing for another attempt. The duration of contact proved fortuitous, as my fingers sustained no burns beyond a mild sensation of heat. Keen to optimize my time, I resolved to embark on a second trial, this time narrowing the foil's central segment, following several snips with a pair of small scissors. The intermediate breadth was reduced to an estimated dimension of less than half a centimeter, or under 5 millimeters. Might this endeavor prove successful? I felt a surge of excitement. I clasped my hands together, exhaled upon them to invoke a touch of good fortune, and once more grasped the battery. The second experiment commenced. With the modified foil reapplied with deliberate pressure, within a mere 2 seconds, smoke began to billow forth. After an estimated 5 seconds, I detected the presence of sparks. I was filled with elation. The fire was rekindled with alacrity. The spark instantaneously severed the constricted segment of the foil. I endeavored to introduce this fragment of foil, still faintly incandescent, into the tinder, but to no avail. It extinguished without igniting the material. Reality descended upon me like a deluge of icy water, leaving me utterly drenched. I, who had been so confident, was now in a state of bewildered stasis. I was perplexed as to why the same maneuver that had yielded success for my colleague was proving fruitless for me. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have relinquished the endeavor or dismissed the video as a fabrication. Fortunately, my composure remained intact. After a series of deep inhalations, I regained my equilibrium and excised another segment of foil. This time, I made a slight adjustment to the width, reducing it from approximately 2 centimeters to 1.5 centimeters. The breadth of the central segment was altered to approximately 0.7 centimeters, a marginal increase over the previous attempt. My aspiration was to ignite the foil rather than sever it. On this occasion, my trepidation intensified. The succession of failures engendered a sense of apprehension. What if all attempts were to prove futile? What then would become of the evening? However, my anxiety did not impede my actions. The fresh piece of foil was now pressed against the battery. After 3 seconds, the central segment emitted wisps of white smoke. Just as I was about to discard the foil in frustration, fire erupted with unexpected abruptness. Eureka! I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I nearly extended my fingers like scissors. Of course, I did not actually do so. I hardly felt the scorching heat of the battery. I quickly propped up the piece of tin foil, allowing the flame to begin its dance, and promptly brought it closer to the kindling materials. With a crackle, the prepared flammable items burst into flames. I began to gradually add small twigs, and the fire pit sprang back to life. This night was destined not to be cold and dark. On the 68th day, rebuilding the home, Part 1, for Yunchi Yuran. Although the treehouse no longer resembled its former self, I was grateful that I had not lingered in sorrow. I had regained my spirits and was confident that before long, I would be able to construct an even more perfect home, a more exquisite treehouse, and a grander yard. I envisioned expanding the yard and fortifying the walls. I would use small trees to form a barrier, entwined with vines. The sun was already dipping towards the horizon, yet there was still ample time before nightfall. Little Black's appearance was truly pitiful, with hardened mud caked in its fur, undoubtedly causing it great discomfort. Thus, I resolved to take it to the river for a bath. The murky water flowed slowly, and as soon as Little Black reached the riverbank, it joyfully plunged into the water, splashing about. Seeing its elation brought an involuntary smile to my lips. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. My body and soul were entirely captivated until Little Black emerged from the river, pulling me back from my reverie. After playing enough, I led the little black creature to the riverbank. It, of course, could not clean itself, as its back remained heavily soiled. After several minutes of effort, I finally succeeded in washing its entire back until it was spotless. Although I was rinsing in murky water, it now appeared considerably more comfortable. Once the water's clear in a day or two, we can return for another wash. Upon returning to the treehouse, the sun had yet to set. Due to the absence of a roof, the upper level dried rapidly. Certainly, the walls and floor made of slender tree trunks absorbed moisture, leaving the interior still damp. However, this posed no concern for me. I simply wished to sleep in the upper level of the treehouse encircled by walls, even in the absence of a roof. The lower level of the treehouse, unfortunately, fared far worse. It was a dismal sight, with the ground still a quagmire. I could only wait until it dried before laying down stones. I was also contemplating whether to construct an additional structure nearby rather than renovating this treehouse. After all, this treehouse had endured several storms, and I could not guarantee its ability to withstand another, even if I secured it with vines once more. I remained apprehensive about the possibility of them snapping, as vines are inherently unstable. The matter of the provisions has become a source of deep concern for me. It appears that a substantial portion of our food supply has been compromised by water damage. Upon inspection, I observed that the cornmeal and flour have suffered the most, having congealed into solid masses. The rice, however, seems to be in a relatively better state. With proper drying, it should be salvageable. If I could spread the rice out to dry, I would be more confident in its recovery, but I lack a suitable venue for such an undertaking. Consequently, this issue weighs heavily on my mind. If circumstances permitted, I would prefer not to waste a single grain. These provisions transcend their mere function as sustenance. They embody cherished memories of home. Each time I partake in them, I feel as though I am transported back to my native land. As I reached into the sack filled with rice, I could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from within. I fervently hope that the weather will remain fair in the coming days, lest my last vestige of hope be extinguished. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted from today's endeavors, and my stomach is gnawing with hunger. I even caught a glimpse of Xiao He surreptitiously devouring a pair of fruits. However, before I can prepare supper, I have a multitude of tasks that demand my attention. I must transport these provisions to the upper level of the treehouse, for if they remain here, they will undoubtedly fall prey to birds, rodents, and other unfamiliar creatures of the wild under the cloak of night. Once again, the plastic crates have proven invaluable, rendering the task of hauling the provisions to the upper level of the treehouse far less arduous than carrying them on my back. My muscles are already screaming in protest, but I can still manage to drag the crates along while clinging to the vines. And so, I toiled relentlessly from sunset until the descent of night. Finally, it is done. I bent over, placing my hands on my knees, gasping for breath as I rested. At this moment, I was utterly fatigued, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to move. The muscles in my thighs pulsated and trembled. After several internal struggles, I ultimately resolved to prepare dinner, planning to rest afterward. I had initially thought that stacking stones would be a swift task, yet it consumed an unexpectedly long duration, at least 30 minutes. The evening meal consisted of no other than noodle dumplings. I scooped some clumped flour into a bowl, kneading it into a fine texture before adding water and mixing it thoroughly. Using a spoon, I ladled the mixture into the pot. After rinsing the sausage and cured meat in clear water, I placed them on the table for slicing. The cured meat was cut into exceedingly thin pieces. The layer of fat from the wild boar was not particularly thick, so besides a few millimeters of fat beneath the skin, the remainder was mostly lean meat. The sausage, while not visually appealing due to some darkened areas, appeared quite appetizing once sliced. The noodle dumplings had reached a full boil, at which point I added the slices of cured meat and sausage in one go. In the bubbling water, the meat seemed to come alive, dancing gracefully in the pot. After covering it with a lid and letting it steam for 5 minutes, the aroma could no longer be contained, wafting enticingly from the edges of the lid. The night air in the forest carried a gentle breeze, which brought the delightful scent directly to my face, intensifying my hunger. As for the little black dog, it goes without saying that given any choice, it would undoubtedly opt for food. I understood it all too well. Its long mouth gaped wide, and it would not close until it had its fill, droplets of saliva clinging to its open maw. Indeed, my keen observation of it was not without purpose. In an effort to divert my attention, lest my expression become more dismal, I allowed the dumplings to cool for a moment before serving. A delicate sheen of oil floated atop the broth, the aroma of smoked cured meat enveloping me completely. Unable to suppress my hunger any longer, I was about to indulge when a small black creature nearly toppled me over. I had erred by neglecting to share the other bowl with it, leading it to believe there was but a single portion. Starving and filled with disappointment, it lunged towards me in a desperate attempt to snatch my meal. After a hearty burp, I reflected on the merit of my cooking. This rendition of dumplings had been elevated to new heights, particularly due to the addition of cured meat. Not only did it impart a rich oiliness, but the herbal essence of the meat combined with the chewy allure of the dumplings was akin to savoring a meat-filled rice ball, truly delightful. I had intended to spend the night counting stars and contemplating future plans, but as soon as I lay down, my eyelids grew heavy and I succumbed to slumber. On the 69th day, as I endeavored to rebuild my home, I awoke to the sweet symphony of birdsong and the gentle caress of a breeze amid a riot of colors. This was no mere illusion, but rather the sensation that enveloped me upon opening my eyes. For a fleeting moment, I lost awareness of my surroundings, forgetting everything until a few seconds later when clarity returned. For the first time, I recognized the exquisite beauty of this place. As little birds frolicked atop the small garden walls, chirping joyfully, the morning air was exceptionally invigorating, with gentle floral fragrances wafting in the breeze, unimpeded by a roof. The verdant foliage of the trees, intertwined with the delicate blossoms of parasitic plants, composed a picturesque tableau. I was loath to rouse myself from such idyllic surroundings. The sun had already ascended, indicating a somewhat belated awakening. The previous day's exertions had taken their toll, leaving my entire body aching severely, and I yearned for further repose. However, time waits for no one, and numerous tasks remained uncompleted. The mere prospect of rain haunted me like a specter, filling me with trepidation at the sight of gathering clouds. Rice, flour, and cornmeal urgently needed to be taken out to dry. I opted for the same method as yesterday, transferring the sacks of grain into plastic baskets and dragging them into the courtyard. The effort of moving the provisions left my back feeling as though it might break. After a brief respite on a stool, during which I consumed a piece of fruit, The notion of crafting a hammock from vines in the courtyard suddenly occurred to me. Weaving a hammock from vines should not present insurmountable difficulties, though that was a project for later. The immediate priority was to construct a roof for the treehouse. However, the tarpaulin remained precariously perched high in the distant trees, and retrieving it would entail considerable risk, a matter that demanded careful deliberation, as I was unwilling to jeopardize my life for its sake. Upon awakening, I noticed that the little black dog was gone. I knew not where it had wandered off to. Perhaps it needed to relieve itself. A brief respite was in order, and I decided to let it roam freely. As it was not the first time it had done so, the matter of the roof preoccupied my thoughts for an extended period. Apart from the tarpaulin, I could conceive of no other material that would provide absolute waterproofing. Ultimately, I resolved to first secure the small structure with young trees, subsequently covering it with vines and palm fronds. I layered the leaves meticulously, aiming to create a tiered effect akin to shingles, which would facilitate drainage. Concurrently, I decided to complete the construction of this modest shelter before venturing to the seaside to search for additional useful materials. My intention was to subsequently erect a sturdier and larger dwelling. 2 structures would prove more advantageous, one for storage and reserves, and the other for habitation. In the event one were to suffer damage, I could retreat to the other. Harvesting palm fronds was not a new endeavor, and though it was exhausting, time was of the essence. In my quest to gather a sufficient quantity of leaves as swiftly as possible, I persevered through the sweat and fatigue. My arms weary and aching. Armed with tools, I recognized the value of coconut meat, which could be transformed into various culinary delights. Thus, it would be a folly to allow it to go to waste. As I dragged the leaves to the small shelter, fatigue enveloped me. The most taxing aspect was not merely the labor, but the strain of lifting my head to cut the leaves, obstructed by the foliage. Climbing atop to reach them was not an option, and my right arm, wielding the axe, had grown too weary to lift. After a hearty belch, perhaps due to the midday heat and my exertion, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over me. Despite my constant reminders of the tasks ahead, I could not resist the pull of exhaustion and found myself ascending to the upper level of the treehouse, where I lay down. It was perfectly situated beneath the shade of the grand tree, a gentle breeze wafting through, lulling me into comfort as I stifled yawns. I admonished myself that I must not succumb to sleep. Instead, I would rest with my eyes open, resolute in my determination to remain awake. My eyes are quite weary. Perhaps I shall close them for a moment. Yes, just a brief respite, for I cannot succumb to slumber. Yet, fatigue envelopes me. Perhaps a short nap would suffice. Just a fleeting moment of rest before I rise again. In this self-deceptive contemplation, I lulled myself into a false sense of security. Upon awakening, I realized that the hottest part of the day had likely passed. A brief slumber indeed brought me considerable comfort, yet it has rendered my schedule even more pressing. Caught in a predicament beneath the rooftop, I noticed that the saplings had yet to be felled. Hastily, I sprang to my feet, grasped the axe beside me, and prepared to dash outside. However, the discomfort in my right hand persisted. In my frantic state, the axe slipped from my grasp, nearly landing upon my foot. This unexpected incident momentarily halted my urgency. Wiping the perspiration from my brow, I firmly seized the axe's handle and extricated the blade from the wood. Fortuitously, it did not strike my foot. As the axe fell, it carved a channel at least an inch deep into the wooden floor. Had it landed upon my instep, I could have faced grievous injury, not to mention the potential horrors of tetanus and other afflictions. There are numerous saplings in the vicinity. Yet this time I selected ones of similar girth, roughly the size of my arm. I remain uncertain of their nomenclature. They are slender yet elongated, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, ideal for constructing a modest dwelling or erecting a fence. The fence, however, requires substantial reconstruction, as the previous one has collapsed significantly, rendering it nearly ineffective. Yet, this endeavor is time-consuming and will not be undertaken immediately. The small trees that needed to be felled on the roof were swiftly dispatched, for their wood was not particularly robust. With a downward, angled strike of the axe, it took merely 5 or 6 blows to bring them down. The true labor lay in removing the branches, a task that demanded more time than felling the trees themselves. I refrained from cutting the branches in the wilderness. Instead, I dragged the small trees to the vicinity of the treehouse before commencing my work. The primary reason for this was that, once dried, the branches would serve as excellent firewood. Having exerted effort, it would be a shame to waste them. Where had they truly gone? On the 70th day, as I endeavored to rebuild my home, it appeared that, at least outwardly, there were no apparent issues. I found no wounds, yet its spirit seemed quite diminished. Exuding an air of fatigue, I brought it a basin of water, which it drank from voraciously without pause. Upon finishing, it dashed off to seize a fruit, and astonishingly, after that, it even consumed a lemon, a fruit it typically could not tolerate. Perhaps it was driven by extreme hunger. The small creature could not articulate its experiences, leaving me in the dark regarding the trials it had faced that day. However, from its demeanor, it was evident that it had endured a difficult day, fraught with considerable danger. This was the first time I had witnessed it in such a disheveled state. After a meal, it flicked its tail at me a few times and retreated to its travel bag, burying its head in sleep. Naturally, I did not disturb it. It needed rest above all else. I could only hope that upon waking, it would find rejuvenation. Countless thoughts flitted through my mind, but one by one, I dismissed them. If it were a predator, then Onyx would be in greater peril and more likely to have sustained injuries. However, there is no evidence of human habitation on this island. Could it be that others reside in areas I have yet to explore? I cannot dismiss this notion, as Onyx's former master's remains were discovered here. Alas, this realization fills me not with joy, but with a sense of unease. The sudden appearance of another living soul, especially after my previous ordeal, would be a truly terrifying prospect. Given the scarcity of resources on this island, the discovery of my provisions and weaponry by other castaways could easily incite avarice. Once greed takes root, conflict becomes inevitable, leading to a desperate struggle for survival. These thoughts further eroded my sleepiness, prompting me to instinctively clutch my pistol, even disengaging the safety. My mind spiraled with increasingly far-fetched ideas, preventing me from drifting off. Overwhelmed by this nameless pressure, I rose and peered out from the entrance of the treehouse, only to retreat and lie down again upon finding nothing amiss. Consequently, I am uncertain of the precise time I succumbed to sleep last night, though the thoughts that raced through my mind could easily fill the pages of a lengthy novel. Therefore, it came as no surprise that I did not awaken until midday. Exhaustion and a late bedtime resulted in an exceptionally deep slumber, unbroken until the urgent need to relieve myself roused me. My first act upon rising was to check on Onyx, as I remained concerned about the possibility of internal injuries. However, I was surprised not to find it. The suitcase was completely empty. Could it have gone out again? I wondered, somewhat perplexed. Has it forgotten the pain so soon? No, I must find it. As I stepped out of the treehouse, I saw the adorable Xiaohei chasing butterflies and bees. Seeing Xiaohei put my mind at ease. This time, the roof I intended to construct would differ from the previous one. Due to the absence of waterproof cloth, I couldn't employ the original method. Previously, I had laid small tree trunks flat on the roof, but this time, I planned to fashion the treehouse roof into a triangular shape, akin to a conventional house roof. Several aspects of this roof design demanded particular attention. Given that it relies on a single main beam, I had to ensure its exceptional sturdiness, as it serves as the linchpin of the structure. As I hadn't initially conceived of this design, there was no provision for supporting the central main beam. Eventually, an idea struck me. I had several small trees prepared in advance. On either side of the treehouse, I excavated a pit, burying 3 small tree trunks in each. Although these trunks were of identical length, I buried the central one deeper than the ones on either side. After burying them on both sides, I moved several stones to secure them in place, and finally, I tightly bound them with vines. Subsequently, the tree trunk serving as the main beam was lodged onto the deeply buried central trunk, while the slightly taller trunks on either side prevented it from rolling or falling. Regrettably, I still lack a material that can completely replace vines, so for the time being, this makeshift solution will have to suffice. I initially presumed that laying coconut fronds would be a straightforward endeavor, yet it proved to be the most time-consuming aspect. Only after several attempts at arranging and gathering them did I discover the truly efficacious method. Initially, my approach involved layering from top to bottom. However, it only just occurred to me that an upward layering technique would effectively repel water, ensuring that rainwater cascades down the fronds. To safeguard against the fierce winds potentially carrying away my fronds, I meticulously secured several layers of vines for reinforcement. The torrential downpours here are a constant source of anxiety. Thus, the initial phase of the treehouse's restoration is now complete. Although still rudimentary, it offers a refuge even in the event of a light rain tomorrow. The lower level's ground has sufficiently dried, prompting me to commence laying the stones. My intention is to elevate the entire lower level, subsequently covering it with sand and pebbles, and constructing a rudimentary earthen stove for cooking purposes. The current supply of stones is clearly insufficient. My previous estimate appears to have been somewhat deficient. Approximately 2 more basketfuls of stones should suffice. As I set out, a sense of unease and anxiety lingered within me, an inexplicable premonition of impending events, perhaps stemming from the incident involving Xiaohei yesterday. Reassuring myself, I touched the pistol and axe at my waist and proceeded towards the stone hill, dragging the plastic basket behind me. Day 70, Rebuilding Home, Part 4. The route to the small hill invariably leads past the riverbank and through the grove of trees. The river's waters now flow placidly, having regained their pristine clarity, devoid of the previous turbidity. The large fish that once inhabited these waters have not reappeared since their prior disappearance. However, the river teems with diminutive fish fry, barely the size of fingernails. They might have been the progeny of larger fish, hatched from eggs. In any case, they resembled tadpoles, congregating in dense clusters. These diminutive fish held no allure for me. They wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. However, the limpid water beckoned us, and we waded in to cleanse ourselves thoroughly. We even coaxed the dusky Xiaohei to join us, upblooting the grime from its coat. Upon entering the woods, I was abruptly reminded of Xiaohei's peculiar disappearance the previous day, which immediately put me on alert. Numerous sudden appearances of lizards, scurrying, unidentified creatures, and startled birds caused my taut nerves to constrict sharply. Yet, fortunately, no perilous situations arose, nor did anything truly strange occur. The only incident worth mentioning was when I was nearly frightened out of my wits by a bird. Upon first sighting it, my heart leaped into my throat. I genuinely believed it to be a diminutive person, yes, a tiny human. Of course, I wasn't blind. It was simply that the confounded bird had spread its wings and erected its plumage, dancing on the ground while croaking and warbling. In that moment, I was utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps subconsciously, I had linked this event to Xiaohei's disappearance, leading me to genuinely believe that diminutive indigenous people inhabited this place. Though even if they were diminutive indigenous people, I shouldn't have fled. Now, in retrospect, I can only blame myself for succumbing to my own fears. It was only after I had retreated a couple of paces that the bird became aware of my presence, subsequently taking flight. Upon closer inspection, its tail bore a striking resemblance to that of a bird of paradise, though its plumage was predominantly grayish-black. Perhaps it was indeed a variant of the species. It was a false alarm, and such occurrences necessitate a gradual process of familiarization and comprehension. Assuredly, a similar incident would not elicit such a startle in the future. Despite 2 days of clear skies, the dense canopy of the forest precluded the penetration of sunlight, leaving the forest floor perpetually damp. Decaying foliage carpeted the ground, serving as sustenance for various fungi, with a vibrant array of mushrooms vying for attention. Countless insects congregated upon the mushroom caps, voraciously consuming their fill. Beneath nearly every decaying leaf, small insects sought refuge. With each footfall, a multitude of these creatures scattered in all directions, including numerous gnats that frequently collided with my face and body, or simply paused to rest and crawl upon me. I had grown accustomed to this. Unlike my initial arrival when I would meticulously brush them off. Now, a mere flick or pat sufficed. I no longer squandered time on such futile gestures. For the sheer abundance of these creatures meant that dislodging one merely invited the immediate arrival of another, or even a multitude. Mosquitoes were also plentiful, though after my initial period of frequent bites, their attention seemed to wane, much to my bewilderment. At the edge of Stone Mountain, after being battered by the rain, numerous stones have rolled down. I have recently observed an increase in the activity of rabbits, and I have also come across their natural predators. During my journey, I encountered 2 snakes consuming a rabbit. I am uncertain whether to classify them as pythons or boas, but each is at least as thick as my calf. One of the snakes was coiled around a rabbit, yet had not commenced its feast, while the other had already devoured half of its prey. Naturally, I had no intention of provoking them. Perhaps due to the recent rainfall, the serpents in the forest appeared particularly lively. It could also be that the abundance of food in the woods contributed to their activity. Upon noticing my presence, they generally chose to retreat, and I, wishing to avoid any trouble, passed by without interference. The abundance of stones is overwhelming. Even after 10 or 20 trips, they remain uncollected. Once my plastic basket is filled, I resume dragging it as I had previously done. The midday sun was relentless, and with each few steps, sweat poured down. Yet, the forest revealed its advantages at this moment, providing shade and coolness. Although fraught with dangers, I remained vigilant, and thus my journey was uneventful. While returning along the riverside, I stumbled upon a captivating sight. The water's surface was teeming with countless tiny flying insects. If not millions, then certainly hundreds of thousands. These minuscule creatures flew exceptionally low, almost grazing the water's surface. On several large rocks by the riverbank, numerous small lizards were stationed. These lizards appeared to be no longer than my finger, yet their numbers were considerable, possibly even in the hundreds. As I ponder the method by which those lizards capture the diminutive flying insects, I observe them springing forth as if on a trampoline, each leap potentially leading to the consumption of yet another tiny creature. By the end of this day, it is likely that numerous little insects have met their demise at the hands of these agile hunters. This serves as a delightful interlude. Perhaps the sole amusement of the day, I seize this opportunity to rest for a while. As I watch, I gain insight into the unwavering stamina and determination of the lizards as they diligently devour the minuscule flies. If they can exert such effort, how can I not strive with equal diligence? Now, it seems sufficient. Glancing at the pile of stones at the entrance of the treehouse, I nod in agreement. This marks the commencement of my work on the lower level. The ground beneath the treehouse is crisscrossed with drainage ditches, remnants from the last rainfall. I have no intention of filling these uneven pits just yet, as I must first lay down the stones. One by one, I transport the stones, arranging them neatly, albeit in an irregular manner. If one were to tread upon them in their current state, it would be quite difficult. This is merely the initial step. I must also cover the stones with soil, as the key is to elevate the ground. A considerable amount of earth is necessary, and I must ensure that the stones are arranged uniformly, with their flat surfaces oriented toward the ceiling above. Transporting the soil is not particularly challenging, though the digging proves somewhat laborious. This endeavor should last at least 3 hours, during which I will bury the stones beneath the earth. Once I compact the soil, the flat surfaces of the stones will emerge above the ground. Afterward, I will lay down pebbles to fill the gaps between the stones, ensuring that, during rainfall, this area remains free from mud. Next comes the stove. On the 70th day, as I endeavor to rebuild my home, Part 5, for the sake of Qingju Yuzu, I am certain that collecting pebbles will have to wait until tomorrow. The sun is nearing its descent, and preparing the soil has consumed a considerable amount of my time. However, I should still be able to assemble the stove in time. Before that, I must first fetch some water, for my bucket has been turned upside down. To begin with, I cannot fill the bucket to the brim. Roughly half full will suffice. If filled too much, it becomes cumbersome for transportation, and the water may easily slosh out during movement, resulting in a drenching. The method I employ is quite straightforward. I tilt the bucket while simultaneously rotating it, allowing it to glide forward on its side. This task requires merely patience. Although it is somewhat slow, the advantage lies in its efficiency, as I can gather all the water at once without expending excessive effort. After placing the water at the entrance of the treehouse, I cover the bucket with 2 coconut fronds and then descend into the lower level of the treehouse. The sky has not yet darkened, and I hope to complete the stove before nightfall, as I prefer to prepare dinner within the cozy confines of my treehouse. The stove I am constructing is rather rudimentary, primarily due to my lack of innovative ideas, given my inexperience. First, I encircled a space on the ground with stones and gradually began to stack them upward. I constructed only 2 sides, one of which is designated for adding firewood, leaving a small opening at the top, slightly smaller than the pot itself. Initially, I contemplated building 3 sides, but it seemed less aesthetically pleasing, diminishing the visibility of the fire and significantly limiting its illuminating function. Consequently, I settled on constructing merely 2 sides. This design allows me to place the pot atop when cooking and remove it when not in use, without substantial inconvenience. While it may appear somewhat peculiar, there is room for gradual improvement. For now, this solution suffices until a better idea presents itself. To ensure that the light is not obstructed, I painstakingly created several openings between the stones, allowing the glow of the fire to filter through. I had originally intended to coat the exterior of this earthen stove with a layer of mud, but I later abandoned this idea for fear of impeding the light. The dusk is approaching, and I have yet to gather the items from outside. Recently, the intense labor has taken its toll. Initially, I felt some soreness and fatigue, but I have recovered significantly over the past few days. After moving the rice and flour, I surprisingly experienced no further discomfort. Perhaps one's constitution subtly improves through such endeavors. The items I had laid out to dry outside have all been collected into the treehouse, where I have already tied several vines on the upper level to hang the food. The grain situation is not particularly encouraging, especially the flour. Even after drying, it has congealed into clumps. Several bags, initially pressed underneath, suffered immersion in turbid, muddy water, rendering nearly half a bag of flour an ochre hue. I am in a quandary as to whether to discard them or continue consumption. The rice is in a somewhat better state, although clumping occurs occasionally. However, after exposure to intense sunlight, its condition has improved significantly. My primary concern lies in the central portion of the rice bags, which remains inadequately dry. Should we encounter several consecutive days of overcast and rainy weather, it may soon succumb to mildew. I remain hopeful that the weather in the coming days will remain as favorable as it has been, as each additional day of sun exposure increases our chances of success. Having completed these tasks, I prepared a pot of steamed rice with cured meat outdoors with xiaohei. After mixing in some lard, I consumed it. This frenetic activity has left me utterly exhausted, and as soon as darkness descends, I am prone to drowsiness. Before I could rest sufficiently after the meal, waves of weariness washed over me, and even xiaohei yawned several times. Dragging my exceedingly weary body, I ascended to the upper level of the treehouse with xiaohei. Upon closing the door, I immediately collapsed onto the bedding. Do not move. A frigid object pressed against my head, startling me into a sitting position. Who are you? I exclaimed, my voice laced with terror. Goosebumps erupted across my back, and my body trembled violently. My scalp tightened, and a chilling sensation spread from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. My breath had nearly ceased, and I could distinctly hear my heart racing in a frenzy of terror. These few words were uttered only after I mustered my last ounce of strength. Who am I? A glance will reveal all. This voice is unfamiliar to me. Is it you? As I slowly turned my head, a face appeared before me, one that lingered only faintly in my memory. How could this be possible? I questioned internally with a loud fervor. The familiarity of this visage stemmed from a fleeting encounter on the same cruise ship, during a brief moment shared in the smoking area. We exchanged but a few words, and that was the extent of our acquaintance. Moreover, during the ship's capsizing, I believe I caught sight of him as he was attempting to seize someone else's life preserver. My recollection of him is vague. In the chaos of survival, my focus was elsewhere. I have been observing you for quite some time, he said nonchalantly, pressing the gun more firmly against my temple. Those words intensified my already chilling anxiety. The sensation of being covertly watched is profoundly unsettling. You still possess food, weapons, tools. Thus, I could only approach you quietly, devising various schemes. At last, I have awaited this opportunity. So, it was you behind the disappearance of that fellow yesterday? With a Swiss Army knife concealed within my pocket, I had already retrieved it while he spoke, gripping it tightly in my palm. His intentions were now glaringly apparent. For the sake of survival, I must seek my chance and strike decisively when he lets his guard down. Indeed, it was I. I had intended to partake in a canine feast, yet the beast eluded me. However, it shall be mine momentarily. Upon his utterance, my heart constricted with apprehension. A glance revealed that my dear canine companion appeared to have been cleaved asunder, with blood profusely staining the ground. I could no longer contain myself and leaped forth, my Swiss Army knife aimed at his eyes. A gunshot resounded. Amidst a cry of terror, I awoke. It was merely a phantasm. The dream had left me drenched and fraught with anxiety, as though I had been dredged from a body of water. The verisimilitude of the dream was unnerving. I have been seated at the treehouse threshold for nigh on 10 minutes, yet my heart remains unpacified. I pray such an event may never transpire. 71st day. Rebuilding home. 6. The previous night's nightmare, akin to a veritable occurrence, is deeply etched within my memory. Even now upon awakening, the scene manifests vividly in my mind. The dream was so palpable that I found myself unable to return to slumber until the eastern sky began to lighten. I only managed to drift off then. And now it is nearly midday. I know not why, but of late, a dread of the nocturnal hours has once more befallen me. Has the incident involving my canine companion had an effect? Or has the timidity lurking within my heart been stirred? It remains inscrutable. It is heartening to note that today is yet another day bathed in resplendent sunlight. I have conveyed the rice and grains outside, including the few sacks of flour that had become damp and congealed into hard clumps. Nevertheless, they must be sunned. As I have the leisure today, I shall endeavor to transform these flours into cakes, so that they may be preserved for a more extended duration. For some inexplicable reason, the image of a savory egg pancake suddenly emerged in my mind, perhaps due to a burgeoning hunger. This notion piqued my interest. I still had quite a few turtle eggs left, and I contemplated the idea of incorporating a few into the flour mixture. Naturally, any pancake featuring turtle eggs must be consumed immediately, as the corn cakes I prepared last time cannot accommodate turtle eggs. Otherwise, they would spoil rapidly. After all, turtle eggs are notoriously difficult to coagulate, and if not consumed promptly, they would deteriorate. In light of yesterday's events, and with a focus on my safety, I resolved to construct a perimeter wall before laying the ground of the lower level of the treehouse. With the wall in place, my sense of security would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. However, my immediate priority was to satiate my hunger, followed by a visit to the riverbank to collect some pebbles. These pebbles could be nestled into the crevices between the stones, resulting in a clean and level surface for the lower level of the treehouse. As lunchtime approached, compounded by the fact that I had skipped breakfast, a mere handful of fruits would not suffice to quell my ravenous appetite. The pangs of hunger became increasingly pronounced as I pondered what to eat. Ultimately, I decided to prepare corn pancakes, enhanced by the addition of a few turtle eggs. This marked my first attempt at such a culinary endeavor, and a flicker of uncertainty lingered in my mind. Should they prove unpalatable, it would be a regrettable waste. Nevertheless, I proceeded with the task. 3 tablespoons of corn flour combined with 1.5 tablespoons of regular flour, diligently crushing any clumps. I then cracked 3 turtle eggs into the mixture, whisking them vigorously. As the turtle eggs began to amalgamate with the flour, I gradually added water, ensuring to stir rapidly after each addition. Eventually, the contents of the bowl transformed into a yellow, paste-like consistency. Finally, a modicum of salt crystals were incorporated into the viscous slurry of flour. The concoction was once more agitated, ensuring the complete dissolution of the salt, thereby concluding the preparatory phase. On this isle, my paramount source of gratification stems from the preparation of victuals to my liking. In my former existence within civilized society, I lament my failure to acquire comprehensive survival acumen, a deficiency that plagues me to this day. Nevertheless, as a dedicated gastronome, I find myself, at the very least, of some utility in this locale. It was through the diligent acquisition of culinary skills, undertaken in pursuit of a paramour, that I secured her affections with an array of self-taught delicacies. Recollections of that era shall not be prolonged, for they culminate solely in anguish. A gossamer layer of oil now graces the interior of the cooking vessel, rendering it primed for the introduction of the batter. The batter, upon immersion in the heated cauldron, audibly sizzles, a consequence of the elevated temperature. At this juncture, alacrity is of paramount importance. Prior to the complete congealing of the batter's nether regions, one must expeditiously employ the underside of a spoon to spread the batter evenly. Such swiftness is indispensable, lest the base of the batter attain an undesirable thickness, thereby compromising both its flavor and texture. Following the spreading, vigilance must be exercised to ensure that the cooking vessel is not unduly proximate to the conflagration, lest the comestible be subject to carbonization. After approximately 20 seconds, the maize flatbread is inverted. Subsequent inversions are executed with increasing frequency until, after several minutes, the maize flatbread is deemed complete. The impromptu notion of an egg-based flatbread proves to be an unequivocally judicious consideration. The aforementioned flatbread, while somewhat desiccated in texture, possesses a commendable capacity to satiate hunger. The consumption of a mere brace of these, accompanied by water, suffices to quell the pangs of hunger. Today, the dish I prepared underwent a transformation in texture, attributed to the sea turtle eggs. The entire cake was not as dry. When I bit into the corn cake, I could still sense a slight juiciness oozing out, imbued with a rich aroma of eggs. This delightful fragrance, undoubtedly sourced from the turtle eggs, was a pleasant surprise. Entirely unexpected. It could be considered a serendipitous discovery. Naturally, I could not overlook this delectable treat. Initially, I hesitated to mention my companion, whom I find rather amusing. This creature likely presumed I was indulging in secretive culinary endeavors, perhaps thinking I was sneaking a bite. To my astonishment, it silently managed to snatch away all 5 cakes I had prepared and set aside. I had placed the cakes on the table behind me, and it was only after completing the 6th one that I realized the previous ones had vanished. It goes without saying that I knew my mischievous companion was the culprit, as it lounged beneath the swing, blissfully enjoying its ill-gotten feast, not sparing me a single glance. What a glutton! I shot a helpless glare at my companion, which seemingly caught its attention, for it flicked its tail a few times, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, as it merely glanced in my direction. I myself indulged in 3 cakes. Given their thinness, I felt almost satiated. Alongside a glass of water, I deemed that sufficient. I was cautious not to overeat, as I was soon to collect pebbles, and an overly full stomach could easily lead to drowsiness, rendering me lethargic and inclined to sleep. I noticed that the river's water level had significantly decreased once more. It now reached only to the top of my foot. In due time, I planned to explore the river's end. The situation turned unexpectedly chaotic, resulting in the basket I had been carrying being overturned. A multitude of pebbles scattered across the ground. It was not my intention. I had merely been inspired by the ease with which I had seen others carry burdens on television. I thought, with only a modest load, how could I possibly struggle? However, as I squatted down and rested the branch on my shoulder, after taking merely a few steps, I was overwhelmed by a sharp pain in my shoulder. Despite my hands supporting the yoke, the discomfort became unbearable. My shoulder was too tender. Ultimately, I lost my balance and stumbled, causing both baskets of pebbles to tumble to the ground. As I bent down to gather the scattered stones, I heard the unmistakable sound of dry leaves crunching beneath someone's foot behind me. Who could it be? I quickly rose and turned to look, my hand instinctively grasping the gun at my waist. On the 71st day of rebuilding our home, I encountered a most peculiar creature. It fixed me with a fierce gaze that filled me with trepidation, prompting me to draw my weapon. The safety was disengaged, and I also brandished my fire axe with my left hand. Though it was small in stature, it appeared quite formidable. Perhaps sensing my readiness, it grew agitated. Baring its sharp teeth, standing only a few dozen centimeters tall, it was adorned in two colors, a ring of white fur on its head and back, while the rest of its body was cloaked in dark gray fur. As if it had singled me out, it advanced towards me deliberately. My pistol was already trained on it. Should it encroach within 5 meters, I might discharge it or resort to my axe. Devoid of any trepidation, it approached. On this island, save for wild boars, I harbor no particular dread. Other creatures typically yield upon encountering me, yet this diminutive fellow seemed fixated, advancing unswervingly. Scarcely 6 meters remained. Resignedly, I braced myself to engage, when abruptly it pivoted its head. Following its gaze, I discerned a serpent, an uninvited guest disrupting our standoff. Its vibrant hues and distinct triangular head suggested a venomous species. Incredibly, the creature abandoned our confrontation and approached the serpent, a formidable 2-meter specimen. Its audacity was baffling. No wonder it sought conflict with me. It courted demise. Seemingly, even creatures seek opportunities for self-destruction. The serpent, seemingly indifferent, accelerated its pace, evidently annoyed. Undeterred, the diminutive animal persisted, matching its increased velocity. The spectacle amused me, and I erupted in laughter. I had witnessed suicidal tendencies, but never such unwavering determination, especially repeated attempts. Their paths converged. Unwilling to forego this diverting spectacle, I neglected gathering pebbles, intent on witnessing the vainglorious creature's demise. The serpent was incensed, and the diminutive creature's existence hung precariously in the balance. The snake had coiled its body, its head held aloft, and its tongue flicked menacingly. Even from a distance, a chilling aura emanated. Alas, it seemed to be the end for the skunk-like animal, whose intellect appeared to be utterly deficient. I averted my gaze, stooping to gather pebbles. Could it be that this skunk-like creature was afflicted by depression? It was perplexing how such a witless animal had managed to survive on this island. Good heavens! Yes, I exclaimed impolitely, for that single glance nearly caused me to drop the vine basket I held. In that instant, my mind was flooded with questions. Reality diverged completely from my expectations. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never have believed the events unfolding before me. I gaped in astonishment, my mouth agape wide enough to accommodate a goose egg. What met my eyes was the skunk-like animal, miraculously alive. In the mere 10 minutes or so that I had spent collecting stones, it had devoured half the snake. Indeed, it had consumed it. It continued to feast, devouring bite after bite with alacrity, its jaws tearing and masticating. I even observed it casting several fierce, sidelong glances in my direction, its eyes conveying a clear warning and defiance. Very well, I had no desire for a futile conflict. Judging by its appearance, it likely wouldn't be a palatable meal anyway. In any case, its visage did not inspire any culinary desires within me. I wondered why it had confronted me today. Did it truly intend to regard me as sustenance? However, such a solitary creature could hardly prevail against me. These ruminations ceased as I approached the treehouse. I resolved to dismiss them, determining to exercise greater caution around such diminutive creatures in the future. The pebbles were swiftly laid, and after several trips, the lower level of the treehouse was entirely paved. The treehouse's aesthetic was immediately elevated, resembling a structure adorned with bespoke cobblestone marble. Henceforth, the ground would remain free from mud, even in the rain. I had also incorporated a drainage channel along the base of the four walls on the lower level. Provided the roof remained intact, flooding would no longer be an issue. As the day was still young, I considered a brief sojourn to the beach. The sun had yet to descend, suggesting it was perhaps 4 in the afternoon, or at most 6. The beach was relatively close, and its debris often yielded valuable finds. If I could procure another tarpaulin, it would be ideal. I had conceived an idea recently, but time had eluded me. I hoped the low tide would soon occur. Regrettably, the tide was rising rather than receding. The turtle hatchlings had yet to emerge, and several nesting sites were submerged. It was uncertain whether the young turtles would survive. As I descended onto the sand, several clusters of floating debris in the distance captured my attention. Day 71. Rebuilding Home. Part 8. I hastened towards the refuse, wondering if a tarpaulin or plastic sheet might be concealed within the dark mass. Could such serendipity be possible? Regrettably, upon wading through the seawater and drawing closer, I discovered that the object of my speculation was merely a large, tangled mass of discarded fishing net. There was another piece in the net treehouse, which had not been used yet. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Surrounding the net were several black floats, presumably intended to enhance its buoyancy. The fishing net was remarkably heavy, requiring considerable effort to haul it out of the water. It must have been adrift on the ocean surface for several months, perhaps even years, as it was encrusted with numerous shellfish and algae. The algae had thoroughly integrated with the net structure. Such growth is typical for nets submerged beneath the waterline. The shellfish were exceedingly small, and I wondered how they had managed to attach themselves to the net. Entangled within the net were other pieces of refuse, of no discernible value, several plastic bags, and a sun-bleached bottle. Faint traces of lettering were visible on the brown bottle. But alas, the script was unfamiliar to me, rendering it impossible to decipher. I rarely collect these non-transparent bottles, as the last one I retrieved emitted a foul odor upon opening, leaving me to wonder about its original contents. I recalled that pesticides I had seen as a child were often packaged in similar small-mouthed, brown plastic bottles. I casually discarded the bottle. In the distance lay another cluster of refuse, appearing even more scattered and composed of various items. From my vantage point, I could discern plastic bottles, fragments of wood, and other debris. After dragging the fishing net aside, I proceeded toward this new accumulation of waste. Indeed, this is a veritable heap of disarray, resembling a chaotic mlang, replete with an array of refuse that appears exceedingly unsightly. Within this clutter, one can find beverage bottles, oil containers, refuse bins, wooden splinters, unidentified white floatables, and an abundance of plastic bags. I even seem to have spotted a lone boot. Goodness, it is truly unfathomable that such a plethora of refuse from civilized society exists within the ocean. In former times, I could scarcely have imagined such a sight. This mound of trash also emanates a foul stench. Nevertheless, I pinched my nose and began to sift through it, selecting items that appeared salvageable. The previous uses of the bottles can often be discerned from their shapes or the remnants of labels, though many of the labels are now illegible. However, the identification of the bottles is generally not too far off the mark. I shall also clean them. This collection of plastic bottles totals nearly 30. Yet I have only chosen 12. While I cannot presently conceive of their uses, it is prudent to keep them nonetheless. The wooden pieces are all fragmented, rendered somewhat soft by the seawater, and possess no utility whatsoever. Some plastic bags, originally collected to be stuffed into the crevices of a treehouse, have regrettably succumbed to the ravages of sun and salt water. Although they still appear intact, they tear at the slightest tug, rendering them utterly worthless. However, I did manage to collect that solitary boot. Alas, it is but one. If only I had a pair, even if they were for women. A simple alteration would suffice for use. Alas, such a pity. Just now, I took a moment to gaze at the salt flat within the rocky pit, where remnants of rainwater still linger, yet to evaporate completely. It seems it will take several more days for the water to vanish entirely. I hope that in a few days, the weather will still be clear. If another heavy downpour arrives, the date for salt collection will inevitably be pushed back. Upon returning to the treehouse, twilight had just begun to envelop the sky. It has been quite some time since I last savored coconut crabs, and for reasons unknown, their presence has eluded me. Nevertheless, I find myself yearning for the exquisite taste of crab meat, so I plan to venture into the coconut grove once darkness deepens, ensuring I bring along my companion, Little Black, as the night can harbor certain dangers. Little Black also serves as a source of courage for me. The daily ritual of transporting provisions, dried fish, cured meats, and other necessities has become an essential part of my routine in the initial days. Perhaps due to insufficient rest and a melancholic mood, I found the task particularly exhausting. However, today, after completing my chores, I felt surprisingly unburdened, even somewhat at ease. While resting on the swing, countless thoughts swirled in my mind, each vying to organize my tasks for the coming days, proving to be quite bothersome. To escape these distractions, I have a few methods. First, to lull myself to sleep. Second, to engage in tasks without allowing a moment's pause. Third, to seek some form of amusement. The first method is rather simple and strikingly effective, yet sleep eludes me at the moment, and I cannot resort to slumber as an escape every time. The second option has been dismissed, leaving only the third, but I find myself at a loss for enjoyable pursuits. Must I resort to the peculiar antics of old Joe, engaging in a battle of hands? My thoughts began to drift once more, this time gravitating towards amusement. An idea suddenly sparked in my mind. Without delay, I gathered a collection of vines from within my shelter and commenced my endeavor. I began by coiling the vines around my hand, forming loops until they reached approximately the size of 3 fists. I then removed the bundle and continued to wind the vines around it, tightening them as I progressed, akin to winding a spool. After exhausting all 3 vines, I finally completed my creation. Beholding the polyhedron, significantly larger than my head, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, I had fashioned a ball, which I might call a vine sphere. I kicked it a few times on the ground, and it seemed to perform adequately. However, to my amusement and dismay, my experiment attracted the attention of Xiao Hei, who displayed an immense fondness for the sphere. It alternately nudged the ball forward with its head and propelled it with its forelimbs while leaping, utterly oblivious to my presence, completely engrossed in its play. Provisions are susceptible to spoilage in this environment, rendering long-term preservation impractical. Therefore, excessive trapping is inadvisable. Coconut crab congee, accompanied by a coconut filled with translucent liquid, induces a sensation of ethereal bliss. I have acquired expertise in discerning the quality of coconuts. The opaque, whitish coconut milk is to be avoided, as it invariably causes digestive distress lasting for several days. Conversely, the clear liquid possesses an exquisite flavor. Having satiated my hunger and thirst, I relocated the campfire to the lower level of the treehouse and rekindled it. The next undertaking should be the construction of a perimeter wall. Reclining upon my bedding, I once more lapsed into contemplation, remembering the potatoes and the drifting bottle seedlings. I have been so occupied these past few days that I completely forgot. I am uncertain whether they are still alive. I must make it a priority to check on them tomorrow.